Chapter 27-22, The Capital, Part 78. Min Jianlian saw the man's resolve wavering and knew the will to survive had already taken root. He pressed his advantage deliberately. I imagine you're just a lackey following orders, scheming for a few coins. Why throw your life away for such loyalty? You think your little plots are so clever. I'd wager your master already knows everything. This was pure bluff on Min Jianlian's part. Zhou Ruolan had remarked earlier, I suspect the upper and lower ranks aren't of one mind. Combined with the visitor who had been killed the day before, all signs pointed to Liu Sha being not merely disloyal, but harboring schemes of his own. He hadn't expected such an immediate reaction. The moment the words left his mouth, Liu Sha's cheek twitched involuntarily. Now certain he'd struck a nerve, Min Jianlian leaned in close and spoke in a low voice. You killed that visitor. That was the worst possible move. Even if your master can't turn on you immediately, once things settle down, he'll certainly investigate. What will you say then? I know you must have ways to dispose of the body and erase all traces, but once trust is broken, I'm afraid it can never be restored. Though Liu Sha struggled to keep his expression neutral, Min Jianlian, an old hand in the Jianghu, had already glimpsed the panic flickering in his eyes. He was right. The killing was exactly what his instructors had called a stress response, an impulsive act without careful thought. That panic likely stemmed from having his scheme exposed. 100,000 taels of silver, indeed enough to make a man risk his life. You're really with the Kun. After a long silence, Liu Sha finally spoke. Min Jianlian reached into his clothes and drew out a gleaming blue revolver, a 7-star chain pistol. You know what this is? Liu Sha fell silent, then spoke weakly. Very well, all my scheming was for nothing. He slumped as though every ounce of strength had drained from his body. After a long moment, he opened his eyes and said, I'll tell you the truth. I genuinely don't know Manager Leng's whereabouts. I wasn't the one guarding the hostage. What were you in charge of? The ransom, Liu Sha said, his voice feeble. The 100,000 taels, that was your idea, wasn't it? Yes, what my master wanted wasn't money. Liu Sha's words came with difficulty. What was it? Negotiations. Liu Sha shook his head. Min Jianlian drew a sharp breath. This was growing more complicated by the moment. Liu Sha's scheme was audacious. According to him, the condition his master had proposed for releasing the hostage wasn't a ransom at all, but rather a meeting with the Kun's top leaders. Who is your master? Since it's come to this, I may as well tell you. The Minister of War, Lord Wang Yao. Min Jianlian knew something of the capital's officials, but this Lord Wang made no impression on him. Ever since Wang had stepped down from his positions as Governor-General of Liangguang and Governor of Guangdong, he was no longer a priority target for the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. Do you still have the original letter sent to DeLong? I destroyed it. Can you recall its contents? Roughly. The letter stated that kidnapping Manager Leng had been a last resort. At a critical moment of life and death, they'd had no choice but to take such drastic measures. They simply requested that one or more of the Kun Senate's top leaders meet at a secure location to negotiate. That's all. There were also some courtesies, essentially saying that war would harm both sides, while peace talks would benefit everyone. No wonder the masterminds could afford to bide their time, Min Jianlian thought. For a matter this significant, even with wireless telegraph capable of sending messages 1,000 li in an instant, negotiating peace with the court would still require days of meetings and deliberation in the Senate before reaching any conclusion. Liu Sha had been exploiting precisely that gap. According to the original plan, after kidnapping Leng Ningyun, Liu Sha was to arrange for Leng's personal token and a letter to be delivered to DeLong Bank. At this point, Liu Sha had made his move, swapping out the original letter and replacing it with a ransom demand for 100,000 taels. Then he had positioned himself in Tangzhou, secretly directing his subordinates to monitor DeLong and Helian Sheng. He had chosen Tangzhou for 3 reasons. First, he traveled here before as a fortune teller and had built a minor reputation, making him half a local. Second, it wasn't far from the capital and allowed him to maintain remote control. Third, with Heli and Sheng surely turning the capital upside down in their search, it was wiser to lie low elsewhere and avoid having his flaws discovered. No wonder DeLong had hung out the cloth strip signaling agreement to the terms but received no response. Min Janlian thought, indeed, everyone had their own agenda. Since DeLong agreed to pay the silver, why not hand over the hostage? Because the hostage isn't with me, Liu Sha said with a bitter smile. Someone else is guarding him, damn it all. So the separation of ransoming and guarding had been beyond Liu Sha's expectations. How did you conceive this scheme? Besides, even DeLong might not keep 100,000 taels in reserve at the bank. It was little eunuch Yang's idea. He had learned from little eunuch Yang that DeLong had just taken in nearly 100,000 taels from over a dozen palace eunuchs. The money was definitely there, so he had conceived the idea to intercept it. So little eunuch Yang also gets a share. Liu Sha nodded weakly. Exactly. With the silver stored in DeLong, it was as secure as a mountain fortress. Not to mention that 100,000 taels of silver weighed 6,000 or 7,000 jin. Transporting it would require dozens of carts. Simply brandishing weapons in the city would be suicide. So the silver had to leave the city. Only in the suburbs could they make their move. In that case, why was Heli and Sheng's silver cart intercepted on the road? That was to test whether Kiwei was actually transporting silver to the estate. What if the bandits had actually succeeded in robbing it? Those bandits were no match for Heli and Sheng, Liu Sha said. I know Heli and Sheng's strength all too well. What about Liu Xiaobian and the eunuchs from Nanyuan among the bandits? They were sent to monitor the bandit gang. Never expected they'd lose their lives. In all these days since the letter was delivered, hasn't your master grown suspicious? Min Janlian asked slowly. Suspicious? Of course he has. Why else would he have sent someone here? Liu Sha gave a bitter smile. Fortunately, except for hiding the hostage, I handled everything from start to finish. The informants outside are all my people, so I managed to keep him fooled. He didn't bother hiding it. The dead man was named Wang Liang, sent by his master to inquire about the ransom. I tried to deceive him, but somehow he'd caught wind of something. He made a scene here, threatened to expose me, and refused even silver to keep quiet. I had no choice but to send him on his way. A look of frustrated ambition showed in his eyes. Give me 3 more days and it would have worked. What a pity. That's strange. Even outside the city, could you muster forces to attack? And even if you could, after taking the estate with such treasure tempting everyone, could you actually control the situation? Of course we couldn't attack by force, Liu Sha said with a bitter smile. We'd take it by cunning. By cunning? Min Janlian could barely contain his laughter. And how would you manage that? I don't know the details. Little eunuch Yang would arrange it. Min Janlian laughed outright. You're a Jianghu man yourself. I don't know where the estate holding the silver is, but knowing Heli and Sheng's methods, it's probably fortified like an iron bucket. Even with several hundred bandits attacking, it might not be taken. And you believed a eunuch raised in the palace when he casually promised to take it by cunning. What choice did I have? Liu Sha said helplessly. Min Janlian studied his face. It was indeed full of resignation, but he still sensed Liu Sha wasn't telling the whole truth. No matter, he thought. As long as the man was in their hands, they needn't worry about extracting the rest eventually. He asked again. After it was done, how much of the silver would little eunuch Yang receive? He didn't want a single coin, Liu Sha said. Just one condition. Was it to use you to eliminate eunuch Yang? Liu Sha nodded. Since you've confessed everything, I'll give you a way to survive, Min Janlian said. If you have any other important information, sharing it would greatly benefit your future. What benefit could there possibly be? Liu Sha looked utterly disheartened. I've worked for Lord Wang for over 10 years, through wind and rain, licking blood off knife edges more times than I can count. From beginning to end, I was just a pawn to summon and dismiss at will. He heaved a long sigh. Min Janlian understood how such men thought. After loyally serving their masters for years, they gradually came to feel their contributions didn't match their rewards, and their minds turned crooked, hoping to make one big score and jump ship. But more often than not, heaven didn't comply. Compared to their masters, their resources were far smaller, and they had too many vulnerabilities. After much plotting, their schemes mostly came to nothing, and they even gave their masters a legitimate reason to dispose of them, especially when emotions involving a woman entered the picture. He recalled the chiefs joking, "When middle-aged men and women fall in love, it's like an old house catching fire. It won't stop until it burns to the ground." Taking a woman from a musician household had obviously stretched Liu Sha thin. At this moment, whether the Australians or Wang Yehao were friend or foe no longer mattered to Liu Sha. He was simply consumed with resentment. Since he was resentful, there was an opening to exploit. Min Jianlian had him taken to a side room for detention. They could work on him slowly later. Even without knowing Lord Wang's background, his desire for peace talks was significant intelligence. "Bring the woman," he ordered. "Everyone else, clean the house and bury the body. Make ready." Since this was Liu Sha's headquarters for commanding the kidnapping, other contacts might still arrive. But the most urgent matter was transcribing the entire interrogation record neatly. He particularly emphasized the report concerning Yang Tianliang's plan to take it by cunning. Whether true or not, Helian Sheng needed to be prepared. Shortly afterward, the woman was brought into the room. Her blindfold was removed. Upon seeing Min Jianlian, she dropped to her knees with a thud, kowtowing repeatedly and begging for mercy. She kept insisting she was merely a musician's woman and knew nothing of Liu Sha's affairs. "Don't be afraid," Min Jianlian said gently. "Stand up and speak." Zhou Ruolan helped her to her feet and offered a few comforting words. When Min Jianlian saw that her expression had calmed somewhat, he asked, "What is your name?" "This slave is called Ruoji." "How many years has Liu Sha kept you?" Only 1 year," Ruoji said timidly. "But he's been coming to my family's establishment to drink for 3 or 4 years. End of chapter. Chapter 27-23, The Capital, Part 79, How generous was he normally? Quite generous at first. All told, he spent 2,000 strings of cash at my madam's establishment. Ruoji's voice carried a hint of pride. Then when he wanted to take me as his mistress, he spent another 1,000 and more, she sighed. But after that he turned stingy. My monthly allowance was a mere 6 taels, and he counted every household expense down to the last fen. It was nearly impossible to keep even a bit of silver for myself. Min Jianlian laughed inwardly. Once a woman was in hand, why would any man remain generous? Aloud he asked, "For a fortune-teller, isn't it strange that he had so much money?" "Listen to you, sir." Ruoji, emboldened by his gentle words and handsome face, allowed herself a coy smile. "In our musician's household, as long as it's real gold and silver, who cares where it came from or how strangely it was acquired?" Min Jianlian pressed her about Liu Sha's usual activities. Ruoji knew little, only that he visited Tangzhou once or twice a month, staying 3 or 4 days each time. This visit had simply stretched longer than usual. As for the people he met, they were a mix of officials and underworld figures. Given his profession and activities, this came as no surprise. Their conversations, however, were conducted in strict secrecy, mostly in the study at the front courtyard. He never discussed business in her presence. "That old thing acts mysterious all day long, always speaking in hushed tones," Ruoji said with indignation. Min Jianlian turned his questioning to the previous day's murder, but Ruoji's knowledge proved limited. She knew only that the visitor had arrived at dusk. The two men talked in the study for a time, then somehow moved to the back courtyard. She had been told to wait in the west wing. Later, she heard a commotion in the main building. By the time she rushed over, the visitor was already dead and Liu Sha was wounded. Ruoji had been scared out of her wits, but Liu Sha remained calm. He first had her help him to the side room to bandage his wounds, then produced silver to reward everyone and ordered them to clean up the traces and hide the body. With a murder on their hands, even though Liu Sha was the killer, if the case went to court, the servants living there and Ruoji herself would not escape punishment. Losing money was one thing, but the prospect of enduring repeated court torture was terrifying. If they encountered a brutal official, They might all be prosecuted as accomplices and exiled to the frontier. Since they were all in the same boat and Liu Sha was offering silver, the three had raised no objections. But the blood splattered on the walls refused to wash off. So they sent Ruji out to buy lime for painting over the stains, while also preventing the corpse from rotting and stinking. Once Liu Sha's wounds healed sufficiently, they planned to bury the body. Did the visitor bring any items, letters or documents perhaps? He carried only a travel bag. I opened it for the master. Inside were just a change of clothes and some scattered silver and copper coins. He did have a document case on his person, but the master ordered it thrown into the brazier and burned. What about his other belongings? All burned. Nothing remains. Min Jianlian felt a twinge of disappointment, but on reflection, since this person was surnamed Wang, he should be someone from Wang Yehao's household. Just then little 5 came to report. The study had been searched, but nothing of importance was found. Just ordinary correspondence and fortune-telling books and such. We're sorting and packing them now. Would the squad leader like to take a look? In a moment. Min Jianlian had barely spoken when Ruiji suddenly interjected, "Master, this slave has some information, but after telling you, might this slave receive a small reward?" "Oh, what information?" Min Jianlian's interest was piqued. "The east wing in this courtyard, normally we're forbidden to enter. It's kept locked tight. But once I woke in the middle of the night and saw him with a lamp burning in the east wing. Could there be some secret hidden there?" They had already opened the east wing earlier. 3 rooms, 1 main, 2 inner. The south room contained a heated sleeping alcove. The north room served as a small study. Nothing remarkable. Since there were almost no signs of use and the door had remained locked, they had assumed it was kept as a guest room. The team members had not prioritized searching it. Now that Ruiji mentioned it, his interest sharpened. "That's useful information. Whether we find anything or not, you'll have your reward. Think carefully. If anything else about this old thing comes to mind, bring it to me." The squad searched the east wing again with renewed purpose. This time, they discovered a great deal. The usual hiding spots beneath the bed and in the ceiling were empty, and there were no false walls, but the furniture had been tampered with. The bed, desk, and cabinets all contained secret compartments concealing money and documents. "Squad leader, look at this. The old fox places considerable trust in DeLong." A team member handed him a stack of DeLong banknotes uncovered in the search. Min Jianlian flipped through them. A rough estimate put the sum at 2,000 or 3,000 taels, mostly bearer notes in fixed denominations issued by DeLong, 10 taels, 50 taels, and 100 taels. They could be exchanged for silver at DeLong or corresponding affiliate exchange houses, most convenient for gifts and bribes. Enormous quantities had been issued throughout the capital. The silver was unremarkable, but in one secret compartment they found a set of 5 books housed in a case. All were written on fine cotton paper in small, neat calligraphy, the characters dense but clear. The title read Overview of Australia. This was not unusual in itself. Ever since the Australians reached the walls of Guangzhou, there had been record of Kun affairs. As the Senate's power grew and its reputation in the Great Ming increased, literati became ever more interested in these new barbarians. The Kun were different from the Eastern barbarians or Mongols, who mostly affected only the frontier. The Kun had an unprecedented impact on all aspects of society. Besides the massive influx of Australian goods, there were also Australian pictures, Australian illustrated magazines, and Australian storybooks. Despite repeated bans by the authorities, these publications circulated widely, with storybooks especially being printed and sold in large numbers. Among common folk, the Kun affairs, and Kun goods were popular topics of conversation. Thus, various notebooks focusing on the Kun had proliferated, some written by those who had traveled to Lingao, some compiled from hearsay and rumor, and some wildly fabricated and sensational. Min Jianlian had encountered such books during his studies at the farm. It was perfectly normal for Liu Sha to possess such a book. Min Janlian casually flipped through several pages, but his expression grew grave. Little Five asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is there something unusual about this notebook?" "It's extremely important." Min Janlian drew a deep breath. "This book must be sent to the contact point and forwarded to Guangzhou without delay." But the most significant secret compartment was concealed behind a brick in the corner of the wall. Had it not been for a veteran lone wolf thief on the team who noticed the brick's edges were somewhat smooth, they might have missed it even after several more searches. Inside lay a bundle of letters. He read through a few. None bore sender or recipient names, only seals. But from the content, he could roughly deduce who the other party was. Several mentioned palace affairs and frequently referred to adoptive father. These were likely Yang Tianliang's letters. He immediately sorted out all the letters bearing the same seal, arranged them by date, and read through them one by one. The earliest letters dated back 4 or 5 years. Their contents were mostly instructions for tasks Yang Tianliang had assigned, as well as responses to Liu Sha's requests for eunuch Yang's assistance. It appeared that even then, Liu Sha and his master Wang Yahao had already been colluding with eunuch Yang, but none of this related to the Leng Ningyun case. It was not until he reached 2 letters from approximately half a year ago that something caught Min Janlian's attention. The first letter stated that, as Liu Sha had requested, he had secured the position of managing eunuch at Nanyuan for eunuch Cao. Eunuch Cao was a relative of Cao Sheng from Zhangjiawan, now the managing eunuch of Nanyuan. Unexpectedly, this managing eunuch position had been arranged through Liu Sha via little eunuch Yang. Stranger still, this letter made no mention of money. In all previous letters where favors were requested, money was invariably mentioned. Sometimes there were even complaints that the payment was too meager, barely sufficient to tribute to the adoptive father, leaving almost nothing for himself. Had little eunuch Yang changed his nature? Reading further, the correspondence grew increasingly frequent. Letters that had once arrived every few months now came every 5 or 6 days. Several urged Liu Sha to raise funds. From the tone, it seemed Yang was desperate to curry favor with some important figure and needed to procure a very expensive piece of Australian merchandise. He specifically mentioned that Leng Ningyun was a miserly wretch, who not only refused to offer the item as tribute, but would only give an 80% discount on the price. Thus, he deserved to die and had brought it upon himself. He also told Liu Sha that opportunity knocks but once. This was a perfect chance to offer flowers to Buddha. Min Janlian frowned in thought. This did not add up. 3 or 4 months ago, Leng Ningyun had been perfectly well, serving as DeLong's chief manager. How could there have been talk of deserved to die or brought it upon himself? Could little eunuch Yang have foreseen what was to come? And this opportunity knocks but once. Could that refer to Wang Yahao's scheme to kidnap Leng Ningyun? It seemed little eunuch Yang was not merely involved in the kidnapping, but deeply embedded in it. The subsequent letters mentioned that Nanyuan currently housed over 10,000 scattered castrated men, among whom were several capable and strong men with bandit backgrounds. But selecting suitable ones would require time. More crucially, there needed to be sufficient money and provisions. Liu Sha was to find a way to procure them. Moreover, from these letters, it was clear Liu Sha had not given an honest confession. He was deeply connected to the eunuchs of Nanyuan and was likely organizing armed forces among the castrated men there. Liu Xiaobian and the several eunuchs were probably part of this armed group. Their visit to the scene had probably been to assess Helian Sheng's strength. He continued reading. The later letters became sparse in content, relying mostly on code words and substitute terms. But Min Janlian could roughly discern that they discussed arrangements following the kidnapping. The letters mentioned how to deal with Wang Yahao. Regarding Liu Sha's concern that Helian Sheng's estate in Hadian was too heavily fortified to attack by force, the reply assured him there were arrangements in place. Turning to the next letter, he read a few lines, then his eyes went wide. He stared intently at the paper, reading it through several times. A smile slowly spread across his face as he murmured to himself, "Good, good, got you now." End of chapter. Chapter 27-24. The Capital, Part 80. Four characters stood out prominently on the letter. Mushi Daoran, the Stonewood Taoist. This name had risen to infamy within the Senate's intelligence network over recent years. Ever since the witchcraft case, Mushi Daoran had surfaced again and again, with many major investigations pointing vaguely toward this figure. The Political Security Bureau strongly suspected this person was either Stone Elder himself or his agent. Yet to this day, not a single lead on Stone Elder had materialized. The organization remained shrouded in impenetrable fog. And now, letters mentioning this very person had been discovered among Liu Sha's correspondence. This amounted to an announcement that Liu Sha had maintained direct contact with the Stonewood Taoist, and that Wang Yehao was very likely the mastermind behind the entire organization. The letter in his hands alone constituted a major breakthrough. The letter came from Mushi Daoran himself, warning Liu Sha that the Kun were turning the capital upside down in their search for him. The reward for his capture had been raised to 1,000 taels, with even tips worth 100 taels. Under such circumstances, even the Lord's influence might not prevent someone from taking the risk. This was especially true now that anyone could purchase a ticket into Kun territory. Special attention, therefore, needed to be paid to internal control, lest the guards succumb to temptation and betray them. "Since that's how it is, old fellow, you leave me no choice," Ming Dynasty thought. He would have to pry this man's mouth completely open. He immediately ordered his subordinates to keep a close watch on Liu Sha and prevent him from taking his own life. Zhou Ruolan asked, "Do we withdraw now or stay?" "We stay. Just send back the important information. You go rest. Tonight we'll thoroughly interrogate this old fellow. 9 chances out of 10 he knows where Senator Leng is." "Go to Nanyuan." Wu Cheng was bewildered. "What's there to do in that godforsaken place?" "I have my reasons for going. I'll give you 100 taels of silver. Will you go or not?" Wu Cheng gulped. 100 taels. In 3 years in the capital he couldn't earn 100 taels, but he had been in the capital long enough. Though he wasn't a Jianghu man himself, as a Taoist he had considerable contact with those who were. He had heard something about Leng Ningyun's kidnapping and Helian Sheng's reward for finding him. With his years of experience, he naturally understood there was far more to this than met the eye. Better to stay uninvolved. "Well," he said, feigning indifference, "what's so interesting about that wretched place?" "Inside it's nothing but wild meadows, stinking ponds, dense forests, and plenty of wild beasts. That would be bad enough, but now they've settled several thousand castrated men in there too. Each one is utterly lawless. It's like a dance of demons in there. Just tell me whether you'll go or not." Li Rufeng smiled. The smile carried an unmistakable edge of threat. Well." Wu Cheng grew flustered. He steeled himself and said, "It's not that I refuse to go, it's just that the interior is a royal garden. All 4 gates are guarded by imperial troops. If I bring 1 or 2 people, this face of mine might pass muster. But more people, I'm afraid it won't work. Please understand, Chief Escort Li." "Old Wu, do you take me for a greenhorn? I certainly don't know Nanyuan's interior as well as you do. But when it comes to getting in and out, the beggars and robbers on the streets aren't all strolling through the Great Red Gate, are they?" During the Ming Dynasty, Nanyuan had possessed 4 garden gates. The Great Red Gate to the north served as the main entrance. To the south lay the South Red Gate, to the East Red Gate, and to the West Red Gate. Each was guarded by capital garrison troops. But because Nanyuan had been neglected for so long, the guards were scarcely present. The 120-li earthen wall encircling the perimeter had suffered numerous collapses from lack of repair. More than a dozen gaps of various sizes now pierced it, all of them passable. Wu Cheng kept smiling apologetically and made excuses about having business that would take him out of the capital for half a month. Li Rufeng refused to let him slip away. He drew his knife and flourished it briefly. Now Wu Cheng had no choice but to agree to lead them into the garden. "Let me be frank. Although this garden is neglected, it remains a royal place. Whatever you gentlemen do inside, you must exercise caution. Look how frightened you are." Li Rufeng laughed and clapped him on the back. "We're not highway bandits. We do the honest work of escorting and guarding. We're only going to Nanyuan out of necessity. Help us succeed and you'll be well rewarded." Wu Cheng smiled bitterly. "Yes, yes, I understand. Since you've agreed to guide us, let me fill you in." Li Rufeng had barely begun when Wu Cheng cut him off. "Chief Escort, please don't fill me in on anything. Just tell me what you want to know, where you want to go, and what you're looking for. I don't wish to hear a single extra word." Li Rufeng laughed. "So you're an old hand too. The waters of the Yangding River run too deep, and there are too many immortals," Wu Cheng said. "Though the rice in the capital is hard to swallow, I'd still like to eat it for a few more years. First, tell me about the situation inside Nanyuan." Even Helian Sheng knew little about Nanyuan. The reason was simple. Not only was it a royal garden, but it was simply too vast. Few ordinary people bothered with it, and even criminals rarely ventured there. This place was formerly called Fangfei Bo, the Release Hawk Marsh. It was where the Yuan emperors released their hunting eagles. Inside, there's still a stone platform called the Eagle-Airing Platform, supposedly used for drying the feathers of gerfalcons. It wasn't until our dynasty that it was renamed Nanhazi, the Southern Lake Enclosure. The name Nanhazi derived from the 5 hazy or lakes within its bounds. Since there was also a northern lake in the imperial city, this royal garden came to be known as the Southern Lake. Nanyuan had 4 gates: the North Red Gate, South Red Gate, East Red Gate, and West Red Gate. Over time, palaces, traveling lodges, and administrative offices were gradually constructed inside, managed by dispatched eunuchs and officials. There was a superintendent's office for the Upper Forest Park. This superintendent's office is near the Great Red Gate in the north. The current steward is Eunuch Cao. The superintendent's office for the Upper Forest Park was not one of the 24 offices. It was a cold, idle position within the palace hierarchy, essentially excluded from the court's power circles. But because Nanyuan had sea households, official farmland, and various revenues from hunting, timber, and fishing, it remained quite attractive to senior eunuchs who couldn't advance through the main ranks. Thus, obtaining this position required pulling strings and flattering superiors. This eunuch Cao reportedly curried favor with the seal-holding eunuch of the bell and drum office and obtained the position through his connections. So eunuch Cao had this connection to eunuch Yang. Li Rufeng nodded slightly. "How many eunuchs are inside now?" "The official count is around 100, but in practice only 20 or 30 come on duty each day. More arrive during summer and autumn when collecting official rents." Eunuch Cao himself rarely comes to the office. He merely sends a lesser eunuch to pick up and deliver documents each day. He only appears in person for urgent official business. Besides these 100-odd eunuchs, there were 300 or 400 auxiliary workers hired from among the capital's idlers. Originally, there hadn't been many such workers, but because Nanyuan housed castrated men, many more had been hired under the pretense of looking after them. About 100 were on duty daily. "How many garrison troops are on duty?" Wu Cheng looked at him with some alarm but didn't dare refuse to answer. 80 at each gate. Soldiers from the upper 12 guards take turns on duty." At this, Wu Cheng couldn't help asking, "Chief Escort Li, what exactly are you planning to do?" Li Rufeng smiled. "Something important. Don't worry, it won't involve the authorities. Though Nanyuan is neglected, it remains a royal garden. Please be careful in your actions." Wu Cheng offered more advice before continuing. Whether eunuchs, auxiliary workers, or guards, most gathered at the gatehouses and offices near the 4 gates. Few ventured elsewhere. The reason was that Nanyuan now housed many castrated men who couldn't enter the palace. They roamed Nanyuan in gangs, hunting wild animals and occasionally slipping out through the gaps to beg aggressively, steal, or even commit robbery in the capital and nearby counties and villages. The managing eunuchs were supposed to strictly supervise them, but in reality they did nothing, only embezzling and pocketing relief money and grain. Where do these several thousand castrated men live? They can't sleep outdoors every night, can they? They live in the sea households' houses. When Emperor Chengzu of the Yongle era established Nanyuan, he had specifically relocated households from several northern provinces to guard and maintain the garden. These were called heihu, sea households, totaling 1,600 in number, each allocated 24 mu of land. These 1,600 sea households lived in various sea household villages throughout Nanyuan. The two largest were near the North Red Gate and East Red Gate. Besides those, 7 or 8 smaller village settlements lay scattered inside. There were supposedly 1,600 sea households, but because official exploitation was crushingly heavy, many had fled or died out over the years. Now barely 1/10 of the original residents remained in each village. The official farmland lay fallow, rendering the interior deeply desolate. Many villages had been abandoned entirely, and castrated men had moved in like magpies seizing empty nests. Though many village houses had collapsed into broken walls and rubble, it was still better than sleeping in the wilderness. Some gangs, relying on their strength, had even seized empty official buildings within the garden. These castrated men are extremely difficult to deal with, Wu Cheng warned. Everyone says the barefoot don't fear those with shoes. These men have lost even they're utterly reckless. Fights and killings happen there every day. When someone dies, they don't even bother with burial. They just toss the body in the forest or meadow. Within 10 days or so, wild boars and wolves have devoured it. The garrison and eunuchs inside don't dare get involved. After hearing this account, Li Rufeng thought for a moment and asked, "Do you know the locations of all these villages?" "I know the large ones. As for the villages deep inside, to be honest, I've never been there." Wu Cheng's eyes flickered. 10 taels of silver for each one you take us to. There are roads between the villages. Following the roads, we should be able to reach them. Wu Cheng swallowed. "But chief escort, you'll need to assign me 2 escort masters specifically, and we'll need a mule." Li Rufeng threw his head back and laughed. "Done, don't worry." Having come this far, he felt he could speak more plainly. He asked with great seriousness, "Taoist, if you had to hide someone, where in Nanyuan would you hide them?" End of chapter. Chapter 27-25. The Capital, Part 81. Wu Cheng considered for a moment before speaking. Hiding someone isn't a matter of 1 or 2 days, so they certainly wouldn't keep him in meadows or forests. Most likely, he's being held in a building somewhere. There were countless structures throughout Nanyuan. The offices, guardhouses, and villages alone accounted for over 1,000 buildings. Scattered within the grounds were also several hundred empty or abandoned official buildings and temples. If it were me, I'd hide the person in a temple. Most of the villages had been abandoned and were now inhabited by lawless castrated men. Concealing someone there posed 2 problems. First, it compromised secrecy. Second, it invited trouble. The offices and guardhouses had too many people and too many watchful eyes. The auxiliary workers and soldiers were mostly local riffraff who could easily let information slip. Those locations were equally unsuitable. The most likely places are the temples inside Nanyuan. Yuanling Palace. Li Rufeng shook his head. That's an imperially commissioned temple, not far from the Great Red Gate. Palace eunuchs come and go constantly. If a cat caught a mouse in there, the capital would hear about it. How could anyone hide a person there? You don't realize, chief escort, besides Yuanling Palace, there are more than 10 other temples and palaces inside. You only know the most famous one. Li Rufeng was hearing this for the first time. He said with surprise, "No one but imperial relatives and sea households can enter. What do the monks and Taoists in those temples eat?" "Originally, they received imperial provisions," Wu Cheng explained. "But since the emperor no longer visits the garden, life inside has grown quite hard. Many temples have fallen into ruin. Hiding someone there would be the safest option." He enumerated the temples within the garden one by one. Guandi Temple, 7 Sages Temple, Earth God Temple, Zhenwu Temple, Dragon Spirit Temple, Medicine King Temple, Dragon King Temple, Horse Spirit Temple, Dizang Nunnery, Bodhisattva Temple, and others. By careful count, There were probably more than 20, all constructed by the authorities over the years. That's far too many. Li Rufeng frowned. Setting aside whether the person was even there, even if he was, these temples lay scattered throughout Nanyuan. Searching them all would require considerable effort. Taking too long would inevitably alert whoever was guarding the hostage. Most of these temples no longer have abbots or even monks or Taoists. If they wanted to hide someone, wouldn't it be inconvenient without a caretaker? Li Rufeng studied Wu Qing for a moment. Old Wu, I don't believe you've been an honest Taoist. The tricks of the Jianghu are much the same. Even without practicing the trade, one learns from watching. Wu Qing smiled. Looking at it this way, there are only 5 temples where they could feasibly hide someone. The most likely is Ningyu Temple. Ningyu Temple was actually the Earth God Temple, imperially commissioned to worship the Earth God of the lake enclosure. In ordinary villages, Earth God temples were usually nothing more than brick and stone shrines by the roadside. The finer ones might be single-room buildings. But the Earth God Temple in Nanyuan was vastly different. A 3-bay mountain gate, a 3-bay main hall, a 5-bay rear hall, and 3-bay east and west side halls. Quite impressive. Because it was an Earth God Temple and the presiding Taoist had originally been a palace eunuch, they could still receive some money and rice from the palace each month. Its location was not far from the Eaglearing platform, remote with few visitors yet conveniently accessible. There are several other temples that might serve, but Ningyu Temple occupies the best position. Very well, we'll begin the search with Ningyu Temple. How many days has it been since we invited Senator Leng here? Zhou Lezhai suddenly asked. Liu Zhao started slightly and answered vaguely, nearly half a month, I suppose. It's been 20 days. Zhou Lezhai tapped his palm lightly with his fan, frowning. Has the follow-up letter been sent? It has. Then why have we heard nothing? Don't tell me they don't want this Senator Leng back. A hint of anxiety showed in Zhou Lezhai's eyes. Mountains and passes separate us. Travel back and forth takes time and effort. This man surnamed Wu wouldn't dare make decisions on his own. He has to consult with Lingao before acting. Moreover, this is a major matter. The Kun might even send someone to take charge. A round trip takes at least half a month. Getting a result within 2 months would already be fast. Liu Zhao offered reassurance. Zhou Lezhai nodded reluctantly. Geographic distance was always a significant obstacle, not to mention the Australians' inefficient system. Major policies couldn't be dictated by one man. They required discussion and voting by the group. For a topic like peace negotiations, it probably wouldn't yield results without 10 days or half a month of debate. Though his master had often extolled the benefits of group decision-making, in Zhou Lezhai's view, the Kun suffered from severe internal friction. If not for this peculiar group deliberation system, if they had an emperor or a prime minister with true power, they probably would have conquered Jiangnan long ago. In a way, this was also the great Ming's blessing. Sir, do you think the Kun will agree to peace talks? Liu Zhao seemed quite worried. About a 60% chance, Zhou Lezhai said. Senators hold extremely high status, not comparable to powerful relatives or eunuchs. As long as we have Leng Ningyan in hand, they must remain wary. Even if they only play along, they have to put on a show. But, correct, for the court this is merely prolonging the inevitable. But as long as we can hold out for now, circumstances may shift. The factional struggles among the Kun are fierce. Any matter can be wielded to attack one's rivals. No matter how the Leng Ningyan affair concludes, the Senate won't settle it without arguing for 7 days and 7 nights. Zhou Lezhai smiled with disdain. As far as I know, quite a few among the Kun have no desire to fight the court. They would rather sail to the southern or eastern seas to plunder people and treasure. Now that Leng Ningyan has been captured, this gives them the perfect excuse. It's not impossible they'll change direction entirely. Is that really true? Liu Zhao asked in surprise. Zhou Lezhai nodded. It is absolutely true. Moreover, though the Kun have taken Liangguang, they've expended incalculable material and financial resources. Their military and civilian strength is stretched to its limit. That's why the proposal to go south is gaining momentum. The court situation today could be called besieged on all sides. But as long as the court's orders can still reach everywhere if there's breathing room and if capable people enter the cabinet, there may yet be a chance. Are you referring to the Mr. Zhang who visited the Lord a few days ago? Naturally, Zhou Lezhai said. Don't be deceived by Mr. Zhang having no official position. His power is no less than a cabinet minister's. Even our Chief Grand Secretary Wen treats him with courtesy. Chief Grand Secretary Wen's position is also one favoring appeasement. Yes, but he doesn't dare say so openly, Zhou Lezhai replied. The one who wants appeasement most is probably the emperor himself, yet he absolutely cannot admit it. Then why not have Chief Grand Secretary Wen gather several ministers to submit a joint memorial? Chief Grand Secretary Wen doesn't dare. Zhou Lezhai shook his head. Such a proposal would be too humiliating for the court. Wen has made many enemies at court over the years. If he memorializes for peace, he would probably drown in the spittle of criticism. And unfortunately, the emperor again. He didn't continue, but Liu Zhao understood his meaning. After a moment's thought, Liu Zhao said, that may not be the case. Chief Grand Secretary Wen has been in the cabinet for 7 years, and the emperor has staunchly supported him despite court criticism. Everyone says the emperor is plague-struck. Times have changed. Chief Grand Secretary Wen's position isn't so secure now, Zhou Lezhai said. If he isn't more careful, he probably won't last until next year as Chief Grand Secretary. Though Liu Zhao was accustomed to his predictions, this casual remark still filled him with awe, because over the years, Mr. Zhou had never been wrong about major court affairs. If that's so, who else can propose appeasing the Kun? It doesn't matter who proposes it. The key is having enough people at court support it to overpower the war faction. And someone in the palace must shield the ministers who support peace talks before the emperor. Tell me, is that difficult? Doesn't that mean we must also curry favor with the powerful eunuchs in the palace? Exactly so, Zhou Lezhai smiled. Sir, you accomplish what others cannot, Liu Zhao said flatteringly. Zhou Lezhai smiled faintly. He knew that over the years, his position within Wang Yehao's circle had been rising, simply because he could interpret the heavenly book left by his master. Come to think of it, Lord Wang's current actions were somewhat connected to the predictions in that heavenly book. The great Ming's edifice was on the verge of collapse. Once it fell, this wouldn't merely be a change of dynasty, it would mean the eternal doom of Chinese civilization. But such things couldn't be explained to people like Liu Zhao. They were merely tools. Explaining too clearly would only frighten them. Liu Zhao said, if the Kun proactively propose peace talks, the court's dignity would be preserved. Even if the conditions are demanding, the emperor might be able to accept. Exactly so. As they conversed, a young man suddenly hurried in and whispered a few words in Liu Zhao's ear. Liu Zhao started. Really? Zhou Lezhai knew this youth was Su Yang, a disciple Liu Sha had taken in, an orphan by origin. Usually he stayed at his master's side. Only when Liu Sha traveled elsewhere did he remain in the capital. Su Yang nodded, then bowed and withdrew. What is it? Zhou Lezhai asked with concern. Liu Sha now served as the operational commander. His every move affected success or failure. Liu Sha hasn't sent anyone with a letter, Liu Zhao said, his voice laced with worry. After Liu Sha went to Tangzhou, he would dispatch someone to the capital every 3 days with a letter, exchanging intelligence with Liu Zhao and coordinating their actions. Today was the appointed day for sending a letter. Tangzhou lay only 40 li from the capital. A fast walker could make the round trip in a day. The messenger had set out on horseback in the morning and should have reached the contact point in the capital before noon. Now the sun had already passed its zenith, but the messenger had not arrived. Perhaps the messenger was delayed on the road. Zhou Lezhai offered. These past few days, the messenger has always arrived before noon, Liu Zhao said anxiously. The road from the capital to Tangzhou is a major thoroughfare under the sun of heaven's eyes. Traveling in broad daylight, nothing should happen. Hearing this, Zhou Lezhai grew suspicious as well. Liu Sha was an extremely cautious person. He would never lightly change agreed-upon arrangements. "I know Brother Liu. He's most meticulous in handling matters," Zhou Lezhai said. "But there have been some flaws in recent operations. I'm worried. I'll immediately send someone from the capital toward Tangzhou to investigate along the way. Will there be time?" "By horse, they can definitely reach Tangzhou before nightfall," Liu Zhao said. "I'll also dispatch 2 more on foot to see if the first ones missed anything. They won't make it to Tangzhou tonight, so they'll stay halfway and continue tomorrow." End of chapter. Chapter 27-26, The Capital, Part 82. Shortly after Liu Zhao departed, Zhou Lezhai began pacing circles in the courtyard, an old habit of his. Whenever anxiety gripped him, this rhythmic movement brought calm. His master had taught him the technique long ago. His mood was deeply troubled. Kidnapping Leng Ningyun had been a gamble from the start. If the plan were exposed, the peace talks would not merely fail. The entire position he had painstakingly cultivated for Lord Wang over many years would collapse in an instant. The Australians were cunning by nature, supremely skilled in schemes and espionage. They would exploit the slightest flaw. Could Liu Sha's sudden silence mean something had gone wrong? A shudder ran through him at the thought. Liu Sha occupied a central position in this operation. If he was lost, the entire plan would unravel immediately. Worse still, it would put Zhou Lezhai himself in danger. Of course, Liu Sha did not know his location, just as he did not know Liu Sha's whereabouts in Tangzhou. But once the enemy captured Liu Sha, he could hardly count on the man's loyalty. Following the vines, they would eventually find traces leading back to him. With this realization, he could no longer remain calm. "Wang Zhai," he called out immediately. Wang Zhai had been busy in the gatehouse. Hearing the summons, he ran over at once. "Sir, pack up immediately. We're leaving this place." Wang Zhai started in surprise. "Sir, our lease isn't up yet. If we leave now, what do we tell the monks? And you still have scheduled clinic appointments." "Write a note and hang it on the door," Zhou Lezhai instructed. "Say we had urgent business and return to our hometown for now, but we'll be back soon. Tell the monks to keep the house for us. Rent is paid through the end of the year. Leave everything unnecessary where it is. Bring only the essentials." "Yes," Wang Zhai acknowledged, then asked, "Sir, where are we moving to?" "The lodging in the western part of the city." For safety, besides the old residence at Wanggong Factory in the southern city, Zhou Lezhai had secretly purchased a small courtyard in the western city as an emergency refuge. Several people in Wang Yao's group knew about the southern city residence. Before launching this operation, he had quietly moved his family from the Wanggong Factory house to that hidden location. He practiced medicine at Qingxiao Temple as a contact point. Now that Liu Sha's whereabouts were unknown, if he had been captured, the southern city residence would certainly be raided, and this place would not be safe either. "Leave someone at the temple to watch for anyone who comes asking questions," Zhou Lezhai added. "Also send someone to notify Wang Liang." "Yes, sir." "This is the Nanyuan Earth God Temple?" Li Rufeng asked in surprise. "It is," Wu Cheng confirmed. "Wasn't this temple imperially commissioned? How has it fallen into such disrepair? The emperor hasn't come here in over 100 years. The superintendent's office itself is falling apart. Who would care about an imperially commissioned Earth God Temple?" Wu Cheng said with feeling. "At least the buildings haven't collapsed." Ningyu Temple was in terrible condition. Many years ago, when the emperor still frequently drove to Nanyuan for horseback hunts, this temple had thrived with incense offerings. But for nearly a century now, no one had paid it any attention. Though decrepit, the temple's scale remained impressive. Dozens of ancient scholar trees and willows grew bare around it, their branches swaying in the cold wind. The terrain was not exactly treacherous, but the surroundings consisted entirely of empty wilderness and marshes. Anyone approaching would be noticed by those inside. So several li away, they halted their advance and chose a densely wooded area to conceal themselves, observing through binoculars. The temple appeared surrounded by wild grassland, but a careful look revealed large stretches of marshes and waterways on the north and east sides, now frozen solid. Withered yellow reeds trembled in the cold wind. This place lay only about 5 li from the eagle-airing platform, a water country within Nanyuan. Li Rufeng felt a chill of alarm. If the kidnapping had occurred during the spring or summer floods, the villains would not have needed temples or buildings at all. A small boat hidden among these 1,000 mu of reed marshes would truly have been a needle in the ocean. Now that the marshes and waterways had frozen over, while it made it easier for the villains to keep watch, it also left them nowhere to flee. The temple halls had become dens for foxes and rats. Thorns choked the courtyard and dust coated the pavilions. The roof gaped open to the sky, and crumbling walls had become doorways. Left unattended, the complex would eventually be swallowed by the encroaching wilderness. Yet like a centipede that keeps twitching after death, this ancient temple of over 10 bays still offered shelter from wind and rain. The cleared vegetable garden, the roughly patched walls, and wisps of black smoke drifting into the sky made it clear that people still lived inside. Deep winter had set in. No one stirred outside. From the smoking chimneys, Li Rufeng could tell at least 3 or 4 rooms were still occupied. Suddenly, a horse whinnied from within the temple, followed by several answering calls. Li Rufeng started in surprise. There were horses inside. Wu Cheng grew alert as well. Before Li Rufeng could speak, he muttered, "Why are there horses? Old Wu, how many people live in this temple?" "Just the abbot and his 2 disciples," Wu Cheng replied. "All former eunuchs. The abbot is very old, the disciples are both past 50. They spent their whole lives muddling through in the palace. Now they stay here collecting a little money and rice to scrape by." "Good." Li Rufeng felt a spark of excitement. If there were only 3 people, there could not possibly be 3 or 4 heating stoves. Though firewood was not hard to find in Nanyuan, these men were all elderly, and gathering wood was no easy task. They could not afford to be so wasteful. "Good my ass." Wu Cheng wore only a ragged cotton jacket covered in patches. He had mustered the courage to venture into the wilderness in this season only because the escort bureau had given him an old sheepskin vest, but even that could not withstand the biting wind of the northern wilds. Shivering, he wiped his runny nose with his sleeve. "Are you done looking? If so, let's hurry to the next place." "Don't rush," Li Rufeng chuckled. These Australian binoculars truly worked well. He could see clearly from several li away. Perhaps because of the freezing cold, there were no signs of hidden sentries around the temple perimeter. But atop the dilapidated gate tower, he spotted a man in black crouching behind broken lattice panels. A small brazier sat before him. From time to time, he rubbed his hands and blew on them for warmth. A ruined temple housing 3 impoverished eunuch Taoists. Obviously no one would hire someone specifically to keep watch. Who this person was needed no further explanation. Li Rufeng immediately signaled his subordinates. "Approach from 3 sides for observation." 3 escort masters slipped away at once. Seeing this, Wu Cheng grew alarmed and said in a low voice, "Chief Escort, are you going to? Big things are happening." Li Rufeng declared, "If we succeed, you'll have your share of the fortune." This. Wu Cheng began trembling involuntarily. "If there's going to be fighting, I'd rather not have my share." He was about to say leave, but seeing the killing intent already filling Li Rufeng's eyes, he swallowed his words. "How many people can the temple house at most?" Li Rufeng asked sharply. "About 20, 21 or 29. In winter, at most 20, Wu Cheng stammered. "Besides the main gate, where else can people enter and exit?" Wu Cheng's expression turned pained. "There's a door in the back. After it collapsed, the abbot blocked it up. There are side gates on both the east and west sides, also locked every day." "When was the last time you came here?" "Not since winter set in." "This place is remote and there's no profit to be had, right? You understand, sir, I can't live without worldly sustenance." Li Rufeng now felt certain that Lang Ningyun was hidden here, but he had brought only 7 or 8 escort masters to explore Nanyuan. If there were 20 people inside, he was not confident he could take the place in a single stroke. The people inside also had horses. If they put Senator Ling on horseback and rode away, his group could never catch up. After about half an hour, the 3 escort masters sent to reconnoiter returned with their report. The north, west, and east sides showed nothing unusual. There were no hidden sentries outside the temple. All 3 doors were closed. At the dock behind, a boat sat frozen into the marsh. Li Rufeng immediately left 3 people to monitor the site while he led the others by the shortest route out of Nanyuan. He needed to gather more men. The temple was dilapidated with few buildings, but more than 20 people had gathered inside. Sneaking in quietly for a surprise attack was virtually impossible. The only option now was to mass superior forces and rush in all at once to protect Senator Leng's safety. Fortunately, the enemy considered Senator Leng precious cargo and would not easily kill him. As long as their side moved quickly enough, all would be well. He immediately dispatched someone by fast horse to Hadian to notify Liao Sanyang, while also gathering more men. The purpose of notifying Liao Sanyang was not to summon her as reinforcement, but to have her guard the silver carefully. According to intelligence from Ming Dynasty squad, the enemy had their eye on the silver at the estate and planned to take it by wit. They had to be extra vigilant. Helian Sheng had over 100 people in total, counting both escort masters and hired hands. About a third were stationed at the Hadian estate guarding the silver. Over 10 more were at Dalong Bank providing protection, though with Shunchen Prefecture's seals on the doors, no one would dare touch it, so few hands were needed. The remaining 50-odd people took shifts roaming throughout the city, gathering leads. Li Rufeng decided against recalling them immediately. It would be too conspicuous. Instead, he would wait until after the evening drum. The capital maintained its nightly curfew as usual, and the escort masters who had gone out would have to return to the bureau. That evening, an escort master came to report. The messenger escort and Little Bazzi have returned. Li Rufeng was privately puzzled. If Liao Sanyang had a message, she could simply have the messenger escort bring it back. Why send this youth specifically? Chief escort. Little Bazzi bowed deeply. I bring a message from Lady Sanyang. He then recited the message word for word. Lady Sanyang now understood the situation and would guard carefully. She asked the chief escort to proceed boldly. Understood. Li Rufeng nodded. Go rest. Lady Sanyang also said, please look after me, chief escort. With that, he dropped to his knees. Li Rufeng started in surprise, then immediately grasped Liao Sanyang's intent. He laughed and lightly kicked Little Bazzi. You little monkey, gone just a few days and you've already grabbed onto Lady Sanyang's thick thigh. Please grant it, chief escort, Little Bazzi said loudly. Fine, Li Rufeng nodded. I agree, now go get some sleep. End of chapter. Chapter 27. The Capital Part 83. That night, just past the second watch, Li Rufeng summoned the bureau manager without warning. Old Zheng, tell the kitchen to start cooking 1 portion per head. Half a gin of stewed meat each, 2 gin of wheat flour cakes, and prepare 50 wine gourds all filled with strong liquor. Cooking? Now, Old Zheng started in surprise. The escort bureau never conducted business at night, much less ventured out. Doing so only invited trouble. That's right, cooking. Li Rufeng's eyes gleamed bright and razor-sharp. Wake every escort master resting in their rooms. Full equipment, weapons ready. No one wears clothing with our insignia, carries personal effects, or brings weapons bearing identifying marks. No noise, no lights. 15 minutes, everyone assembles in the main hall. Old Zheng understood immediately. The bureau had a major operation tonight. He roused himself and first woke the servants under his command, then dispatched men room by room to rouse the others. Not counting the servants, the bureau had 55 combat-capable men, escort masters and hired fighters alike. 3 were absent, either on leave visiting home or stranded outside the city, unable to return in time. In exactly 15 minutes, the main hall was packed with a sea of heads. The lamps had not been turned up, leaving the hall dim, faces indistinct. An eerie tension hung in the air. Li Rufeng clasped his fists and bowed to the assembly. Greetings, brothers. Everyone present knew that a summons at this hour meant secret business. No one spoke. They merely returned his salute with clasped fists, producing a collective swish that rippled through the hall. Calling you up in the dead of night is for an urgent matter. Li Rufeng's gaze swept across the gathered men. I don't need to spell it out, you all know. For the past month, our entire bureau has been consumed with one task. Though they had been ordered to keep silent, a low murmur still rose among them. Now we have the information we need. It's time for us brothers to show our skills. Shortly I will lead a team to rescue the hostage. I need 40 men to fight. He paused, letting that sink in. I know you're all brave souls who want this honor, but the bureau cannot be left unguarded. So everyone will draw lots. Those who draw go, come with me. Those who draw stay, remain here to guard the bureau. As he spoke, someone brought forward a jar. Everyone drew in turn, and soon they had divided into 2 groups, 40 to depart, 12 to remain. Regardless of whether they drew go or stay, every man's expression was complicated. Those who drew go understood that tonight would bring a fight with no guarantee of survival, but afterward the employer would bestow generous rewards. Everything depended on whether you had the fortune to live and enjoy that wealth. Those who drew stay would not have to risk their lives in the bitter cold, true enough, but come tomorrow, when their brothers returned victorious, they could only stand by and watch others count their silver. Li Rufeng studied their faces, then suddenly smiled. What's this? Are those going afraid of dying? Are those staying afraid of missing the reward? Laughter rippled through the hall. Someone immediately called out, what can we do about our rotten luck? The good fortune of getting paid without risking our necks isn't meant for the likes of us. Li Rufeng's voice grew measured and deliberate. That brother speaks well. We venture out fighting through frost and snow just for a few taels of silver. These years, the escorting business has grown harder by the day. It's only thanks to DeLong backing us that we brothers have a bowl of rice to eat, that our families don't suffer cold and hunger, that we can walk respectably down the street where common folk call us constables, sir. Now DeLong's manager Leng is in peril. Rescuing him, by sentiment, it's accepting money and solving problems. By principle, it protects our brothers' livelihoods. He paused briefly before continuing. This rescue mission is extremely dangerous. If any brother doesn't want to go, I will absolutely not force you. Staying to guard the bureau is also a contribution. He scanned the room once more. Seeing that no one spoke, he pressed on. Every person in this hall, whether a full escort master or a good man who has joined us recently, you all know Helian Sheng's rules. I won't repeat them. But regarding this operation, DeLong's Mr. Wu has announced that if the hostage rescue succeeds, the person with the greatest merit receives 1,000 taels. At this, the entire hall stirred violently. Every face now displayed undisguised, greedy joy. Li Rufeng was satisfied with the reaction. Once men's desires were kindled, they would fight for victory of their own accord. He continued, everyone who contributes in battle receives 100 taels. Additional bounty for kills or captures, 50 taels each with no limit. The hall stirred again. The escort masters, somewhat listless from being roused in the middle of the night, now had blood surging through their veins. Had the ban on noise not been in effect, they would likely have been howling loud enough to raise the roof. Those staying behind shouldn't be discouraged either. Tonight's guard duty pays 50 taels for escort masters, 20 taels for servants. The atmosphere in the room grew even more fervent. The escort masters rubbed their fists and palms together, eager to rush out and fight that very instant. Seeing the mood was right, Li Rufeng ordered everyone to rest and eat first, ready to depart at a moment's notice. Everyone eat your fill. Tonight there'll be no sleep, and for the next few days everyone will have to work hard. In the kitchen, the cooks roused themselves and prepared a hearty meal. Each man received a large bowl of stewed meat and 2 jin of wheat flour cakes. Fortunately, it was deep winter, and the cold storeroom behind the building could preserve the meat. Helian Sheng's bureau wasn't located inside the city, but rather in the suburbs outside Kaiyang Gate Street. Kaiyang Gate lay on the eastern side of the capital, its name meaning welcoming the rising sun. Grain from the south traveled along the Beijing-Hangzhou Canal via the Tonghui River to Tongxian, where it was loaded onto carts and brought into the capital through Keiyang Gate. Besides grain, most bulk goods transported on the Grand Canal entered through this gate as well. So situating the escort bureau here was not only convenient for transportation, but also avoided the tight security inside the city walls. After all, escort bureaus dealt primarily with bandits. Li Rufeng ordered all horses and mules in the bureau brought out. With over 40 men mobilizing, complete silence was impossible. If the enemy had eyes nearby and word reached them by fast horse, they would be prepared, and the entire operation would fail. Speed was essential. Over 40 riders departed the bureau. At first, they led their horses slowly. Only when all men and mounts had reached the main road did they swing into their saddles and gallop south. Visibility was poor at night, but fortunately, the roads around the capital were well maintained. No pedestrians or carts traveled the roads at midnight. They needed only to follow the gray traces of the road ahead. For easy identification, each escort master wore luminous strips on chest and back. Thus, after galloping several dozen li, not a single man was lost. When they reached Nanyuan, it was already past the third watch. Wu Cheng had been waiting by the roadside under the escort master's protection. He had spent half the night exposed to the wilderness and was already pale from the cold. Seeing them finally arrive, he was overjoyed. At last, this suffering, even for 1,000 taels, I wouldn't do it a second time. Li Rufeng had no time for pleasantries. He turned to the escort master. What's the situation at Ningyu Temple? All the same. Li Rufeng immediately ordered everyone to pass through a collapsed section of the earthen wall and enter Nanyuan. Everyone dismount. Bring only 6 fast horses, hooves wrapped, bits in mouth. Leave the rest of the horses and mules here. Galloping at night made far too much noise and would alert those inside. It might even draw the garrison troops from the 4 gates. Everyone mask your faces. His voice carried murderous intent. On the road, kill anyone you see. The group pressed through forests and tall grass, moving rapidly. Even Wu Cheng was swept along in the rush. As a Taoist, how could he endure such exertion? But the thought of the 100 taels awaiting him upon success drove him forward. Supported by 2 escort masters, he managed to keep pace with the team. Fortunately, they had this guide. During the day, the escort masters had placed luminous markers along the route according to his directions. The team's progress went unhindered. They reached the outskirts of Ningyu Temple just past 4 o'clock. What's the situation inside the temple? Li Rufeng asked again. Same as before. Li Rufeng gathered several leaders from the group and made brief arrangements. The assault was scheduled for the 5th watch. By then, the sky would carry the first pale light of dawn, good for visibility. The night watchmen inside would be weary, waiting for their shift change, a time when alertness scattered. The situation inside the temple is unclear, and time is pressing. We cannot probe their defenses. He waved his hand, and men spread black cloth curtains around him to block any light. He switched on a hand lantern and spread out a map, a rough sketch of Ningyu Temple drawn from Wu Cheng's descriptions. This temple is quite large. From the mountain gate there are 3 courtyards, but according to old Taoist Wu, the only livable rooms are the main hall and the rear hall. In this cold there won't be more than 20 guards. I estimate most of the guards and the hostage are in the rear courtyard. He used a twig to point at the map. From what we've observed, they have 1 hidden sentry at the front courtyard's mountain gate and 2 lookouts on the main hall roof. The rear courtyard situation is unknown, but there's at least 1 sentry posted there. Chen Kui spoke up. The place isn't large, breaking in won't be difficult, but from this forest to the temple gate is a full half li. As soon as dawn breaks, the moment our brothers leave the tree line, the sentries will spot them. Also, there's no cover around. We can't preposition ambush forces. If we don't act fast enough to surround the whole temple, they might break through. And they have horses, Sun Chengtu added, frowning. If they break out on horseback, though we have horses too, chasing on horseback would make far too much noise. Best to take them inside the temple in one decisive stroke. We use the darkness to hide near the temple first. At first light we move together, Chen Kui said. Signal with a whistling arrow. I volunteer for the vanguard. I'll take down the sentries on the hall roof first. He was from the Maohulu, the climbing specialists. No one was more agile at scaling walls and roofs. Since he had volunteered, Li Rufeng would not go against his wishes. He nodded immediately. Old Liu, you take the archers and watch the perimeter around the temple. Shoot anyone who emerges. Don't let a single one escape. Liu Cheng laughed. Do I need to lead that personally? Let the lads handle it. I'll follow Master Chen up to the roof and provide covering fire. I guarantee no one runs out. With the plan set, Li Rufeng divided his men into 6 teams. 4 archers would watch the east and west sides of the temple. 6 escort masters would wait on horseback as a reserve force. The remaining men split into 2 assault teams, prepared to storm the front and rear gates simultaneously. End of chapter. Chapter 27-28, The Capital Part 85, Winter nights stretched endlessly. Even after the 5th watch, no hint of dawn graced the horizon. Only as the hour of the dragon approached did a pale glow finally seep into the eastern sky. Li Rufeng turned to little Bazzi. Stay close to me. Don't go charging off on your own. Little Bazzi nodded, his face grave. A trace of unease flickered in his eyes. What's the matter? Scared? Little Bazzi swallowed hard. No. By now visibility had improved enough to see clearly. The escort masters lying in ambush outside the temple had lost all cover. There was no time to waste. Li Rufeng drew his bow, knocked a whistling arrow, and loosed it skyward. The signal arrow soared into the air, its piercing shriek slicing through the still winter morning. The escort masters, already in position, sprang to their feet. Each wielded an improvised wooden staff as they charged toward Ningyu Temple. Shrill bamboo whistles sounded simultaneously from the mountain gate and the main hall roof. Li Rufeng shouted, "Move!" A scream rang out from the gate tower. One man, struck by an arrow, toppled and crashed heavily to the ground before them. The mountain gate was surrounded. The escort masters worked in pairs. One braced a wooden pole from behind while the other used it to vault off the wall. In 2 or 3 swift movements, they were atop the gate tower. Immediately, the clash of steel erupted behind the gate, shouts, screams of the wounded. Within moments, the mountain gate swung wide open. Li Rufeng led his men pouring through. 3 or 4 bodies lay strewn across the front courtyard. One man, already wounded, struggled weakly at the base of a wall. 2 men hold the gate, everyone else push forward. Li Rufeng raised his saber, and the escort masters surged eagerly toward the main hall. Chen Kui was the first to scale the main hall roof, but Liu Chang's Wolfang arrows proved faster still. One sentry drew his blade to fight, only to be shot down instantly, rolling along the eaves before crashing to the ground below. Another had been about to meet the attacker with his sword, but suddenly lost his nerve and retreated toward the corner of the roof. Chen Kui ran across the rooftop as if traversing level ground. In a few strides, he caught up and swung his saber, severing the sentry's lower leg in one clean stroke. The man screamed and tumbled from the roof, leaving a long trail of blood smeared across the tiles. Liu Chang had now joined him on the roof. Armed with his carved bow and a full quiver, he took only a moment to survey the battlefield. He crouched low, waved his bow with his left hand, and knocked arrows with his right. Where the bowstring sang, arrows flew like meteors. In the span of a breath, he had loosed 12 wolf-fang arrows. Over a dozen people had gathered in the rear courtyard, but Liu Chang's 12 arrows descended upon them like a meteor shower. The arrows found their marks before the twang of the bowstring or the whistle of their flight could reach their ears. 4 men fell in rapid succession. Amid screams and cries, the others scattered in panic, only to be caught in a pincer attack by escort masters led by Sun Changtu, who had stormed in through the rear gate. Sabers chopped, spears thrust, and all were slain. Li Rufeng led his escort masters in a room-by-room search. Several chambers still harbored remnants of bandits making desperate last stands. Each room they burst into erupted with the clash of blades. They fought their way to the second room at the eastern end. 3 bandits were resisting fiercely on the corridor. Even Sun Changtu, with his formidable strength and expertise at breaching doors, found himself entangled and unable to break free. Li Rufeng sensed something was amiss in that room. Taking advantage of the chaos in the corridor, he slipped past under the eaves with little Bazzi and burst through the door. The room was dim, making it difficult to see. The moment he crossed the threshold, he felt a fierce rush of wind toward his face. Li Rufeng dodged reflexively. A sleeve arrow thudded straight into the doorframe behind him. Gauging by sound and position, Li Rufeng slashed backhanded into the darkness. His blade met resistance, and a hot, sweet-smelling liquid sprayed across his hand. A scream followed. He blinked rapidly, forcing his eyes to adjust. On the Kang inside, a figure lay curled up. The features matched Leng Ningyun. He shouted, "Manager Leng." The person on the Kang stirred and turned toward him. Li Rufeng felt a surge of elation and was about to leap onto the platform when someone emerged suddenly from the corner of the room. With a sinister laugh, the figure said, "The god of wealth I brought, no one's taking him," and thrust his sword at Leng Ningyun. Li Rufeng's heart seized with horror. The room was cramped. If he struck, he would have no room to maneuver. Just as cold sweat broke across his brow, a dark shadow darted from beside him, blocking the attacker and parrying with a blade. He looked closer. It was little Bazzi. But the enemy's force was overwhelming. Though little Bazzi had blocked the sword, he could not withstand the momentum behind it. Li Rufeng watched helplessly as the sword point plunged into little Bazzi's chest. "Little Bazzi!" Li Rufeng cried out. He rushed forward and forced the enemy back with a fierce slash. Blood gushed from little Bazzi's chest. He collapsed instantly beside the Kang. There was no time for rescue. The enemy was already slashing horizontally again. Li Rufeng barely managed to parry in time. His heart tightened. This man's martial arts were no less formidable than his own. He shouted, "Tough target," to call for reinforcements. This was no place for a fair duel. He had to protect Leng Ningyun, which put him at a severe disadvantage in the fight. Fortunately, the enemy had no desire to linger. Seeing that Li Rufeng dared not close in, he kicked open the window lattice and leaped out. Immediately, shouts and the sounds of fierce combat erupted from outside. Li Rufeng had no time to join the melee. He hurried to examine the Kang. It was indeed Leng Ningyun. He wore an ill-fitting cotton robe, slightly too large for him. His hair was somewhat disheveled, though otherwise he appeared clean. Yet he showed no spirit at all, his face blank, his body reclining listlessly on the bedding. Even the intense fighting seemed to hold no interest for him. Li Rufeng recognized the signs. The man had likely been given some drug that weakened the body and dulled the mind. Fortunately, such drugs were rarely fatal. He quickly propped up little Bazzi. Finding him still breathing, he tore open the shirt on his chest and poured wound medicine from his personal supply onto the injury. The wound was not bleeding profusely, but foam bubbled from it. His heart sank. During his training in Lingao, he had learned that chest wounds either ruptured the heart, causing instant death, or damaged the lungs, which was equally dangerous without prompt treatment. Right now, he had no means to save him, and the fighting outside continued. He could only lay little Bazzi on the Kang for the moment and rush out with his blade. Outside was chaos. Li Rufeng charged out to see the man in black had already wounded 2 more people and nearly broken through the encirclement. But Sun Changtu had engaged him, and the two were locked in fierce combat. After just 3 or 5 exchanges, the man in black launched several aggressive thrusts, actually forcing Sun Changtu backward. With a single leap, he was already atop the wall, and in an instant had vaulted over to the other side. "Chase him." Before Li Rufeng's words had faded, the whistle of arrows filled the air, followed by the heavy thud of a body falling. The escort masters gave chase. Moments later, Sun Changtu dragged the man back. One wolf-fang arrow through the spine, another embedded in his lower leg. The arrow in the back was unmistakably Liu Chang's handiwork. Li Rufeng had long heard tales of the man's exceptional archery. This was the first time he had witnessed his true skill. "He's still alive. Bandage him and bring him." By now, the fighting inside the temple was dying down. Escort masters searched every corner. Li Rufeng leaned against a corridor pillar, gasping for breath as though all strength had drained from his body. The others had come simply to fight. Only he bore the weight of 1,000 jin. If they had not found Senator Ling today, or if something had gone wrong, he would have had to take his own life in atonement. A lead escort master approached to report that the battle was over and all areas had been searched. 17 bandits killed, 5 captured alive, 2 of them women. Also 3 Taoists from the temple, all seized. What are our losses? 2 killed, 9 wounded. He hesitated. And little Bazzi, I'm afraid he won't make it. Li Rufeng nodded. Since taking up this line of work, he had experienced the deaths of many comrades. His heart had long grown calloused, but this boy's fate touched him deeply. As long as he hasn't stopped breathing, bandage him. He gave his orders. Have everyone search this place thoroughly, especially for documents. Pack everything and take it with us. Our people, dead or alive, all come with us. Those who can't walk, ride horses or mules. Prisoners who can walk, bring them along. Those who can't, kill them. He glanced at the sky, already fully bright. We shouldn't linger here. What about the bodies? Leave them. Someone will take care of it. Li Rufeng stretched his aching back. Departing from Nanyuan, Li Rufeng did not head straight back to the bureau, nor did he follow the main road east. Instead, he took the western route. About 10 li away, in a market town, stood a mule-end horse belonging to Helian Sheng. They rested there while treating the wounded. He also ordered the kitchen to prepare mung bean and licorice soup. Once it was ready, he personally carried a bowl to Leng Ningyun's room. Chief, this is mung bean and licorice soup. It clears heat and removes toxins. Please drink a bowl. It will calm and soothe your nerves. Here is also a Niu Wang Kingsin pill. Take it after you've had some porridge later. This was not sycophancy, but the escort bureau's accumulated wisdom in rescuing hostages. Most rescued tickets had suffered greatly. Even if treated well during captivity, they had still endured days of terror. Suddenly rescued, their emotions were bound to fluctuate wildly. Going mad, sudden death, acute illness, all were common occurrences. Thus escort bureaus kept medicines on hand to calm nerves and reduce internal heat. Leng Ningyun recognized Li Rufeng. He nodded slightly. Thank you for your trouble. I would not dare claim credit, Chief. Your ordeal is also my failing. Li Rufeng remained humble, showing no trace of pride. This is merely my small atonement. You people from the escort bureau are all quite articulate. Leng Ningyun managed a faint smile. Last night these bandits gave me something. My body is weak and my mind drifts in and out of clarity. Just now on the road, the cool wind actually helped me feel somewhat better. Please do not worry, Chief. It is merely an anesthetic the bandits commonly use. Once the effects wear off, you will be fine. Li Rufeng thought to himself. That was far too close. The temple had horses, mules, and even a mule sedan. They had drugged Leng Ningyun beforehand in preparation. If he had arrived even a step later, the chief would have been moved today. Not only would he have come up empty-handed, but finding him again would have been virtually impossible. Seeing that Leng Ningyun had nothing more to say, he asked, "Are there any further orders, Chief?" "Send someone immediately with a letter to DeLong. Notify Wu Kaidi that I have escaped danger. Have him make the necessary preparations." "Yes, I will see to it at once." "Also, find someone to brief me in detail on everything that has happened during this time. I need to regain my bearings." End of chapter. Chapter 27-29, The Capital, Part 85. Before he could finish speaking, a wave of dizziness washed over him, followed by a surge of nausea. Li Rufeng stepped forward quickly. "Chief, the drug hasn't fully left your system yet. Drink this soup first and get some rest. You're out of danger now, there's no rush." Leng Ningyun gave a weak nod. "You're right." Li Rufeng returned to the office. He dispatched someone to deliver the letter while attending to the matters at hand. The wounded needed a doctor. The 2 fallen escort masters needed coffins. Arrangements had to be made for the authorities to conduct an inquest before the bodies could be properly coffined. Helian Sheng had both reputation and connections in the capital. None of this would prove difficult, but proper procedure still had to be followed. He was in the midst of this work when an escort master approached quietly and whispered, "Chief Escort, little Bazzi is fading. Would you like to see him?" "I'll go right now." His heart clenched. He immediately set aside everything and made his way to a side room in the back courtyard. Little Bazzi was propped up on the kang, his upper body bare. Though bandaged, blood was seeping through in dark, spreading patches. The innkeeper's wife sat beside him, constantly wiping the blood foam from the corners of his mouth with a hot towel. "What's the prognosis?" "The lung meridians are damaged. Even Hua Chuo himself would be powerless," the doctor said in a low voice. "If not for the wound medicine temporarily staunching the bleeding, he wouldn't have lasted this long. The bleeding can't be stopped now. No. With the meridians damaged, even the finest wound medicine is useless." The trauma doctor shook his head helplessly. "If you have anything to say to him, say it quickly. I believe he still has something weighing on his mind." Li Rufeng nodded and dismissed the doctor, then came to the bedside. The innkeeper's wife explained that little Bazzi's mind was drifting, sometimes lucid, sometimes lost in confusion. "Did he say anything?" "He said he wants to see his godmother." "Anything else?" "He said his parents are calling him to come over in the courtyard." The innkeeper's wife spoke uneasily. "This child is probably about to depart. He doesn't even have proper clothes." "Tell the innkeeper to prepare clothes and burial items for little Bazzi. Add one more coffin." He had still held a thread of hope for little Bazzi's injuries. But seeing the blood foam rising from his mouth, he knew there was no saving him now. He called softly, Little Bazzi, it's Chief Escort Li." To his surprise, little Bazzi actually opened his eyes. They were bright and alert. When he saw Li Rufeng, a look of joyful surprise spread across his face. "Chief Escort," he said softly. "Grand Manager Leng." "Safe." Li Rufeng nodded, keeping his voice gentle. "How do you feel?" "Much more comfortable than before, breathing easier." Even as he spoke, blood foam trickled from the corner of his mouth. Li Rufeng quickly wiped it away. "Just now I dreamed of my parents. They wanted me to come over. I told them, how could that place be as good as Lingao? Lady Sanyang told me Lingao is paradise on earth. Ordinary people have food to eat and don't get bullied. My parents even got angry at me." At this, a faint smile touched his lips. Yes, yes, even iron-hearted Li Rufeng felt his eyes grow moist. He knew this was the final rally before death. "When you're better, we'll go to Lingao together and see." He steadied himself. "In rescuing Grand Manager Leng, you earned the highest merit. If not for you, Senator Leng might have been harmed by those villains. When Liao Sanyang hears about this, she'll be so pleased. It won't have been in vain that she took you as a godson." "I was just afraid." Cough, cough, cough. Little Bazzi coughed up more blood foam. Weariness clouded his features. "Just afraid I'd disgrace my godmother." Li Rufeng wiped away the blood foam. "Don't worry. With you as her godson, she'll have something to boast about for a long time." Little Bazzi smiled faintly. That's good, that's good." He closed his eyes. "I'm tired. This time I earned the top merit." His voice gradually faded to nothing. Li Rufeng sat beside him for a long while. He watched as the color slowly drained from his face. He tested for breath at the nose, already stopped. He heaved a long sigh and stood up just as the innkeeper's wife came in carrying clothes. "Find 2 people. Draw a basin of hot water and wash him before dressing him." This child, what a pity. Being an escort master, a striker, this is the end you get, Li Rufeng said with deep feeling. Trading your life for the safety of the wealthy and their money. May he be reborn into a better life. News of Leng Ningyun's rescue was transmitted within 24 hours to all teams operating in and around the capital, and also to Lingao and Guangzhou. The man was back safely, naturally a good thing. Under normal circumstances, the matter would have ended there. Even without identifying the mastermind, the Foreign Intelligence Bureau had no intention of digging deeper or eradicating the evil completely. After all, in the current historical environment, such incidents weren't unusual. There was no need to expend excessive manpower and resources to eliminate them. As for the tangled web of relationships involved, they couldn't be bothered to sort it all out. But Min Janlian's squad's discoveries excited both the Foreign Intelligence Bureau and the Political Security Bureau. This matter not only involved political conspiracy, but also the Stone Elder Group that had long troubled the Senate. Most significantly, there was now direct evidence proving the Stone Elder Group was behind this kidnapping. With this development, the original senator kidnapping case was immediately upgraded to an extremely important case. Under orders from the State Council, both the Foreign Intelligence Bureau and Political Security Bureau dispatched additional capable personnel to proceed to the capital for investigation. Unlike before, when no senator had been sent, this time it was decided to assign a senator to come directly to the capital and command operations, using the clues exposed by the case to capture the Stone Elder Group in one decisive sweep. But for Leng Ningyun, who had just escaped danger, his most pressing concern was restoring DeLong's commercial reputation. After his kidnapping, Wu Kaidi had avoided a run on DeLong and prevented its collapse through a proactive seal. It was a brilliant move, but the aftereffects were severe. Though the seal had been initiated by the authorities, a manager allowing such a situation to occur could only be called poor management, a serious blow to commercial credibility. This was directly reflected in DeLong's banknotes. The market exchange rate had fallen to only 1/7 of face value, and it was dropping every day, trending toward worthlessness. The immediate tasks were clear. First, unseal immediately, resume all exchange business and rebuild market confidence. Second, gather enough silver to weather the coming run. The latter worried Leng Ningyun more. After years of operation, DeLong had outstanding deposit slips and banknotes worth 400,000 or 500,000 taels. Once they reopened, many depositors, worried simply about DeLong's stability, would certainly rush to redeem. From Wu Kaidi, he learned that during his captivity, Shanxi House had bought over 100,000 taels worth of DeLong notes at depressed prices. Adding other depositors, a rough estimate suggested that once a run started, they couldn't hope to survive without 300,000 taels of silver. Right now, they had less than half that amount. They needed to gather more silver. The 100,000 taels in deposits from Eunuch Yang will probably be withdrawn the moment we open. Wu Kaidi smiled bitterly. He's already sent people to give me a heads up. In reality, we can only redeem about 50,000. Leng Ningyun's brows furrowed deeply. He said nothing. Though he didn't have the ledgers in hand, he knew the bank's operations by heart. Wu Kaidi ventured, should we ask headquarters for help? Get some silver transferred from Tianjin or Dengzhou. I'm afraid headquarters can't help either. Never mind the Tianjin and Dengzhou branches. Even if they emptied the Guangzhou vault for me, they couldn't come up with 150,000 taels. What about the Reserve Bank? Wu Kaidi asked. They're having difficulties too. Though Leng Ningyun wasn't in Guangzhou, he was well aware of the Reserve Bank's current overissuance of silver yuan notes. They were barely keeping their own heads above water. But he couldn't say this to Wu Kaidi, lest it shake his nearly blind faith in the Senate. The two spent hours in the study calculating over and over, racking their brains for any other source of silver. Suddenly, Wu Kaidi spoke up. I do have one idea, though it's not exactly proper. What idea? Leng Ningyun asked, curious. Didn't you once say that the anti-counterfeiting measures on Ming banknotes are beneath contempt? Leng Ningyun, clever as he was, immediately grasped the implication. You mean counterfeit Shanxi House's banknotes? Exactly. We make a few and show them around. Tell them not to run on us, or we'll flood the market with millions of Shanxi House notes and bring everyone down together. As an idea, it does have merit, but how do we identify which customers are from Shanxi House? Wu Kaidi found himself momentarily at a loss. This option is only for when we have no other way out. Leng Ningyun shook his head. Then what else can we do? There's only one way. Leng Ningyun said. Go negotiate with them. Negotiate, negotiate, Leng Ningyun affirmed. But your ordeal this time, Shanxi House was involved. Now that you've returned safely, they have a chance to bankrupt DeLong through a run. Why would they agree? This is seeking skin from a tiger. What you say makes sense, but I've returned safely. The conspiracy has failed. This must be a severe blow to the Shanxi men. In the end, they're just after money. Kicking someone when they're down is risk-free, but when it comes to real confrontation, they might not have the stomach for it. Seeing that Wu Kaidi still didn't quite understand, he continued, "Think about it. How many forces did they secretly mobilize for this kidnapping? And still, I came back. And I'm going to keep running the bank. Aren't they afraid I'll tear off all pretenses with them too? I'm not just some merchant from Guangdong. Behind me stands the Kun." "Exactly. It's the same idea as your counterfeit notes. You want to push me into the river, I'll drag you in with me and we'll all drown together," Leng Ningyun said fiercely. "Right now, the table is only half flipped. If they really bring down DeLong, aren't they afraid the Kun will retaliate? Perhaps we'll invite them to be our gods of wealth too." At this, Wu Kaidi felt as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. He said happily, "You're right, boss. What do we have to fear? At worst, we send the special reconnaissance team to pull back their covers." End of chapter. Chapter 27:30, The Capital, Part 86. Leng Ningyun laughed. "That's what I say, but until the very last moment we must not flip the table. After all, everyone is eating from it. Appeal to reason and self-interest and they'll come around naturally." "But isn't that the same as counterfeit notes?" Wu Kaidi, lacking a finance background, found himself momentarily confused. "We still can't determine whether those coming to exchange silver are from Shanxi House. Which is precisely why we must negotiate, persuade them to put up the silver and help us weather this run." Wu Kaidi's jaw dropped. Though he had worked alongside Leng Ningyun for years, some matters remained beyond his grasp. As the saying goes, different trades are like different mountains. "Boss, that's over 100,000 taels. Just transporting it would require several large carts. You think they'll lend it to us for nothing? Even a short-term loan demands interest. Once I convince them to lend, everything else becomes trivial." Leng Ningyun's spirits had largely recovered by now. Perhaps the tedium of 20-odd days with nothing to do had stirred something in him. He seemed unusually energized. Outside, the cold was bitter, and the room held only a brazier for warmth, yet he paced back and forth in nothing but a thin, silk-padded jacket. Compile a list of all the leading managers and chief managers of Shanxi House, with their backers noted as well. Leng Ningyun had already formulated his plan. Also prepare a generous gift to send to Lord Liu of Shunchen Prefecture. Thank him for his assistance these past days and request that he unseal the premises as soon as possible. Draw the silver from the accounts. Easy enough. I'll see to it when I return," Wu Kaidi said. "One more thing. When you get back to DeLong, have someone clean the place thoroughly. Prepare sedan chairs and horses and make arrangements with the local authorities. The day after tomorrow, I shall return to DeLong with great fanfare. All staff without pressing duties must be present." "Understood." Wu Kaidi grasped his employer's meaning well. In business, what mattered above all was personal credibility and strength. Leng Ningyun's unexplained disappearance had dealt a heavy blow to his commercial reputation. Now that he was back, everyone needed to know it. On the 29th day of the 12th month of Changzhen 9, January 24, 1637, Little New Year's Eve, heavy snow descended upon the capital. Times were hard, but in the realm's foremost city, the festive atmosphere remained thick. That day, many shops had already shuttered their doors, sending clerks home to prepare for the new year. Most government offices had sealed their official stamps and ceased operations. Every household not living hand to mouth was busy stocking up on holiday goods. The drifting snowflakes blanketed the dilapidated buildings and grimy streets alike, draping them in silver to await the arrival of Changzhen 10. Before DeLong Bank, the street had been swept clean. Though the tightly shut gates still bore Shunchen Prefecture seals, brand-new lanterns now hung from the eaves. The song-style calligraphy reading DeLong stood out strikingly against the white snow. On the opposite side, the residence gate, closed for over 20 days, now stood open. Two enormous lanterns hung before the entrance, one inscribed Leng Residence in song calligraphy, the other bearing the characters Jiansheng, Imperial Academy student. The latter had been specially procured for Leng Ningyun through a donation to the Nanjing Imperial Academy, arranged by the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. Though the Jiansheng title drew mockery from those in orthodox civil examination circles, it meant the wealthy folk of the capital were obliged to address Leng Ningyun with courtesy. The managers, chief accountants, clerks, and guards of both residence and bank stood at attention before the gate, all wearing brand-new clothes, their chests puffed out with pride. Runners from Shunshan Prefecture maintained order while gawkers packed half the street. A servant in blue came running from the street corner, shouting, "He's coming! He's coming!" At his cry, the servants immediately set off the firecrackers. 36 large, full-spring, double bangers and 6 10,000-character red strings all erupted at once, crackling merrily. Amid the cascade of firecrackers, a blue felt sedan chair borne by 4 carriers emerged slowly from the street corner, surrounded by escort masters from Heliansheng. In the sedan sat Leng Ningyun himself. From the day he had been tricked into leaving Delong until now spanned only some 20 days, yet those days had felt endless. Returning to this street and gazing at the scenery outside, it seemed like another world entirely. If he hadn't been greedy for credit and acted so rashly, if he had simply been content to remain manager Leng, he wouldn't have suffered so grievously. In the end, it all came down to one word: greed. He remembered when he first entered the world of finance, his mentor had told him, "In this business, you succeed by greed and fail by greed too. Without sufficient desire for money and ambition, you couldn't do this work. Yet that same desire often led men into eternal damnation." Still, that note had been too tempting, and his captor had known the Senate far too well. With such bait, probably no senator could have resisted the temptation. This Mr. Yue was truly too mysterious. During his captivity, Leng Ningyun had more than once suspected the man was a traveler like Hale, but after several interactions, he didn't quite seem like one. He was young yet extremely experienced, vastly learned yet quite ignorant in certain ways, seemingly very familiar with the Senate yet harboring many misconceptions about them. Truly a mysterious man, Leng Ningyun thought. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau and Political Security Bureau would both send people to the capital to investigate this matter. This person's origins would certainly be a key focus of the inquiry. He had already spoken with Li Rufeng at the Mule and Horse Inn and gained a rough understanding of what had transpired during his absence. Although he had not yet met Min Jianlian or read the relevant reports, based on what he knew, the people who had kidnapped him were almost certainly from the Stone Elder group. And this mysterious young man appeared to be a core-level figure within the organization. There will be much to do next, he thought silently. The sedan halted. A servant lifted the curtain and Wu Kaidi stepped forward. "Master, please alight." Leng Ningyun solemnly grasped the servant's arm and stepped out of the sedan. The sky was heavy with snow, falling like scattered cotton. Looking out, everything lay pristine white, covering the muddy street and making the formerly somewhat foul air fresh and pleasant. He drew a deep breath of cold air and smiled. "What a snowfall!" "Indeed," Wu Kaidi smiled back. "Auspicious snow foretells a good year. Next year will be prosperous." The onlookers stirred. Some shouted auspicious words like "Manager Leng has heaven's blessing," hoping for tips. Others cried out, "Please have mercy, sir, don't renege on my silver." Whatever was said, Leng Ningyun paid no attention. He strode toward the 2 escort masters from Heliansheng and said, "This time I thank you both for your efforts." "It was my duty," Li Rufeng replied with great respect. "All credit goes to your blessed fortune, sir." Liao Sanyang said nothing, only curtsied deeply. Then he walked over to the 2 assistant managers, Xiao and Wei, the chief accountant and the other executives. The chief accountant immediately led everyone in bowing. "Welcome home, master." Leng Ningyun said nothing, only nodded with a smile. Xiao and Wei felt uneasy. After all, when the crisis first erupted, they had wavered, even considering jumping ship. Many people knew about it. Would Manager Leng punish them upon his return? Now that their employer showed no displeasure but in fact smiled warmly, the group felt even more uncertain. Lang Ningyun strode into the residence. Inside, the women of the household, led by Hexiang and Yanhang, waited at the steps of the reception hall. The moment Hexiang saw him enter the courtyard, her legs gave way. She collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Her weeping set off Yanhang and the other maids, who all began crying in turn. Lang Ningyun smiled gently. "Why cry? Haven't I returned safe and sound?" With that, he helped both women to their feet and told everyone to rise. Wu Kaidi sighed. Since the master disappeared, the two young ladies have worried day and night. They kept vigil every day, never sleeping through the night, just so they might receive news promptly. They even made a vow of abstinence. Before you returned safely, no salt would touch their meals. Lang Ningyun looked at the two women's haggard faces and felt a pang of guilt. Why do such things, ruining your health like this? Does refusing salt bring me back safely? All you've done is wreck your own bodies. He immediately ordered them taken back to their rooms and given some glucose saline water to drink. He himself returned to the Yikyang studio, where he normally conducted his work. This hall was where he commanded the entire Delong Beijing branch. From here he gave orders and directed the flow of funds. Since his kidnapping, the room had remained empty. The furnishings stood unchanged. Even the letters and ledgers on his desk hadn't shifted a fraction. A light swipe of his finger revealed no dust. The narcissus pots on the stand displayed clusters of flowers, some still budding, others in full bloom, filling the room with fragrance. A large plate of Buddha's hand citrons remained golden and glistening. Clearly, since his departure, someone had cleaned and maintained this place every day, keeping everything exactly as it was. The thought moved him, yet also deepened his guilt. The Delong Beijing branch employed several hundred people whose livelihoods and safety depended on him alone, yet he had been so reckless. Perhaps he still hadn't escaped the shadow of his counter-encirclement escape and had always been trying to prove his fearless courage. As he reflected, Wu Kaidi approached with tea and asked, "Master, everyone is awaiting your instructions." He nodded. "Tell everyone, whether from the inner residence or the bank, to return to their posts and attend to their duties, and to organize their work. The bank staff especially must prepare for reopening business in the coming days. I'll see each of them individually over the next 2 days. As for the Heliansheng people, except for Chief Li, Lady Liao, and the guards, please have the others return first. There will be generous thanks forthcoming. Yes, please invite Chief Li and Lady Liao in first." Though the matter was not urgent, Heliansheng had contributed the most during this crisis, and there had been casualties. They should be promptly compensated and rewarded. To do otherwise would chill people's hearts. End of chapter. Chapter 27:31. The Capital, Part 87. Heliansheng bore the heaviest burden this time, and their losses were considerable, Lang Ningyun said. "I won't mince words. The two of you should compile a complete roster of everyone who contributed, then distribute rewards according to rank. Every person on Heliansheng's roster, whether they participated or not, receives 5 taels of silver. Those who made direct contributions will receive additional compensation based on merit. As for your personal rewards, I'll submit a separate request to the cadre department." Since both Li and Liao were registered on the Senate's cadre roster, substantial rewards fell outside his authority. However, a letter of commendation from him could bring them considerable benefits. "Your generosity humbles us, Chief Leng," Li Rufeng said. "But we were merely fulfilling our duty. We'd be grateful if our superiors choose not to punish us." Escort masters, by professional habit, never boasted of their accomplishments, humble to the point of self-deprecation. This only deepened Lang Ningyun's guilt. "Punish you. If anyone deserves punishment, it's me." He let out a heavy sigh. "This all happened because I wasn't careful enough. Greedy for credit, reckless in action." He sighed repeatedly. Li and Liao remained silent, watching Senator Leng's self-reproach with expressions of quiet respect. When his sighs finally subsided, Liao Sanyang spoke. The master's concern for everyone at Heliansheng, from the lowest to the highest, is deeply appreciated. However, there were casualties during this operation. People died. Lang Ningyun's surprise was evident. Yes. 3 killed in action, 8 wounded, Liao Sanyang said. We humbly request the master's special consideration. The wounded will receive double the highest reward tier. Those who gave their lives, give them triple. Liao Sanyang continued. Among the fallen was a man named Tang Ba. When we stormed the hostage room, he threw himself in front of a sword meant for the Grand Manager. Might he be granted a first merit citation? Threw himself in front of a sword. Lang Ningyun looked confused. Li Rufeng quickly recounted the events of that day. Through his desperate fighting, he managed to block that fatal blow. If that's true, grant him first merit, Lang Ningyun said, his voice heavy with regret. A pity he's already gone. Yes, such was his fate, Li Rufeng said softly. See that the silver reaches his family. Does he have any relatives? A brother back in their hometown in the countryside, Li Rufeng replied. Bureau rules state that when an escort dies in the line of duty, if the family wishes to continue in this trade, we take them in. Even if they can't serve as strikers, we find them some position. Have his brother come to the capital. The countryside is dangerous these days. With 1,000 taels of silver, he couldn't hold onto it there anyway. Yes, we'll see to it as you say. After settling the matter of rewards, Lang Ningyun had the two recount everything that had transpired during his absence, questioning them closely on points that concerned him. The more he learned about the affair, the more suspicious it seemed. After a long silence, he said, "It appears this matter runs deeper than we thought." Indeed, Li Rufeng agreed. Lady Sanyang and I concluded that each party had their own hidden agenda which threw them all into disarray. This was heaven's blessing upon our great song and upon the senator. Lang Ningyun smiled. No need for flattery. When you return, write up a detailed report of your experiences during this period. If you can't manage it yourselves, I'll have old Wu assist you. Be thorough. Also, send all relevant correspondence to DeLong. After dismissing the escort masters, Lang Ningyun assembled the entire DeLong staff. He spoke words of encouragement and reassurance, stating that salaries would continue during the closure. Those who had contributed to related activities would also receive appropriate bonuses. As for the 2 assistant managers, he refrained from criticizing their wavering loyalties. People's positions largely depended on their interests. It wasn't surprising they had harbored such thoughts, but their future prospects at DeLong would advance no further. After the general meeting, he kept DeLong's middle and senior staff behind to discuss next steps. First, how to handle the looming run on the bank. Second, how to continue operations under the current state of quasi-warfare between the factions. Though DeLong Bank in the capital was technically the Beijing branch of DeLong Bank, the social environment and local staff meant its operating model remained largely traditional, with only modest modern banking modifications. These included new accounting systems and bookkeeping methods, as well as wire transfers. These innovations plugged certain vulnerabilities in the old system while opening new business markets. Long-distance wire transfers, for instance, were something only DeLong could offer. No other establishment possessed such capability. This was a key reason DeLong had managed to establish itself in the capital. But now the shifting circumstances demanded adaptation, or they might not survive here at all. Everyone here likely understands the situation. Our days in the capital grow more difficult by the hour. Lang Ningyun surveyed the faces assembled in the hall. Those present, except for the chief accountant, a naturalized cadre from Lingao, were assistant managers and counter clerks he had recruited from the local money trade. In the capital's money business, Shanxi House was the dominant force. From shareholders and managers down to clerks and errand boys, all hailed from Shanxi, often from the same small towns. Their internal cohesion was formidable. Most employees were unmarried men who had come to the capital for work. Outsiders could scarcely hope to gain entry. So when Lang Ningyun arrived in the capital to open a bank, he had recruited primarily from the Shaoxing faction within the money trade. The Shaoxing faction was far weaker than Shanxi House, and therefore less insular. His options had been limited when hiring these people. In earlier years, the money business had been remarkably stable, and shop assistants rarely changed employers. The only candidates available were either newly qualified apprentices recommended by the trade association, or clerks who had lost their positions for various reasons, including some dismissed for violating shop rules. When DeLong first opened, the capital's established money houses had not expected them to last. He had built this team from nothing, carved out a foothold in the capital, and secured a place among the top 10 banks. The hardships and effort that entailed were known only to himself. Closing shop and leaving would certainly be the safest course, but this team he had so painstakingly assembled, along with all his understanding of the capital's business landscape, would scatter. Rebuilding would take years. Everyone in the hall wore apprehensive expressions. After all, Manager Leng, as both the trade and officialdom knew, had connections to the Kun. Were his backing not so formidable and his connections not so deep, never mind him, they themselves would have been imprisoned long ago. Though times are hard, we must still press forward. First, to honor our obligations to our customers. Second, to honor our obligations to everyone here. Leng Ningyun's gaze swept across the assembled faces. We are all aboard the DeLong ship. The ship hasn't sunk, we've simply hit rough waves. If we can weather this storm together, as long as the ship stays afloat, there's a way forward. But if you abandon ship now and seize this turbulent, it's as good as suicide. No one in the hall spoke, though their expressions varied. Leng Ningyun studied each face in turn, silently taking note. Assistant Manager Zio, whose serious wavering had been exposed during the recent crisis, was the first to speak. The Grand Manager speaks true. Only by working together with united hearts can we overcome this difficulty. We've already weathered the worst of the storm. Now that the Grand Manager has returned, we have our backbone, there's nothing left to fear. Leng Ningyun nodded slightly. Well said, Assistant Manager Zio. Though we face difficulties, we're not at the end of our rope. I know what troubles everyone. First, the authorities. Second, a bank run. He spoke with easy confidence. Old Wu will handle the authorities. In a few days, the seal will naturally be lifted. Once that happens, we reopen immediately. The DeLong sign doesn't have Kun carved into it. There's no need for excessive worry. However, there will be certain adjustments to our operations. The first adjustment was to cease all exchange business with Liangguang. Ordinary remittances to that region would no longer be offered either. We'll focus our exchange business primarily on Jiangnan and Shandong. Losing some business is acceptable. Safety comes first. Second, they would stop actively soliciting large deposits. Originally, attracting deposits had been DeLong's most critical function. The capital teamed with officials and nobles who had nowhere secure to store their silver, making large-scale deposit collection convenient, while providing ample cash flow for the Senate's operations in Liangguang. But now, with transportation routes severed and DeLong under intense scrutiny, moving money had become extraordinarily difficult. The slightest disturbance could trigger a run, and large-scale deposits would inevitably create redemption problems. What if someone approaches us wanting to deposit? Someone asked. If they wish to deposit, we naturally follow the old rules and offer preferential interest, Leng Ningyun said. We won't be proactive, but neither should we be timid and refuse money that comes to us willingly. Third, all DeLong employees with families in the capital must relocate to the dormitory compound. Many eyes are fixed on DeLong right now. We fear someone might attempt to take family members hostage. Leng Ningyun paused. Those who wish to send their families back to their hometowns may arrange for Helian Sheng to provide escort. Given the circumstances, no one raised objections. The next difficult matter is the bank run. Leng Ningyun sighed. I had Mr. Liu run the calculations. Not counting minor accounts, outstanding notes total approximately 330,000 taels. Our current total reserves amount to only 150,000. That leaves a gap of 180,000. Apart from the two assistant managers, the other clerks had not known the specific figures on the balance sheet. Hearing this number, everyone drew a sharp breath. I'll find a way to cover this 180,000 tael gap. But the method may not succeed. The odds are about even. Lang Ningyun continued, even if it works, it may not fully bridge such a substantial shortfall, so I'll need everyone's help in managing the situation. A clerk surnamed Joe spoke up. Since the master has laid everything before us, we have nothing to say except that we'll do our utmost, but please tell us specifically what you need us to do. Mr. Wu has gone to negotiate with Lord Zhang of Shunshan Prefecture. Within 3 to 5 days, the seal should be lifted. The moment it is, we reopen for business. End of chapter. Chapter 27:32, The Capital Part 88, Hearing open for business. Everyone exhaled in relief. In the end, one's livelihood mattered most. If the boss dared to reopen, it meant he possessed at least 6 or 7 parts confidence. Otherwise, remaining sealed by the authorities would actually have been best for him as the owner. Only the staff below and the depositors outside would suffer. Since the Grand Manager says so, we'll prepare and open the moment the seal is lifted. Assistant Manager Zio declared with great enthusiasm. Assistant Manager Wei added, Master, it's already Little New Year. Shunshan Prefecture has sealed their official stamps. Though unsealing our shop requires only a word from Lord Zhang, we should really wait until after the 5th day of the new year to open. After welcoming the 5 gods of wealth, we'll prepare an abundance of firecrackers and set off half a street's worth. First, to demonstrate our strength. Second, to dispel bad luck. Lang Ningyun smiled. Do as you suggest. Let's have a lively new year and lift everyone's spirits. Before reopening, there are several important matters to address. Lang Ningyun slowly surveyed the room. First, sort through the depositor accounts. Compile a list of all accounts exceeding 5,000 taels and all anonymous accounts registered only under hall names. Accounts over 5,000 taels belong to major depositors. Anonymous accounts using only hall names were mostly private funds belonging to the families of officials and nobles. The former often involved tens of thousands. The latter, though mostly amounting to only a few hundred taels, wielded considerable influence. Both therefore required special attention. After compiling the list, visit each one before we open, Lang Ningyun instructed. The goal is simple, stabilize them. Each clerk had several such key customers. The bank also maintained a special fund for cultivating relationships. When Lang Ningyun spoke, everyone immediately grasped his meaning. However, when you visit, you absolutely must not say anything like, our funds are tight, please delay your withdrawals. Don't even hint at that. Everyone fell silent. They had to make these visits but couldn't reveal their purpose. How was that to be managed? Though they had cultivated some rapport with customers, that rapport was exceedingly shallow, built purely on commercial interests. Everyone understood which weighed more, thousands of taels of silver or their trivial rapport. Suddenly someone spoke up. How about this? I have a few ideas for everyone to consider. It was the clerk surnamed Joe. He was ordinarily unremarkable at the bank, just a middling employee. Lang Ningyun said, go on. It's year-end now. After the Laba festival, every household and shop needs money. It's peak withdrawal season. We were sealed by the authorities recently, were we not? Rather than wait for customers to crowd at our door demanding their money when we open, why not approach them proactively beforehand? For merchants, tell them it's year-end, and because of the recent government seal, we couldn't open. If they need withdrawals, please give us a figure so we can prepare in advance. This was common practice during the 3 major festivals when funds ran tight for banks to provide advance notice. It was nothing unusual. Second, for those anonymous private deposit accounts that normally receive monthly interest. This month the shop was closed and couldn't pay on time. We'll calculate the interest, including an advance on next month's interest, and present it to them. Ask if they want cash or banknotes. Whatever they prefer, whichever house's notes they request, we'll pay immediately. Lang Ningyun nodded approvingly. When we proactively deliver silver, they'll likely ask about DeLong's closure. I think we might as well seize this opportunity to reveal something about the master's kidnapping. First, it dispels the rumor that De Long is rebel property. If it were rebel property, why seal it only to reopen? Second, that major bandits specifically kidnapped the master shows he's the god of wealth in the capital, and that the master returned safely demonstrates his power and capabilities here. As long as they stabilize the major depositors, scattered small depositors running on the bank would pose no concern. After the meeting concluded, Leng Ningyun gave his final instructions and returned to the inner residence. Evening had already fallen. Normally near New Year, the inner residence would be decorated with lanterns and festoons, fresh flower pots, New Year paintings, and new peachwood charms. But following Leng Ningyun's kidnapping, Hexiang and Yanhang, who managed the inner residence, had lost all heart for New Year preparations. Nothing had been done. The residence felt cold and cheerless, devoid of any festive atmosphere. Hexiang and Yanhang received him at the inner gate. They hadn't seen each other for many days. Earlier there had been only a fleeting glimpse. Now, looking closely, he saw both women appeared haggard and worn. Yanhang even had a few strands of white threading through her hair. So turning white overnight wasn't entirely an exaggeration. Seeing him arrive, both women smiled and came forward to greet him. "The master hasn't had dinner yet, has he?" Yanhang asked. "Where shall dinner be served?" "In the main room," Leng Ningyun said. "After the inner gate closes for the night, when Mr. Wu, Mr. Liu, or the two escort masters from Helian Sheng call, let them through immediately without delay." "I'll give the order." Yanhang, who managed the inner residence's household affairs, responded at once. When they reached the bright room of the main building, dinner was already prepared. Though he'd rested for 2 days at the Muland Horse Inn, he'd been imprisoned for many days prior. Yanhang feared his stomach had grown weak, so the dishes were light. On the table sat only 4 items: a large bowl of silver ear and bird's nest soup, a steamed egg custard, a plate of yam, pine nut, and walnut cake, and a platter of steamed stuffed tofu. Yanhang served him a bowl of bird's nest soup first. Leng Ningyun drank a few sips, neither too hot nor too cold, the sweetness perfectly balanced, very pleasant. Since being kidnapped, he hadn't tasted such refined food in many days. One bowl down, he felt warmth returning to his organs. Then came a rumble from his stomach, so loud that both women heard it. Hexiang smiled behind her hand. "This Wu Kaidi really doesn't know how to serve properly." These past days at the inn, what did he prepare for the master? Who had any appetite at the inn? Leng Ningyun said. "Though I'd escaped danger, I was burning with anxiety." He accepted the rice Yanhang served him. Now that things are settled, food actually has flavor. He ate a piece of stuffed tofu and smiled. "This stuffed tofu is wonderful, so versatile. Different fillings in a piece of tofu yield different flavors, yet without losing the essential tofu taste." Hexiang was pleased to hear him praise her work, and proud too, but she was more eager to learn what Senator Leng planned to do next. After all, the Senate had been alerted, and apparently important Ming figures were involved. All this had to be reported. Hexiang asked in Hakka, "Master, now that you're back, what do you plan to report?" Leng Ningyun immediately shot her a look. Though using Hakka was safe, very few in the capital understood this dialect, and Yanhang, being from Bijili, found Hakka as incomprehensible as a foreign tongue. Still, speaking in dialect right in front of someone else was first quite rude, and second might make Yanhang feel excluded. A woman's heart was fathomless. Many small slights accumulated into resentment, and once that resentment curdled into bitterness, it could be exploited by ill-intentioned people, causing incalculable damage. He didn't respond to her question, only said, "I'm thinking of your salt-baked chicken, it's exceptional. Make it tomorrow." "Yes, the master enjoys it. Nothing would make this slave happier." Hexiang realized her earlier action had been quite inappropriate and quickly deflected, but the 3 dining together obviously wasn't for reminiscing. Hexiang, as confidential secretary and telegraph operator, knew this perfectly well, so questions that needed asking still had to be asked, just without mentioning Lingao and the Senate. Outside, everyone's saying De Long probably won't open again. Some say the authorities will shut DeLong down. Others say even if they don't, DeLong is an empty shell. The silver was taken long ago by the Australians and they'll collapse the moment there's a run. Though these are rumors, they're not baseless. Our situation is indeed precarious. Leng Ningyun gave a general account of the external situation. Now I've conceived a decisive move. If it works, we can weather this crisis. And if it doesn't work? If it doesn't, I'm afraid there'll be serious trouble. Hexiang and Yanhang's faces changed. Having been around Leng Ningyun for a long time, they knew something about business and understood the consequences of a bank run. Moreover, this was the capital. Once a run became a panic, Shunshan Prefecture, the 5-city garrison, the Eastern Depot, and the Brocade Guard would all intervene. DeLong would be devoured without a single bone left. Yanhang cautiously interjected, "You say we'll open when the market reopens, but including today, that's only 6 days. Master, while you're running around outside, what should we do here at home?" "Yes, whatever you need us to do, please just give the order." Leng Ningyun thought, without someone like Felixu at his side, he couldn't take the madam route, which was somewhat of a loss. No matter. 6 days is enough to accomplish a great deal. Leng Ningyun said, "First is celebrating New Year." New Year, both women were stunned. In the midst of this crisis, the master's first thought was New Year. "Yes, New Year," Leng Ningyun said. "I know you've been worried sick about me these days. Everyone's been in chaos, scattered and lost. Naturally, no one's had the heart to prepare for New Year, leaving this residence cold and cheerless. For people in business, this is a grave taboo. Never mind outsiders, even DeLong's own people, the household staff, seeing this would feel disheartened themselves. How would they follow us?" "I understand," Hexiang said. "We need to give people confidence." "Exactly. In business, first you need credibility, second, confidence. If people see us disheartened ourselves, who would dare do business with us? Especially in the money trade like ours, we spend untold sums on vain displays of face. Also, people will say they have strength. Otherwise, who would trust us with their real gold and silver?" End of chapter. Chapter 27:33, The Capital Part 90, "The Master is right," Yanhang said. "Back in our countryside, when the head of a wealthy household dies, they hold an even grander funeral. If they don't, creditors assume the family is on its last legs and they all come swarming to demand repayment." "What nonsense are you spouting? Slap yourself," Hexiang scolded under her breath. Only then did Yanhang realize that speaking of the head of household dying at year's end was terribly inauspicious. It even sounded like she was cursing the master. Panicking, she slapped herself twice and was about to drop to her knees. "Enough, enough," Leng Ningyun waved dismissively. "What's the fuss over a few words? We don't concern ourselves with such things. Let's finish eating, then quickly list all the New Year preparations and send people to handle them one by one. I'm afraid neither of you will be sleeping tonight." "Staying up is no trouble. Consider it an early New Year's Eve vigil," Hexiang said. "Unfortunately, with so much happening this year, we missed our chance to arrange a theater troupe and head chef. I don't know if there's still time. If it can be arranged, do so. Worst case, just pay extra," Leng Ningyun said. Even as he spoke, his entire body gradually went slack. Both women started in alarm and hurried to support him, only to discover he had fallen asleep. They quickly helped him change and put him to bed. When he awoke, it was nearly noon on the 30th, New Year's Eve. Leng Ningyun rose from bed feeling refreshed and full of energy. There was a mountain of things to do, but unfortunately it was year's end. Whether meeting people or handling affairs, everything would have to wait until after the 5th day. As for New Year's Day greetings, wealthy and noble families sent servants bearing calling cards. The principals themselves never appeared, so there would be no opportunity to discuss matters. Calculating thus, there was nothing to do outside the residence. As for inside, Hexiang and Yanhang managed the inner household while Wu Kaidi managed DeLong, all running smoothly. Nothing required his personal attention. As for the aftermath of the kidnapping case, he had received a telegram from Guangzhou before returning. The matter didn't require his involvement. He only needed to submit the relevant reports. and it would be concluded. The specific pursuit of the Stone Elder group would be handled by the Foreign Intelligence Bureau, so all he needed to do was write his report. He had written one such report immediately after his rescue, but that had been hasty and cursory. Now, back at DeLong, he could carefully recall everything from those 20-odd days, especially organizing the contents of his several conversations with Mr. Yue. Any clue might prove valuable to the Field Bureau's further investigation. In retrospect, this mysterious Mr. Yue was indeed worth investigating. But one thing was abundantly clear. Mr. Yue had kidnapped him to write letters, not demanding ransom but requesting peace talks with the Senate. This was stated explicitly in the letters. He had written 3 in all, with similar content. But the letter DeLong received was, first, not written by him, and second, its content had been altered to a ransom demand for 100,000 taels. Yet the token accompanying the letter was indeed from his personal effects. One didn't need exceptional intelligence to see from this that the kidnapping gang was not of one mind. Those at the top had planned to use him as a hostage to force the Senate into negotiations. Those below saw him as a treasure to exchange for 100,000 taels. Fortunately, Leng Ningyun reflected, the court's bounty for Kun officials was a mere 3,000 taels, quite unattractive compared to the bank's tens of thousands. If he weren't a bank owner, he would probably have been sold to the authorities long ago. Viewed this way, the Stone Elder group might seem mysterious and unfathomable, but their internal divisions were severe. This could well prove the perfect opportunity to annihilate them. He wrote as he thought, his pen flowing like the wind. Within half an hour, the report was complete and placed in a security envelope. Hexiang would encode and transmit it that evening. With that done, he left the residence and went to inspect DeLong. The bank, too, was decorated with lanterns and festoons. Clerks and servants rushed about with their tasks. The shop was filled with New Year cheer, the former gloom completely swept away. It was lunchtime. Leng Ningyun made a point of observing. Since it was New Year's Eve, even lunch was lavish. Each 8 immortals' table held a large warming pot, the so-called first-class pot, with shredded cabbage at the bottom, topped with braised pork, meatballs, chicken and duck, quail eggs. The pot was packed full. Though none of the ingredients were particularly expensive in a place where corpses littered the roads and dozens froze or starved to death on the streets every night, this could fairly be called a supreme delicacy. As usual, there would be another formal dinner on New Year's Eve. Following Leng Ningyun's instructions, the bank's kitchen had made this year's feast even more sumptuous than previous years. Grand Manager Wu Kaidi approached suddenly and gave him a meaningful look. Leng Ningyun knew there must be something important. He made his way to the counting room and asked in a low voice, "What is it?" "Someone from Eunuch Yang's side has come." From Eunuch Yang, or DeLong's usual dealings with Eunuch Yang were conducted through Yang Tianliang. The eunuch rarely sent people personally. "No, it's someone from Eunuch Yang's inner circle. You've met him, sir. His name is Beiyu." Beiyu wasn't a eunuch, merely an attendant in Eunuch Yang's household. Generally speaking, the most trusted people around great eunuchs were junior eunuchs, rarely outsiders. The reason for favoring junior eunuchs was the same as why emperors favored eunuchs: the belief that castrated men with no heirs had only themselves to rely on, and thus served more loyally. Though Beiyu was an attendant to Eunuch Yang and counted among his confidants, his level of trust was considerably lower. Still, Leng Ningyun followed the principle of burning incense wherever there was a Buddha, and usually treated him well. Since Beiyu was third among his brothers, he addressed him as Third Brother Bao. Today was New Year's Eve. Unless something extremely urgent had occurred, Eunuch Yang would never send someone to find him. "Please show him to the outer study for tea," Leng Ningyun said. "I'll be right there." The attendant was about 30 years old, wearing a brand-new gray cotton-faced old sheepskin robe with a vest over it, a folded brim cap and horn boots. Upon seeing Leng Ningyun, he immediately bowed in greeting. "Manager Leng, we're old acquaintances, no need for formalities." Leng Ningyun was gracious. "Please sit." Beiyu was an attendant under a powerful eunuch. When running errands, not just a mere merchant but even ordinary capital officials had to treat him politely. So he didn't refuse, only bowing slightly before taking a guest seat. Making social calls on New Year's Eve was improper. Arriving suddenly was already quite presumptuous. Beiyu understood this much. After sitting down, he thought for a moment and said with an uncomfortable expression, "Manager Leng, normally there's no reason to disturb you on New Year's Eve. But this matter is so important I had no choice. Please forgive me." Third brother bow please. When business is urgent, who cares about the time? Yes, Beiyu said. Eunuch Yang says that ordinarily, with Manager Leng having escaped his ordeal, he should have come personally to congratulate you. But the palace has been so busy lately he couldn't get away. So he sent me first to offer congratulations. When he has time, he'll host a banquet to help you recover from your fright. Please thank Eunuch Yang for his kindness. Lang Ningyun smiled. Eunuch Yang also says that though Delong was sealed, he's already asked someone to speak with Prefect Zhang. The seal should be lifted after the new year and you can reopen for business. Lang Ningyun assumed an expression of joyful surprise. How kind of Eunuch Yang to go to such trouble? I was just worrying about this. This is truly sending charcoal in the snow. Please convey my thanks to Eunuch Yang, third brother bow. There will be generous thanks another day. Now came the main topic. Beiyu swallowed, apparently finding the words difficult to say. He thought for a while before speaking. There's one matter very urgent. Eunuch Yang asks that you definitely find a way to handle it. Oh, what is it so urgent? Lang Ningyun sensed something was off. Usually, when Eunuch Yang needed something done, he simply sent someone to tell him directly. This find a way to handle it carried a tone of negotiation, a hint of request, a considerably softer manner. The 100,000 taels that little Eunuch Yang deposited at Delong before the year. Yes, that's been taken care of. I've already given little Eunuch Yang the deposit slip and commission. Eunuch Yang's meaning is, can it be withdrawn immediately? The situation in the palace has changed, and he has an urgent need. Lang Ningyun had expected that Eunuch Yang would send someone to withdraw the 100,000 taels the moment they reopened. But he hadn't expected the eunuch to be so urgent as to send someone specifically on New Year's Eve. For a matter involving 100,000 taels, logically it should be little Eunuch Yang appearing in person. Even if little Eunuch Yang was unavailable, at least one of his close eunuch attendants should have come. But the person sent was merely an attendant and his manner was evasive. Something was very wrong here. Lang Ningyun said, yes. Eunuch Yang wants to withdraw, naturally that's no problem. It's just. He adopted a troubled expression. Currently, both Delong's vault and accounting office are under Shunshan Prefecture's seals. These are imperial seals. Unless an official comes with orders to open them, removing them without authorization is a serious crime. With the vault sealed, they couldn't access silver. With the accounting room sealed, they couldn't issue notes. These were perfectly legitimate reasons. Even if the visitor were a top Eastern Depot agent or a brocade guard commander, he would still have to follow this procedure to withdraw. However, the moment the imperial seal is lifted, I'll prepare the silver immediately. Whether cash or banknotes, it will be delivered at once. Beiyu seemed somewhat disappointed. He said in a low voice, Manager Leng, don't you have 100,000 taels on hand? Third brother bow. Lang Ningyun made a helpless expression. 100,000 taels. At most, this bank's deposits don't even reach 130,000 or 140,000. How could I personally have 100,000? But, Beiyu seemed to find it very difficult to say. I heard that when you, sir, were in distress, silver was specially transported from Delong to raise ransom, 100,000 taels. Lang Ningyun's heart froze. How did Eunuch Yang know about this? But this absolutely could not be admitted, because unauthorized opening of an imperial seal was a grave crime. Even as a rumor, it would cause endless trouble. So he said in a very earnest tone, that's merely a rumor. If I had that much personal property, I would have given it to the kidnappers to free myself. Why would I have suffered until now? Beiyu couldn't counter this and had to concede, very well. This request may have been asking too much. End of chapter. Chapter 27:34. The Capital Part 90. Lang Ningyun spoke without hesitation. Thank you for understanding, third brother Bao. When you return, please put in a good word for me with eunuch Yang. As for the withdrawal, the moment DeLong reopens, I'll personally deliver the silver to the residents. He gave Wu Kaidi a meaningful glance. Wu Kaidi immediately presented a red silk pouch. A small token for the new year, third brother Bao. Please accept it. Beiyu hefted it in his palm, 10 taels at least. A generous gift indeed. His face broke into a broad smile. Manager Leng, having escaped this ordeal with heaven's blessing, surely a great enterprise awaits you. Lang Ningyun seized the opportunity to probe. Third brother Bao, why has eunuch Yang suddenly requested a withdrawal during the new year, and with such urgency? Seeing reluctance flicker across Beiyu's face, he quickly added, "Forgive me, I'm overstepping." Paradoxically, this made Beiyu uncomfortable, especially having just pocketed such a substantial red envelope. Feeling obliged to offer something in return, he leaned in and lowered his voice. "There's been some trouble at home." "How so?" Lang Ningyun's interest sharpened. He already had his suspicions. For the past several years, all dealings with DeLong had gone through little eunuch Yang. Eunuch Yang himself had never once inquired. "It's not really my place to say." Beiyu paused. "But Manager Leng, you're hardly an outsider. Just one word of advice. Eunuch Yang is eunuch Yang, and little eunuch Yang is little eunuch Yang. Clear enough." The rumors of father and son falling out appeared to be confirmed. But Lang Ningyun truly hadn't expected their mutual suspicion had reached such depths. Yes, thank you for the guidance, third brother Bao." Beiyu hurried off. Lang Ningyun was about to organize and review the materials that had arrived from various quarters, hoping to sort out some useful clues, when a servant appeared at the door. "Lord Liu from Shunshan Prefecture has sent someone. Show them in immediately." Lang Ningyun thought this was like having a pillow delivered just as drowsiness set in. He had originally planned to wait until after the 5th day of the new year to visit Liu and discuss unsealing the bank. He hadn't expected an emissary on the 30th. The visitor was a clerk from Shunshan Prefecture, whom Lang Ningyun recognized. The man dispensed with pleasantries and simply informed him that Magistrate Liu requested his presence at Liuquan House immediately. Going to Liuquan House at this hour was too late for lunch and too early for dinner. Moreover, today was New Year's Eve. What could be so urgent that Magistrate Liu needed to see him? Had eunuch Yang's word already reached Prefect Zhang? There was no time to deliberate further. He ordered a sedan chair prepared at once and set out for Liuquan House. Given the earlier lesson, even though Liuquan House stood within the city walls, the escort masters in charge of his protection dared not grow careless. They assigned 4 escort masters specifically for this trip, supplemented by 7 or 8 household servants who patrolled at night and knew their way around a fight. Under normal circumstances, Lang Ningyun would never travel with such a large entourage, but now he could only defer to the escort master's arrangements. After all, neither DeLong nor Helian Sheng could afford another incident. Such a departure could hardly go unnoticed. The various people keeping watch outside DeLong pointed and commented freely. Some cursed in anger, others tried to stop the sedan and plead their case, still others hurled refuse and garbage. Fortunately, runners from Shunshan Prefecture were stationed at the entrance to maintain order, and they drove the crowd back before a full disturbance could erupt. The procession wound its way toward Liuquan House. On New Year's Eve afternoon, the streets lay nearly deserted. Besides refugees huddled in temple doorways, only hurrying clerks and accountants remained. They had to collect debts before dark. Once the door-sealing firecrackers sounded, there would be no more calling for debts. Another year-end would have passed. The streets were blanketed in white snow. At some point, snowflakes had begun drifting down once more. Sitting in the felt sedan, Lang Ningyun drew his sable coat tighter around himself. In the Ming Dynasty, there had been no custom of wearing furs. With the war against the Manchus severing trade routes, furs had become rarer still. But in this timeline, the Senate vigorously sold Liaodong furs, and the bitter temperatures of the 1637 capital made cotton jackets woefully inadequate. Thus, Nanyang furs, a convenient cover story, had become fashionable among officials and nobles. At the entrance to Liuquan House, Shunshan Prefecture runners already stood guard at front and back. From the look of things, Magistrate Liu definitely hadn't summoned him for drinks. Could this be a hangmen banquet? Then again, such measures seemed unnecessary. Entering, a waiter was already waiting. He led Leng Ningyun to a three-bay cottage nestled in a grove behind the main courtyard. Having visited Liuquan House many times, Leng Ningyun knew this was an apricot grove. In spring, drinking wine amid the blossoms was a refined pleasure favored by the capital's officials and nobles. After winter set in, the branches grew bare and skeletal. But following a heavy snow, they transformed into trees of jade and silver, particularly serene against the softly falling snowflakes. He had just reached the veranda when a familiar clerk from Shunshan Prefecture emerged to greet him. "Manager Leng," the clerk said in a low voice, "Lord Zhang is waiting inside for you." "Lord Zhang?" Leng Ningyun started. "I was told it was Lord Liu. Lord Liu is here as well." But Lord Zhang felt that issuing the invitation in his own name might invite unwanted talk. "I see, I see." Hearing that Zhang Lai himself had summoned him, Leng Ningyun raised his guard to full alertness. This prefect Zhang was renowned for his integrity and uprightness. Though he didn't oppress merchants, he showed them no favor either, treating them strictly according to the traditional hierarchy of the four classes. When dealing with such a person, one had to be extremely humble. The slightest hint of arrogance would likely earn 40 strokes to reduce his impudence, leaving one's backside in shreds. Yet being obsequious, constantly bleating, "Your honor is wise, this humble one deserves death," would only earn contempt, and there would be no discussing anything of substance. One needed an attitude that was neither servile nor arrogant. Fortunately, he had some standing to draw upon. When Leng Ningyun first came to the capital, the Field Bureau had arranged through connections to purchase him an Imperial Academy student title from Nanjing. Though the Jiansheng title was much derided in the late Ming period, it remained an official court designation. With it, officials couldn't arbitrarily exploit or abuse him, an excellent protective talisman. The clerk went inside. Shortly after, a servant emerged. "The master will see you now." "Yes, please lead the way." Lead the way amounted to nothing more than climbing the steps and entering. The attendant lifted the door curtain, gesturing for Leng Ningyun to proceed. Inside, he found a gray-haired elder, perhaps 60 years old, seated at a square table by the window, perusing a folder with evident concentration. On the table lay numerous folders and letters, along with a set of writing implements. Nothing more. Hearing him enter, the elder gave no sign of having noticed. Leng Ningyun had no choice but to wait, and wait he did, for several long minutes. The delay wasn't excessive, but its message was perfectly clear. Know your place. Only when the elder set down his folder and lifted his teacup for a leisurely sip did Leng Ningyun gather the hem of his robe, execute a deep bow, and announce himself. "Student Leng Ningyun, paying respects to your honor." "Ah, so you are the Grand Manager Leng." Zhang Lai's eyes were aged and clouded from farsightedness. He had to squint to see people clearly. Yet his gaze remained piercing, as if it could penetrate straight through a man, examining him from head to toe. "I've long heard of your reputation. I wouldn't dare presume. I'm merely a student running a money business in the capital with a modest reputation in the trade." "Modest reputation?" Zhang Lai's tone turned sardonic. "You're quite famous indeed." This was no compliment. When Leng Ningyun called on officials in the ordinary course of things, though he held only a student title, everyone offered him a seat out of respect for the powers backing him. Yet Prefect Zhang hadn't even uttered the word sit, treating him like a criminal under interrogation. Fortunately, years of working in finance had cultivated excellent composure. He continued, standing respectfully. "I hear you were recently held by bandits. Now that you've escaped safely, congratulations indeed." Thank you, Your Honor. Speaking of my escape from this ordeal, first, I must credit the investigators of Shunshan Prefecture and Wamping and Daxing counties, who pursued the case with full force, intimidating the villains so they dared not act rashly. Second, I owe thanks to the hired escorts for their effective rescue. All of this reflects Your Honor's excellent governance. You certainly know how to speak. No wonder the bigwigs in the capital and the palace are all willing to speak up for you. Zhang Lai nodded. Sit. Thank you, Your Honor. Only then did Lang Ningyun allow himself to relax slightly. He bowed and took a seat on the official hat chair beside him. Though seated, no tea was offered. Clearly, he didn't count as a guest. I've called you here today regarding a matter I wish to discuss with you. I wouldn't dare. Whatever is needed, please command, Your Honor. People from the palace and from outside have come asking me to unseal your bank as soon as possible. Zhang Lai gave Lang Ningyun a meaningful look. Regarding the unsealing itself, I have no particular objection. After all, the original seal wasn't my intention. Indeed, when Your Honor sealed our establishment, it actually saved us. Without such decisive action, during the days I was held captive, DeLong absolutely could not have survived, Lang Ningyun replied with genuine respect. Zhang Lai nodded. Unsealing itself isn't a major matter, merely a document, but there is one thing that concerns me. Please enlighten me, Your Honor. Some say DeLong is deeply unstable, with internal deficits, and that everyone holding DeLong notes and deposit slips is simply waiting for you to open so they can redeem them. Zhang Lai's eyes gleamed. Though I've never engaged in business myself, I know something of the money trade's tricks. It's all 10 pots with 9 lids. Unsealing you would be easy enough, but if I find myself having to seal you again, the situation becomes very awkward. And if that triggers civil unrest, his voice hardened. Your student title and the powers behind you probably won't be able to protect you. So that was his concern. Hearing this, Lang Ningyun's heart settled completely. This was what the prefect worried about. After a moment's consideration, he spoke. Your Honor's concern for the market and care for the people's livelihoods moves me deeply. The people of Shunshan are fortunate indeed to have such a parental official. This was routine flattery. Given Zhang Lai's position, he naturally felt no need to respond. He was only listening for what came next. What Your Honor currently worries about is whether DeLong's funds are adequate and whether we have the ability to honor redemptions. On this point, I can offer a guarantee. As long as there is no malicious run, there will be absolutely no problem. What do you mean? Zhang Lai asked sharply. Weren't all those notes and deposit slips issued by your DeLong? Your Honor may be aware that when I was held captive, many rumors circulated in the market. Some unscrupulous competitors took advantage of the situation to buy up others' notes at steep discounts. At the lowest point, some paid only 10 or 20% of face value. He paused. This is precisely what concerns me. End of chapter. Chapter 27:35. The Capital Part 92. Whether they bought them at a discount or picked them up off the street, they're still your DeLong notes. You bankers have a rule. For bearer notes, you honor the paper, not the person. No matter how they acquired the notes or what they intend to do with them, when they present them at your counter for redemption, will you redeem them or not? Lang Ningyun thought, this prefect Zhang has struck at the heart of the problem. To put it plainly, his reserves were woefully insufficient. Once we open, we must naturally honor them. A merchant's most valuable asset is his credibility. But you just admitted it yourself. You cannot pay it all. Zhang Lai heaved a long sigh. True, if we're speaking strictly of silver in my vaults, fully redeeming every deposit slip and note circulating in the market is indeed beyond our means. However, the market belongs to everyone. If they truly run DeLong into the ground, I fear the consequences for the capital's livelihood will be severe. How so? Consider this, Your Honor. The bulk of DeLong's deposits naturally come from the gentry. When they arrive to withdraw, self-preservation demands I give them priority. I wouldn't dare short them even a single fen of interest. Zhang Lai nodded. This was only natural. But beyond the gentry, many small merchants and ordinary folk also deposit with DeLong to earn interest. Once the silver is exhausted, I can only close our doors. As for what becomes of them, I cannot say. Even if I went to prison and surrendered all my assets, I still couldn't compensate the common people. Leng Ningyun spoke with evident sincerity. Common people work their fingers to the bone, trading sweat and blood for a few coins. They entrusted those coins to me for a little interest. If their principal is lost, how could I live with myself? This wasn't merely about losing deposit principal and interest. The truly destitute, those who stopped eating when they stopped working, had no spare money to deposit for interest in the first place. Those who would suffer most were the capital's many small and medium merchants. They had some spare cash, deposited in banks or large shops for interest, hoping to earn a bit extra for household expenses. During lean times, they would also withdraw for working capital. If DeLong collapsed, these small and medium merchants would be devastated. The capital's markets would certainly suffer greatly. Many would hang themselves or throw themselves into wells. Even more would become beggars or starve. The chain reaction would deal a crushing blow to people's livelihoods. Zhang Lai was no bookish fool ignorant of worldly affairs. He understood the dangers perfectly well. Heh, heh. Who knew Grand Manager Leng possessed such a compassionate heart? Zhang Lai said sarcastically. He pondered a moment, then asked, "So, would it be better to keep you sealed?" This sounded like an invitation to negotiate. Leng Ningyun sensed an opening and immediately said, "If we remain sealed, though there won't be a run, the deposit slips and notes in circulation will become worthless paper. The result would be the same. Unsealing won't work, sealing won't work. What exactly do you propose? There are still a few days until the markets reopen. During that time, I'll do everything in my power outside, mobilizing funds and persuading colleagues to support me." Leng Ningyun spoke with evident sincerity. "I must also ask a favor of your honor." "Oh, how might I help you?" At this moment, Leng Ningyun felt a surge of confidence. What he feared most was encountering stubborn officials of mediocre ability, unreliable in handling affairs yet convinced of their own righteousness, so set in their ways that 8 horses couldn't budge them. Prefect Zhang was not such an official. Though he had a reputation for integrity, he could also adapt to circumstances. As long as facts and reasoning could persuade him, cooperation was possible. Now he grew even more composed. "Thank you, Your Honor." His request was simple. On the day of unsealing, please have Shunshan Prefecture dispatch runners and clerks, and if Magistrate Liu could attend personally, so much the better to maintain order at the scene. On the day of unsealing, 2 concerns arise. First, there will certainly be a run. Without people maintaining order, stampedes may occur. Second, we must prevent anyone from stirring up trouble and inciting civil unrest. That's easily arranged. Lord Liu surely won't refuse, Zhang Lai nodded. But if you cannot make good on your redemptions when the time comes, I'll have no choice but to seal you again, and this time it won't merely be sealing the shop. Yes, I understand. Second, I would request that Your Honor issue a red-posted proclamation in Shunshan Prefecture's name. Oh, Zhang Lai became more cautious. A red-posted proclamation was an official government document whose wording demanded great care. If something proved inappropriate, once it bore the seal and was posted publicly, 10 oxen couldn't pull it back. Though maintaining market order and keeping the peace were routine official duties, this matter had far-reaching implications. If it triggered civil unrest, Shunshan Prefecture would inevitably share the blame. Any hint of favoring DeLong in the proclamation would become ammunition for the censor's impeachment. After considering, he immediately ordered an attendant. "Please invite Secretary Lin." Secretary Lin had in fact been listening to his employer's conversation with Leng Ningyun from beneath the window. After all, Grand Manager Leng currently stood at the eye of the storm. The slightest mishandling could severely affect his employer's career and reputation. Having listened this far, Secretary Lin felt Leng Ningyun's words were generally reasonable and his requests not excessive. But his confident claims about mobilizing silver certainly lacked substance. When his employer summoned him, he appeared at once. After exchanging greetings, Zhang Lai said, "Secretary Lin, to maintain the markets, we cannot avoid managing this DeLong matter. Now Grand Manager Leng proposes that Shunchen Prefecture issue a proclamation to help maintain credibility. I require your input on this." "Yes, yes. Your honor is most thorough." Secretary Lin, as Shunchen Prefecture's secretary, naturally received certain considerations from DeLong. For a secretary serving a clean official and a capital official, DeLong's monthly customary fee of a few taels and the festival gifts at the 3 major holidays were welcome supplements. He had originally been quite willing to help DeLong. After all, compared to Shanxi House, Manager Leng was far more generous. If he could render assistance, future gratitude would certainly prove substantial. But DeLong's situation was too complicated. He had to proceed with caution. "Trouble for you." I wouldn't dare," Secretary Lin bowed. "But what content should the proclamation contain? Please instruct your honor. On that matter, first consult Grand Manager Leng, then we shall deliberate." Leng Ningyun spoke promptly. "My apologies for troubling you, Secretary Lin. The DeLong matter is naturally my responsibility, but we also need everyone's help to consider the broader situation. In my humble opinion, first, state that DeLong is a legitimate merchant establishment with an excellent reputation from years of operation. Second, that the manager was recently detained by bandits, hence the temporary closure, and now that he has safely returned thanks to official rescue, the shop is reopening. Third, that DeLong possesses ample assets with no risk of collapse. Fourth, that the money trade has wide connections, and market turmoil affecting commerce benefits no one in the capital, so please refrain from spreading rumors or causing scenes. I ask that you convey this message clearly to all." Secretary Lin was exceptionally clever. By the time Leng Ningyun finished, he had already composed a draft in his mind, but he did not immediately approach the desk to write. Instead, his eyes turned to Zhang Lai to gauge his opinion. Zhang Lai understood his meaning. Of these 4 points, the second and fourth were acceptable. The critical issues were the first and third. Originally, the first point would pose no problem. A large establishment that had operated in the capital for years could hardly be called treasonous. Besides, the shop was the shop, the person was the person. After Grand Secretary Yan's downfall, the shops under his name had simply changed owners and continued operating right through to the Changzhen era. But DeLong was different. Anyone of standing in the capital knew that DeLong had an unclear, ambiguous relationship with the Kun who were rebelling in Liangguang. If this sentence appeared in the proclamation, it would mean that Zhang Lai of Shunchen Prefecture was personally guaranteeing that DeLong wasn't rebel property, and that Leng Ningyun had no connection to the Kun. The liability was enormous. If nothing happened, all would be well. But if something did occur, it would become ready-made ammunition for the censors to tear apart. As for DeLong possesses ample assets with no risk of collapse, that too sounded like offering guarantees. If DeLong failed, Zhang Lai's reputation would suffer severe damage. At this moment, Secretary Lin wished to help Leng Ningyun. After careful deliberation, he said, "Your Honor, Manager Leng is no ordinary merchant. He holds an official title. A clever person needs only a hint." Zhang Lai was immediately enlightened. Whether this Manager Leng was a false member of the Kun or a genuine Australian, his Nanjing Imperial Academy student title was authentic. The Ministry of Rights even had his 3-generation ancestry on record. Even if he were one of the Kun, that would concern the Nanjing Imperial Academy and the Ministry of Rights. What did it have to do with Shunchen Prefecture? As for DeLong possesses ample assets, Secretary Lin had ideas for that as well. He drafted the proclamation immediately and presented it to Zhang Lai for review. Zhang Lai stroked his beard and read it carefully, nodding slightly, then signaled for the draft to be shown to Leng Ningyun. Such proclamations often employed colloquial 4-character phrases, plain language that read almost like doggerel. Leng Ningyun could understand it easily. DeLong Bank, excellent reputation, wide network, ample resources. Times are troubled, bandits run rampant. Shop owner detained, fortunately escaped. Safely returned, doors reopen. Business as usual. Owner's oath, silver is sufficient. Any shortfall the law won't forgive. Shunshin Prefecture decrees, market peace citizens should heed. When DeLong opens, notes will be honored. Merchants and common folk, no need for panic. Heed not rumors, come redeem together. Those who incite unrest bear full responsibility. Lawless scoundrels spreading fear, those who agitate in secret once caught will be severely punished. Heartfelt words, consider yourselves warned. This decree is absolute. Leng Ningyun silently admired Secretary Lin's formidable pen. The third point had deftly transformed Shunshin Prefecture from guarantor to regulator, thoroughly distancing the prefecture from any liability. I find it most appropriate. Secretary Lin truly wields a masterful brush. I wouldn't dare. Matters concerning Shunshin's markets and merchants require the utmost caution. After Secretary Lin withdrew, Zhang Lai studied Leng Ningyun for a long moment before speaking. Your requests, this office has done what it can for you. The coming storms you'll have to weather yourself. Yes, I will certainly steer with care and sail the ship safely for 10,000 years. I won't fail your honor. In Zhang Lai's eyes, a glint of appreciation flickered briefly, then vanished. Whether you fail me isn't important. Just don't fail the merchants and common people who entrusted their money to your shop. With that, he raised his teacup. End of chapter. Chapter 27:36. The Capital, Part 92. Leng Ningyun returned to the bank with renewed confidence. Securing Prefect Zhang's commitment meant having official backing, at least in the eyes of ordinary citizens. More importantly, it would give pause to whoever lurked behind the kidnappers. The capital teemed with high-ranking officials, but the Shunshin Prefecture magistrate remained one of its most critical positions. Only the emperor's most trusted ministers could hold such a post. The next task, persuading the bosses of Shanxi House. Winter nights arrived early. Shortly after 4 o'clock, the sky had already begun to darken. Outside, scattered firecrackers punctuated the evening air. No matter how difficult the year had been, certain traditions demanded observance. Inside DeLong and its adjoining residence, however, the atmosphere was lively. Leng Ningyun's return had invigorated everyone. Though the clerks had no idea how to handle the impending run once they reopened on the 5th, simply having the manager back gave them all a sense of security. After all, throughout the years of carving out markets in the capital, they had weathered countless storms, all resolved under the manager's steady direction. People still believed Leng Ningyun possessed such abilities. As for Leng Ningyun himself, he was not nearly so confident. He had telegraphed headquarters and knew that personnel from the Field Bureau and the Beiyang Army Reconnaissance Division were being dispatched, set to arrive in Tianjin early in the new year. That would give him crack troops to command. Still, he hoped to resolve the market problem peacefully, rather than through bloodshed and arson. Of course, if it came to that, he would not hesitate. That evening's New Year's Eve dinner, he first dined with the shop staff in the bank proper, then retired to the inner residence to keep the New Year's Eve vigil with the women. He had celebrated New Year in the capital many times before, but this time, having escaped death, a special feeling stirred within his heart. After the New Year, on the first day of the first month, Leng Ningyun gathered all of DeLong's senior staff to prepare for reopening. When the meeting concluded, he asked Wu Kaidi to stay behind to discuss fundraising. Official seals would be reopened on the 3rd of the first month. Most merchants would reopen on the 5th. Wu Kaidi estimated that Shunshin Prefecture would send officials to unseal their premises on the 4th or 5th. As for DeLong, there was no need to open precisely at the deadline. By custom, the capital's banking guild would host a banquet on the 5th to entertain their peers. The gathering served dual purposes, building relationships and discussing important matters for the coming year. Only after this banquet would the banking industry officially open for business. This opening banquet was a matter of life and death for every player in the banking trade, large and small. The money business differed from other industries. It was making money with money, an enterprise of creating something from nothing. A bank's deposits and capital were inherently limited. When funds ran tight, banks had to coordinate among themselves. Such coordination included both long-term loans and short-term advances. Through mutual honoring, clearing, and settlement among the banks, the money trade could make 1 million taels function as three. Everything had two sides, benefits and drawbacks alike. Banks were not like street money changers or single-room exchange shops. Each possessed at least tens of thousands in capital and deposits, leveraging hundreds of thousands in business. Once one collapsed, every connected peer would suffer losses. Though peers were rivals, in the money trade there existed a profound sense of shared fate. Because of this relationship, guild membership was notoriously difficult to obtain. One needed not only substantial capital and connections, but also the approval of most existing members. At present, the Shanxi faction dominated the capital's money trade, commanding the strongest capital reserves. Next came the Jiangnan Zhejiang faction and the Lianghu faction. He, a lone representative of the Guangdong faction, had initially struggled even to find the door. DeLong's original admission to the guild had been quite an ordeal. Fortunately, his capital and connections proved ample. Crucially, he could handle Liangguang remittances, fast and in substantial amounts, a capability rare among the capital's peers. He had also leveraged his relationship with Zhao Yinggong to win over the Jiangnan Zhejiang faction. Only then was he admitted, but Shanxi House's attitude toward this newcomer had originally been mere exclusion. Though numerous frictions arose over deposit collection, matters had generally not escalated to life-or-death stakes. First, their business scopes rarely overlapped, a case of well water not mixing with river water. Second, he had eunuch Yang's backing. The power of a great eunuch was not something ordinary officials and gentry dared or wished to provoke. Through this kidnapping case, however, Shanxi House's attitude had become thought-provoking. It revealed that someone among them was deeply involved. Whether this meant a specific Shanxi House or the entire Shanxi faction remained unclear. What was known? Manager Kaio of Zia's Shanxi House was deeply implicated. A mere manager could not possess such audacity on his own. Zia's must certainly be involved at a fundamental level. In my view, Shanxi House might kick us while we're down, but actually intending to kill you is unlikely, Wu Kaidi said. Even if they purchased large quantities of DeLong notes at depressed prices, if we cannot honor them in full, those notes become worthless paper. If DeLong falls, everyone suffers losses. Why undertake something that harms others without benefiting themselves? Exactly. So in the kidnapping case, besides Zia's, the other houses are probably not involved. If they can take advantage and watch DeLong collapse, they will be happy to observe from the sidelines. They are standing by, waiting to take cheap shots. They will not necessarily exert themselves. Leng Ningyun sighed. So I suspect the main force preparing for the run by buying notes cheaply is Zia's. The other houses do not need to deliberately redeem. Simply bringing the DeLong notes they accumulated before the new year would suffice. Zia's willingness to engage in this losing proposition is probably at someone's direction. That goes without saying. Must be the Stone Elder Group, and perhaps other powerful figures as well. Now that he had returned safely, the other 7 Shanxi houses were probably wary. Whatever the people behind Zia's had told them or promised, his return fully demonstrated DeLong's strength. Kicking someone while they were down was one thing, actual combat was quite another. This was precisely why he believed the Shanxi houses could still be won over. Besides the 8 Shanxi houses, there are 6 Jiangnan Zhejiang and Lianghu faction peers who can be approached. Though they are far weaker than the Shanxi faction, something is better than nothing. Wu Kaidi understood immediately. I will go see their managers right away. Speak plainly to them. First, DeLong truly is in difficulty, but if we can stabilize, everyone benefits. Second, Shanxi House already holds the most power in the capital. If they crush DeLong this time, they will certainly press their advantage afterward. So in this matter, please ask them to provide as much short-term capital as they can. Yes, they understand that when the lips are gone, the teeth grow cold, Wu Kaidi said. But these 6 houses all operate with thin capital. Asking them to send silver will be difficult. Send whatever they can, at double last year's highest interbank lending rate. Lang Ningyun said, tell them they need not send silver, please send notes instead. Each of these 6 houses can probably lend about 2,000 taels. More than that is likely hopeless. 2,000 each meant 12,000, still far short of the 180,000 gap. Moreover, of the existing 150,000, Eunuch Yang had declared he would withdraw his 100,000 the moment they opened. Calculated this way, there remained a gap of nearly 270,000 taels. 270,000 taels was a staggering figure in late Ming. The court's expenditure on repairing the 3 great halls during the Wanli and Tianqi eras had been only 20 or 30,000 taels, but on second thought, it was not truly that much. Subtracting the 100,000 Eunuch Yang would definitely withdraw. Of the remaining 170,000, most consisted of outstanding notes. DeLong maintained nationwide branches with a strong reputation and swift remittances. Many notes were still in transit or circulating in other regions. The notes present in the capital's market amounted to perhaps 100,000 at most. Getting Shanxi House not to kick us while we're down would already be fortunate. We probably cannot count on them for timely assistance, Wu Kaidi sighed. Not necessarily, Lang Ningyun said. As long as DeLong does not collapse and they can profit, that will suffice. These Shanxi fellows conduct business even with the Eastern barbarians. Can they not make money from us? Zia's is trapped on the pirate ship with no way off, but the other 7 can definitely be approached. We can obtain perhaps 100,000 taels from them. Simply doubling the lending benefit probably will not move them. Benefits alone will not suffice. There must be consequences as well. Lang Ningyun chuckled. The special reconnaissance team will arrive in Tianjin within days. How can we not capitalize on such an opportunity? Wu Kaidi had never been to Lingao, but he had heard stories about the special reconnaissance team. Hearing it mentioned now, he could not help but laugh. Yes, with them here we can also invite the gods of wealth. Exactly. If they cooperate willingly, excellent. If not, we shall have to abandon pretenses and employ tactics. Lang Ningyun said, but if it truly comes to that, resolution will prove difficult. We are merely stealing the red rope and opening the box. Letting them understand what they are dealing with should suffice. Yes, that will be enough. Wu Kaidi's expression brightened considerably. As long as these 7 do not run on us, we will be fine. Calculated this way, it should work out. Lang Ningyun said, to be cautious, we still require more cash on hand. Prepare a visiting card for me. In the next 2 days, I wish to see Li Luoyu. You want to see him? Wu Kaidi was startled. He is in the capital, but he is famously difficult to meet. You have requested audiences several times and been refused. DeLong now stands at a life-or-death juncture. He must see me. Wu Kaidi was dumbfounded. By ordinary logic, having been refused when matters were going well, with DeLong now in danger, the other party would be even less inclined to respond. Of course, he did not know that Li Luoyu had a vulnerability within the Kun's grasp. As long as he cared about his nephew-in-law, he had to provide assistance at this critical moment. If circumstances truly deteriorated to DeLong's collapse, with Lang Ningyun fleeing or being arrested, Gu Beicheng in Lingao might as well abandon any hope of conducting business. He would be better off digging sand for Fu Yaodi. Observing his surprise, Lang Ningyun did not elaborate, saying only, "Do not worry. In times of crisis, Mr. Li will certainly not abandon us." Seeing his confidence, Wu Kaidi said, "I will arrange it immediately. He is in the capital but does not stay at his own residence. He maintains another place. Prepare a generous gift, all the newest Australian goods. Prepare one for his concubine as well." End of chapter. Chapter 2737, The Capital, Part 93. Wu Kaidi smiled. "Master, have you lost your head? Preparing gifts for the ladies of the house should be left to the 2 young mistresses." Oh, you're right, of course. How foolish of me. Lang Ningyun tapped his forehead. I'll go speak with them now. One more thing, Wu Kaidi reminded him. Mr. Li has conducted business with Lingao for years. What Australian goods hasn't he seen? The ordinary items I can prepare here are unlikely to interest him. You'll need something genuinely novel. You're absolutely right, old Wu. Lang Ningyun considered the matter carefully. Though Li Luoyu had his vulnerabilities, he was after all a merchant tycoon who navigated deftly between the great Ming and the later Jin. Reportedly a Catholic as well, with close ties to the Portuguese. Back when the Senate had controlled only that small corner of Lingao on Hainan, he had dared to invest. His vision, resolve, and courage far exceeded those of ordinary men. What hadn't he seen in his years of trade? Simply pressuring and threatening him into cooperation would likely breed resentment. This old fox had kept the Senate at arm's length these past few years. Business continued, but the relationship remained neither warm nor cold. Though gifts weren't the decisive factor, they could sometimes serve as catalysts or lubricants. Lang Ningyun's expression grew serious. He returned to Yikyang's studio and retrieved Li Luoyu's file box from the archive cabinet. It contained not only all his correspondence and records with Li Luoyu since arriving in the capital, but also every piece of intelligence the Foreign Intelligence Bureau had gathered on the man. This included details Gu Beicheng had mentioned during his activities in Lingao. Though fragmentary, these notes often touched on Li's private life, interests, and various personal matters, information that was especially precious. Reading through carefully, he discovered that Mr. Li suffered from a chronic condition, vertigo. Though doctors at Beirng Hospital had never measured his blood pressure, the descriptions from Gu Beicheng and other observers, combined with reports that his household servants regularly purchased Suhexiang decoction and Danchin pills, strongly suggested cardiovascular disease, possibly hypertension. But Suhexiang decoction and Danchin pills had limited effectiveness for hypertension. Earlier, Beirng Hospital's pharmacy had specifically produced Danchin drip pills to improve efficacy by maximizing active ingredient concentration. Yet results remained unsatisfactory until the pharmaceutical factory managed to extract reserpine from Rovalfia and snakeroot plants, finally producing a truly effective antihypertensive. Reserpine had significant side effects and was no longer considered a first-line antihypertensive in the new timeline, but in the 17th century, it was a genuine wonder drug. Liu Dalin's survival this long was largely due to his access to this medication in Lingao. Lang Ningyun didn't suffer from hypertension himself, but considering that the capital's official and wealthy classes were mostly elderly, such conditions of age were surely quite common, so he had specially prepared a supply for building relationships. However, giving medicine to others carried considerable risk, especially among powerful and wealthy families who regarded doctors as beneath notice. If the medicine worked like an elixir, all was well, but if something went wrong, one bore the blame. For this reason, Lang Ningyun rarely offered it as a gift. This time, he decided to deploy this ultimate weapon. Li Luoyu had seen the world and was relatively accepting of new things. Such a gift should win his favor. He returned to the inner residence and summoned Yanhang. Bring the liver-soothing pills. Prepare a 3-month supply and deliver it to the inner study. The reserpine that left Lingao came in the form of traditional Chinese medicine pills. Besides reserpine, each pill contained eukamia, cow bezoar, danchin, and other herbs. The medicine bore the Runchitang trademark, was named liver-soothing elixir, and came in small porcelain bottles, 1 bottle for each month's supply. He then instructed Hexiang, go to the inner study and open the hidden compartment. The hidden compartment in the inner study was designed as a curio cabinet, but it was sealed behind a wall, fitted so seamlessly that without unlocking it, one would never know what lay within. Opening the cabinet door revealed compartments of various sizes, each storing rare and precious objects seldom seen in the world. These were reserved primarily for gifts and relationship building. Many came from Hong Huangnan's Lingao luxury brand Linkoff, though everyone still habitually called it Shop 82. The items were either wrapped in mulberry paper or stored in exquisite small boxes and pouches of various materials, each with labels uniformly attached. I need to select gifts for Mr. Li Loyu. 4 items in total. 1 will be the medicine. For the other 3, help me think. Is this the Mr. Li of Liaohai Trading? The very same. This is difficult. Hexiang was equally at a loss. If costliness alone were the aim, there were many options. If novelty were the goal, there was no shortage of Western and Australian goods. But Li Loyu was both wealthy and worldly. Items that would genuinely impress him were truly few. She selected several items from the compartment and arranged them on the table. Mr. Li is a worldly man who probably uses quill pens regularly. How about this fountain pen? Hexiang produced an exquisite small gilded leather box. Within lay a high-end fountain pen called Mercury, part of the Stardust Generation I series, a collaboration between Linkoff and the Technology Ministry's Tabai Observatory, produced by Shop 82. Not only had the nib material been significantly upgraded with notable improvements in wear resistance, but the barrel material had also been substantially refined. It was crafted from lapis lazuli with delicate gold and silver inlay work, extremely luxurious. The deep blue was profound as distant space, with shimmering silver points across its surface like countless stars. This will do. As far as I know, Mr. Li frequently uses Western script. Then there's this. Hexiang took out a mulberry paper package and carefully unwrapped it. Inside was an elaborate leather case containing a spring-driven gold pocket watch with jewel bearings. This was a genuine Lingao product, made less than a year ago. Pocket watch production had begun 2 years earlier. But those initial watches, limited by materials and craftsmanship, had been comparable to horsehoof alarm clocks. Besides military and industrial applications, most people showed little interest in what was then a clunky, imprecise device. By contrast, this newly produced gold watch approached the dimensions of 18th and 19th century pocket watches. The case was fashioned from 75% gold, 12.5% silver, and 12.5% copper, beautifully colored with sufficient strength. The dial was white glass enamel, the hands and numerals were blued. Inside the case lid was an inlaid fired enamel painting. Only 4 of these watches were sent from Lingao. None have been given out yet. You won't find them anywhere else. Substantial enough. She handed over the watch in its box with great care, adding, "Be careful not to break it." Beautiful. Lang Ningyun took it and examined it closely. He truly does love watches. Li Loyu was quite interested in timekeeping devices. He had purchased European pendulum grandfather clocks as well, but portable timekeepers like pocket watches didn't exist at the time. When he had seen the wristwatches worn by senators, he had expressed great interest, repeatedly offering to purchase one at a premium. At the time, since wristwatches couldn't be produced locally and both finished products and parts relied entirely on old timeline stock, they were classified as Tier 1 controlled items. That request had been impossible to fulfill. One more item. Hexiang mused aloud. Speaking of rare things, a telescope probably doesn't count anymore, and he surely has a globe. He has plenty of scientific instruments at home, both Western and ours. Don't waste your thoughts on that direction. Lang Ningyun felt somewhat troubled. Other things would interest him even less. How about another health medicine then? A matching pair, Hexiang suggested. Since he has hypertension, his heart probably isn't in good condition either. Runchitang's musk heart-protecting elixir would be perfect. Good. Something too extravagant might seem overly formal. As for gifts for the concubine, that's easier, Hexiang continued. Looking at the files, this Madame Kaio is already middle-aged. The storeroom has premium donkey hide gelatin made to tribute specifications. Good. What else? Something more precious. A pair of sapphire earrings from Zizhen Studio. Gemstones weren't highly valued in 17th century China. Though used in jewelry, they weren't considered particularly precious. The main reason was limited cutting and processing capability. Craftsmen couldn't achieve the multifaceted cuts of later eras that created reflections and that dazzling fire effect. After Zizhen's studio introduced new cutting techniques and technology, gemstone prices had risen steadily. In just a few years, entirely new aesthetic tastes had spread to Jiangnan and the capital. Then fabrics. Hexiang began organizing the items on the table. The storeroom has fine poplin and Xiangyan silk. 4 bolts of each should suffice. Both textiles were new products from the Senate's textile industry. The latter went without saying. It was a famous Guangdong product. Originally developed only in the early Republic era, it had now appeared ahead of its time. The former, though called poplin, was actually neither true poplin nor silk, but high-count plain-weave cotton made from combed cotton at Guangzhou's textile factories. Light and smooth in texture, it resembled silk. With the gifts prepared, the messenger Wu Kaidi had sent to deliver the visiting card returned, reporting that Mr. Li had time on the 4th and could meet. Still at Madame Kaio's residence. Yes, but their steward said the master isn't feeling well. He asks that you keep your visit brief. This old fox really doesn't stand on ceremony. Lang Ningyun cursed silently. What is Madame Kaio's status with Mr. Li? If you're asking about favor, Li Loyu's concubines don't have favor to speak of, Wu Kaidi explained. His household is known for strict family rules. Being a concubine there is practically like being in prison. But this Madame Kaio has been with him over 20 years, so the bond runs deeper than with his other concubines. Whenever he's in the capital, he always stays at Madame Kaio's separate residence. Even during New Year, he only remains at the main house until the 3rd day. That's quite eccentric. Not at all, Wu Kaidi laughed. His parents and first wife have all passed. His children have grown and established their own families. There's nothing to keep him at home, but he has many brothers, nephews, and cousins who come daily to pay respects, asking for positions and favors. He finds them tiresome. So he hides in the separate residence for peace and quiet. End of chapter. Chapter 27:38. The Capital, Part 94. Those afflicted with hypertension particularly despised noise. It made perfect sense that he would seclude himself here year-round, seeking peace and quiet. Moreover, his symptoms had grown quite severe of late. Winter always sent blood pressure climbing. Mr. Wu, deliver these 2 gifts ahead of schedule. Be sure to explain the medication instructions to the steward. Master, a maid's voice drifted softly from beyond the curtain. Though his head felt ready to split and waves of pain pulsed at his temples, Li Loyu responded, "What is it?" "Grand Manager Leng has sent someone bearing gifts." A nameless fury surged straight to his brain, nearly causing him to erupt. But he remembered the physician's warnings to calm his mind and spirit and avoid anger, lest he suffer a sudden stroke. Once paralyzed, it would mean death or disability. Death held no terror for him. He was approaching 60, had experienced all that life offered. Though regrets were inevitable, his had been a rich and colorful existence, but disability would leave him at the mercy of others. To fall from powerful patriarch commanding absolute authority to helpless cripple subject to others' whims, setting aside the physical torment, the mental anguish alone was intolerable. If there are gifts, let there be gifts. Give them to the madam. Though he held his temper, he had already decided. If this girl had come of her own initiative to report, 20 strokes of the board awaited her. Though household rules forbade punishing servants before the 15th of the 1st month, this was the separate residence, not the main estate. Here he could do as he pleased. Perhaps sensing the board's approach, the maid's voice trembled. "It was the madam who instructed me to report. She said 2 of the items are medicines, both suited to the master's ailment." "Nonsense," Li Loyu said impatiently. "I've suffered this condition for years and consumed countless medicines. This Lang Ningyun is no Hua Chu reborn. What miracle cure could he possibly possess? The madam says Manager Leng claims the medicine is most efficacious, works immediately, and it's a Nanyang product. Nanyang goods had become the capital's euphemism for Australian goods. Ever since the Kun invaded Liangguang, the capital's merchants avoided saying Australian goods. Kun goods was even more taboo. Manager Ling sending Nanyang goods was hardly unusual. He was one of the Kun himself. As for whether he was a counterfeit or genuine one, Mr. Li cared not. Australian goods, whether gifted or purchased, while not exactly piling mountain high, were hardly rare to him. Speaking of medicines, he'd encountered some as well, including several peace medicines, now fashionable in the capital, things like Zhuge's March powder and plague-avoiding powder. The most renowned was probably the anti-malaria pill. He'd seen it in Guangzhou and been astounded. But the Australians themselves appeared to possess very few, and it was never sold. Only through significant connections could one obtain a handful of pills. Yet once taken, the effects were immediate. As for the stove-stone powder and other Australian wonder drugs sold throughout the capital and Jiangnan in recent years, Li Luoyu remained skeptical despite their sterling reputations. Gu Beicheng, who wrote monthly letters, had never once mentioned these medicines. For years, he'd tasked Gu Beicheng with watching for Australian medicines in Lingao that might treat his head wind. Now that Leng Ningyun had sent medicine for head wind, he couldn't help feeling half suspicious, half hopeful. However, since Leng Ningyun was a genuine member of the Kun who now sought his assistance, he presumably wouldn't send counterfeit medicine. This piqued his interest. His head seemed less painful too. He immediately commanded, "Dress me." With the maid's assistance, he donned casual robes and proceeded to the bright reception room beyond. This quick snow pavilion was where Li Luoyu specifically spent winters at Madame Kaio's residence. Though called a pavilion, it was in fact a small courtyard comprising 3 bright rooms and 2 dark chambers. Every room contained hidden fire dragons, heated channels built into the walls. In winter, once the fires were lit, the rooms felt like spring. During the cold months, he and Madame Kaio lived and entertained guests here. "Master." Upon seeing his approach, Madame Kaio immediately rose and greeted him with a curtsy. She had been with Li Luoyu for over 20 years and had borne him children. By rights, she was a person of merit in the Li household and could afford some informality. Yet in Li Luoyu's presence, her manners remained impeccable, never daring the slightest negligence. Observing Li Luoyu's pained expression and unsteady steps, she quickly replaced the maid in supporting him, calling out, "Bring the Nanyang rattan chair." The Nanyang rattan chair was what the old timeline termed a rattan armchair with backrest. Though crafted using traditional Chinese rattan techniques, its design was actually modeled on late Qing and early Republic Western high-backed chairs, quite ergonomic. The high back and slightly tilted curved lumbar support, combined with the rattan bamboo's natural elasticity, could fully support the human torso. It was especially suitable for weakened patients like Li Luoyu. This particular chair was fashioned from the finest Lingao red-white rattan, with excellent materials and exquisite craftsmanship. Naturally, the price was considerable. Li Luoyu settled into it and couldn't help sighing with relief. He said softly, "What medicine has this manager Leng sent that you felt compelled to make such a fuss? I wouldn't dare disturb the master carelessly." "It's just that Mr. Wu, who brought the gifts, said these 2 medicines would greatly benefit the master's condition, with immediate effect. That's why." "Oh," Li Luoyu said noncommittally. He was too weary to speak further, merely gesturing toward the table beside him. Madame Kaio quickly brought over the 4 gift items from Leng Ningyun. Li Luoyu had no interest in examining them closely. He merely picked up the 2 medicines and gave them a cursory inspection. "This is liver-soothing pill," Mr. Wu instructed, "twice daily, 1 pill each time. Effects are immediate, however it shouldn't be stopped. He has sent a 3-month supply." Li Luoyu nodded weakly. "Immediate effect? Is this some immortal elixir?" Madame Kaio dared not respond. Seeing no further reaction from him, she continued, "This bottle is musk heart-protecting elixir. Mr. Wu said that since the master suffers from head wind, he likely also experiences heart pain and palpitations. When an attack occurs, one should immediately dissolve a pill beneath the tongue for relief. Alternatively, take one pill daily for preventive care. Take one of each and dissolve them in water, he ordered. Having been ill for so long, he had become something of a physician himself and had researched various medicines and pharmacology extensively. Besides Suhexiang decoction and various prescriptions over the years, he had also used a pain-relieving pill, another new medicine marketed as an Australian drug. Very effective, but he knew its secret. Though this substance relieves pain effectively, it is actually opium, he had warned his family. Taking too much creates addiction. The body becomes weak and listless, one becomes a complete wreck. A maid presented 2 small dishes and a pair of silver chopsticks. He raised a dish, lightly sniffed the medicine scent, used the chopsticks to probe the residue and touched the tip of his tongue to it. After a long pause, he said, "Very well, let us try 1 dose." To his surprise, within just 1 hour of taking the medicine, the swelling and pain in his head gradually subsided. The dizziness faded as well. Previously, although pain-relieving pills could stop the pain, nothing could dispel the dizziness. Once comfortable, his appetite improved. Seeing this, Madame Caillou was overjoyed. She ordered light porridge and side dishes brought and personally served him his meal. With his stomach satisfied, weariness followed. These past days his sleep had been hazy, half dreaming, half waking, plagued by nightmares of perilous situations. He always woke exhausted. Now, as drowsiness descended, Madame Caillou immediately prepared bedding in the warm alcove for him to rest. He slept until dusk approached. When Li Luoyu rose, he felt clear-headed and keen-eyed. His previously exhausted body brimmed with energy. Such excellent condition had been rare in recent years. Li Luoyu couldn't help marveling to himself. The Australians truly were remarkable. Feeling well, even his demeanor toward Madame Caillou, the maids and servants softened considerably. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The residents finally took on something of the relaxed, joyful atmosphere befitting the new year. But Li Luoyu did not share Madame Caillou's ease. He examined Leng Ningyun's gifts again with care. Both were valuable and exceedingly thoughtful, clearly intended to curry his favor. Since Leng Ningyun's arrival in the capital several years ago, though business relations meant frequent dealings between Liaohai Trading and DeLong, he personally had maintained minimal contact with Leng Ningyun. Besides their first meeting when Leng came to the capital, there had been no private interactions. Yet Leng Ningyun's attitude remained quite proactive, visiting cards and greetings at the 3 major festivals, gifts and condolences for any weddings or funerals. His cold treatment of Leng Ningyun stemmed not from simple avoidance or lingering resentment over the refused artillery sale years ago. Rather, ever since the burning of the 5 Rams Post Station, he had sensed the truth. The Kun were not creatures content to remain in a pond. They were nothing like the Portuguese, who occupied Macau and were satisfied with a place to settle and conduct trade. The Kun harbored grand designs. This barely concealed ambition had reached its apex before Liangguang fell. Through his commercial network, he had gleaned some knowledge of the Kun's activities over the years. Whether meddling in Shandong's unrest, destroying the Zheng Zhilong faction, forcing Liu Xiang's surrender, opening a shipping company in Shanghai, or dispatching envoys to Liaodong to negotiate business with the Manchus, each and every move concealed enormous ambition. Like master strategists, they had quietly placed piece after piece upon the board. So when Gu Beicheng's urgent letter arrived warning that the Australians were actively preparing for war and would likely land on the mainland, followed by news of Guangdong's fall, Li Luoyu felt no surprise whatsoever. It had been expected. Just as Gu Beicheng had warned, what difference would it make if the court knew? A few days earlier, alarm at most. The outcome wouldn't change in the slightest. How could a golden-scaled creature remain in a pond? Once meeting wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon, Li Luoyu murmured. This golden scale of mysterious origins was on the verge of becoming a dragon, and the wind and clouds filling the sky were precisely the deteriorating national situation. Li Loyu had long since lost heart regarding the great Ming. The political shifts at court over these years had left him increasingly despairing. He was no longer that middle-aged man who had searched everywhere for new technology, hoping to refresh military equipment, restore the Ming, and recover lost territories. But to pledge allegiance to another master, he truly could not bring himself to respect anyone. End of chapter. Chapter 2739, The Capital, Part 95, The Roving Bandits required no special mention. Thus far, several notorious groups had proven utterly predictable, scattering like leaves whenever government troops approached, only to reconvene the moment the soldiers withdrew. They swarmed like bees and ants, never amounting to any real threat. The Manchus presented a more complex picture. They had once seemed on the verge of extinction. Yet after Huang Teji proclaimed himself emperor and changed the dynastic name, the previously declining Great Jin had somehow found new life. Huang Teji's ambitions far exceeded those of the old slave, who had only known how to carve out a petty kingdom and conduct raids. More importantly, Huang Teji possessed the abilities to match his grand designs. Given Li Loyu's position and extensive commercial connections in the capital, Huang Teji had even dispatched subordinates to write letters of persuasion through Liaohai Trading's Shenyang branch, urging him to secretly serve the Great Qing in exchange for rich rewards. Li Loyu was aware that some Shanxi merchants engaged in Mongolian trade had already fallen in, and were accumulating wealth at astonishing speed. But none of this could make him forget the horrors of the Guangning garrison's evacuation. That was an irreconcilable blood feud. Only toward the Kun were his feelings truly complicated. Whether their claim of being Great Song descendants was genuine or fabricated, they were at least of Huaxia lineage, sharing the same language and script. Compared to the Little Chinas of Korea and Annam, one might even consider them the legitimate heirs. Yet their methods in Hainan and the ideas conveyed through their interactions revealed them to be profoundly different from traditional Huaxia. Never mind Korea or Vietnam, they diverged greatly even from the Europeans he had encountered. If the Kun were to take over Huaxia, what would become of it? A realm of sage kings like Yao and Shun, or a land fallen to barbarism? Li Loyu held little hope for the future. In any case, his own days were numbered. When a man dies, the lamp goes out. Even the greatest catastrophe would no longer be his concern. He had made arrangements for business matters, though he accepted that the fragmentation or even destruction of the family enterprise amid turbulent times was probably inevitable. His children had all established their own families and careers. Whether their futures brought fortune or disaster was for them to determine. As for his greedy brothers and nephews, they too had received their share. Whether they could keep it depended on their own abilities. He had made one final preparation, sending 2 concubines and their children to the south. One went to Macau, entrusted to Jesuit friends. Another traveled secretly to Lingao, placed in Gu Beicheng's care. Should the world descend into chaos and all perish together, at least some of the Li bloodline would survive. He would at least have honored his ancestors. Grand Manager Ling sent such precious gifts, he must have something important to ask of the master. Madame Caillou's words roused him from his reverie. What he wants, I roughly know. Li Loyu gave a cold snort. It's not an easy matter to handle. Madame Caillou dared not respond. After a long pause, she ventured, "This medicine truly suits the master's condition. If it can be done, perhaps the master might consider helping him." To help or not, Li Loyu found himself quite hesitant. Though bedridden at home, he was not cut off from news in the capital. Leng Ningyun's kidnapping, his subsequent return, the secret plot to run on DeLong, he had heard something of all these developments. Yet he never intervened in DeLong's affairs. His firms maintained extensive dealings with DeLong, but these were purely business relationships. He kept his distance from the Australians' activities in the north and had not invested. The Australians harbored grand designs. He had no desire to entangle himself for a few coins and thereby offend the court. Though the court was at its wit's end, destroying him along with his family and business would still require little effort on their part. This was especially true in the capital, where hidden dragons and crouching tigers lurked, with powerful households on every street. Despite his considerable enterprise and connections, he still had to tread carefully. Who had kidnapped Manager Ling? He did not know and had no intention of finding out. But the run on DeLong was obviously not Shanxi House's doing alone. That Shanxi House wanted to crush DeLong was no secret in the capital, but DeLong had eunuch Yang's backing. After Shanxi House's last failed scheme, they had lowered their banners and retreated. That they had suddenly resumed operations suggested someone else was directing matters from the shadows. Whoever dared challenge DeLong was obviously no ordinary official. For caution's sake, he should stay out of it, but if he completely ignored DeLong's fate, he could not explain himself to the Kun either. After much deliberation, he concluded that he could only help secretly, not assist openly. With this, his thinking became clear. He instructed Madame Caio, "Call Zhang Cheng in to see me." Zhang Cheng was one of his personal servants and trusted with handling important matters. "Handle this quietly," Li Luoyu directed. "Remember to find notes that have been stored for some time. Don't specially exchange for new ones, and don't open any new notes." Wu Kaidi did not go to the Li residence. He was stretched thin, having to visit each of the small peers personally. He could only let Lang Ningyun go alone. After returning, he grew even more anxious and uneasy, uncertain how this famous capital merchant would treat Manager Leng. Though Manager Leng had seemed confident, apparently certain of Li Luoyu's cooperation, Wu Kaidi knew well the dangers of commerce and the fickleness of human sentiment. Never mind being mere business partners. Even life-saving grace might count for nothing in times of crisis. So he remained restless with worry. When he saw Lang Ningyun return with a slight smile, he relaxed somewhat. After exchanging greetings, he asked hurriedly, "Master, what did Grand Manager Li say?" "That thousand-year-old fox, what could he say? Naturally just vague murmurs." Lang Ningyun laughed. "He wouldn't commit to a single solid word." Wu Kaidi said anxiously, "Master, you can still laugh." Suddenly realizing he was being too presumptuous, he moderated his tone. "This is no laughing matter. What exactly happened? Calm yourself." Lang Ningyun settled into his seat at ease, drank a bowl of tea, and ordered some pastries. Only then did he slowly recount the visit. Grand Manager Li was very polite. However, he definitely won't publicly support DeLong. He's wary of whoever is backing the other side. Does he know who's behind it? I suspect he may have some idea. But anyone who dares move against us in the capital is no ordinary figure. Lang Ningyun sighed. Even Grand Manager Li wouldn't want to invite trouble without good reason. Then we came away empty-handed. Not entirely. Lang Ningyun patted the visiting case beside him. "Here's what we harvested. Open it and see." Wu Kaidi hurriedly opened the case. Inside lay a thick stack of mulberry paper, some yellowed with age, some newer, some even stained. But he recognized them immediately, all banknotes. Banknotes, correct, 30,000 taels in total. Wu Kaidi flipped through them. These notes had all been issued by Shanxi House. They were of various ages, apparently specially collected. This old Li was quite something. A pity it's only 30,000. Wu Kaidi calculated mentally. Adding the small peers' loans, that came to roughly 50,000. 50,000 is plenty. Lang Ningyun swallowed a pastry and clapped his hands. The banquet on the 5th is the key. Unless we thoroughly subdue them at the Banking Guild feast, even if we obtain 300,000 taels to weather this storm, they'll remain a hidden danger. True enough. What did the small peers say? Lang Ningyun cut him off. I visited each one today. All 6 small peers are sympathetic and willing to help, but they're all afraid of Shanxi House. Wu Kaidi explained that the small peers, having little capital and few connections, did not dare offend Shanxi House. Yet they were also unhappy about Shanxi House's domination and bullying in the capital's money market, so they hoped DeLong could pull through. Thus each had agreed to the short-term loan, but requested that DeLong keep the arrangement confidential. Naturally, as long as they put up money, we'll certainly be grateful. Master will certainly be grateful, but this money. Wu Kaidi hesitated, then pulled out a folder with a wry smile. All notes. Notes are fine too. We never expected them to put up actual silver. But upon opening it, he was stunned. Inside were all DeLong notes. 27,322 taels, 7 mace, 1 fin in total, Wu Kaidi said. I've counted. Leng Ningyun did not know whether to laugh or cry. The people coming to run on the bank wanted to exchange DeLong notes back to him. And now here were over 20,000 more DeLong notes. Who was he supposed to exchange them with? Well, at least they've helped clear 27,000 taels worth of notes from the market. The managers all said, if DeLong doesn't fall, return the notes to them when the time comes, no interest needed. But if, he hesitated, leaving the rest unsaid. If it fell, these notes would be nothing but waste paper anyway. These southern folks truly knew how to calculate. Then again, sending DeLong notes still represented genuine silver support, clearly stating their position. Objectively, it also reduced the pressure DeLong faced from the run on the market. This sentiment is considerable enough. Leng Ningyun nodded. Interest should still be paid. Calculating this way, we still have a gap of 70 or 80,000. That depends on tonight. Are you confident, Master? Wu Kaidi could not help asking again. 50-50, he answered as before. Wu Kaidi felt stifled. Though he did not hold a single share in DeLong and was merely a senior clerk earning 12 taels a month, he and Leng Ningyun had worked well together over the years. The DeLong Empire in the capital was partly his achievement too. His attachment ran deep. Though Leng Ningyun could not claim complete confidence, he was quite certain about tomorrow's meeting. Before he had even returned to DeLong, Hexiang had already transferred intelligence on Shanxi House to the liaison officer sent by the Reconnaissance Division's Special Reconnaissance Team commanding this operation. He had complete faith in the Special Reconnaissance Team's capabilities. Frankly, if the business did not have to continue and he could not be seen as a monster, he would have loved to have snipers shoot several people dead at tomorrow night's banquet, to experience the thrill of killing silently while chatting and laughing. But he could not tell Wu Kaidi about any of this. Besides, the capital was different from elsewhere. The net was tight. Even the Special Reconnaissance Team might not be able to come and go freely, so he had only proposed a deterrence objective. How to implement it was left to the commanding officer. End of chapter. Chapter 2740. The Capital, Part 96. The capital's most exquisite cuisine was never found in restaurants. Beyond the imperial kitchens and the private chefs of officials and nobles, the finest banquets were hosted in the pleasure quarters. In a hall of the capital's most renowned pleasure house, crimson candles burned tall while Xi'ang silk curtains hung low. Outside, the wind cut with bitter cold. Inside, 4 white copper braziers blazed, warming the room to springtime comfort. 3 8 immortals' tables had been arranged, each bearing 8 tiered displays of candied dried fruits adorned with auspicious phrases: fortune, prosperity, longevity, happiness. At the center stood a foot-high sugar sculpture of the lion immortal. Against the walls, large porcelain plates held towering pyramids of Buddha's hand citrons from the south. More than 10 pots of Jiangsu narcissus bloomed fragrant, their scent mingling with the refined, elegant atmosphere. Today marked the Capital Banking Guild's inaugural New Year banquet. The Guild's 15 establishments, large and small alike, would gather here to feast and discuss the coming year's business. It was just past noon, and only the major peers had assembled for deliberations. According to the Guild's unwritten rules, the minor peers would not arrive until nightfall. Matters of importance were decided by the major peers in the afternoon. Come evening, the minor peers would simply be informed. Their interests, naturally, went unconsidered, a source of endless frustration, yet they remained powerless to change it. The major peers were uniformly Shanxi houses. In those days, Shanxi houses had not yet evolved into the purely commercial financial institutions that later banks would become. Rather, they were hybrid enterprises of trade and finance, with fingers in every conceivable venture. As the name suggested, Shanxi houses were establishments run by Shanxi merchants in the capital. They dealt primarily in Shanxi goods and Mongol goods, common agricultural products and daily necessities, as well as government-monopolized or controlled commodities like salt, tea, and horses. Money exchange had originally been merely a sideline to these core businesses. However, the Shanxi merchants had long recognized the enormous profits to be made in money exchange, deposits, and lending. Given their massive operating capital and the need for high liquidity, they required sophisticated financial infrastructure. Thus the Shanxi houses had gradually, without any formal training, developed a financial business of their own, which eventually became their primary operation. Today's most pressing agenda item was, naturally, how to deal with Delong and its aftermath. The Capital Banking Guild's chairman bore the surname Cao. Though Shanxi merchants were famous throughout the realm in the money trade, their financiers, managers, and clerks almost universally hailed from a dozen or so counties in central Shanxi. Chairman Cao was no exception, a native of Tegu. He had started as a bank clerk, worked in the capital for over 30 years, and risen through the ranks to the position of manager. Though merely a manager in title, his power was immense, practically half an owner within his bank. He controlled operations, personnel, and finances, answering only to the proprietor himself. The compensation was generous, and he held dry shares that entitled him to dividends, a white-collar position in every sense, but the owner demanded high returns. After 3 years, when accounts were settled, if profits satisfied the proprietor, a single dividend could yield what ordinary men earned in several lifetimes. If profits proved poor or losses mounted, however, no one would hire him again. Thus anyone who had reached the position of manager and maintained it for decades was an old fox indeed, and whoever served as guild chairman was a fox spirit cultivated to absolute perfection. Manager Cao's Shanxi house was simply called Chang's, characteristic of these establishments, which eschewed fancy names in favor of the owner's surname alone. Among the 8 major Shanxi shops in the capital, it ranked only 5th or 6th. This was by design, a careful balance to prevent any single house from growing dominant. The chairman was therefore never drawn from the top 3 houses. The Shanxi houses had operated in the capital for over a century, making them consummate local serpents. When Delong first arrived, though it possessed connections and considerable face, establishing itself required considerable effort. During that period, the houses had jointly tripped up Delong at every turn, stopping short of outright force only because Delong enjoyed palace connections. Later, once Delong grew strong through wire transfers and Zixi fine products, circumstances no longer permitted such backstabbing. The houses began maintaining courteous relations with Delong. Yet despite Delong's growth, it remained far inferior to the combined strength and deposit scale commanded by the Shanxi houses. Strictly speaking, Delong was still a minor peer. Originally, Leng Ningyun had harbored no intention of challenging the capital's financial order or escalating conflict. But once he wielded wire transfers as his secret weapon, the long-distance remittance business, especially the lucrative Jiangnan and Guangdong routes, effectively excluded the Shanxi houses. Moreover, with telegraph communications at his disposal, Delong possessed real-time knowledge of money supply conditions everywhere, could dispatch funds with fluid precision, and consistently earned generous profits. This made the Shanxi house peers burn with both envy and resentment. When the Kun invaded and Guangdong fell, the Shanxi houses celebrated for a time, believing Delong would soon perish. To their astonishment, Delong quietly weathered the storm. The forces behind it truly astounded the merchants, and so matters had remained calm during this period. Before year's end, Word that Leng Ningyun had been kidnapped by bandits set the Shanxi house managers celebrating once more. In times like these, being kidnapped meant that even survival would leave DeLong severely damaged. The very day they received the news, several managers conspired to spread rumors and orchestrate a bank run, intending to bring down DeLong in a single stroke. What followed, however, proved dizzying. Not only was DeLong sealed by imperial order to prevent collapse from a run, but before the new year, Leng Ningyun miraculously returned. Whether Leng Ningyun returns is immaterial. DeLong has been badly wounded. They're probably just preparing to close up shop. Kaio Wanian, the leading manager of Kaio's, said with a smile while sniffing Western snuff. Manager Kaio, you're truly out of touch. Manager Qin Shengyu of he sneered. Word from Shenzhen Prefecture says that Lord Zhang will unseal DeLong the moment he returns to office on the 4th. If they intended to close, why seek the unsealing? Unsealing means they're reopening. Not necessarily reopening. Manager Yuan of Shen's was the youngest among the 8 managers, only in his early 40s. Without unsealing, he cannot access the silver or ledgers in the vault. One cannot simply walk away empty-handed. The bank holds at least tens of thousands of taels. My dear Yuan, you really are a naive commoner. Manager Shen of Zia's lounged on a Xiang concubine daybed, openly smoking his pipe, and sneered. This Leng Ningyun is no upstanding man. He's probably one of the Kun himself. If he means to flee, what does an imperial seal matter to him? Just waste paper. If it's merely waste paper to him, then why petition the prefect for unsealing? He could simply run. Manager Shen was momentarily stunned, his expression turning embarrassed. Just some final, desperate struggle. Manager Shen was the most adamant among the Shanxi house managers that DeLong was finished, and Leng Ningyun would flee. Everyone understood that his eagerness to disparage DeLong probably stemmed from Zia's being deeply implicated in this affair. Though every manager thoroughly disliked DeLong and hoped this Kun-connected aberration would vanish from the capital soon, their years navigating the capital's complex environment had taught them not to voice opinions too readily. I believe DeLong will definitely reopen, Manager Cao said. Yesterday, Wu Kaidi visited all 6 minor peers, likely seeking short-term loans to prepare for emergency withdrawals when they reopen. How dare they? Manager Shen's eyes went round. These barbarians have no intention of continuing to eat from this bowl of rice in the capital. Whether they dare is beside the point. Manager Qin looked disdainful. These houses each possess only 30 or 40,000 taels in capital, the largest barely 60,000. How much can they scrape together for DeLong? Let us proceed with our original plan. The moment DeLong dares to open, we crush them in a single blow. Crushing DeLong is simple enough, but who cleans up the aftermath? Liu Shuheng, the chief manager of Wang's, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Wang's was the largest Shanxi house, commanding the strongest resources. Reportedly, its available funds exceeded 1 million, backed by capital of 30 to 40,000. The notes DeLong has in circulation probably total at least 200,000. Manager Yuan calculated. They have perhaps 100,000 in reserves at most. Once we run on them, they will certainly collapse. And after their collapse, the capital's market will turn very ugly. So what if they collapse? Just a few more people jumping into wells and hanging themselves from rafters. Manager Shen dismissed the concern with a wave. But we ourselves will not escape unscathed. Manager Yuan replied. Circumstances have changed. Before, their notes were few and our dealings with them limited. These past few years our dealings have surged. Which among us does not hold DeLong notes? When DeLong collapses, will those notes not become waste paper? Manager Shen sneered. Look at you, hesitating over a mere few thousand taels. Can one conduct grand business while fretting over such trifles? Once DeLong is gone, will not all their depositors become ours? Manager Yuan's voice turned cold. Manager Shen, our small shop operates on limited resources, unlike your wealthy Zia family. A net loss of several thousand taels, can that truly be brushed aside with talk of grand business? when accounts are settled. His words raised waves 1,000 feet high, for each house held considerable DeLong notes, some exceeding 10,000 taels, the smallest still amounting to several thousand. If these DeLong notes could be fully redeemed before they collapse, all would be well. If not, there will be no way to explain it to our proprietors. How do we manage to redeem our notes and crush DeLong at the same time? The managers fell to whispered consultations. Save for Manager Chin, the discussion betrayed little enthusiasm for the proposed bank run. Manager Shen grew anxious. How had the wind shifted so suddenly? Watching the managers still putting on their careful airs, he sneered. "Gentlemen, cease this pretense. Who among us does not know that after Leng Ningyun was kidnapped last month, each of you bought up DeLong notes at 20 or 30% of face value, preparing for the run? Now that DeLong is about to reopen, you've all gotten cold feet. Manager Shen, please calm yourself." Manager Cao spoke up to smooth the tensions. "We naturally cannot tolerate DeLong Bank. But as for how specifically to proceed, everyone should discuss the matter first." End of chapter. Chapter 2741. The Capital Part 97. Though his words sounded reasonable enough, the momentum had noticeably flagged, utterly lacking the earlier spirit of crushing them before breakfast. Manager Shen was puzzled. How had everyone's disposition shifted so dramatically in just a few days? Could Leng Ningyun have met with them in secret and struck some private arrangements? Manager Shen's expression grew suspicious as he glanced at Manager Chin. Their eyes met, and by unspoken agreement, they separately found excuses to step outside. Finding the corridor empty, Manager Shen demanded, "Old Chin, what's going on in there? Everyone's gone soft." "I'm as baffled as you are." Manager Chin looked genuinely bewildered. Before the new year, everyone was in agreement. When we divided up to purchase the notes, the enthusiasm was palpable. Besides, even if DeLong's notes become worthless paper, each house stands to lose only a few hundred taels at most. Could that Kun fellow Leng have pulled some trick and promised them benefits? That, surely not. Manager Chin hesitated. We Shanxi houses have always stood united, all for one, one for all. What could Leng Ningyun possibly offer to buy everyone off? Manager Shen considered this. It was true. Leng Ningyun held no real cards at the moment. "How strange," he muttered. "Leng Ningyun must have employed some stratagem," Manager Chin said. "We should probe everyone's thoughts first." The two returned to the meeting room one after another. They heard Manager Lu of the Feng establishment holding forth expansively. "This Leng Ningyun will definitely appear tonight. If he doesn't, I'll eat my words." Manager Shen frowned slightly. This Manager Lu was still as crude as ever. Most Shanxi house managers came from humble origins, apprentices and junior clerks who had worked their way up through years of toil. The majority had received only a few years of private schooling and were barely literate. Yet decades of conducting business had polished most of them, teaching them proper merchant speech and demeanor. Only this Manager Lu remained stubbornly true to his roots, revealing his coarse nature within a few sentences. Manager Lu paid no heed to Manager Shen's disdainful expression and continued with enthusiasm. He petitioned Shunchen Prefecture to lift the seal, then went calling on the minor nobility. He's clearly planning to reopen and weather the storm. If he intends to tough it out, how could he not show his face at the God of Wealth banquet? He might even be hoping to secure some short-term funds from us. Speaking of which, isn't DeLong's owner one of the Kun? I hear the Kun are quite wealthy. Pity that however rich they may be, you and I can hardly travel to Guangdong to collect. Otherwise, we could take our DeLong notes to Guangzhou and receive full payment. We'd make a fortune. Keep dreaming. DeLong has never admitted any connection to the Kun. You go to redeem your notes and the Guangzhou Kun will claim you're a court spy, drag you to the beach and take your head off. Ha ha ha. The hall erupted in laughter. To Managers Shen and Chin, this cheerful mirth sounded inexplicably strange. Up to this point in the meeting, not a single strategy for running on DeLong had been proposed. Instead, voice after voice had poured cold water on the scheme. How peculiar. Manager Shen had been stationed in the capital for over 20 years, working alongside these men for at least 7 or 8. He knew that though their temperaments differed, in matters of business they were all decisive and ruthless. Yet the arrow was nocked and had to fly. If this arrow wasn't loosed, he couldn't answer to his backers, let alone to his owner. Thinking of his owner, his forehead began to bead with sweat. His decades of reputation, his prospects for a comfortable retirement, his descendants' prosperity and honor, all depended on this. He coughed and spoke up. If the Kun ever truly reached the capital, our heads would probably rest quite unsteadily on our shoulders. The Kun reached Guangzhou, but no Guangzhou banker lost his head, someone pointed out. Many Shanxi merchants conducted business in Guangzhou. Heiaban Street, where director Guo had made his fortune, hosted numerous Shanxi merchant establishments. Through correspondence, they had gleaned some understanding of conditions under the Kun. Heh, that's different, manager Shen sneered. The Guangzhou bankers never offended the Kun, but we've offended manager Ling terribly. These words immediately chilled the previously merry atmosphere. When it came to running on DeLong back then, all 8 houses had been involved. Especially when DeLong first arrived in the capital, the 8 houses had joined forces and even mobilized official power. If Eunuch Yang, backing Leng Ningyun, hadn't intervened, DeLong would have been destroyed long ago. Later, though cooperation had proceeded smoothly enough, when the Kun landed in Guangdong, the 8 houses had again conspired to label DeLong rebel property and Leng Ningyun a Kun spy, a far more serious accusation. Had it succeeded, Leng Ningyun might not have survived. Think about it, gentlemen. If you were Leng Ningyun, could you swallow such grievances? Wouldn't you have every one of us dragged to the execution ground, sitting outside Heneungton Pharmacy to watch your enemies being sliced alive? Observing the frightened expression spreading across their faces, manager Shen felt a secret satisfaction. Look at you fence-sitters. He pressed his advantage. Beat a snake without killing it, and you'll suffer for it. Leng Ningyun has only just been rescued, and DeLong is at its weakest. Rumors already swirl through the streets. All we need do is add fuel to the flames. Without much effort on our part, the depositors and note holders out there will run them into the ground. Fresh whispers rippled through the hall. These words weren't without merit. The Kun reaching the capital, unless the sun rises in the west. Manager Lu looked disdainful. Besides, if the Kun really came, why would we still be here, greeting them with food and wine? Not conducting business anymore. Business. Having offended Leng Ningyun to the point of mortal enmity, are we supposed to sit in the capital waiting for him to have us sliced alive? Naturally, we'd pack up quickly and return to Shanxi. Business can be done anywhere. And life matters more than commerce. Manager Shen despised this fellow's flippant manner, but the words themselves weren't unreasonable. If the Kun gained power, they couldn't survive in the capital. Conversely, as long as the Kun stayed away, the capital remained their domain. Manager Cao coughed, a signal for everyone to cease arguing. He wished to offer some fair words. Everyone, enough quarreling. DeLong remains a member of our trade guild. Whether they're connected to the Kun, there's no need to speculate. If the authorities say so, then so be it. If the authorities say not, we treat them as not. Manager Cao spoke slowly and deliberately. That's right. Heads nodded around the room. Manager Shen grew anxious and was about to interject, but Manager Cao raised his hand and continued. As for whether DeLong is grievously wounded or flourishing, that's their own affair. We're peers. We can offer a few observations. Manager Shen seethed inwardly. This was practically defeatism. He was about to challenge the statement when Manager Cao calmly continued. As for each house's DeLong notes, each conducts their own business. Those who feel uncertain can redeem them when they reopen these next few days. Those who believe DeLong can hold on may simply retain them. Bad notes and bad debts are part of daily life in the money trade. These words covered all bases and were watertight. But Manager Shen understood clearly. The previously agreed plan to crush DeLong, united as one, speaking with one voice, had dissolved into empty rhetoric, replaced by every man for himself. Though manager Shen felt certain each house remained pessimistic about DeLong's prospects, and with such profit at stake the run was inevitable, the force of 8 houses acting in concert versus acting individually were entirely different propositions. United action could coordinate timing and deploy resources systematically, leaving DeLong unable to draw breath. Acting separately would give DeLong far more room to maneuver. He wanted to say more, but manager Yuan muttered, "If DeLong truly collapses, Eunuch Yang probably won't let the matter rest." Eunuch Yang was the director of the Bell and Drum Office. Though it couldn't compare to genuinely powerful agencies like the Directorate of Ceremonial or the Directorate of Imperial Horses, it remained the head of one of the 24 offices. Offending him fatally would bring consequences they couldn't afford. "What's there to fear?" Manager Qin said. "Eunuch Yang has already sent people to withdraw his deposits. The moment they lift the seal tomorrow, Lang Ningyun will have to obediently hand over 100,000 taels. Once Eunuch Yang has his silver, whether Lang Ningyun lives or dies is no concern of his." True enough. Manager Yuan clearly lacked conviction. Twice they had tried to destroy DeLong, and twice Eunuch Yang had intervened. The second time, when DeLong fell under suspicion of Kun connections, Eunuch Yang had seemed ready to abandon them, yet DeLong had weathered the storm safely nonetheless. This made them suspect DeLong possessed even more powerful backing beyond Eunuch Yang. Eunuch Yang's attitude is probably 50-50. Kaio Wanian, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke in measured tones. "He's rushing to withdraw his money, which shows he's not optimistic about DeLong and likely won't protect them vigorously. Otherwise, he wouldn't be pulling out this sum. Old Kaio is right. If he truly treated DeLong like a godson, he'd be sending timely rescue, not pulling the rug from under them." Manager Qin immediately agreed. "He's merely watching from the shore as the flood rises. If DeLong survives, splendid. If DeLong falls, he hasn't lost much. Yes, at worst we can pool a few thousand taels for him afterward," Manager Shen said. Manager Lu remarked, "I don't have that much silver to throw down a dog's den." Manager Shen was about to argue, but Manager Cao intervened. "That's all future business. What are you bickering about? Speaking of backing, who among us lacks it? Is there any need to fear some Eunuch Yang?" Manager Qin encouraged the room. When Wei Zhongxian held power, Yang was already without allies. When the current emperor took the throne, Yang wasn't among the Prince Xin mansion eunuchs. He only climbed to director of the Bell and Drum Office by flattering former mansion servants. His connections with the inner ministers probably aren't particularly deep. It's nothing to worry about. Easy for you to say. What if DeLong holds shares belonging to some inner minister? They simply don't show it publicly and have Eunuch Yang hold them on their behalf. If that were true, could Lang Ningyun have been kidnapped? Just as they argued animatedly, a junior servant suddenly entered to announce, "DeLong's Lang Ningyun manager Leng has arrived." End of chapter. Chapter 2742. The Capital, Part 98. The noisy hall fell silent. For a single instant, even the faint crackling of charcoal in the braziers could be heard with perfect clarity. Everyone had known Lang Ningyun would come tonight, ever since word spread that Shunshan Prefecture would unseal DeLong. Yet knowing this did nothing to calm the tremor that passed through their hearts. The harbinger of doom had finally arrived. Lang Ningyun was fair-skinned and refined in manner, unfailingly polite in all his dealings. Though his accent could be difficult to parse, he always spoke with measured calm. No one had ever witnessed him lose his temper. By all accounts, such a scholarly figure should have nothing to do with doom. But since his safe return, that gentle smile had taken on a sinister cast in everyone's memory. No one understood this better than Manager Shen. He had believed Lang Ningyun dead and buried. Even if the man somehow returned, surely he would be broken, dejected. Never had Shen expected him to come back brimming with vitality, not merely returned but reopening for business. If he dared to reopen, he had cards left to play. This was what troubled Manager Shen most. Lang Ningyun knew Shen's hand clearly. Shen knew nothing of his. After all, the man had the Kun behind him. Lang Ningyun entered the hall and immediately felt the warmth envelop him. He smiled. "How wonderfully warm it is in here," the servant beamed ingratiatingly. "The fire's been burning since last night, awaiting your arrival, gentlemen. No wonder there's not a single snowflake on the roof, they've all melted," Lang Ningyun remarked. He unfastened the ties of his cloak and gave a slight shrug of his shoulders. The sable-trimmed feather gauze garment slid from his frame, caught instantly by a quick-eyed servant who backed out of the room with it. A single glance confirmed that all 8 managers were present. In the past, he had always attended with the minor peers, arriving only just before nightfall. Today marked his first appearance at the major peers' gathering. A quiet satisfaction stirred within him. The capital's banking landscape would be rewritten from this day forward. Manager Cao had already risen to greet him. Lang Ningyun hurried to return the gesture. A flurry of bows and pleasantries followed as they exchanged New Year wishes. Then everyone took their seats according to rank. Servants immediately brought fragrant tea. This was neither Longjing nor the Fujian jasmine so common in the north, but Songluo tea from Korea, drawn from the king's own reserves, extraordinarily precious. The capital's wealthy loved exotic rarities from distant lands. The pleasure house had spared no expense. Just as they prepared to speak, servants arrived bearing fruit. Fruit was hardly rare in the capital during winter. The ice cellar trade had spawned a profitable sideline in preserved produce. Fruit merchants would purchase large quantities when fruits were in season, selecting only those with flawless skins for storage in ice cellars. Come winter, they brought these out to sell at several times the original price. But these were mostly hardy varieties, native apples, hawthorn, and pears. Ever since the Shanghai Five Roots had expanded their reach into the north, however, truly out-of-season fruit from Hainan now arrived in continuous shipments via refrigerated vessels cooled with blocks of ice. When these genuine tropical fruits first appeared in the capital, the wealthy households had gone wild with enthusiasm. Even a bunch of grapes or a single banana commanded a price of 1 tael. A pineapple or watermelon fetched 3 or 4. Every shipment sold out the moment it arrived. Pleasure houses were notorious money pits. Naturally, they feared no expense. The fruit served here was authentic Kiangju fresh fruit. As for who controlled Kiangju nowadays, no one bothered to ask. Large plates of milky glass held emerald and crimson watermelon slices, golden wedges of pineapple, and plump purple-black grapes. After long hours in the heated rooms, everyone's mouths watered at the sight. The matter of Lang Ningyun could wait. First, they would moisten their parched throats. "This Kiangju fruit is truly refreshing," Kaio Wanian praised. The climate there is warm year-round with no winter to speak of, so naturally they can grow watermelons and grapes. But why is the flesh so succulent, so fine in texture, the juice so abundant, so sweet on the tongue? No watermelon I've tasted anywhere else compares. 17th-century watermelons were already widely cultivated, but their texture and sweetness fell far short of the specially bred varieties from the old timeline. And you can hardly find any seeds in this watermelon. Remarkable, truly remarkable, Manager Lu laughed, spitting out a few pale seeds. The fruit is fully ripe, yet the seeds remain immature. How on earth was this grown? That's why they say the Kun possess ingenious arts that steal the very work of heaven and earth, Kaio Wanian sighed. What a pity. A pity for what? Are you hoping the Kun will come fight for the court? If matters had been handled properly back then, Manager Cao cut him off immediately. No discussing state affairs. Yes, I won't discuss it, Kaio Wanian said hastily. He turned instead to engage Lang Ningyun. Manager Lang, you must have been terrified by your ordeal. Fortunately, you escaped safely. Congratulations are certainly in order. Indeed, Lang Ningyun smiled. Thanks to the efforts of the escort masters. Otherwise I'd have been picked clean, bones and all. Those bandits are truly despicable. Who knows their background to be so brazen right here at the Emperor's feet? Kaio Wanian's words were mere courtesy, but Manager Shen's face betrayed unmistakable discomfort. Absolutely. The authorities surely won't tolerate such madmen. I believe they'll be caught and brought to justice soon. Yes, they had far too much audacity. Without executing a good number of them, they won't know their place. The other managers added their agreement. Whatever their feelings about Leng Ningyun personally, as men of property themselves, they felt a natural kinship when it came to kidnapping. There but for fortune's favor went any of them. Manager Shen's expression grew darker still. Though he tried to conceal it, Manager Cao, that 1,000-year-old fox, saw through him instantly. He silently cursed Shen as dishonorable. Though none present were innocent souls, colluding with bandits was something Manager Cao strongly disapproved of. He had heard vague rumors that Manager Shen was unclean in this whole affair. Today, seeing the man's expression, he became certain Shen was involved. Breaking one's vows to indulge in meat was one thing, but failing to get any meat while ending up reeking of the attempt, that earned only contempt. After these pleasantries had run their course, Manager Cao felt it was time to address the business at hand. After all, DeLong remained a member of the guild. As chairman, he ought to show some concern. Manager Leng, having escaped this disaster, is DeLong reopening tomorrow? Tomorrow will open for business as usual. Leng Ningyun spoke without hesitation. This time, because of my troubles, the shop was sealed for many days. The losses have been heavy. If we don't reopen now, I'll likely have to pack up and leave. Heh, surely Manager Leng jests. Manager Cao smiled and continued. About opening for business, are you fully prepared? No one is ever fully prepared in business. Leng Ningyun deliberately sighed. To be honest, our funds are tight. Everyone was stunned. They had expected him to boast about his flush reserves, perhaps even deploy an empty city stratagem to bluff them. None had anticipated such candid admission of financial strain. Oh, I've heard that outside opinion of DeLong isn't favorable. Manager Shen raised the point deliberately. Yes, I've heard the same. Many major depositors are planning to withdraw and redeem their notes the moment DeLong opens. There may well be a run, and if your funds are tight, should you fail to pay out, you'll face troubles difficult to resolve. Though this touched on running him out of business, both men spoke the truth rather than slander. Every eye in the hall fixed upon Leng Ningyun's face. Having suffered outside for so many days and then been sealed by the authorities, naturally there's concern among our clients. But fortunately, with the banking guild's support, I'm confident I can turn danger into fortune and weather this storm. Everyone was stunned once more. What kind of approach was this? Seeing their bewildered faces, Leng Ningyun continued at a leisurely pace. If DeLong is run into the ground, I'll certainly lose face, but the banking guild won't look particularly good either. How strange. If your shop fails, what has that got to do with us? Manager Qin sneered. All 15 of us in the banking trade, all operating under the emperor's feet, all for one, one for all. Why distinguish between yours and mine? Leng Ningyun smiled, utterly unconcerned. Speaking of which, I came early today precisely regarding this matter. Manager Shen was about to speak, but Manager Cao cut him off, saying pleasantly, "Whatever Manager Leng requires, please speak freely. Whatever the guild can help with, we'll certainly make the effort." Manager Cao is too kind, Leng Ningyun said. As the guild is well aware, DeLong's funds are tight. Once we open, we may struggle to manage. I would like to request the guild's assistance, perhaps some short-term lending. Dead silence filled the hall. No one had expected Leng Ningyun to open by asking to borrow money. It was true that short-term lending among peers in the money trade was commonplace. There were same-day clearings and loans lasting a year or even 18 months. Naturally, they had all conducted such business with DeLong before. But given DeLong's current situation, not merely precarious but with relations toward the major peers that were, if not outright hostile, certainly far from harmonious, not kicking them while they were down already represented some respect for past sentiment. To expect loans to weather a run, that was pure fantasy. Sure enough, Manager Cao immediately looked troubled. I'm afraid there may be some difficulty. Oh. What difficulty? Leng Ningyun pressed. As I understand it, at the beginning of the year all houses have loose funds. Lending 10 or 20,000 taels each shouldn't pose a problem. Cash or notes, either is acceptable. His attitude was aggressive, nothing like the modest gentleman and scholar of before. Manager Shen grew secretly alarmed. Seeing Manager Cao hemming and hawing, he couldn't help interjecting. Whether our funds are loose or tight is none of your concern. But Lang Ningyun ignored him entirely. He simply continued, "This lending won't be empty words. I'll pay interest at double the highest previous daily rate, calculated by the day. DeLong will issue notes to everyone as guarantee. In just 7 or 8 days, DeLong will redeem them in full. As for the loan itself, cash or notes from any peer will do, interest calculated the same." End of chapter. Chapter 2743. The Capital Part 99. Manager Shen burst into raucous laughter. Manager Qin joined in with a few hollow chuckles, but the expected chorus of mockery never materialized. Sensing something amiss, he pressed on awkwardly, "Pipe dreams, mere pipe dreams." He forced out several more laughs, but the hall remained deathly silent. After a prolonged pause, Manager Cao finally spoke. "Manager Leng raises a fair point. However, word on the street is that DeLong teeters on the brink. If you're proposing to borrow using DeLong notes as collateral, I'm afraid our peers simply cannot accept such terms." "Manager Leng," Kaio Wanian interjected abruptly, "everyone says you're about to collapse. Lending to you under these circumstances, no house could justify such a decision. If you fail to hold on and go under, won't these borrowed notes become worthless scraps of paper?" Manager Shen exhaled with relief. At last, someone was backing him up. The others had been playing dead until now. Lang Ningyun replied evenly, "If DeLong truly does get run into the ground, possessing this waste paper may prove worth its weight in gold someday. It might even serve as a protective talisman." These words sent a chill rippling through the hall. Everyone fell silent, mulling over the implications. Until now, their greatest concern had been DeLong's backing. Suddenly they realized DeLong's most powerful backer was the Kun. Everyone tacitly acknowledged DeLong's connections to the Kun, but the Kun had always seemed so distant from the capital that their influence couldn't truly reach here. Now, reconsidering, the Kun might not march on the capital themselves, but if matters turned ugly, dealing with this small gathering wouldn't prove difficult for them. Whatever Lang Ningyun standing among the Kun, crushing DeLong, had cost them at minimum 200,000 or 300,000 taels. However wealthy the Kun might be, they wouldn't dismiss 200,000 or 300,000 taels as trivial. And considering his safe return from the south, that probably wasn't something a handful of escort masters could have accomplished alone. Manager Shen forced a contemptuous sneer. "Nonsense! Utter absurdity! Logically speaking, Lang Ningyun's words were indeed preposterous, truly nonsense. Yet coming from him at this particular moment, there was nothing laughable about them whatsoever. The hall remained silent. No one else ventured to speak. Kaio Wanian nervously took a pinch of snuff. Somehow it tickled his nose and he unleashed a tremendous sneeze. The sneeze shattered the awkward stillness. Manager Yuan spoke up suddenly. "We are all peers by rights, we should lend a hand." He rose slowly from his seat. "Our humble establishment has limited resources and tight capital. We cannot provide timely assistance, but perhaps this will suffice. We still hold approximately 12,000 taels in DeLong notes. Consider that our loan to Manager Leng. These were issued by DeLong originally, so surely Manager Leng won't disdain them." "Most appreciated." Lang Ningyun rose and bowed. Manager Shen grew extremely agitated. Though Manager Yuan's words sounded magnanimous, he was actually withdrawing from the run. Moreover, most of those 20-odd thousand taels in DeLong notes had been purchased at a steep discount. His actual cost was under 3,000 taels. He was about to object when Manager Cao spoke up hesitantly. "Ah, this is difficult indeed. Our shop also holds over 10,000 in DeLong notes. We've been worried something might happen. Since Manager Leng is assuming responsibility, let our DeLong notes count as a loan as well. Please don't disdain them, Manager Leng." "How could I disdain notes from my own establishment?" Lang Ningyun smiled graciously. "Thank you, Manager Cao, for supporting our humble house." With these two taking the lead, the others followed suit, pledging 10 or 20,000 taels each, all offering their DeLong notes as loans. By rough calculation, the total came to nearly 90,000 taels. Leng Ningyun was secretly astonished. These Shanxi fellows had truly come prepared. Without this gathering when they opened tomorrow, merely redeeming these notes would have put him in desperate straits. Thank goodness for the Senate. In that instant, Leng Ningyun fully appreciated the care extended from Lingao. Though time had been short and he didn't yet know precisely what the Foreign Intelligence Bureau and Reconnaissance Division had accomplished, the results spoke for themselves. Thinking of this, his mood brightened considerably. He turned his gaze toward Managers Shen and Qin. Though there was no direct evidence, Manager Shen's behavior throughout the evening clearly implicated him in this affair. Now with a hint of mockery, Leng Ningyun inquired, "I wonder what Managers Shen and Qin think." Manager Shen could never have anticipated this. What had seemed a certain victory had taken such a catastrophic turn. He half suspected everyone had been hexed or had ingested some drug from Leng Ningyun. He was about to leap up and denounce them all when Manager Qin tugged his sleeve and whispered urgently, "Don't be rash. Something is amiss." These words snapped Manager Shen back to his senses. Leng Ningyun possessed no drugs and they weren't under any spell. Rather, the others must have struck some private deal beforehand. Perhaps this entire gang had already sold him out. Manager Shen's hands and feet went cold. For a moment he couldn't think of what to say. Numbly, he heard Manager Qin beside him conceding, "I also hold over 10,000 in DeLong notes. We'll forego the interest." The banquet continued until the second watch before dispersing. Entertainment abounded, songs and dances, comely young men and women serving wine. Everyone enjoyed themselves thoroughly, all except Manager Shen, who had no appetite and no interest in the beauties attending him. He barely endured until the festivities concluded. The madam arranged for his favorite girl to stay the night, but Manager Shen had lost all desire. He forced himself through the expected pleasantries with his peers and was about to depart when Leng Ningyun suddenly blocked his path in the foyer. "Manager Shen, how fares Manager Kaio of your establishment? He hails from the Pingyao Kaio family after all. If you fail to look after him and something untoward occurs, you might find yourself hard-pressed to explain, don't you think?" Manager Shen replied through gritted teeth. "Whether I can explain myself is none of your concern." "So, he's met with an accident." Manager Shen's expression froze. "What nonsense," he muttered. With that, he abandoned any pretense of sparring with Leng Ningyun. He hurried into his sedan chair and called out, "Back to the shop." When Leng Ningyun returned to the residence, Wu Kaidi greeted him with a bow of congratulation. "Master, you truly possess remarkable talent." A few words brought them all to heel. "Not at all, not at all." Leng Ningyun changed his clothes and washed his hands in the copper basin a maid brought, then dried them with a towel. "How could I possess such ability?" Tough talk requires capital to back it. First, the Senate now commands respect across the seas. They must consider their futures. Second, the Special Reconnaissance Team likely gave them quite a shock these past few days. I cannot imagine how formidable this Special Reconnaissance Team must be. Wu Kaidi was practically prostrating himself in admiration. Someday I should truly like to witness them with my own eyes. "There will be opportunity." Leng Ningyun smiled. "Go summon everyone." Once assembled, he addressed his assistant managers. "You two, first thing tomorrow morning, take these 2 lists to each Shanxi house to collect payment. Bring plenty of escorts and guards." Though Xiao and Wei had displayed full confidence in public, they actually had no inkling what would happen after opening on the 6th. Now taking the lists and examining the figures, their faces lit up with surprise and a measure of disbelief. "Master, is this genuine?" Assistant Manager Xiao ventured to ask. "Of course it's genuine. These are the amounts each manager personally agreed to at the banquet last night. Handle it promptly. I've set the reopening for the 8th, and tomorrow the notices must be posted." Though no notes had been exchanged on the spot, in business, a man's word was his bond. No one would renege on commitments made publicly. Assistant Manager Wei said, "All DeLong notes. These two lists together total almost 100,000 taels. That's what they pledged. Goodness, they nearly swept every DeLong note off the market. Had they rushed us all at once tomorrow, we would have been finished. Assistant Manager Wei mused. There are probably notes from out of town included as well. Under normal local transaction volumes, we'd see at most half this amount. When you consider it, this crisis represented their once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without such a major upheaval, how could they have gathered so many DeLong notes so quickly? All purchased at 30, 40, even 20% of face value. Many of our customers suffered losses, some perhaps lost everything. Lang Ningyun sighed heavily. We bear some responsibility for this. Those who sold DeLong notes lost faith in us. They deserved their losses. Assistant Manager Zio was dismissive. You cannot think that way. Those of us in finance all have our disclaimer scripts, and the sums we handle are so vast that we easily forget money is money. That won't do. We employ customers' money, we profit from customers' toil. Though gains and losses are daily business, we must never take money lightly. Assistant Manager Wei studied the list several times before saying quietly, Zia's isn't listed here. If they're absent, so be it. One house alone cannot make significant waves. Lang Ningyun appeared unconcerned. We originally held 150,000. Eunuch Yang withdraws 100,000 tomorrow, leaving 50,000. Mr. Li provided another 30,000, so 80,000 taels stand ready for immediate payment. Chief Accountant Liu calculated aloud. The total borrowed from the peers amounted to 120,000 taels. Though all in DeLong notes that couldn't be used for exchange, it at least eliminated equivalent liquidity, sharply reducing the run pressure DeLong faced. By this reckoning, even if there's a run after we reopen, our current reserves are more than sufficient. Our outstanding notes total only around 300,000. Now 120,000 have returned. Eunuch Yang's withdrawal tomorrow accounts for another 100,000. The remainder, even if everyone demands payment simultaneously, amounts to merely 100,000. When Chief Accountant Liu finished, everyone present visibly relaxed. Though Lang Ningyun had been encouraging them with occasional bits of good news, the capital shortage had been undeniable. Now Manager Leng had pulled teeth from the tiger's mouth, compelling the Shanxi houses to lend such a substantial sum. DeLong was safe. After everyone dispersed, Wu Kaidi lingered, still troubled. He asked, Master, Manager Shen of Zia's refused to lend money. Could that mean? You're correct. He's deeply implicated in this affair. I probed him about Manager Kaio today, and his expression changed completely. In my estimation, Manager Kaio has likely been silenced. End of chapter. Chapter 2744, The Capital Part 100. He's that bold, Wu Kaidi said, shock evident in his voice. Manager Kaio belongs to the Pingyao Kaio family. Even if he's only from a branch line, the Kaios won't let this pass. Which is precisely why the forces behind the kidnapping likely aren't Shanxi House. First, the Zia family had no reason to play the villain. Second, Manager Shen simply doesn't possess that kind of courage. So it must be the hidden forces behind everything, just as you said. Correct. Most likely Manager Shen received some promise or benefit from them. Lang Ningyun tapped his temple. The situation is extraordinarily complicated. Let the foreign intelligence people puzzle over it. We should focus on the reopening. The 100,000 taels Eunuch Yang had originally deposited were now prepared. By custom, when major depositors made large withdrawals, they needed only to notify the bank, which would then deliver the silver directly to their residence. No special representatives required. Yet Eunuch Yang had specifically sent Beiyu. The silver is all ready. Lang Ningyun offered a pleasant smile. I'm relieved to have finally proven worthy of Eunuch Yang's trust. Indeed, indeed. Beiyu's tone dripped with flattery. I told Eunuch Yang, Grand Manager Leng is completely reliable, handles everything properly. Truthfully, there was no need to withdraw this silver at all, but Eunuch Yang finds himself with an urgent need. No choice, no choice. Shall I have it loaded onto mule carts and transported to the residence immediately, or no rush? Eunuch Yang has instructed that we first take a look and verify everything. Just going through the process, you understand. Ha 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 ha. Beiyu gave a few dry laughs. Very well, that's only proper. Leng Ningyun led him to the rear courtyard without delay. 100 silver sheaths lay arranged in neat rows. During the Ming-Qing era, large quantities of silver weren't transported in boxes, but rather in logs sawn in half and hollowed out through the center. 50-tael ingots would be placed end to end and fitted inside. Each sheath typically held 10 ingots, 1,000 taels. Once filled, the halves were joined together and banded with iron hoops. No matter how roughly handled, bumped or dropped, they would never come apart. The sheaths all lay open and the courtyard glowed with silver light. When Beiyu walked in, his legs went weak beneath him. Please inspect, third brother Bao. Beiyu had never seen so much silver heaped together in one place. He felt his very soul swaying. He barely steadied himself before beginning his inspection. Leng Ningyun watched with cool detachment. Normally, verification was merely a formality. Large transfers from banks never involved fraud. To do so would destroy the institution's reputation beyond repair. That Beiyu was being so thorough clearly indicated specific instructions from Eunuch Yang. Has our bank's credibility fallen this low? This Eunuch Yang will need to be dealt with carefully later. Still, the father-son discord offered an opening, an opportunity to bring down little Eunuch Yang when the time was right. After Beiyu finished his inspection, Assistant Manager Wei immediately ordered the sheaths sealed with iron hoops and stamped with official seals. Beiyu returned the deposit slip. Leng Ningyun had it cancelled and discreetly slipped a red envelope into his hand. Thank you for your trouble, third brother Bao. Not at all, not at all. Beiyu actually appeared embarrassed. I'm not being nosy. When you take someone's rice, you do their bidding. Please don't take it to heart, Manager Leng. Even blood brothers keep clear accounts. This is nothing. Leng Ningyun spoke with great sincerity. I hope third brother Bao will look out for me in the future. This wasn't mere courtesy. For such an important matter, Eunuch Yang hadn't dispatched one of his personal junior eunuchs but rather Beiyu, a mere servant, indicating the man's rising status in Eunuch Yang's household. He would prove useful many times over in days to come. I wouldn't dare presume. Wherever Manager Leng needs me, I'll do my utmost. With that, he took his leave. Assistant Manager Wei directed the clerks to load the silver onto carts, one after another, to be escorted by Helian Sheng to whatever location Eunuch Yang designated. These father and son eunuchs are truly unrighteous. They collected several thousand in commission on 100,000 taels, then less than 2 months later they want it all back and still charge interest. Assistant Manager Wei grumbled. They might as well rob us outright. Leng Ningyun smiled. These power-drunk eunuchs simply rob money in different ways. We'll tolerate them for now. Before long, he'll be coming to deposit again. On the 8th day of the first month, 1637, Delong Bank in the capital finally reopened amid great public attention. Leng Ningyun had ordered extra 10,000-character firecrackers. Several hundred strings of them dyed the entire street red. The deliberately festive atmosphere couldn't mask the underlying tension of Delong's opening. Shunqin Prefecture, along with Wamping and Daxing counties, had dispatched large squads of runners early to maintain order. Magistrate Liu of Shunqin even came in person, setting up his desk on the steps of a shop across the street. Post the proclamation. The large official proclamation was posted, immediately drawing a crowd of onlookers. A considerable throng had been waiting at Delong's door since early that morning, having heard the news of the reopening. They packed the street in front so densely that if the runners hadn't constantly shouted to clear a path, the entire thoroughfare would have been completely blocked. Inside Delong, though the clerks had been briefed and knew the greatest threat had been eliminated, seeing the sea of heads outside, the less experienced among them still drew sharp breaths. Assistant Manager Zio, the master said there'd be no problem, right? What are you worried about? The master handled those Shanxi fellows. Outside are just small depositors with at most 50 taels in notes. What's there to fear? Even so, assistant manager Zio himself wasn't confident. True, he and assistant manager Wei had collected nearly 100,000 taels of DeLong notes from the 7 Shanxi houses on the list without any obstacle. Adding what manager Leng had raised, handling the counter should pose no difficulty. But the sight of 100,000 taels of gleaming white silver carted away yesterday still pained him. If only they could have delayed that withdrawal a few more days. Though his heart churned with anxiety, he had to feign calm. Manager Leng might well be watching him from somewhere. So he shouted orders loudly at every station, nitpicking everything, insisting that not a single speck of dust remain on the counter. Seeing the shop ready inside and the runners positioned outside, he bellowed, "Open!" At his command, 2 apprentices opened the side door and began removing the door panels. The crowd outside immediately surged forward, swarming toward the entrance. Among them were women and elderly folk. The Shunchen and county runners immediately cracked their long whips in the air, forcing the crowd back. In the pushing and shoving, people were knocked down, crying out as others trampled over them. Magistrate Liu, seated on the steps, quickly dispatched his men to direct the runners in separating the crowd, leaving only a single passage, entering on one side, exiting on the other. They also held back the later arrivals, admitting them in order. Only then was some semblance of order maintained. "Pass the word," he ordered. "Anyone leading trouble or inciting the crowd is to be arrested on the spot and put in the kang for public display." Under this forceful suppression, order at the entrance was finally established. But the depositors still jostled frantically, pressed chest to back, nearly crushed together. Many women, whose husbands were working elsewhere and couldn't return in time to redeem their deposits, disregarded propriety and squeezed into the queue. Some took advantage of the chaos to harass them. Others had their shoes trampled off or their hairpins scattered. Still others fainted from the crushing pressure. The queue became a cacophony of crying, cursing, the runners' shouts, the whoosh of swinging whips, and cries of pain from those struck. From the lattice window on DeLong's second floor, Leng Ningyun sighed in silence. He was no longer worried about the run, but the chaos unfolding below truly pained him. 9 out of 10 in line for redemption were the capital's small property-owning citizens, people with a few taels to deposit for interest, hoping to supplement their household expenses. This money, to great households, amounted to merely an ink stick, a jar of Nanyang fresh fruit, a piece of jewelry. But to these people, it represented blood and sweat saved over many years. If the bank truly collapsed, who knew how many of them would drown themselves or hang from rafters? He summoned assistant manager Wei and had him take some apprentices outside to set up a temporary shelter with a stove and hot sugar water, giving the elderly, the weak, and those who had fainted a place to rest. "Tell assistant manager Zio, all clerks on duty, all windows open. Get through these 2 days and then we'll treat everyone to a proper feast." Having made these arrangements, there was actually nothing more to do. Leng Ningyun hadn't slept properly in days, yet he felt no fatigue. He simply sat on the second floor and watched. Fortunately, with redemptions proceeding at full speed, the crowd gradually thinned. By noon, no more people were arriving. The amount of silver and notes redeemed remained within estimates. Assistant manager Zio didn't dare relax. He kept all the windows open, having the kitchen prepare more buns and meat pies to send to the counter so the clerks could eat while working. The anticipated large redemptions never materialized. The largest note was only 500-odd taels. Most were 5 or 10 tael small deposits and notes. Not until the afternoon did someone come to redeem large notes all at once, and even then, it amounted to only 5,000-odd taels. As silver was paid out, the queue shortened. By closing time, the redemption crowd had dispersed completely. Everyone's suspended hearts finally settled back into their chests. Assistant manager Wei came out to thank the runners for their hard work, pressing a red envelope into each of their hands. During the evening accounts, The total redeemed for the day came to only 39,000 odd taels. Checking the deposit records, apart from deposits from related enterprises like the Shanghai 5 routes, 90% of fixed deposits had been redeemed. Over 60% of outstanding notes had returned. The remaining silver was more than sufficient. From Leng Ningyun down to the lowliest apprentices, no one had felt like eating throughout the day. They'd subsisted on mantu and flatbread with strong tea while tallying accounts. When the books finally balanced, a wave of relief swept through. The whole place filled with joy. Leng Ningyun immediately ordered the kitchen to prepare a lavish late-night meal. No drinking allowed, but otherwise enjoy yourselves. Just don't stay up too late, we can't miss tomorrow's business. Don't worry, sir, we won't miss a thing. Assistant Manager Wei was elated. Never mind anything else. His 180 taels annual salary plus year-end bonus was now completely secure. Leng Ningyun returned to the inner residence, quickly washed up and went to bed. The moment his head touched the pillow, he was snoring. End of chapter. Chapter 2745. The Capital, Part 101. At that moment, in a temple outside Zhangjiawan town, Su Qi found himself at an impasse. He had an important lead in hand but could extract nothing from it. As the special agent dispatched by the Foreign Intelligence Bureau to handle the Leng case, he had led the special reconnaissance team to Tianjin only to discover that Leng Ningyun had already been rescued. By all accounts, this should have been welcome news. It spared him considerable trouble and absolved him of responsibility. But the subsequent instructions left him with a splitting headache. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau had relayed a top directive from the Senate. Using the leads uncovered in the Leng Ningyun kidnapping case, he was to root out the masterminds behind it. They also reminded him that this was very likely the Stone Elder Group they had been tracking for years. The Stone Elder Group's name was well known among the senators, yet despite years of pursuit, they had never captured any significant figures. After the relocation to Guangzhou, the already limited security forces had been stretched even thinner. Though they had cracked many major cases, no big fish had been caught, and a growing number of cases remained unsolved. Counting them off from the Lingao disturbance to the witchcraft case, the tax case, the fake medicine case, all of these bore the unmistakable fingerprints of Stone Elder Group involvement. The root of their difficulties was simply that they possessed very little intelligence capacity in the capital. Though countless leads pointed toward the Stone Elder Group being controlled by some powerful official in the capital, the intelligence work conducted by Leng Ningyun and the Shanghai 5 routes had been limited to gathering public information. There were two reasons for this. First, operational security awareness in this era was remarkably poor. Public information and even rumors were often sufficient to grasp important situations. Second, surveillance in the capital was extraordinarily tight. The Eastern Depot, the Brocade Guard, the Shunshan Prefecture, the 5-city garrison, various agencies overlapped and crisscrossed, with spies and secret agents lurking everywhere. Collecting clandestine intelligence could easily backfire and disrupt normal business operations. The Shanghai 5 route's primary mission was generating revenue, and the Foreign Intelligence Bureau could not afford to deploy a second team in the capital. Only after the mainland campaign began had they established a second professional intelligence team operating parallel to the Shanghai 5 routes. With such meager forces, and the Stone Elder Group's sophisticated tradecraft that seemed to transcend time itself, the Foreign Intelligence Bureau had failed to obtain any useful leads in the capital. The Leng Ningyun case had exposed a wealth of valuable leads. This was precisely why, after reviewing the first batch of reports from Ming Dynasty squad, Zhang Shan had immediately ordered elite personnel under Su Qi's command to proceed to the capital. After arriving in Tianjin, Su Qi traveled day and night, reaching Zhangjiawan on the first day of the new year. Like Ming Dynasty before him, he chose this location for his command post. The command post was situated in Nearsea village, less than 10 li southeast of Zhangjiawan town, This area served as a crucial canal transport route, as the local saying went, "Boats reach Zhangjiawan while rudders are at Lierse." The markets here were quite prosperous. Here stood a Taoist temple called Yaomen Temple, located west of Lierse village on the south bank of the canal. It was a Taoist monastery housing a bronze statue of the Golden Flower Holy Mother, commonly known as the Nianyang Temple. In the 14th year of Jiajing, Taoist master Zhou Kengshan had petitioned the throne and been granted the temple name Yaomen Temple. The temple occupied elevated ground, covering more than 10 mu, with its front facing north and its rear to the south. Before the temple flowed the Grand Canal. It was an ideally connected location. When Su Qi passed through, he immediately designated it as his command post. Such temples and monasteries often had rooms available for rent. With silver in hand, Su Qi easily secured a courtyard, established a radio station, and under the cover of a merchant identity, began his intelligence collection work. His arrival brought upgraded equipment for all teams operating in the capital region. Each team was outfitted with compact radios and radio operators, supplemented by walkie-talkies for reinforcement. Su Qi could now remotely coordinate multiple teams in simultaneous action from his base in Zhangjiawan. From this vantage point, Su Qi analyzed all the acquired intelligence and reached several basic conclusions. 1. This was the Stone Elder Group's handiwork. 2. The kidnapping's purpose had been to force the Senate into peace negotiations. 3. The kidnappers had changed their minds during execution, pivoting to extortion for a massive sum. 4. Little Eunuch Yang was a major suspect. Su Qi recognized this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They not only knew that the Stone Elder Group's mastermind was Wang Yehao, but had also uncovered major leads on several core members. The fake Taoist captured by Ming Dynasty squad held tremendous potential for intelligence extraction. At the time, with the rescue being so urgent, Ming Dynasty squad had not questioned him thoroughly. Now Su Qi had time, a secure location, and professional personnel at his disposal. He could interrogate this fake Taoist inside and out. Though he had access to the Political Security Bureau's finest interrogators, he felt they only understood technique. Torture-based confessions were quick and convenient, but inevitably introduced bias. This Liu Sha had initially chosen to confess willingly, indicating that his mental defenses were already broken. A patient, methodical approach would yield far more information. Unfortunately, when Liu Sha was transferred into his custody, the man was barely clinging to life. Su Qi could only have the accompanying medic provide him with nourishing food and attentive care. Though Liu Sha's wounds had missed vital organs, he had lost a great deal of blood. After the wounds were sutured, infection had set in. Days of high fever, despite treatment with antibiotics, had left even this robust man hovering near death. Interrogation was out of the question. Even answering simple questions proved extremely difficult. Fortunately, with no pressing matters in the capital, there was no need to rush. While Liu Sha recuperated, Su Qi turned his attention to formulating plans for dismantling the Stone Elder Group. Previously, they had known nothing about the group. Now they knew the leader's identity. However, while assassinating Wang Yehao would be a simple matter, he was a court official. If he died suddenly, the court would certainly launch an investigation. Moreover, based on current intelligence, Wang was merely the financier operating behind the scenes. The actual commander was someone else entirely. This person, or group, was not only cunning but well-versed in knowledge from the old timeline, understanding the Senate more deeply than anyone except the Hale group itself. Su Qi and nearly all the senators in the security agencies believed this group very likely contained someone akin to Hale from the old timeline. Their primary target was not Wang Yehao, but this Hale-like. Though the Senate had never issued a specific order on the matter, the senators in the security agencies shared an unspoken understanding. Su Qi dispatched 3 key surveillance teams. The first focused on Wang Yehao. The second covered Eunuch Yang and Little Eunuch Yang. The third monitored Manager Shen of Zia's Shanxi house. As for other persons of interest whose leads had been discovered during the Leng Ningyun case investigation, he assigned additional surveillance personnel for round-the-clock monitoring and intelligence collection. However, aside from uncovering some conspiracies related to DeLong, no useful leads had emerged yet. "How is Liu Sha's condition?" he asked the medic. "His temperature came down this morning, but he will probably have another low fever this afternoon. He is out of danger now." "Is he conscious?" "Yes, he even asked if I was one of the Kun." Suki laughed. "Tell the guards to watch him carefully. Keep an eye out for suicide attempts. He is in restraints with a mouth gag. He will not die. Get him more qi tonifying and blood-nourishing herbs. His food needs to improve as well. Do not skimp on the expenses." Suki paused. "This man is a treasure right now." After the medic departed, the communications officer brought reports from the various teams. DeLong had been open for 3 days. The run was over and customer traffic had returned to normal. A few small tricks and it worked, Suki thought with some satisfaction. As for Wang Yao, the priority surveillance target, there was nothing significant to report. He behaved like any ordinary capital bureaucrat, attending his office daily, making calls, meeting people, attending banquets. Nothing unusual. He met with a great many people, and with the surveillance team's limited manpower, they could not investigate everyone. The task was daunting. Suki could only focus surveillance on Wang Yao's key servants and secretaries. Even with these priorities, the surveillance team remained stretched thin. An official of Wang Yao's rank employed 2 or 3 dozen secretaries alone, some residing in his household, others lodging elsewhere and visiting every few days. As for household servants, besides the steward and purchasing agents, over a dozen runners regularly handled his affairs. The analysis group, after screening the collected intelligence, had produced a priority surveillance list containing more than a dozen names. Through monitoring these individuals, Suki learned that Wang Yao was currently dispatching people to search for Wang Liang and Liu Sha, including in Tangzhou. They had also located Liu Sha's residence, where they found only bloodstains, of course. But this confirmed the authenticity of Liu Sha's confession. The surveillance also revealed that Wang Yao frequently met with other ministers and maintained many contacts within the Wen Tairen faction. They appeared to be discussing something of great importance. Combined with Liu Sha's confession, this was likely about peace negotiations. Clearly, after Leng Ningyun's rescue, the hostage-based peace negotiation scheme had collapsed. But Wang Yao had not given up and was still maneuvering to bring about negotiations. If he actually pulls it off, that might not be entirely bad, Suki mused. But try as he might, he could not fathom how Wang Yao intended to convince the emperor, or how exactly he planned to proceed. With the emperor displaying clear intent to exterminate the Kun at this critical juncture, Wang Yao's advocacy for peace demonstrated strategic vision, surpassing that of many other ministers. However, when Suki thought of the Mr. Yue that Leng Ningyun had mentioned, he became increasingly convinced that this mysterious figure was very likely Wang Yao's principal advisor, and quite possibly the Hale-like he was searching for. But this Mr. Yue proved remarkably elusive. None among the Wang residence's secretaries and servants had mentioned anyone surnamed Yue. Obviously, it was an alias. The portrait hand-drawn by the National Police Headquarters Technical Department based on Leng Ningyun's description was still somewhere at sea. But of all the photographs of secretaries taken so far, none depicted this person. Apparently, Wang Yao and this individual maintained no direct daily contact, likely communicating through some covert channel. This has the hallmarks of modern intelligence work, Suki thought. This Mr. Yue is no ordinary figure. He had commanded many intelligence collection and special operations missions in Ming-controlled territories. The level of clandestine activity in the 17th century was remarkably primitive. Even secret societies and religious cults could not manage much better. As long as they had local guides, they could easily collect important intelligence. End of chapter. Chapter 2746. The Capital, Part 102. By comparison, the Stone Elder Group's approach to organizing and executing intelligence work had an almost modern quality to it. With knowledge comes rapid learning. Reflecting on the intelligence the Foreign Intelligence Bureau had recently gathered, Suu Kyi noted that some perceptive individuals within the Ming had begun recognizing the Kun's advantages. Their understanding, of course, remained largely confined to the technical level, formidable ships and fierce cannons. They couldn't yet appreciate the Senate's institutional strengths, but even acknowledging and learning from technical aspects alone could yield tremendous progress. Wouldn't it be splendid if the Ming launched a Kun affairs movement? Suu Kyi's thinking diverged from many of his fellow senators. He didn't support technology blockades. The Senate wasn't merely a profit-driven enterprise. They still held to the belief of transforming heaven and earth. Relying solely on the Senate's power, achieving this goal might take over a century. But if they could export culture, knowledge, technology, and ideas to the Ming, allowing them to emulate the Senate's methods, open factories, establish schools, cultivate talent, the resources available to the Senate would grow exponentially. Perhaps the process could be shortened considerably. The run didn't work. No, sir, Su Yang said quietly. Only the first day saw crowds. The second and third days were much lighter. I made discreet inquiries. Shanxi House lost their nerve at the last moment and never went through with it. Zhou Lezhai's expression grew grave. What does Manager Shen say? He's telling everyone he's ill now, hiding in the bank, refusing all visitors. I was worried Shen's establishment might be under observation, so I didn't dare approach him. Correct, you're thinking clearly. Zhou Lezhai nodded. Someone at the forefront like him would certainly be under Kun's surveillance. Regardless, the run has failed. He's no longer important. Let him stay hidden for now. Yes, sir. The Leng Ningyun affair has collapsed. With our mission incomplete, the Kun will certainly retaliate in force. Even here at the Emperor's feet, it's probably unsafe. From now on, stay away from Lord Wang's residence. Let the courier handle all communications. Understood. I understand, Su Yang affirmed. Good, you may go, be careful. Su Yang hesitated, then said quietly, Sir, word comes from Lord Liu that the brocade guard is secretly investigating your background. Oh, Zhou Lezhai frowned. Do we know why? Lord Liu isn't certain. He only knows the order came from the brocade guard's ranking officer, Lord Wu. He says he'll work on it from his end and advises you to keep a low profile these days. Tell him I understand. I'll rest here for the time being. I won't go anywhere. After Su Yang withdrew, Zhou Lezhai found himself quite pleased with Liu Sha's young apprentice. The boy was clever, yet lacked the shallow vanity that often afflicted bright children. In matters of importance, he was remarkably steady. Liu Sha had told him, this Su Yang is excellent material. Perhaps his master had once seen the same potential in him. Zhou Lezhai couldn't help feeling a touch of pride at the thought. Thinking of his master brought Zhou Lezhai back to the present danger. The capital was no longer safe for him. Though he'd made careful arrangements to conceal his identity, the fact that he practiced medicine outside with Wang Yehao as his patron wasn't exactly secret among the capital's powerful families. Of course, this alone proved nothing about any special relationship with Lord Wang. After all, hundreds of people claimed various connections to Lord Wang. He was merely one among them. But while this might fool the brocade guard, it might not deceive the Kun. They were notoriously cunning and ruthless, forcing him to exercise extreme caution. His move away from Qingxiao Temple was meant to avoid drawing attention. Before relocating, he'd already noticed suspicious figures appearing near the temple. His current lodging lay near Guanji Temple in Minjufang, in the western part of the city. This area bordered the imperial city, surrounded mostly by temples and government warehouses. With its wide spaces and sparse population, it was remarkably peaceful. He planned to remain hidden here while sorting through events, using the time to quietly review everything since he'd entered Lord Wang's service. Though Leng Ningyun had escaped, Zhou Lezhai hadn't abandoned hope for peace negotiations. The court attacking the Kun would be tantamount to suicide. This had always been his conviction. But now, having lost the trump card of Leng Ningyun, the two-pronged approach was finished. He could only seek another path, first blocking the anti-Kun war machine from gaining momentum at court. One day toward the end of the first month of Changzhen 10, February 1637, the air still carried the acrid smell of spent firecrackers, and red and brown casings still littered the streets. The capital's street vendors had already begun their early morning bustle. Hawking calls from the stalls rang out endlessly. Pedestrians continued discussing various rumors about the Great DeLong case. This was the biggest piece of gossip in the capital these days, the most relished topic among common folk in their leisure hours. In all ages and places, people have always treated major affairs unrelated to themselves as entertainment. The Forbidden City outside Kaianking Palace. Yang Sicheng adjusted his official attire and, guided by a eunuch, strode into the hall. The butterfly of history had flapped its wings with the transmigrator's arrival. The Ming's internal and external troubles had grown more severe than in the original timeline. Thus, unlike before, he hadn't refused the emperor's dispensation from mourning 3 times, returning to the capital several months earlier to present his pacification strategy to the Changzhen emperor. Today he would lay this plan before the Son of Heaven. This was the moment he had long awaited and carefully prepared for. His father's conviction and his colleagues' ostracism hadn't dampened his fierce loyalty to emperor and country. From his performance as a provincial governor to his diligent service since arriving in the capital, he had proven both his loyalty and ability to this young sovereign. Today, in this great hall, as ruler and minister together, they would chart the future of this declining empire. He believed the emperor's determination to govern with diligence was his greatest support. With his talents, he would surely pacify the realm and restore the Ming. Whether roving bandits, eastern barbarians, or the Kun, none could stand in his way. After the formalities concluded, the Changzhen emperor spoke. "Since we assumed the throne, though we have drawn close to worthy ministers and distanced petty men, eradicated the Wei traitors and rectified the court, internal and external troubles have increased rather than decreased. At court, factions attack one another. Regional governors either practice self-preservation while accomplishing nothing, or sit in their positions like rotten wood, knowing nothing of governance. Few capable ministers remain to share the emperor's burdens. In the north, the eastern barbarians frequently raid our passes, plundering our subjects. Within our borders, roving bandits run rampant in all directions, disturbing the people's peace. The foreign Kun have seized Liangguang and frequently raid the Fujian and Zhejiang coasts, usurping imperial titles. Recently, we received a report from southern Zhili that 3 Kun fast ships raided Songjiang, eyeing the Yangtze, and an entire naval garrison couldn't repel them. This is most disappointing. We have long heard of your talents and have specially summoned you before the throne, ending your mourning period, precisely to deliberate on campaigns against the eastern barbarians, roving bandits, and the Kun. As long as these rebellious traitors remain, the Ming realm cannot know peace." The transmigrators, armed with their knowledge from the original timeline, possessed a clear understanding of the late Ming situation. The fundamental cause of the crisis was fiscal bankruptcy. The causes of bankruptcy were manifold: the Little Ice Age's natural disasters on one hand, intensifying land concentration on another, and an antiquated fiscal and tax system at the root. Given the Ming's territory, population, products, and economic conditions, an inefficient ruling apparatus maintaining control shouldn't have posed insurmountable difficulties. The Little Ice Age's sudden onset shattered this fragile balance. Peasants at the bottom, tormented by natural disasters and plagues, could no longer bear their heavy tax burdens and went bankrupt in droves. The desolate countryside became fertile ground for peasant armies. The court's already inefficient and corrupt fiscal system thus fell into deadlock. Fiscal bankruptcy caused administrative and military capabilities to decline sharply, followed by rebellion among the frontier tributaries. Combined with pervasive official corruption, the Ming Dynasty spiraled into the abyss under this vicious cycle. The discerning people of the time, Yang Sicheng among them, naturally couldn't remain completely unaware of these problems. But eliminating abuses meant confronting vested interests. The Ming's gentry and imperial clan groups were enormous. Without rulers possessing the courage and insight for radical surgery, no one dared touch them. The emperor worked diligently and earnestly, yet remained extremely sensitive to court opinion. Given such hesitation, attempting sweeping reforms would be suicidal. Yang Sicheng understood these risks keenly and thus avoided such issues. In his view, the Ming possessed vast territories and a large population with abundant resources. With diligent governance, restoration remained possible. Even if they couldn't recreate a prosperous era, at worst they could maintain the status quo. Now he spoke solemnly. Since ancient times, loyalty and filial piety cannot both be fully served. By your Majesty's grace, this subject shall dedicate my life in service and my death in gratitude to repay your Majesty's trust. With that he kowtowed in the hall. The Changjian emperor nodded. Rise, speak your piece. Thank you, your Majesty. As Minister Yu said, a strong army rests on sufficient food. Resisting foreign threats begins with internal security. Without a strong army, bandits cannot be swept away. Without sufficient grain, the army cannot be strengthened. Today's regional garrisons have long gone unpaid. This subject has observed the Jizhen garrison and capital armies. Of combat-ready soldiers, not 1 in 10 is usable. Military households sell sons and daughters to survive. Such exhausted troops cannot match fierce enemies. Moreover, when soldiers fall into poverty, they often become bandits themselves. This subject has heard that among the roving bandits, many soldiers from the Yansui, Gaiyuan, Ningxia, and Gansu garrisons have mixed in. Even sons of military families have joined the rebels. It all comes down to 4 words: troops, horses, money, grain. But raising funds is easy to speak of, hard to accomplish in practice. At this, the Changjian emperor sighed. 4 words, but truly just one: money. Throughout history, the collapse of any political entity begins with fiscal collapse. The Ming was no exception. Arrears to garrisons everywhere had been commonplace since his grandfather Wanli's reign. Only in wartime, to motivate troops, would they pay some back wages. As for combat rewards, frankly, the Ming's military rewards had always been meager. Compared to systematic spoils distribution organizations like the 8 Banners, their incentive system wasn't in the same league. And now, dispersing over 100,000 taels before major battles to reward troops and replenish supplies was already stretching the Ministry of Revenue to its limits. End of chapter. Chapter 2747. The Capital, Part 103. Your servant believes that to replenish our grain stores and military pay, we must first pacify the localities. The Eastern barbarian threat is like a headache, painful when it strikes, but ultimately a temporary affliction. Though the barbarians plunder heavily when they breach the passes, they hold no foothold within our borders. During the Jissi incident, the Tartars occupied 4 of our cities inside the pass, yet they were soon annihilated by the king's forces. If we station the troops of Jizhu, Xuanfu, and Datong to strictly guard the capital's vicinity, and deploy the Guanning forces to defend Ningyuan and Jinzhou, then should the barbarians come knocking again, we can summon the realm's finest soldiers to aid the king and drive them back beyond the passes. Thus the eastern barbarians remain a manageable threat. As for the Kun scoundrels, since seizing Guangdong and Guangxi, they have shown no further expansion, merely using their navy to harass Fujian, Zhejiang, and the Bohai Sea. It appears that despite their false claims to the Song system, they are cut from the same cloth as the Franks, Wang Zhai, and Su Hai. driven by nothing more than greed for wealth and profit. Although many ministers have warned that the Kun possess sturdy ships and sharp cannons ever since Lianguang fell, your servant believes this success owed much to Wang Zun's unauthorized border provocations, which cost us 9/10 of our seasoned troops. His successor Xing Wenken lacks skill in military management, and his newly raised forces are negligent in battle formations. Therefore, the Kun threat is like ringworm. Though it causes considerable inconvenience, it poses no danger to the imperial court's foundation. The true disease afflicting the heart of the imperial court is the roving bandits. Since they rose in Shanxi and Gansu, they have crisscrossed the three frontiers, brought chaos to the central plains, and the fall of the middle capital has disturbed the peace of the realm. Treacherous elements have sprung up everywhere, coercing ignorant commoners to abandon farming and production, leading them astray from the path of loyalty and righteousness. The governors of the various provinces are exhausted from constant pursuit. This is why our soldiers and horses grow weary, and our grain and pay run short. If we wish to pacify the eastern barbarians and drive out the Kun, we must first exterminate the roving bandits. This is the meaning of the saying, to resist foreign aggression, one must first pacify the interior. Changjin found himself quite approving of Yang Sicheng's analysis regarding pacifying the interior before resisting foreign aggression, and pressed further. According to your plan, how should the roving bandits be pacified? At this question, Yang Sicheng's eyes flashed with keen intensity, and he answered in a clear, resonant voice. 4 fronts, 6 corners, a 10-sided net. With Shanxi, Henan, Huguang, and Jiangbei as the 4 fronts, 4 governors shall be assigned to focus on extermination and defense. With Yansui, Shanxi, Shandong, Jiangnan, Jiangxi, and Sichuan as the 6 corners, 6 governors shall be assigned to defense while assisting in extermination. This constitutes the 10-sided net. The Governor-General of the 3 frontiers and the Prime Minister of the 7 provinces shall follow wherever the bandits move, focusing on punitive expeditions. Employing both kindness and power, combining suppression with pacification, we must ruthlessly exterminate the ringleaders to cut the weeds by their roots. For other bandit leaders, those willing to surrender to the imperial court should be recruited by designated personnel and entrusted with military posts to assist the official army in exterminating their former comrades. This is called using bandits to attack bandits. If your majesty implements your servant's plan in this manner, the roving bandits will surely be wiped out within 2 years. Once the bandit trouble is pacified, the Central Plains provinces can rest and recuperate, replenishing soldiers, horses, money, and grain. Then, with the army that crushed the bandits, we march south to punish the Kun. Meanwhile, the troops of the 3 frontiers shall join with the various towns of Xuanfu, Datong, Jizhu, and Liaodong to advance separately and strike in concert, moving north to pacify the barbarians. Thus shall the realm be settled. These remarks were indeed inspiring, but the emperor had heard many bold words over the years and knew precisely where the critical point lay. If we follow your plan, how many soldiers, horses, money, and grain are needed to pacify the bandits? The national treasury stands empty. How should the shortfall be addressed? To wipe out the roving bandits, your servant proposes increasing troops by 120,000 and pay by 2.8 million across the 10 provinces. Your servant has heard that the previous proposal to levy the Guangdong tax would yield 2.1 million in additional annual revenue. Since pacifying the Kun takes second place to exterminating bandits, the military pay for bandit suppression can first draw 1 million from the Guangdong tax. For the remaining shortfall, we can levy an additional bandit suppression tax for 1 year, drawing from 3 sources: land tax, postal service, and fines. Explain this to Zhen in detail. Yes, Your Majesty. Regarding the land tax, based on the old quota of grain, a slight additional levy will be made. Since the Guangdong tax already requires payment of 8 cayan per mu, your servant's plan for this bandit suppression tax would fall mostly on wealthy households, exempting poor farmers and leaving damaged land untaxed. This can yield over 1.5 million taels of silver annually. Regarding the Postal Service, this refers to the silver saved from previous reductions of postal stations. 200,000 of this can be used to supplement the pay. The remainder will be offset by fines and the sale of titles, allowing wealthy individuals to contribute funds to become students of the Imperial College, thereby sharing the worries of ruler and father. The tax will cease after 1 year. And if the common people harbor resentment, Your Majesty, there is no cause for concern. This additional levy falls mostly upon capable wealthy households. The increase amounts to no more than 1 or 2 kyan per 100 mu, which may even help curb land annexation. Moreover, tax-paying households are largely people loyal to the sovereign who understand affairs of state. Bandit suppression concerns the very safety of the altars of earth and grain. They will surely share this burden for the country's sake. Once the central plains are pacified, the people shall be given their rest. I regret meeting you so late. I regret meeting you so late, Changzhen could not help exclaiming in admiration. Let it be as you say. We shall temporarily burden our people for 1 year to remove this disease from the heart of the realm. After listening, the Son of Heaven, whose face had been clouded with worry all day, finally allowed a slight smile to cross his features. Your Majesty's grace of recognition, your servant could hardly repay it even with 10,000 deaths. Yang Sicheng spoke these words as he knelt upon the ground in gratitude. Previously, when discussing the matter of suppressing the Kun with Wen Taiern, he recommended Lu Xiangsheng and Hong Chengchu to supervise the army in punishing the Kun. Upon further consideration, I realized that Hong Chengchu was already supervising the 3 frontiers to punish the bandits, and Lu Xiangsheng was guarding Xuanfu and Da Tung as a shield for the capital. Both would find it difficult to take up such a post. Thus, I temporarily granted Xing Wencan discretionary authority to check the Kun scoundrels. Now, following your counsel to exterminate the roving bandits first, and given that Xing Wencan lacks skill in military management, what arrangements should be made for Guangdong and Guangxi? Since we are employing the strategy of the 10-sided net, and apart from Hong Chengchu supervising the 3 frontiers while Zhen has Lu Xiangsheng supervising Xuanfu and Da Tong, who is competent to serve as Prime Minister of the 7 provinces' military affairs. Yang Sicheng's heart lurched, and he silently cursed his own carelessness. He shared quite a friendship with Xing Wencan. Before this audience, Xing Wencan had even sent someone to entreat him to find a way for him to remain in office and atone for his failures. Yang Sicheng's plan had originally intended for Xing Wencan to bear temporary responsibility for pinning down the Kun scoundrels. Having lost cities and territory, Xing was already a governor-general without jurisdiction. Naturally, he could hardly complain about the diversion of the Guangdong tax. But just now, in his eagerness to persuade Changzhen to prioritize pacifying the roving bandits, Yang Sicheng had deliberately downplayed the Australian's strength. In a moment of excitement, he had let slip too much. If the emperor concluded that Xing Wencan was an incompetent good-for-nothing, matters would become difficult to manage. Yet given Xing Wencan's performance, forcefully protecting him proved genuinely difficult. Having lost both troops and territory, it was already an extraordinary act of imperial grace that the court had not arrested and imprisoned him. His hope to remain in office was beginning to look like a fool's dream. Naturally, Changzhen remained unaware of the calculations churning through Yang Sicheng's mind at that moment. After a brief silence of contemplation, Yang Sicheng spoke. Although Xing Wencan lacks aptitude for military management, he was able to restore order and delay the Kun scoundrels after He Ruben lost his army in Qiangzhou. He remains a capable minister. When the Kun forces invaded, he resisted at every step, preventing the bandits from advancing beyond Liangguang, sufficient proof of his loyalty and courage. A general skilled in battle can be temporarily dispatched as commander-in-chief to assist him in checking the Kun scoundrels. Governor Xing has reported that the hearts and morale of the people in Guangdong remain strong enough to be utilized, and he is organizing a righteous army accordingly. Your servant believes that 20,000 from the Guangdong tax should first be allocated to Xing Wenqian, ordering him to reorganize his ranks and recruit soldiers. Together with the Guangdong righteous army, they shall attack the Kun scoundrels from both sides. The Kun come from overseas and lack land forces. If successful, Xing Wenqian can recover the lost territory. If not, he can still keep the Kun too occupied to look elsewhere. The imperial court's main army can seize this opportunity to wipe out the roving bandits. Additionally, we should dispatch a minister versed in military affairs to serve as governor of southern Gan, where he can select a suitable location to train tens of thousands of troops, echoing Governor Xing from east to west. If Xing Wenqian proves unable to recover Liangguang, this force shall serve as the main army to march south and pacify the Kun. This plan was quite sound and did not disrupt the court's existing administrative divisions. Seeing that the emperor appeared very satisfied, Yang Siqing continued, "Your servant believes that Shanxi Governor Sun Chuanting, who captured the rebel Gao alive, possesses talent no less than that of Hong Chengchu and Lu Xiangsheng. He is worthy of great responsibility. If your majesty appoints Sun Chuanting to manage the military affairs of the Central Plains, the demise of the roving bandits can be counted by the day." Excellent. This matches Zhen's intentions precisely. This time, not only did the corners of Changzhen's mouth lift in a smile, but his eyes grew brighter as well. Another thought occurred to him, and he continued, "For the governor of southern Gan, does my dear minister have a recommendation? Former Right Vice Minister of War and Governor-General of the Three Frontiers Military Affairs, Fu Zongguang, is well suited to the post." Fu Zongguang was currently idle at home. Although he had been heavily employed in the third year of Changzhen to supervise the military affairs of the Three Frontiers, he was removed from office not long after over a trivial matter. Since the Tianqi era, Fu Zongguang had been known for his military expertise, having commanded and participated in numerous campaigns to suppress rebellions in the southwest, a man who could truly be called battle-tested. However, his upright and outspoken character meant that despite his many victories, he was invariably employed only briefly before returning to long stretches of idleness at home. The emperor nodded and posed another question. "Dinglai Governor Sun Yuanhua, some say he is suspected of colluding with the Kun. What does my dear minister think?" After remaining in office following the Dengzhou Mutiny, Sun Yuanhua had become a well-known governor in the imperial court with genuine military expertise. Within mere months after the Dinglai rebellion was pacified, he quelled the uprising in Dongjiang town, personally beheading the mutinous vice-commander Shen Shikui and bringing the Dongjiang Ming army completely under control. He submitted memorials to Changzhen proposing to substitute pay with military farming, purchase Western firearms from abroad, train new armies, and rebuild the three-party defense arrangement. Since then, the Dengzhou and Dongjiang armies had repeatedly launched seaborne attacks with fruitful results. The heads reported to the Ministry of War were genuine Tartars that even the most critical eyes could find no fault with. Unprecedentedly, they turned over numerous sets of armor, weapons, and official documents and seals of the Jianzhou Tartars, items that border troops had rarely seized before. Changzhen and the Ministry of War ordered Korean envoys and Jianzhou defectors to examine them, and all confirmed without hesitation that these could not possibly be fakes. During the Bingzi incident the previous year, Sun Yuanhua led the Dinglai and Dongjiang armies to harass southern Liaoning from the sea, successively capturing more than a dozen Tartar forts, killing and capturing dozens of Tartars and Han collaborators, beheading 700 Tartar soldiers, and seizing countless military supplies. This forced Huang Taiji to urgently recall Dorgan's main force, which had advanced from the Liaoxi corridor to cover Ajaj's invasion and plundering through the passes. In the post-war merit evaluations, Sun Yuanhua received the added title of Vice Minister of War. Zhang Tao and other former Dengzhou subordinates, along with Lu Wenyuan, Lu Ziyang, and others, also received additional titles and rewards. Yang Sicheng was naturally aware of all this. He had also heard that behind these merits, there might be trickery involving the Kun scoundrels. Setting aside everything else, the so-called Dengzhou New Army that Sun trained was equipped with many Kun guns and Kun cannons, and it was said that Kun scoundrels served as instructors. He had no personal dealings with Sun Yuanhua. Why would the emperor ask him this question? He soon realized that a few days prior, the Ministry of War had received a garrison report from Sun Yuanhua stating that the Dengzhou Navy, together with Dongjiang troops, had intercepted Tartar cavalry by the Yalu River, thwarting the slave chieftain's attempt to invade Korea. His Majesty had likely thought of Sun Yuanhua because of this. Considering further the court's embarrassing predicament during the Dengzhou Mutiny, the subsequent interrogation of relevant officials, and the heavy responsibility for suppression that he himself now bore, regardless of whether Sun Yuanhua had actually colluded with the Kun, if he offered advice disadvantageous to Sun, and the court acted upon it, given Sun Yuanhua's achievements and prestige within the army, there was no guarantee another Dengzhou mutiny would not erupt. Not only would his own pacification be abandoned halfway, but if the court investigated afterward, he feared he would find it impossible to wash his hands clean of the matter. Since pacifying the Dengzhou rebellion, Sun Yuanhua's contributions were obvious to everyone from the emperor down to the lowest officials. The maintenance of Dongjiang relied entirely on Sun Yuanhua's support. Sun's influence at court was considerable as well. He had been promoted by the current senior Grand Secretary Wen Taiern. Although his mentor and father-in-law Su Guangqi no longer served as a minister in the Grand Secretariat, the emperor's favor toward him remained undiminished. Now training troops and overseeing military farming in Tianjin for the imperial court, he was said to have achieved quite remarkable results. Chapter 2748, The Capital, Part 104, A sudden shiver ran through him. Su Guangqi was conducting tunshan, military farming, in Tianjin, where he had introduced numerous Western agricultural methods and machinery to outstanding effect. This so-called Western knowledge might very well contain elements from the Kun. If he rashly accused Sun Yuanhua of colluding with the Kun, would he not also offend Su Guangqi in the process? Su Guangqi had served as an official for many years and cultivated deep connections throughout the court. Moreover, as the leader of Western religion believers in China, he commanded a following of gentry who had embraced the faith. To offend such a man would render his own position precarious. Even if Sun Yuanhua were truly involved with the Kun, it was likely nothing more than Australian sea merchants seeking additional avenues for profit. The land of Dinglai was barren and notorious for its poverty, nothing like the fertile soil and abundant waters of Kiangzhou. Without years of establishing themselves on land, the Kun could not become a serious threat immediately. And should they one day invade Dengzhou, Sun Yuanhua would bear the blame first. The matter would have nothing to do with him. With this reasoning settled in his mind, Yang Sicheng replied, "Since the Dengzhou mutiny, Sun Yuanhua has pacified Dongjiang, contained the Tartars, and achieved remarkable victories time and again. His loyalty and diligence shine as clearly as the sun and moon. If the Kun truly have dealings with him, it is presumably only merchants under his jurisdiction trading in Kun goods. Dinglai lies along the coast, so maritime merchants naturally come and go. Merchants pursue profit above all else. It is hardly surprising that they sell items made by the Kun or even weapons. Your Majesty, in today's world where are Kun goods not sold? Who does not use them? Your servant believes that since these goods serve the great Ming, there is no need to impose a temporary ban." Changjin nodded as he listened. Regarding Sun Yuanhua, those who impeached him were not few, and the emperor himself harbored suspicions. He had therefore instructed the guarding eunuch of Dinglai and the Jinyue to investigate. While the results did not entirely match Yang Sicheng's account, the report confirmed no signs of Kun forces operating on the ground in Dinglai. However, it noted that Sun Yuanhua's Dengzhou army had purchased fowling pieces and cannons from sea merchants, weapons claimed to originate from Nanyang, but reportedly of exceptional quality, seemingly obtained from the Kun. Yet when Changjin later questioned the Ministry of War about this matter, he discovered that such fowling pieces supposedly from Nanyang equipped many elite units among the town and governor's markers, including the renowned Guanning army. And so, the matter was left unsettled. Yang Sicheng's words struck precisely at Changjin's inclinations. Under current circumstances, he had no wish to lose such a capable minister. The reversal of fortunes in Dinglai and Jiangdong had significantly contained Tartar activities. Because Sun Yuanhua and his colleagues served, while bearing guilt from the Dengzhou rebellion, their tone when requesting grain and pay from the imperial court was notably more subdued. Memorials permitted them to recruit refugees, reclaim land for military colonies, and substitute grain for pay. Combined with grain shipments sent directly from the Taikeng granary to Lushun in Dengzhou, Sun Yuanhua now saved the imperial court nearly 100,000 taels annually. A minister so skilled at reducing costs and increasing efficiency, and conveniently positioned to absorb blame, was naturally a treasured asset in Changjin's eyes. As for whether the Kun were truly causing trouble in Dinglai, there would be time enough to investigate and punish him if that day came. Zhen has heard that the Kun are also of the Huaxia lineage, descendants exiled overseas after the complete destruction of the Song dynasty. Though they now occupy Liangguang, if they can refrain from creating chaos and spare the common people the suffering of war, they too are Zhen's innocent children. The emperor's statement came somewhat abruptly, but Yang Sicheng had long ago heard Wen Taiern hint that the emperor did not consider the Kun a pressing threat and vaguely harbored intentions of recruiting them. The policy of pacifying the interior before resisting external aggression seemed to align perfectly with His Majesty's thinking. Indeed, the emperor is benevolent. Since the Kun are descendants of Huaxia, so long as your Majesty grants them an opportunity, they may yet realize their errors and reform their ways. Monarch and minister conversed back and forth for nearly an hour before Yang Sicheng withdrew. Changjin stretched and walked out of the palace of heavenly purity. Since ascending the throne, fires had broken out in all 8 directions of the great Ming, smoke rising from every corner. This young son of heaven, only 26 years old, carried himself with the haggard demeanor of a middle-aged man. Yet today he felt remarkably clear-headed. The world-famous Chuang king, Gao Yingxiang, had been escorted to Beijing and executed just months ago. Sun Yuanhua had reported the great victory at Zhenjiang Fort only days past, and now Yang Sicheng had presented him with a strategy to pacify the bandits. He seemed to glimpse the restoration of the great Ming within reach. He ordered Wang Chenjin to the rear garden. He had not visited the rear garden for some time. The capital was nothing like Jiangnan, though a few evergreen trees stood here and there. In such freezing weather the imperial garden appeared bleak and desolate, offering little to admire in terms of landscaping. Moreover, the inner garden was cramped, so when the emperor wished for an outing, he typically went to places like the West Garden or Wansui Mountain. The inner eunuchs scrambled upon receiving the decree. By the time the emperor arrived at the rear garden, preparations were complete. A fire had been lit in the Yufeng Pavilion, now known as Yu Studio, where the emperor usually sat and rested during visits to the rear garden. Fresh flowers sent from Hadian had been arranged within the heated chamber. The emperor had come to this unremarkable garden not on a whim, but to summon an important person. This person was neither a high-ranking official nor a trusted minister of great weight. Yet the emperor had been deeply moved upon reading his memorial not long ago and had therefore arranged this special audience. Because the man's identity was rather unusual, the emperor chose the inner court rather than places like the Palace of Heavenly Purity, where he typically received officials. Shortly after he had settled himself, someone came to report that Cao Huachun, admiral of the Eastern Depot, had arrived. This slave greets the imperial grandfather. Changzhen acknowledged him with a silent nod and asked, I heard that something happened to the Delong Bank some days ago. What is the situation now? Cao Huachun had already received word from Wang Dihua. The emperor was dispatching the Jinyue to secretly investigate Delong's affairs. He had roughly pieced together the circumstances of shopkeeper Leng's kidnapping. But he could not speak too clearly, lest the emperor suspect he had come prepared. Replying to the imperial grandfather, there was indeed such a matter. It is said that bandits from the outskirts of the capital banded together to kidnap shopkeeper Leng and demanded 100,000 taels of silver. After the Shunchen prefecture investigated and made arrests, shopkeeper Leng was rescued before the new year. He paused, then added, because of the kidnapping, Delong was unstable for a time, and the common people rushed to withdraw their deposits. Now that he has returned, the market has calmed. Is this Delong the bank that specializes in remittances with Liangguang? Yes, it is that one, Cao Huachun replied, growing more cautious. I have heard that for remittances with Liangguang, they offer so-called telegraphic transfers, Dianhui, which arrive in 2 days. Is there truth to this? This slave has never handled bank drafts at Delong, nor do I have relatives or friends in Guangdong, so I cannot speak to whether this claim is accurate. However, Delong's handling of remittances is indeed known for being fast, discreet, and swift. As for arriving in 2 days, that is likely market rumor, largely exaggerated. Zhen believes so as well, the emperor nodded. He had originally thought the claim absurd. Now that reports from both the Jinyue and the Eastern Depot were roughly consistent, his concerns about Delong possessing some manner of sorcery were dispelled. He asked again, Zhen has heard that inner officials hold shares in this Delong. Is there truth to this? Cao Huachun had long anticipated this question. Wang Dihua had already briefed him on the matter. He replied promptly, such banks typically cultivate patrons at the gates of the capital, relying on them as backers. Every establishment does this. Delong is hardly unique. Presumably, this shopkeeper Leng has worshipped under the gate of some inner official. Changzhen had already received Wu Mengeming's report, which accorded roughly with Cao Huachun's account. However, Wu Mengeming had explicitly stated that Leng Ningyun worshipped under the gate of eunuch Yang of the Bell and Drum Division. Cao Huachun's report pleased him greatly. Comparing the two, neither Wu Mengeming nor Cao Huachun had dared deceive him. Cao Huachun withdrew. On his way out, he passed inner eunuchs leading Wu Mengeming and several others toward the pavilion. He did not speak, merely offering a slight nod to acknowledge that he appreciated the favor. Wu Mengeming came before the Yufeng pavilion. The emperor said, What progress on the matter I asked you to investigate? Replying to the imperial grandfather, this small official has sent people to investigate discreetly. This Zhou Lezhai has no connection with Kaiyan Taichang. Where is the person now? He checked out of Qingxiao Temple before the new year, saying he had matters to attend to and had to return south first. He will come again after the new year and asked for his room to be held for him, Wu Mengeming said. Around the 2nd or 3rd month after the new year, he will naturally return to the capital. How do you know this? He has gained some local fame and has many patients. After returning home, how could he find business as good as what the capital offers? That is true, Changzhen laughed suddenly. Zhen has heard of officials leaving the capital and monks entering it. Presumably, besides monks, Taoists, physicians, and physiognomists follow the same pattern. Indeed, after all, the capital lies at the foot of the Son of Heaven, the place of supreme virtue. Where is Kaiyan Taichang? This small official has brought him. Summon him in. In moments, Kaiyan Taichang was brought into the Yufeng pavilion. He felt somewhat bewildered at being brought here. For months now, he had been living in the Fujian Guild Hall, busying himself with tasks for Zhang Sen. Since Zhang Zhilong had been brought low by the Kun, Zhang Sen had managed, thanks to Kaiyan Taichang's shrewd calculations, to recapture Amping and gather a portion of the soldiers and ships his father had left behind. Yet within Jiangsu Bay, the powerful figures of the former Zheng family faction had each staked out their own territory and refused to take this young man seriously. Internal troubles had not yet been settled when external threats arrived. After the Kun occupied Tainan and constructed Kaohsiung City, their fleet patrolled the Fujian coast year-round. The once lucrative trade with Japan and Nanyang was gradually seized by the Kun. This intensified the struggle for limited resources among the various factions. Zheng Zhilong had left behind not only a formidable fleet, but also vast landholdings and commercial networks. The battle for ownership of these assets had become an invisible war throughout Jiangsu Bay. Though the parties refrained from open conflict, private skirmishes had never ceased. As a young son, Zheng Sen naturally suffered in this scramble for inheritance. Although Qian Taichung mediated from within, Tong Taro served the external front, and he had obtained the Fujian governor's support. Thus far Zheng Sen remained only the nominal head of the Zheng family, unable to command the warlords. Even the Zheng family's core force, the Zhangzuosuo, lay beyond his authority. All he could hold now was Amping City and a few thousand mu of nearby land. With only these meager resources, let alone taking revenge, he could not even command the Zheng family. Qian Taichung had racked his brains during these years in Amping, thinking through and attempting every stratagem he had ever read in books, yet he could not find a way to break the deadlock. After Fujian Governor Zhu Weilian left office, Zheng Sen lost his greatest official backer. Their position in Jiangsu Bay grew more precarious still. Though the Kun had stripped Amping bare years ago, vast tracts of fertile farmland surrounded the city. In their current state, with overseas trade all but severed, these lands, capable of producing fixed yields each year, had become coveted prizes, eyed hungrily by every faction. Chapter 2749, The Capital, Part 105. The young master was simply too young, only 13 years old. When the master is young, the state is suspect, as the saying went, and most men of talent and ability were unwilling to bind themselves blindly to such uncertain prospects. Despite the young master's legitimacy as heir, the vast majority of Zheng Zhilong's former subordinates had drifted to other factions. To date, the forces gathered around Zheng Sen at Amping amounted to a mere 2,000 troops on land and sea, along with 30 vessels of various sizes, barely enough for self-defense. Meanwhile, rival powers coveting the lands and manors near Amping constantly employed both threats and inducements, all seeking to support the young master and thereby control him. Qian Taichung found himself stretched impossibly thin, maneuvering ceaselessly just to maintain their precarious position. Under such relentless pressure, Qian Taichung understood that even if he possessed Zhu Liang's genius, he could not display his talents in this tiny corner of Jiangsu Bay. To break the deadlock and ensure survival, he needed to find a more powerful backer. Originally, the Fujian governor had been his greatest patron. But since Zhu Weilian left office, the new governor, Shen Yulong, had grown cold toward the Zheng faction. Though courteous on the surface, his stance toward the various internal struggles within the clan was one of detached observation, sitting on the mountain to watch the tigers fight. Qian Taichung had rushed to Fuzhou several times, only to return empty-handed each time. Fortunately, Shen Yulong's strategy toward the Zheng faction remained one of division rather than destruction. Although he would not assist any particular branch, neither would he permit them to annex one another. But what of his successor? If the next governor accepted heavy bribes or harbored ambitions to reorganize the Zheng family under his own authority, Zheng Sen's group would face imminent danger. After weighing his options again and again, Qian Taichung resolved to take a great gamble. He would travel directly to the capital to seek a backer. He had entered the capital in the 9th year of Changzhen and remained through the new year. During those months, he exhausted every channel and explored every backdoor the capital had to offer. It must be said that Zheng Zhilong's network of favors had indeed been extensive. Trading on Zheng Sen's reputation, Qian Taichung managed to secure audiences with several powerful figures at court, even meeting Cao Huachun, the so-called inner prime minister. He called upon numerous high-ranking officials of Fujian origin. Altogether, he spent tens of thousands of taels, yet never received a single useful reply. In those 6 months in the capital, he came to understand viscerally what, when the person leaves, the tea grows cold, truly meant. He had never enjoyed Zheng Zhilong's glory during the general's lifetime, but running about on Zheng Sen's behalf had given him a thorough education in the fickleness of human relationships. Anyone else might have lost heart long ago. But Qian Taichung possessed a stubborn temperament and took pride in accomplishing what others could not. In desperation, he resolved to compose a memorial to the emperor himself. However, his rank was lowly and his position insignificant. He had no right to present a memorial directly, and could only entrust it to a court official willing to submit it on his behalf. Finding such a person proved no simple matter. When Zheng Zhilong lived, Fujianese officials at court had shared generously in the profits from the maritime trade he controlled. After Zheng Zhilong's death, the various splinter factions of the Zheng clan found themselves excluded from maritime commerce by the Kun. Without shared interests to bind them, these officials naturally had no reason to stick their necks out for Zheng Sen. In the end, Qian Taichung turned to the eunuchs, hoping for one final throw of the dice. For this audience, including the various incidental expenses along the way, he spent 1,000 taels of silver. Against all expectation, this final throw succeeded. Qian Taichung was taken to the Jinyue Yamen and held for several days, during which he was questioned multiple times. Then today, he was suddenly brought out and instructed to don his official robes and prepare his documents. When he asked where they were taking him, his escorts remained tight-lipped. Yet their demeanor and manner of address had grown noticeably more courteous than in previous days. Qian Taichung harbored a faint suspicion of the answer, though he hardly dared believe it. An audience in the Golden Hall was the dream of every scholar who had endured long years of study by the cold window. Even now, standing here, he felt as though he were walking through a dream. When the eunuch of the imperial presence emerged to summon him, Qian Taichung hastily straightened his clothing and cap, bent at the waist, and followed the eunuch step by measured step into the Yufeng pavilion. A palace maid lifted the yellow satin door curtain. Bending nearly 90 degrees, Qian Taichung walked reverently into the east-warm chamber. Subject Qian Taichung, inspector of the Jiangsu Coastal Defense Subprefect's Yamen, greets His Imperial Majesty, he announced, immediately dropping to his knees and pressing his forehead to the floor in a kowtow. For such private audiences, officials typically did not report their full titles, but Qian Taichung reasoned that since he was not among the emperor's close ministers, he had best announce his complete designation to leave an impression. It was rare fortune indeed for someone of his station to behold the emperor, yet to actually stand before the imperial countenance filled him with profound unease. He was no longer a mere commoner, true, but with his lowly rank and minor position, submitting a memorial to discuss state affairs was a grave presumption. That he had been granted an audience suggested the emperor found his memorial of interest. Yet since ancient times, accompanying a ruler is like accompanying a tiger. Any misstep in his replies would be trifling if it only endangered himself, but it also concerned Zheng Sen and all the loyal souls gathered around him. Having performed the customary obeisance, he dared not raise his head, keeping his gaze fixed on the square brick floor before the emperor's feet as he waited for his sovereign to speak. For a long moment, Changzhen said nothing, simply studying his visitor from head to toe. He observed a man past 30, steady of expression, with sun-darkened skin and unusually large hands and feet. Though his manners were somewhat rough, his features bespoke reliability. "You are Qian Taichung." "Yes, it is precisely this humble subject." In which year did you earn your examination credentials? Your subject is ashamed to say, I squandered many years in the examination halls and achieved only the rank of licentiate. I paid a contribution to enroll as a student at the Nanjing Imperial College. In the 5th year of Changzhen, I was appointed inspector for being listed on the merit roll for the recovery of Amping and Zhangzuo. You need not be ashamed that you did not rise through the standard path. The world abounds with talent. How could every capable man emerge from the civil service examinations? I thank His Majesty for the encouragement. Upon hearing these words, Qian Taichung felt a sudden tightness in his chest and a surge of blood to his head. It was merely a polite remark, yet issuing from the lips of the Son of Heaven, it carried supreme honor. Rise and answer standing. Qian Taichung kowtowed once more, then rose quickly to his feet, head still lowered as he awaited the emperor's next words. Glancing sidelong, he glimpsed a young man seated upon the central throne, wearing a black gauze cap with upturned corners, a bright vermilion round-collared robe with narrow sleeves adorned with 4 coiled dragons, and a translucent rhinoceros horn belt at his waist. In appearance, he could not be past 30, yet his complexion was sallow and his eyes dull. His entire bearing radiated exhaustion. The emperor cleared his throat with a light cough and spoke. You have been in the capital for many days, exerting yourself on Zheng Sen's behalf. Zhen has read your memorial. Yes, your majesty. Your unwavering devotion to General Fei Huang moves even Zhen. That the Zheng family could employ a man such as you was truly their good fortune. These words drew forth all the melancholy Qian Taichung had kept bottled within. For years now, he had exhausted himself on Zheng Sen's behalf, racking his brains day and night. Yet few within the Zheng faction spoke well of him. Setting aside outsiders, even the people closest to Zheng Sen showed him respect to his face while questioning behind his back whether his tireless efforts were really aimed at sidelining the young master and claiming the Zheng family's remaining wealth for himself. He could pour out such grievances only to the 2 foreigners, Tong Taro and Matos, though of course, it was precisely their support that allowed him to continue giving orders at Zheng Sen's side. Now, at last, it seemed his toil and suffering had been recognized. He tried to speak, but a lump rose in his throat. Fearing a breach of decorum, he steadied himself before responding. Your subject dare not claim loyalty to General Fei Huang, only that having received a trust, I dare not slacken in the slightest. Zheng Sen has not yet reached 20 years of age. Though he has inherited the hereditary post, he holds no real power. The Zheng household, high and low, largely refuses his command. Even the lands and money his father left behind have been seized by relatives. The general was destroyed by the Kun and died loyal to the nation. Yet his legitimate son has fallen into such straits. Your subject is lowly and powerless to support him alone, and so I could only come to the capital to do whatever little I might on his behalf. Changzhen had already read these particulars in the memorial and felt little moved. Zheng Zhilong had himself been one of the great pirates who once gave the emperor headaches. Later, although Xing Wenqian had pacified him, and he had indeed suppressed many sea raiders and local bandits across Fujian and Guangdong, numerous ministers had noted in secret memorials that the man was arrogant and presumptuous, colluded with Japanese pirates, and possessed an air of heeding transfers but not proclamations. When the Zheng Zhilong faction was crushed by the Kun, many court officials considered this a case of 2 thieves destroying each other, an outcome that could hardly be better. Some even believed that henceforth, the Fujian and Guangdong seas would be free of great pirates. These sentiments had inevitably colored the emperor's judgment. He had not summoned Qian Taichung to deliver justice on Zheng Sen's behalf. Did you approach Shen Yulong regarding this matter? I met with him only. It proved of no help. What did he say? Lord Shen said that although Zheng Sen has inherited the hereditary post, the Zheng family's internal affairs are private matters, and it would be inconvenient for him to intervene. Qian Taichung's voice carried evident difficulty. This humble subject understands that Lord Shen's reasoning is sound only. This business of bullying orphans and widows. Changzhen gave a slight nod. He had formed a favorable impression of the man before him. To repay a debt of gratitude for recognition received, this person had shouted himself hoarse, running about for his benefactor's orphaned son, going so far as to find a way to the capital and submit a memorial, carrying his case all the way to the throne itself. Such a man was not merely loyal, he possessed tenacity in his endeavors. The pity was that he had attained only the rank of Ziyukai. His actual learning remained unknown. I have read your memorial. You know much about the Kun. Yes. Your subject once served as a private secretary to Shi Bangyao, the administration vice commissioner of Guangdong and intendant of Hainan Circuit. In the third year of Changzhen, when Governor Wang dispatched troops to punish the Kun, your subject accompanied the expedition. The imperial army was defeated at Chiangmai, and your subject was captured in the chaos of battle. It was not until the 5th year of Changzhen that I managed to escape and return. You accompanied Wang Zund on the campaign against the Kun. The emperor was visibly surprised. He had not expected this Ziyukai to possess such a history. Yes. This humble subject was dispatched by Lord Shi to accompany Governor Wang from Qiangzhou City until our defeat beneath the walls of Chiangmai, Qian Taichang replied, no small measure of sorrow in his voice. No wonder you possess such knowledge of Kun affairs. The emperor fell into thought. Since Wang Zun's defeat, many had submitted memorials discussing the Kun and their situation, but most barely scratched the surface. Even though Kun goods filled the capital, even the palace itself, from beginning to end, precious few truly understood what was happening within Kun territory. Now that the Kun had seized 2 entire provinces, his court knew virtually nothing of their internal workings. This man had fought against the Kun twice and spent several years as their prisoner. He must possess detailed knowledge of their situation, precisely the kind of expertise the court desperately needed. Since you know much about the Kun, the emperor said, let Zhen ask you this. He proceeded to pose questions about every rumor and supposed piece of intelligence concerning the Kun that circulated at court. Qian Taichung had labored for 2 solid years under the Kun Senate. Unlike ordinary scholars who relied on hearsay and sought after novelties, he addressed each matter in turn, dismissing some rumors as absurd fabrications while explaining the truth behind others. Chapter 2750. The Capital, Part 106. The audience, originally intended for half a shichen 1 hour, stretched to nearly a full shichen 2 hours, as questions and answers flowed back and forth. Only when Wang Dihua approached to whisper a reminder about subsequent arrangements did Changzhen realize how much time had passed. His spirits soared. Yang Sicheng had just presented a strategy to exterminate the roving bandits, and now a man who knew the Kun had fallen from the heavens. Surely the restoration of the great Ming was heaven's will. What mattered most was that this person not only knew the Kun, but as their conversation had revealed, possessed a clear mind and meticulous thinking, a truly practical and capable talent. Such a man would prove invaluable when the time came to suppress the Kun. With this thought the emperor spoke, we have noted the matters you raised. You shall certainly be given satisfaction. Thank you, your majesty, for your profound grace. You understand the Kun situation deeply. Keeping you in the position of inspector is a waste of talent. The emperor paused to consider. The imperial court has issued a decree to select talents without adhering to convention. It is a pity you are not a Zia-Olian, filial, and incorrupt / provincial graduate. Had he been a Juran, provincial graduate, promotion would have been simple. Sun Yuanhua had been a Juran and became governor of Dinglai just a few years ago. The fault lies entirely in this humble subject's inadequacy. Qian Taichung felt a surge of wild joy. It seemed the emperor intended not only to uphold justice on his behalf, but to promote him as well. You may withdraw, the emperor said, then seemed to recall something. Where are you lodging now? This humble subject has been staying at the Fujian Guild Hall in the capital. Return there and remain as before. Do not leave the capital without a decree. This meant a decree would follow. Qian Taichung, caught between excitement and trepidation, knelt and kowtowed before withdrawing. Upon leaving the palace, the Jinyue officers escorting him were exceedingly polite, conveying him back to the Fujian Guild Hall in a small sedan chair. The Guild Hall manager had been anxious ever since Qian Taichung was taken away, fearing that some sensitive matter might be interrogated and implicate the establishment. Seeing the officers return his guest in a sedan chair, he finally breathed easy. Before departing, the officers instructed him to take good care of Master Qian. The manager agreed repeatedly. After watching the officers leave, he could not suppress his curiosity and asked about the events of the past few days. Qian Taichung brimmed with joy and wanted to pour out everything, but remembering that this matter involved the emperor, he restrained himself. If word of his being frivolous reached imperial ears, there would be no escaping the consequences. He said simply, "There is now a favorable prospect for the matter that brought me to the capital." He had been delayed in the capital for more than half a year handling affairs, leaving early and returning late each day, and had scarcely seen a friendly face in all those months. Realization dawned on the manager's face, and he cupped his hands. "Congratulations, congratulations. Presumably, Master has found his channel this time. Things are easy to manage once you have a channel." He lowered his voice. "A high official at court, I take it." "Precisely, precisely." Qian Taichung could not contain the joy in his heart. "I accept your auspicious words." His spirits lifted by this happy turn of events, Qian Taichung noticed it was still early and asked the manager to order wine and dishes. He wished to organize his thoughts while drinking. The manager proved most capable. Before long, a servant brought wine and dishes in a food box. Since he was drinking alone, there were only 4 small dishes, 2 dishes to accompany rice and a plate of rolls. By now, snowflakes drifted past the window. Heavy snow was falling on the capital once more. Qian Taichung left the window open, admiring the snow as he drank in solitude. This was the first time in years he had felt so at ease, not only because he had gained the emperor's attention, but because the emperor seemed intent on dealing with the Kun scoundrels. The Zheng family's current predicament stemmed ultimately from the Kun scoundrels. Once the Kun scoundrels' momentum waned, the various scattered branches of the Zheng clique would naturally turn to competing overseas rather than fighting over Jiangsu Bay. During today's audience, the emperor had shown great interest in the Kun scoundrels and asked many questions about them. Qian Taichung had discovered that, although the Kun scoundrels had already seized the land of 2 provinces, and their power far exceeded that of ordinary bandits, the emperor knew remarkably little about them. It made sense, he reflected. Setting aside the emperor in his lofty position, even in Fujian, now a frontline province, Kun goods had long been everywhere. Kun ships loading cargo could be seen at the docks of Jiangsu and Quanzhou, though nominally they all belonged to guest merchants of the great Ming. Yet the officials and gentry remained largely ignorant about the Kun scoundrels. At most, they knew only the familiar phrases: sturdy ships and sharp cannons, exquisite appliances. As long as the imperial court was determined to suppress them, mobilizing a great army for a southern expedition to destroy the Kun scoundrels might prove impossible, but dampening their arrogance should not be difficult. After all, the great Ming was a colossus. How could mere Kun scoundrels be mentioned in the same breath? At the height of his drinking, Qian Taichung already entertained vague fantasies of entering court as a meritorious minister to offer congratulations, receiving the emperor's rewards, returning home to bring glory to his ancestors. Suddenly, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Qian Taichung assumed it was the manager and called out, "The door isn't bolted, just come in." With a creak, the double doors swung open. The person who entered was not the manager but an unfamiliar young man. He lodged at the guild hall precisely for its peace and quiet, unlike inns where people came and went constantly, with strangers wandering into rooms at will. Qian Taichung, somewhat dazed from wine, took a moment before asking, "Who might the gentleman be?" The young man smiled slightly. "We are strangers." "Since we are strangers, why visit so late at night?" "Though strangers, we share a common enemy." At this, Kai Taichung sobered considerably, immediately recognizing that this person had not blundered in randomly but had come with purpose. His guard rising instinctively, he said, "This student doesn't understand your meaning. Mr. Kyan, you have been in the capital for 8 months. I need not elaborate on why you came. Today's audience in the Yufeng Pavilion means your great ambition can be fulfilled. Congratulations." This time the wine Kyan Taichung had drunk turned to cold sweat, instantly seeping from his back. His tipsiness vanished completely. He demanded sternly, "Who are you?" As he spoke, he reached for the precious sword behind his back. "Mr. Kyan, please remain calm." The young man smiled. "I bear no ill will in coming here. There are simply some matters I wish to discuss with you." Kyan Taichung's mind raced. He had only just had his audience with the emperor today, yet this person knew of it that very night. Clearly no ordinary character. Perhaps he was from the factory guard, Doncheng/Jinyue, or some influential eunuch. "What concern is this of your excellency?" "Sir understands the Kun situation deeply. The imperial court will certainly have great use for you when employing troops in the future. But has Sir considered the military strength when Governor Wang attacked the Kun scoundrels back then? The military strength was formidable. And did the Kun scoundrels possess their current grand position back then? Far from it. Given this, if the imperial court deploys its forces, why does Sir believe it won't repeat Governor Wang's disaster?" This question struck at Kyan Taichung's heart. He was someone who had fought the Kun scoundrels and spent 2 years in Lingao. Naturally, he knew that times had changed. Compared to a few years ago, the Kun scoundrels had grown even more powerful. Back then, with merely a single county's territory and a few thousand infantrymen lacking even armor, they had annihilated more than 20,000 elite soldiers of the Guangdong Provincial Army. Now they occupied Lianguang. At sea, from Tianjin Way in the north to Guangzhou Prefecture in the south, the Kun scoundrels' flags fluttered everywhere, and their fleet, trailing plumes of black smoke, sailed through waters as if no opposition existed. Even if the imperial court could mobilize an army of 100,000, what of it? At this thought, he sank heavily into his seat. The fine wine and delicacies before him had lost all savor. He hesitated, then looked up with doubt in his eyes. "What is your purpose in telling me these things, sir?" A flash of realization struck him, and he spoke with a tremor in his voice. Could it be you are a Kun scoundrel?" In that instant, the panic of fleeing during the defeat at Chiangmai, the terror of capture, the humiliation of being escorted to Lingao for hard labor, the shock of witnessing the Kun scoundrel's power, all of it surged back. Apparently seeing the fear in Kyan Taichung's eyes, the visitor sighed softly. "I am not a Kun scoundrel, please be at ease, sir. I came today bearing a few sincere words." Yes, please enlighten me." "Sir's hospitality." Kyan Taichung came back to himself and hastily said, "Sit, please sit, forgive my rudeness." Only then did the young man take a seat. His demeanor remained perfectly composed. Seeing that Kyan Taichung still seemed distracted, he smiled and said, "Sir, do not be suspicious. I am irreconcilably opposed to the Kun scoundrels. Knowing that Sir harbors the will to resist the Kun, I came to speak with you." Kyan Taichung finally settled, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "Sir came, quite suddenly indeed. Kun scoundrel spies and informants are everywhere in the capital. I had no choice but to act thus." The young scholar's voice dropped to a whisper. "There are no outsiders here, we may speak in confidence. Might I ask Sir's name?" "My surname is Le," the young man said. "A false name, of course." Such candor left Kyan Taichung momentarily stunned. He heard the other continue, "I'm an old acquaintance of the Kun scoundrels. I hate them to the bone. I must take such precautions." Kyan Taichung immediately expressed his understanding and inquired again about the purpose of the visit. "Sir had an audience with the emperor today and spoke at length about the inside affairs of the Kun scoundrels. Presumably, Sir also grasps the emperor's intention." Indeed, the emperor appears to harbor the intent to punish the Kun. Qian Taichung said, "The Kun scoundrels have become a festering wound for the imperial court, yet the gentlemen of the court remain blind, failing to see the larger picture." Sir speaks correctly. However, this act of punishing the Kun absolutely must not be undertaken. Qian Taichung was puzzled. If they are a festering wound, why must nothing be done? The Kun scoundrels occupy Lianguang, collecting all its money, grain, and population. Given time, their power will only grow stronger. If the imperial court continues to appease them, won't the Kun scoundrels become unstoppable in the future? Sir speaks correctly. But if the official army moves to punish the Kun, it faces certain death and no hope of survival. How much money, grain, and troops does the imperial court currently possess to withstand such a catastrophe? Once the elite forces are lost, and the roving bandits and eastern barbarians seize the opportunity to rise, where will the imperial court find the resources to raise money, grain, and train soldiers again? Qian Taichung was rendered speechless. With his experience and knowledge, he naturally could not claim the imperial court would certainly prevail. Yet psychologically, he still resisted accepting the conclusion that the official soldiers were doomed to defeat. He ventured hesitantly, "Surely it won't come to that." But thinking further, from the time Wang Zund was defeated at Chiangmai until now, fires had blazed in 4 directions, and smoke risen from 8 quarters for the imperial court. Setting aside the smaller bands of roving bandits and mobs, the roving bandits in the Central Plains alone, the chieftains in the southwest, and the Jianzhu beyond the pass meant fighting virtually every day. How many elite soldiers could possibly remain? If defeated in Guangdong with the crack troops drawn from every region utterly destroyed, the consequences were easy to imagine. At this realization, he could not help but sit stunned, murmuring, "To punish the Kun means defeat. To merely defend also means defeat. What is to be done?" Chapter 2751, The Capital, Part 107. For now, our only option is to endure and facilitate peace negotiations, Mr. Le said, a note of disappointment in his voice. Peace negotiations. Qian Taichung recalled how the emperor had indeed hinted at such intentions during today's audience. But then he thought of the capital gazettes he had read recently and shook his head. The imperial court has been discussing the Guangdong tax to fund the suppression of the Kun. Given how far things have progressed, how can we speak of peace negotiations? Besides, those Kun scoundrels have always harbored wild ambitions and insatiable greed. They view the imperial court as their enemy. When I was in Lingao, whenever the great Ming was mentioned, they would call it either false or usurper, clearly intending to position themselves as the legitimate authority. Not so, not so. Zhou Lezhai immediately launched into a detailed explanation of the current internal disputes within the Senate regarding whether to march south or north, and the financial pressures caused by the sudden increase in administrative costs after occupying Lianguang. The more Qian Taichung listened, the more astonished he became. Among scholars in Great Ming territory who could claim to know the Kun, he ranked among the finest. Not only had he fought against them, but he had also been their captive, received their training, and performed clerical work for them. When released, he had even received an invitation to stay on as a permanent employee. Had he not been unwilling to follow the bandits, he would be a fake Kun, by now perhaps even a cadre in some county in Lianguang. When it came to understanding the Kun's systems, internal situation, and personnel, he believed no one else in the Great Ming possessed such thorough knowledge. Yet after conversing with this Mr. Le, he realized his own understanding was truly but a drop in the ocean. It seemed the one who truly understood the Kun's imperial court and knew the senators' minds was none other than this Mr. Le before him. "Sir possesses great talent," he exclaimed. To know the Kun so thoroughly, he suddenly noticed that when this eloquent young man spoke of the Kun, he carried quite the same bearing as the real Kun and fake Kun he had encountered in Lingao. Could it be that he was? Mr. Le seemed to read his thoughts and sighed. "Would that I were! Why does Sir say this?" If I were one of the Kun, I would certainly try to persuade the senators to seek friendship with the great Ming. We are all of the Huaxia lineage. Why should we attack one another, wasting money, grain, and lives for nothing, while letting the barbarians profit from our strife? Speaking of this, he grew visibly animated. What Sir says is absolutely true, Qian Taichung replied. It is only that even if the Kun are willing to negotiate peace for now, I fear they will turn on us ruthlessly in the future. Mr. Le sighed. In our current situation, every moment we can delay is a moment gained. Besides, the Kun are human, and the officials, gentry, and common people of our great Ming are also human. If they can build great cannons and fire-wheel ships, why can we not do the same? But we have no one who understands such things. When I was in Lingao, all machinery and implements were manufactured by the real Kun and taught to the fake Kun for operation. The fake Kun only knew how to follow established procedures. They understood nothing of the underlying principles. Important machinery was never entrusted to fake Kun hands. If we do not understand, then let the Kun teach us, Zhou Lejai said. Master the Kun's skills to resist the Kun. Qian Taichung felt this Mr. Le was indulging in fantasy. The Kun and the great Ming are enemy states. Even if both sides can negotiate peace, why would the Kun come to teach us? Heh, Sir does not realize something. Zhou Lejai smiled with contempt. The Kun govern their domain as merchants, and their nature is supremely greedy. As long as there is silver to be earned, how could they refuse to earn it? He continued. Sir is probably aware that in recent years, various military garrisons have purchased many so-called Nanyang guns, correct? I have heard something of it. They say these guns come from the Kun. Precisely. With two nations at war, they still sell such lethal weapons. How is that any different from handing a blade to one's enemy? Zhou Lejai sneered. And it is not just the Kun. Even within the great Ming, merchants of the Shanxi clans trade at Shahuku and various border walls. They claim to do business with the Mongols, but in truth, they trade with the Tartars. The Tartars' ironware and grain are mostly obtained from sales within the pass. Such things actually occur. Qian Taichung felt blood rushing to his head. He had never expected this. Does the imperial court not intervene? The imperial court naturally wishes to intervene, but with profits of 10 for every one invested, once achieved, who would willingly let go? Since ancient times, it is said that no one engages in losing business, yet plenty engage in business that risks beheading, let alone when the profits are tenfold or 20-fold. Qian Taichung sat dumbfounded. In recent years, he had been occupied with affairs around Zhang Sen and had paid little attention to the domestic situation. He never imagined things had deteriorated to this extent. Mr. Qian, you have stayed in Jiangsu Bay for too long. Are you truly unaware of the situation beyond? Zhou Lejai spoke deliberately. The imperial court's position is already as precarious as a pile of eggs. Attacking the Kun means swift death. Negotiating peace can at least preserve a breath of life. Mastering the Kun's superior skills to strengthen ourselves and planning carefully, perhaps there is still hope for salvation. Qian Taichung shivered and exclaimed, What an insight! Master the Kun's skills to strengthen ourselves. One word from Sir surpasses 10 years of reading poetry and books. You flatter me. This is not actually my own insight. The Yuyuan Society in Guangzhou possesses the largest collection of Kun texts and understands their situation better than anyone. Unfortunately, with the fall of Lianguang, its members have scattered, and those collections probably cannot be preserved. Qian Taichung hesitated slightly before asking, The head of this Yuyuan Society, I have heard it is Master Liang Kunhu. Oh, you know him. Somewhat. Qian Taichung concealed the full truth. In fact, Liang Kunhu had sent someone to contact him with the intention of recruiting the remnant forces of the Zheng family. He had even made a special trip to Guangzhou to discuss the matter. It was only when Liang Kunhu later discovered how fragmented the Zheng faction had become that plans for an alliance could not be realized. Master Liang is loyal to the imperial court. Unfortunately, trapped in Guangzhou, living among tigers and wolves, I fear he can hardly protect himself. Zhou Lejai sighed. It is indeed a pity. The Liang family is a prestigious house in Guangdong. Even a prestigious family probably counts for nothing at this moment. I only worry, Zhou Lezhai frowned, that he will not restrain himself and will waste his life in vain. At this, the two sat facing each other, sighing. After a while, Kai and Taichung laughed. You and I should work together for the imperial court to recover the divine land. Why make the lament of Xinting? Sir is right, Zhou Lezhai laughed in return. In future matters concerning the Kun, I shall still need Sir's great assistance. I am willing, only the young master. Sir, if you keep your eyes fixed only on that tiny Zhang Bei, even if the emperor is willing to lend a hand, the Zhang family cannot return to its former glory. Kai and Taichung was struck silent. Only after a long moment did he say, This student seeks only a clear conscience. Zhou Lezhai smiled. I, on the other hand, believe that if Sir wishes to revitalize the Zhang family, you must begin with these Kun affairs. Kai and Taichung started, and after further reflection he laughed. Sir does not know the full picture. When it comes to dealings with the Kun, Zhang Lion and Zhang Kai have long been engaged in such trade. Although the Kun had blockaded the Zhang family's overseas trade channels, they had not severed the Zhang family's commerce entirely. Thus, the various factions of the fragmented Zhang clan had transformed into local suppliers, selling all manner of Fujian products to the Kun merchants who came to Jiangsu for trade. Though these merchants operate under various names, one can tell at a glance that most are either Kun properties or merchants backed by the Kun. These merchants traveled to various locations around Jiangsu Bay, purchasing raw materials on a large scale and flooding the market with assorted Kun goods, and the table salt that Fujian so desperately lacked. Business was exceedingly brisk. As it happens, Amping is the poorest of all. Back when the Kun broke the city, they stripped Amping bare. Nothing remained. Rebuilding the residence and city walls cost a fortune. As for the Zhang family's trade routes and shops, the young master did not touch any of them. Now we can only rely on a few farming estates and several thousand mu of land to collect rent for our livelihood. Even these few thousand mu cannot escape the covetous eyes of others. Kai and Taichung sighed. Were it not for this, I would not have rashly come to the capital seeking a way forward. Do the Kun also conduct business with you? Naturally, they do. It is simply that I have nothing but fish catches and rice here which cannot fetch a good price. Why not plant sugar cane? Plant sugar cane. Kai and Taichung was taken aback. He truly had not considered this. First, he was not a Fujianese native. Second, he was quite unfamiliar with farming. He still more or less held to the concept of grain as the foundation. This has never occurred to me. However, the farming estates have always grown sugar cane. If we were to switch to other crops, I fear the tenants would not know how. Nowadays, sugar cane is grown everywhere in Fujian. If you wish to make the switch, presumably it would not be difficult, Zhou Lezhai said. The Kun have two main businesses. He held up one finger, silk. Then he raised a second finger, sugar. He continued slowly, as long as you have sugar cane, you need not worry about finding buyers, and you could operate a sugar factory yourself, turn the sugar cane into sugar, then sell it to the Kun. You would earn considerably more. Plant sugar cane. Produce sugar. Kai and Taichung pondered for a moment before replying. Sir's idea is excellent, but operating a sugar factory and boiling sugar is more difficult than planting sugar cane. Where would I find such skilled workers? Naturally, you would ask the Kun for instruction. Kai and Taichung was dumbstruck. After a long pause, he said, Sir jests. Although I conduct business with the Kun, sugar is the very foundation of their fortune. How could they be willing to teach the art of sugar making to us? Would they not profit more by purchasing sugar cane cheaply, producing sugar themselves, and selling it at high prices? Heh, this is a case of Sir knowing one thing but not another, Zhou Lezhai laughed. To establish a sugar factory and produce sugar, you need workers, a site, buildings, and warehouses. Before any sugar is made, your daily necessities require expenditure at every turn. Such a factory demands enormous investment, yet can only operate for less than half the year. In comparison, By simply purchasing your sugar and selling it to the Westerners and Easterners, they save the expense of processing. Is that not more profitable? Consider the accounts. Kaiyan Taichung remained somewhat confused. Seeing that his mind could not quite grasp the logic, Zhou Lezhai offered a reminder. Setting aside sugar, let us speak of rice. Who earns more, the farmer who grows rice and sells grain, or the grain merchant? Now Kaiyan Taichung's understanding suddenly cleared. So that is how it works. Those clad in silk are not the ones who rear silkworms. Precisely. What the Kun desire are commercial channels. That is where the greatest profits lie. Sugar production is not a matter of state strategy. If you wish to pursue it, they would eagerly welcome the arrangement. He went on to mention that in Lingao and Guangzhou, the Kun had invited merchants to establish factories and had transferred technology and equipment. Guangzhou has also auctioned off several projects. The Kun helped construct factories and train craftsmen. Even the machinery was arranged by them. If you wish to operate a sugar factory, you could follow the same approach. Chapter 2752. The Capital, Part 108. The conversation between Kaiyan Taichung and Zhou Lezhai stretched deep into the night before Mr. Le finally took his leave. Kaiyan Taichung urged him to remain until dawn. The capital enforced a strict curfew after dark, and the unlit streets posed genuine danger. Yet Mr. Le dismissed the concern entirely. When Kaiyan accompanied him to the door, he discovered a small sedan chair and 7 or 8 attendants waiting in the shadows of the guild hall's screen wall. Clearly, this Mr. Le was no ordinary scholar. Returning to his room, Kaiyan found the 3rd watch drum had already sounded. He blew out the lamp and retired to bed, but sleep eluded him. His mind raced with excitement. Who could have anticipated such a fortuitous encounter? He had come to the capital with the desperate resolve of a last stand, expecting nothing. Yet through sheer happenstance, he had secured an audience with the emperor. And now this unexpected, far-reaching conversation with Mr. Le had opened entirely new horizons in his thinking. That was it. Given the present circumstances, any hope of the Zheng family avenging their grievances and washing away their hatred was out of the question. Fratricidal conflict in Jiangsu Bay offered no path forward either. The impossible dilemma trapping both him and Zheng Sen ultimately came down to one thing: lack of money. Only with sufficient funds could they afford to raise soldiers, purchase Kun guns and cannons, and thereby protect their existing holdings. Only then could they speak of anything else. As things stood, they had nothing, and could only beg from every quarter. They had spent lavishly yet achieved pitifully little. Had it not been for this stroke of fortune, the entire journey to the capital would likely have yielded nothing. These thoughts made sleep impossible. He rose, lit a candle, spread out paper and ink, and began listing the matters he had been contemplating, one by one. First and foremost was establishing a sugar factory. Zheng Sen controlled extensive landholdings, and a considerable portion grew cash crops, sugarcane and indigo among them. Yet without processing capabilities, most of the sugarcane was simply sold to local sugar sheds, Tanglio. Over the past 2 years, Kun sugar had flooded the market in massive quantities, driving nearly all these sheds out of business. Now the sugarcane was mostly purchased by traveling merchants who collected the raw crop. Where they resold, it was self-evident, to the Kun, naturally. The fact that the Kun bought Fujian's sugarcane to manufacture their own sugar was an open secret locally. Fujian had once been a major sugar-producing province, its landscape dotted with sugar sheds. Brown sugar, white sugar, rock sugar, all were produced and shipped in great quantities, both for export by sea merchants and domestic sale. But since the arrival of Kun sugar, the relentless dumping had virtually annihilated the local industry. With their advantages in both price and quality, the various grades of Kun sugar had spread through the entire market like quicksilver poured onto the ground. Shed owners, merchants, and craftsmen had gone bankrupt or lost their livelihoods one after another. Only the sugarcane farmers themselves remained unscathed. If he were to establish his own sugar factory using Kun methods, Raw materials would present no obstacle. The problem was that he possessed neither Kun machinery nor Kun craftsmen. These would still have to come from the Kun themselves. On this point, Kaiyan Taichung harbored doubts. After all, the two sides remained enemy states. Logic suggested they would be unlikely to assist him. Yet hearing Mr. Le describe the Kun's patterns of behavior, and considering that every family in Jiangsu Bay now conducted business with them, perhaps it was not so impossible after all. Regardless, I must try, Kaiyan Taichung resolved. Just as with this very journey to the capital, neither others nor he himself had held any real certainty, yet against all expectations, the emperor had summoned him. Kaiyan Taichung found himself humming the latest popular southern Fujian tune. Success comes from fighting. Ai Pia Cia Iya. The song had arrived with Kun merchants some years ago. Though Kaiyan Taichung could not fathom why the Kun possessed southern Fujian melodies, the tune was pleasant and the lyrics inspiring, and it had spread rapidly upon introduction. Everyone in the Zheng household naturally hummed a few lines, and even he, an outsider, was no exception. Su Qi studied the middle-aged man under heavy guard. A face weathered by wind and frost, beard and hair already graying. It was hard to imagine this man was only in his early 40s, supposedly in the prime of life. Encountering him on the street, one might genuinely be deceived into thinking him merely a Jianghu drifter who wandered the lanes each day, using a glib tongue to earn a few coins for his next meal. Only when his clothes were stripped away for medical treatment did his body reveal itself. Lean, powerful, corded with sinewy muscle. This was not the physique cultivated by fitness enthusiasts through protein powder, but one honed by years of rigorous training and combat. Though unremarkable in appearance, the explosive power and resilience it contained far exceeded that of ordinary men. Combined with the scars covering his body, Su Qi recognized that this man's martial skill was extraordinary, his Jianghu experience extensive. Had he not been stabbed first, capturing him would likely have required considerable effort. Such a man possessed excellent physical constitution. His apparent weakness stemmed solely from excessive blood loss. With antibiotics preventing infection and over 10 days of recuperation, his condition improved steadily. To ensure the interrogation would be effective, Su Qi waited until the health worker confirmed that his wounds had essentially healed, and he could sit up and take soft food before finally bringing Liu Sha out for questioning. Liu Sha's sickroom cell had been arranged in a side chamber. Su Qi stepped inside. The room was brightly lit, with iron bars newly installed over the windows. Liu Sha lay propped against pillows on a small bed. Iron rings had been chiseled into the wall, and shackles and chains secured his right hand and left foot to them. Initially, nylon restraint straps had been used to immobilize his limbs, but as his health improved and his strength returned, they had switched to iron shackles. A guard sat vigilantly by the bedside, equipped not only with firearm and dagger, but also clutching an electric baton, ready to subdue him at any moment. Such elaborate precautions reflected Su Qi's naturally cautious disposition. Interrogating prisoners in enemy territory demanded particular prudence. Liu Sha not only possessed martial arts skill, but had also masterminded the atrocities committed in Guangzhou. Setting aside the considerable trouble he had caused the Senate, his instruction of bandits in Kaisheng-Jige, the mutilation of living people for sorcery and begging, and his practice of witchcraft were crimes sufficient to ensure he would die without a burial place. Such men knew the gravity of their sins and rarely submitted willingly. One had to guard against the desperate, dying struggle that sought to bring ruin upon both jade and stone alike. Liu Sha had been resting with eyes closed on the bed. Hearing someone enter, he opened them. "How is your body?" Su Qi asked gently. "Recovering quite well. Australian medicine is truly effective." Liu Sha's expression was unremarkable, as though exchanging idle pleasantries about household matters. "The Taoist priest possesses a strong constitution. Such a minor injury is nothing," Su Qi replied. A few more days of rest and you will move as freely as before." Hearing the addressed Taoist priest, Liu Sha's expression shifted slightly. He likely realized his hidden documents had been discovered. "What use is moving freely?" Liu Sha raised his shackled right hand. "I suspect your honor will only rest easy after removing one of my hands and one of my feet." "It won't come to that," Su Qi laughed. "Our great song has never engaged in the abuse of captives and prisoners. Since the Taoist priest has been captured, whatever crimes may exist will naturally be reviewed and adjudicated by the proper judiciary in due course, that the law may be publicly enforced. I am merely a detective and investigator. These precautions guard only against the unexpected." Hearing these words, Liu Sha understood that the other party clearly knew he was Taoist Woodstone. Given the things he had done, there was absolutely no possibility of leniency. Strangely, this realization settled him. The stone in his heart found solid ground and his unease faded. "Since Sir already knows my identity," he said, "why treat and save me? Visiting the poor and inquiring after their suffering, healing the wounded and rescuing the dying, this is truly the Senate's duty. Whether Sir has committed terrible crimes is not for us to judge." Su Qi understood that such men feared neither beating nor death. Neither pure coercion nor pure conciliation would make him submit. Even severe torture, bringing out the hand-cranked telephone, might not prove entirely effective. He could only employ both soft and hard approaches, planning slowly and carefully. "Sir speaks with great righteousness." Liu Sha's words carried an edge of sarcasm. "But saving me was to extract my words, was it not?" "Naturally. The Taoist priest told us much about Stone Elder back then. The Senate is very interested." Su Qi continued, "Sir is a man of intelligence, I need not dissemble. This Stone Elder has been manipulating events from behind the scenes from beginning to end. Though he never threatened the overall situation, he created considerable trouble for us. This account must inevitably be settled. Since you wish to settle accounts, why should I elaborate? You already know that Stone Elder is Lord Wang. Stone Elder may indeed be Wang Yao, but based on the Senate's understanding of Master Wang, he absolutely lacks such capability. Sir is certainly a formidable individual, able to stand alone and stir up countless waves. Yet in terms of grand strategy, you still fall somewhat short. So we wish to know, who is the person devising strategies for Stone Elder?" The question struck at the vital point. Liu Sha drew a deep breath, his expression turning hesitant. Su Qi recognized that whatever loyalty Liu Sha had once held for Stone Elder had largely eroded. Otherwise, he would never have played his games during the kidnapping case, nor colluded with little eunuch Yang. His hesitation now was nothing more than the calculation of one seeking leverage for bargaining. Were he an ordinary man, the promise of his life would likely make him talk. But Su Qi dared not offer such a promise. Taoist Woodstone was not only the mastermind behind a series of major anti-Senate cases, but had also perpetrated the witchcraft case. No one had the authority to open that door. Without a point of vulnerability, manipulation proved difficult. Yet Su Qi reconsidered. Liu Sha's current state of mind was likely one of disillusionment. If treated with sincerity, it might be possible to make him speak quickly. With this in mind, he paused for several minutes. Seeing that Liu Sha still remained silent, he decided to test him. "Could it be Mr. La?" Liu Sha stiffened. From the micro-expression that flickered across his face, Su Qi knew instantly that his probe had struck true. A successful probe meant Liu Sha's bargaining chips had diminished. It was now evident that the man had begun to waver. In less time than it takes to drink a cup of tea, Liu Sha spoke. "You know him." "Naturally we know of him, we simply do not know his real name." Su Qi's tone was leisurely. "In truth, we have little interest in what his surname and given name might be. We merely wish to understand him as a person." "Mr. Le is a man of extraordinary talent," Liu Sha murmured. "On this point we agree." Su Qi adopted an expression of mutual appreciation. "Though we serve different masters, the senators of our great song hold the gentlemen of Stone Elder's circle in high regard. The imperial court's army expended millions in grain and pay, yet accomplished less than half of what you achieved. Everyone loves flattery, particularly when it comes from a formidable opponent. Liu Sha was no exception. A faint smile crept unbidden to the corner of his mouth. He closed his eyes for a long moment, then suddenly opened them. It would not be difficult for me to tell you, but I have a condition. Su Qi thought to himself, it is done. Speak freely. If it lies within my authority to decide, I can agree on the spot. If it requires the Senate's decision, I will report immediately and provide you an answer within 3 days. 3 days? Liu Sha appeared momentarily surprised, then sighed. Of course, you have the telegraph. Mr. Le said that device can transmit sound 1,000 li away in an instant. Chapter 2753, The Capital, Part 109. Su Qi grew increasingly astonished. What exactly was the background of this Mr. Le? How could he be so intimately familiar with the Senate? This Mr. Le possesses remarkably broad knowledge. His abilities are considerable. Liu Sha smiled bitterly. It's a pity. He left the sentence unfinished. The information he possessed was currency he intended to trade at the highest price. Why would he give it away freely? Su Qi understood his calculations perfectly and pressed no further, waiting patiently for the man to state his terms. Everyone has their vulnerabilities, and Liu Sha was no exception. I have a daughter, he said quietly. She came from a fleeting liaison during my years of dissolute wandering. The mother and child now reside in Yingshan Prefecture. Nanjing? Su Qi was puzzled. You're a local man, why would you send them to Nanjing? The landscapes of Jiangnan are gentle on the soul. Besides, the child's mother hails from Nanjing. She has people there who can look after them. Liu Sha's voice grew feeble. Mine is a profession of licking blood from knife edges. I dared not keep the child close. Su Qi found this deeply perplexing. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau had no intelligence whatsoever about Liu Sha having a child. Likely even those closest to him were unaware. Why reveal it now? Could the Senate's reputation truly be trusted even by its enemies? True, given the Senate's stature and standing, they would certainly never harm a child. There were also judicial principles of no punishment extending to families, and crime shall not implicate wives and children. Yet throughout history, saying one thing while doing another was commonplace. Who could guarantee that no senator harbored intentions to uproot the weeds entirely? By any rational measure, Liu Sha's wisest choice would have been to keep this matter buried in silence. Holding these doubts, he continued listening. Liu Sha smiled bitterly. I am not entrusting an orphan to your care. You and I serve enemy nations. It has always been kill or be killed between us. But in this matter, now that circumstances have reached this point, I have no choice but to rely on you. Speak freely. This woman was once a courtesan by the Qinhuai River. After she bore my flesh and blood, I purchased a house in Yingshan to settle mother and daughter. But unexpectedly, a former patron from her days in the trade, a villainous young master from the Wei Duke's clan, abducted them both. Su Qi started. The Wei Duke was a descendant of Su De. In the early Ming Dynasty, Su De had been posthumously titled King of Zhongshan, and the prince's mansion was established inside Nanjing's walls at Dagangfang, within the Jubao Gate. Later generations inherited the title of Duke of Wei. They were among the most prominent noble families in all of Nanjing. One could well imagine the power such a family commanded after generations of hereditary privilege. Let alone the prefect of Yingshan. Even the governor of Yingshan had to show the Su family deference. Even if this culprit was merely a distant branch relative rather than direct lineage, recovering the captives would prove exceedingly difficult. He's merely some villainous young master from the clan, not the Duke's own heir. You work for Master Wang and formerly served in the Jinyue. You have connections in Nanjing. Couldn't you pull some strings? If it were a legitimate young master of the Duke's household committing a crime, the matter would actually be simpler. Liu Sha sighed. Generations of nobility still care about preserving face. It's these distant relatives and collateral branches who are the most shameless. Moreover, this one is a boon companion of the Duke's second young master and enjoys his protection. He acts lawlessly throughout Yingshan Prefecture, and no one dares challenge him. Even with my connections, I found no angle of approach. After the incident, he had sought Master Wang's counsel. But Master Wang was unwilling to offend the nobility and merely gave him a sum of silver, telling him to resolve it quietly. Liu Sha understood that his master refused to stick his neck out, so he had to find another way. As for my former service in the Jinyue, the Southern Guardianship Office and the Northern Guardianship Office were always worlds apart. They share the name of guardianship offices, but in truth they barely count as colleagues. There's no fellowship or connection between them. Furthermore, he sighed deeply, I no longer serve in the Northern Guardianship Office either. After the Southern Guardianship Office relocated north to the capital, only mundane duties remained, managing military artisan registries and overseeing weapon manufacturing. It was hardly a prestigious institution in Yingshan Prefecture. Liu Sha's ability to navigate the underworld was considerable, but the black and gray forces of Yingshan Prefecture refused to antagonize the Wei Duke's family on his behalf. A lone wolf doesn't fight power. This was the iron law of survival through the ages. Originally, I planned to collect this large sum of silver, then head straight south to Yingshan Prefecture. I would recruit a few desperados and settle the matter directly, take the mother and daughter and flee far away, but the silver never came to hand. I see, you want us to rescue them. Precisely. Liu Sha said, you are foreign powers with no local ties or entanglements. You've even killed emperors. What is a mere villainous young master of the Wei Duke's household to you? Su Qi laughed heartily. What you say is true, a trifling matter. Then he sobered and continued. There's no need to report this up the chain. I can decide it myself. I give you 3 promises. First, I will immediately telegraph headquarters to dispatch agents to Nanjing. As long as the mother and daughter remain in the city, they will absolutely be rescued. Second, after rescue, they will be settled in a location of your choosing, Nanjing or elsewhere, escorted there by our personnel, with an additional sum for their establishment. Third, if you wish it, this man's head will be delivered to you with both hands. Straightforward, Liu Sha nodded. I know Australians have always been the most reliable keepers of their word. Presumably, you are no exception. Let me tell you something as well. I am a dignified senator of great song. How could I break my word? Su Qi chuckled. Forget a mere villainous young master from the Wei Duke's clan. Even if it were the Wei Duke himself, taking his head would be as easy as turning my hand. Good. With these words from you, sir, I am at ease. Su Qi immediately requested the names of mother and daughter, their original residence, the name of the villainous young master, and a series of other details. He had someone record everything in a ledger and showed it to Liu Sha to verify its accuracy, then dispatched it to Center for action. Now, let us discuss Mr. Le. This was the person Su Qi was most eager to learn about. His surname is not Le, but Zhou. Liu Sha revealed crucial information in his very first sentence. Surname Zhou, what is his full name? Heh, it's quite peculiar, Liu Sha said. He's called Zhou Lejia, a fine name, Su Qi remarked. What's peculiar about it? Originally, he wasn't called Zhou Lejia. Only after a certain day did he become Zhou Lejia. Su Qi didn't immediately grasp his meaning. What do you mean by that? The current Zhou Lejia is not the original Zhou Lejia, but Zhou Lejia's apprentice. Later, Zhou Lejia disappeared and the apprentice became Zhou Lejia. Damn, isn't that inheriting a name? We don't have that tradition, Su Qi thought, then asked aloud, so what of it? The current Zhou Lejia inherited his master's mantle. Liu Sha spoke with a visible shudder. These two, master and apprentice, looked nothing alike originally. But in recent years, one increasingly feels the two have become indistinguishable. Explain more clearly, Su Qi said. What is the background of this original Zhou Lejia, and how did the new one come about? Liu Sha smiled bitterly. What I know is limited. I arrived later than they did. Most of what I know about them came from others' accounts. He then roughly recounted how the master and apprentice Zhou Lejia had come to the Wang mansion. Most of these details he had heard from Liu Zhao, Jin Wenchai, and others. The more Su Qi listened, the more astonished he became. From this description, the old Zhou Lezhai very likely was an accidental transmigrator like Hire. The accounts concerning him contained numerous supernatural elements, flying heads in the sky, and such could perhaps be dismissed. But the crucial point was that New Zhou Lezhai had originally been merely a young lad with a few years of rural education near Guangzhou. Under his master's tutelage, his learning had advanced by leaps and bounds. Most critically, Leng Ningyun had stated with certainty that Mr. Le's thinking was unlike any scholar of this spacetime. Could body possession, or soul transmigration, truly exist in this world? Then again, hadn't they themselves transmigrated from another spacetime? His materialistic worldview began to waver, but ultimately pure rationality prevailed. All of this was merely hearsay through Liu Zhao. It wasn't impossible that Wang Yehao had fabricated these tales to deceive people. But one thing was certain. This Zhou Lezhai, whether new or old, was definitely connected to the old spacetime. This Zhou Lezhai is truly an extraordinary figure, Su Qi exclaimed. I originally assumed he was merely an ordinary strategist, yet he conceals such profound depths within. Indeed, everyone around Stone Elder admires him greatly, Liu Sha said. Master Wang claims he understands the Australian's thinking as clearly as the palm of his own hand. Su Qi nodded slightly, calculating inwardly. This confession was extraordinarily valuable, even more valuable than the Stone Elder group itself. This Liu Sha was a rare prize worth hoarding. Could this Mr. Zhou be the Taoist furnace stone mentioned in the correspondence? Yes, that's precisely him, Liu Sha confirmed. Everyone around Stone Elder uses Taoist something stone as a code name. You are Taoist wood stone, he is Taoist furnace stone. Who else is there? The personal assistant at Master Wang's side who specializes in handling matters under Stone Elder's name is called Jin Wenchai. He is Taoist gold stone. There may be others, but I'm not aware of them. Do all these people reside within the Wang mansion? Naturally not. Except for Taoist gold stone, each has their own separate lodging. They never mobilize unless there's a specific need. Someone mediates contact, and they meet at designated locations to discuss matters. Unless it's urgent, they don't visit the Wang mansion either. Su Qi nodded to himself. These practices bore quite the hallmarks of modern clandestine tradecraft. Wang's organization operated through single-line contacts with no lateral communication between operatives. This way, even if a major figure was captured, they couldn't provide much intelligence. The key point was that this was still Ming Dynasty-controlled territory. The Stone Elder Group's caution was remarkable. Who was the person you killed? He was one of Master Wang's trusted aides, named Wang Liang. He knew your lodging in Tangzhou. Yes, he was usually the one who contacted me. You killed this man because he discovered your intentions. Precisely. I originally wanted to buy his silence with silver, but he refused both enticement and threats. I had no choice but to eliminate him, Liu Sha said resentfully, but he was already on his guard. Su Qi was already familiar with these details. Asking again now served to check for inconsistencies against the earlier confession. Did this Wang Liang know Zhou Lezhai? He did. He was an old retainer at Master Wang's side. Do you know Zhou Lezhai's whereabouts? Chapter 2754, The Capital, Part 110. He is in the capital, that much I know. Liu Sha spread his hands. Master Wang treats him like a precious gem and guards him most carefully. Because he can foresee the future. Precisely. He secretly possesses a heavenly book. Master Wang had someone steal it and copy a volume, but it was all symbols no one could decipher. Su Qi was unsurprised by the claim of foresight. This was an essential skill for transmigrators. As for this heavenly book, it was likely a chronicle of historical events written in code, a personal reference for this Taoist furnace stone. Su Qi pressed further with many questions about Zhou Lezhai, but Liu Sha's knowledge proved limited. Regarding the man's current whereabouts especially, he could provide nothing useful. Su Qi felt a twinge of disappointment. He suppressed his burning desire to capture Zhou Lezhai and continued the interrogation with patience. The next focus turned to Liu Sha's activities in Guangdong. As Taoist wood stone, Liu Sha had been extremely active there, leaving traces in numerous affairs. No matter how many cases had been solved back then, now that the Foreign Intelligence Bureau had finally landed this big fish, they would not let him slip away. Liu Sha held nothing back, recounting his various activities in Guangdong one by one, from the earliest riot in Lingao to the recent fake medicine case. The more Su Qi heard, the more astonished he became. The riot in Lingao and the witchcraft case were familiar territory. He had studied all the case files in detail. But the fake medicine case, its details had always remained murky. Now, from Liu Sha's account, he finally understood that Zhou Lezhai had orchestrated this case single-handedly, generating enormous profits by trafficking Kun medicine and remanufacturing it. Su Qi listened with mounting shock. He had never imagined such machinations. This Zhou Lezhai was truly diabolical. He understood the vulnerabilities of the Senate, that grassroots troop of administrators, as intimately as if he had written their bylaws himself. No wonder so many in the Senate had always suspected the fake medicine case was the work of a senator-level mole. The execution had been far too professional. Historically, Wang Yehao had been merely an ordinary high-ranking bureaucrat of the late Ming Dynasty. That he could wield such tremendous influence was entirely due to Zhou Lezhai's guidance. No wonder Liu Sha had described him as being treated like a gem. A sudden realization struck Su Qi. He too had stumbled upon a treasure. What Liu Sha could provide extended far beyond the kidnapping case. The inside knowledge of the Stone Elder Group alone was absolutely priceless. However, these old matters sprawled across too wide a scope for immediate exploration. For now, his task was to clarify the organizational structure and personnel composition of the Stone Elder Group, while also untangling the discord between Eunuch Yang and his son, a matter both Min Zhanlian and Lang Ningyun had mentioned in their reports. He needed to reassess their value as potential collaborators and, if necessary, impose sanctions upon them. What exactly is the situation with Eunuch Yang and his son's discord? Was little Eunuch Yang involved in the kidnapping? Father and son have been at odds for many days now. Liu Sha immediately recounted the story of their falling out. This time, the intelligence about DeLong having 100,000 taels of silver, he provided that. How did he know you were planning to kidnap Lang Ningyun? He didn't. It's simply that he has long been on good terms with Eunuch Cao, and Eunuch Cao is a relative of Cao Sheng. And Cao Sheng is another friend of yours. Indeed, we frequently collaborate on various business ventures, including the business of inviting the god of wealth. Liu Sha chuckled, his silence an admission. Little Eunuch Yang had connected with Liu Sha through the channel of Cao Sheng. Later, Eunuch Yang and Master Wang also established a relationship. From then on, they interacted openly and above board. The thing is, neither Master Wang nor Eunuch Yang knew that we had been acquainted long before. Why did Master Wang cultivate a relationship with Eunuch Yang? Su Qi was puzzled. Although Eunuch Yang was a person of real power within the palace, he served in no vital department, and his influence with the emperor was negligible. For trafficking Kun goods, through his relationship with Lang Ningyun, Eunuch Yang could order large quantities of rare Australian goods directly from Lingao. Beyond using them for bribes, Eunuch Yang had no personal use for these Australian goods, nor did he possess channels to sell them. Master Wang recognized this opportunity and cultivated Eunuch Yang's favor. Every month he could obtain Australian goods from Eunuch Yang. Reselling them meant enormous profits. Su Qi hardly knew whether to laugh or cry. No wonder Lang Ningyun's Australian rare goods business had thrived in recent years. He had assumed the eunuch community in the palace possessed extraordinary purchasing power, but it turned out the true wholesale distributor was Stone Elder. For a moment, the entire world seemed like an absurd theatrical farce. Master Wang must have accumulated quite a fortune. I'm not clear on exactly how much he earned, Liu Sha sneered. It has nothing to do with me anyway. It seemed he had received little benefit. Su Qi noted this and deliberately said, Presumably Yang Tianliang didn't profit much either. He has long been dissatisfied with his adoptive father. The big money is controlled by eunuch Yang. Without an errand to run, he can't get a single coin and must scrape together whatever extra income he can manage, including inviting the god of wealth with you. Yes. To tell the truth, Su Qi remained quite surprised by their collaboration in inviting the god of wealth. Setting aside someone like Liu Sha, inherently a Jianghu hero and a hawk and hound kept by the imperial court, possessing no sense of right or wrong, honor or shame, Yang Tianliang was still a eunuch with official rank. Embezzlement and bribery were hardly rare, but conspiring to commit kidnapping was rather shocking. Which gods of wealth did you invite? Su Qi's curiosity stirred. Quite a few, Liu Sha chuckled. Could it be that your honor also wishes to invite the god of wealth? Naturally, we even intend to invite the emperor, the greatest god of wealth under heaven. Surely sir knows that the capital has the highest concentration of wealthy people. High officials and dignitaries, nobles and powerful eunuchs, giant merchants, countless. However, most of them we cannot afford to provoke. So the gods of wealth we invited were people with money but no power. Such people abounded in the capital. The warehouse keepers of the Ministry of Revenue's silver vault, the clerks of various yamen, the eunuchs guarding warehouses. Though they appeared to be insignificant petty officials and lowly servants, the opportunities for profit were immense. The warehouse keepers guarding the various official storehouses in the capital openly stole inventory materials for resale, an open secret. Those in the fattest posts at the Ministry of Revenue silver vault accumulated family fortunes of tens of thousands of taels. Ministry of Revenue warehouse keepers, the ones who smuggle silver in their rectums. So sir has heard of this. Its reputation precedes it. But the gods of wealth that Liu Sha and little eunuch Yang invited were not the Ministry of Revenue warehouse keepers, precisely because their wealth was common knowledge. Too many people both inside and outside the capital kept watchful eyes on them. Consequently, the warehouse keepers maintained extremely high vigilance. They went on duty in groups and hired bodyguards for protection. At home, they were heavily guarded and rarely stepped outside. Liu Sha and little eunuch Yang carved out their own niche, specializing in inviting eunuch gods of wealth. Within the imperial city of the capital lay multiple warehouses. The most famous were the 10 royal warehouses, located at what was called Zishiku in the old space-time. Named Jia, Yibing, Ding, Wu, Chengyun, Guangying, Guanghui, Guangji, and Zhangfa warehouses. Each stored tribute materials from various provinces, reserved exclusively for royal use. The Jia warehouse stored medicinal materials. The Yi warehouse mainly held various papers and padded jackets for soldiers. The Bing warehouse contained raw silk floss and silk strings from the south, along with cotton from the north. The Ding warehouse held raw lacquer, tung oil, white hemp, yellow wax, cowhide, deer skin, fish glue, and both raw and wrought iron. The Wu warehouse primarily stored armor, bows, arrows, knives, and other weapons. The Chengyun warehouse mainly held yellow and white raw silk. The Guangying warehouse mainly stored various colored plain cooked silks, Hangzhou gauze, and blue fine cotton cloth. The Guanghui warehouse mainly held colored woven handkerchiefs, combs, brushes, coin strings, and yarn spindles. The Guangji warehouse mainly stored gunpowder, and the Zhangfa warehouse housed confiscated items. Each of the 10 warehouses was vast in scale, with ridge connecting to beam. The stored goods piled up like mountains and seas. Some warehouses had not been opened in years, and their contents had rotted and deteriorated. Over time, the inventory records had long dissolved into utter confusion. Such conditions naturally flung wide the doors for custodial theft. The warehouse managers, assistant managers, clerks, and keepers would never surrender such opportunities for enrichment. Eunuchs serving as managers and assistants engaged in large-scale resale of inventory materials. Eunuchs' greed for money far exceeded that of ordinary people. Rootless and without descendants, they could rely only on wealth. Regardless of status, They all viewed accumulation as capability. Even common eunuchs had to amass silver to provide for their old age after leaving the palace. Eunuchs serving as managers and assistants would naturally seize such golden opportunities. Thus, every term of service filled their coffers to overflowing. These eunuchs were mostly not powerful figures, so kidnapping them required no worry about subsequent investigation. Yang Tianliang had spotted the business opportunity here and specialized in providing intelligence to Liu Sha. Liu Sha then organized manpower to hunt them down according to these leads. Every kidnapping hit its mark, yielding substantial silver each time. The two split the profits 50-50. This enterprise proceeded smoothly, netting tens of thousands of taels in total. It's just that after inviting too many, this gang of eunuchs also grew cautious. The business tapered off, Liu Sha said. Little eunuch Yang also recognized that this was no long-term livelihood. He wanted to find a stepping stone for advancement. Otherwise, following his adoptive father like this, he could see no future. Yang Tianliang was already a man in his 30s. If he continued muddling along like this, relying on his adoptive father's status in the palace, the prospect of becoming a manager or steward in the 24 yamen remained slim. The emperor was still young. Barring accidents, he should reign for another 20 years, which also meant the eunuchs from the Prince of Xin's mansion would hold power for at least that long. Even if a new emperor eventually ascended the throne, people like Eunuch Yang and his son would have long since become has-beens, utterly obsolete. Never mind Eunuch Yang, he is already half buried in the earth, but little Eunuch Yang still has half a lifetime ahead of him. To secure a way forward, heavy bribes were necessary. He sought many channels and spent considerable silver. Finally, he managed to get through to Wang Jixin, the director of ceremonial, silly giant and brush-holding eunuch. This eunuch Wang promised that if he brought 20,000 taels of silver, he would guarantee him a post as supervisor in the Directorate of Imperial Horses, Yumajian, and after one term, guarantee him a position as Grand Defender Eunuch, Zhenshu Tajian. Chapter 2755, The Capital, Part 111. Yang Tianliang has such remarkable ability, Su Qi exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. His astonishment stemmed from the fact that the Directorate of Imperial Horses, Yumajian, was the only institution among the 24 yamen capable of standing as an equal to the Directorate of Ceremonial, Siligian. If the Directorate of Ceremonial served as the Grand Secretariat, Nij, of the Inner Court, then the Directorate of Imperial Horses was its Privy Council, Shufu. Despite its name, the Directorate of Imperial Horses did far more than simply manage mules and horses for palace service. Beyond its original duty of managing imperial horses and various tributes, and collecting horses and mules for the herding office, its responsibilities had expanded considerably. It now commanded the Imperial Guards of the Four Guards Battalion and the Brave Guard Battalion, dispatched supervisors to garrison various border regions and provinces, overseeing armies during wartime, and administered pastures, imperial estates, and imperial shops. Even the Western Depot, Zicheng, tasked with managing what the Eastern Depot could not, was headed by a eunuch from this directorate. For Yang Tianliang, a eunuch of middling rank, to be promoted as a supervisor in the Directorate of Imperial Horses meant his eunuch career had entered the fast lane, with prospects beyond measure. The directorate held both power and wealth, and serving as a Grand Defender eunuch was an even more lucrative assignment, far more promising than languishing under Eunuch Yang's shadow. Who doesn't love shining white silver? Liu Sha sneered. For that appointment he spent no less than 20,000 taels over time. By the time word finally came, his coffers had run completely dry and he had even accumulated considerable debts. Su Qi thought, this eunuch Wang is utterly black-hearted. He squeezed Yang Tianliang dry, then quoted an exorbitant price. If the man could scrape together the funds, fine, he would fetch a good price. If not, then all his previous expenditures would go down the drain. 20,000 taels of silver was no small sum in the 17th century. With his savings exhausted, where could Yang Tianliang possibly find another 20,000 taels? And so he turned his attention to Leng Ningyun. Naturally, Leng Ningyun could not lend him 20,000 taels. So Yang Tianliang invoked eunuch Yang's name once more, asking Leng Ningyun to procure a shipment of Australian rare goods. The amount was so enormous that it aroused Leng Ningyun's suspicions. Upon making discreet inquiries, he discovered the whole thing was fabricated. Yang Tianliang's scheme collapsed once again. Shopkeeper Leng has such nerve, daring to ignore little eunuch Yang, Su Qi laughed. Shopkeeper Leng had long known of the discord between father and son, Liu Sha explained. About a year ago, eunuch Yang informed shopkeeper Leng that unless Yang Tianliang presented a handwritten note bearing his signature, he would not be held responsible for any financial dealings. Otherwise, why wouldn't Yang Tianliang simply approach his adoptive father? With the savings eunuch Yang had accumulated over the years, producing 20,000 taels would have been easy. Even if father and son are at odds, wouldn't it also benefit eunuch Yang if Yang Tianliang could secure a position in the Directorate of Imperial Horses? Surely that would be better than letting him drift along aimlessly. Liu Sha fixed him with a long stare before laughing. You respectable folk don't understand how their minds work. Were this a biological father and son, and the son poised to rise, a father would gladly kowtow to an enemy if it helped. But for people like them, eunuch Yang cultivated this adopted son purely for support in his old age. No blood binds them, no debt of upbringing exists between them. If this adopted son becomes too successful, wouldn't he, the seal-holding eunuch of the bell and drum division, end up dependent on the adopted son's goodwill? I never imagined the suspicion between father and son had reached such depths, Su Qi said. I thought eunuch Yang valued this adopted son highly. Value him he certainly does, but he refuses to let the boy rise too high. Only thus can he keep Yang Tianliang firmly under his thumb, ensuring care in his twilight years and proper burial when the time comes. Was it for this 20,000 taels that you conspired together? 20,000 taels was merely the beginning, Liu Sha said. Arriving at the Directorate of Imperial Horses doesn't mean smooth sailing. 3 great officials sit above, the seal-holding eunuch, the supervising eunuch, and the admiral eunuch. If he wants to make a name for himself, he'll have to worship Buddha and burn incense all over again. Can you imagine how small those expenses would be? So he was desperate to dispose of eunuch Yang, wasn't he? Even if he couldn't claim a single coin of those 100,000 taels. He claimed he wouldn't take a penny, but how could I agree to such a thing? Liu Sha smiled. Shortchanging a eunuch is courting death. The silver for this appointment to the Directorate of Imperial Horses must naturally be set aside for him, and I was obliged to add another 10,000 taels in congratulatory money. To dispose of eunuch Yang for 70,000 taels, that's quite a risk. Liu Sha let out a dismissive snort. Eunuch Yang may carry himself with imposing authority on all sides. Everyone flatters him and sends him silver. But that's only because he's the seal-holding eunuch of the bell and drum division. Those who don't need favors from him simply fear he'll cause them trouble. But if roving bandits capture him, and some random brigand lops off his head with a casual swing of the blade, what risk is there in that? Step beyond the 3 realms, stand outside the 5 elements. Naturally, one ceases to care. Precisely, killing eunuch Yang carried not the slightest risk. Liu Sha smiled, his expression full of melancholy, and there was silver to be gained besides. Su Qi felt a sudden alertness stir within him. He had conversed with Liu Sha at length, developing something of a rapport. But now he realized with sharp clarity that he, or rather, the Senate, was precisely the force that had shattered Liu Sha's beautiful dream. He must harbor no pity or sympathy for this man. Otherwise, he feared being bitten in return. Eunuch Yang had considerable wealth. He spent his entire life as a eunuch and enjoyed a few prosperous years. In recent times, as a seal-holding eunuch, he must have accumulated at least 100,000 taels. If little eunuch Yang eliminates him, all that silver becomes his. Besides, Yang Tianliang is no longer a young man, yet he still must observe protocol in the palace every day, attending to this old master. Even keeping a woman outside requires secrecy and subterfuge. He has long harbored resentments. Keeping a woman, but isn't he a eunuch? Liu Sha regarded him with the look one reserves for the inexperienced. A eunuch he certainly is. But he keeps women nonetheless. There are even palace maids who serve as paired eaters duishi within the palace itself. Su Qi rarely delved into such matters, and he found his worldview considerably shaken. Suppressing his curiosity, he asked, "Do you know where his woman is?" "Naturally I know," Liu Sha laughed. "I was the one who arranged the whole affair for him." "Your friendship with this Yang Tianliang runs deep indeed." Liu Sha spat in disgust. Who has any friendship with him? That lot of things without their manhood are the most treacherous of all. It seemed that in his dealings with little eunuch Yang, Liu Sha had suffered more than his share of setbacks. "Did you know that Yang Tianliang secretly purchased a pre-order ticket for a merchant's bureau ship?" Liu Sha looked stunned. "Is that true?" "Indeed." It seems he wasn't entirely confident about the success of his scheme. Unexpected, yet somehow fitting, that's precisely the sort of man he is. Liu Sha sneered. Secretive, never revealing his hand. Even if he knows the bridge ahead is broken, he won't warn those walking beside him, he'll simply turn and run first. "We'll discuss eunuch Yang's matter later. Let's turn to the people around the stone elder," Su Qi said. "Back during the Lingao riot, where did he recruit so many Jianghu heroes? Was that also Zhou Lezhai's doing?" "No, it wasn't," Liu Sha shook his head. "The idea for the Lingao riot originated with Mr. Zhou. The original intention was to quietly capture a few senators, spirit them out of Qiangzhou Prefecture, and bring them back for thorough interrogation. So at first, the operation was modest in scale. Later, when the men they sent were effortlessly wiped out, the Stone Elders faction took notice. The mission objective shifted from kidnapping senators to kidnapping senators, and if that failed, assassinating them. Consequently, the number of people mobilized increased dramatically. Although Liu Sha possessed extensive Jianghu connections, most were petty thieves. Relying on such men for actual combat was utterly unreliable. That's why we considered recruiting people from the sects. The one responsible for making contact was Taoist Gold Stone. He had originally served as a private assistant to Lord Wei. Lord Wei has a daughter named Wei Yi, who had been cultivating in the Hengxian sect. At this point, he recounted the story of Wei Yi's assassination attempt on Zhou Lezhai in Yangzhou and her subsequent rescue by Wang Yao. "I only heard of this matter secondhand. I cannot vouch for its accuracy. However, the later Lingao riot was indeed coordinated through Hengxian disciples." Good heavens, Su Qi thought. This Wang Yao was extraordinarily calculating, laying plans in every direction. Could he be harboring thoughts of rebellion? Expending such effort and bringing his own provisions to wage war against the Senate. Clearly this was not merely for promotion and wealth. Wang Yao had already served in important positions like Governor-General years ago and currently held the title of Minister of War. He could be called an official of the highest rank. One step further, aside from entering the Grand Secretariat to become a Prime Minister, would be ennoblement as a Marquis. Could it be, Su Qi wondered, that he sought to earn a Marquis title through the merit of suppressing the Kun? Yet in terms of the literatis' understanding of the Kun scoundrels, Wang Yao was likely the foremost authority in all of Great Ming. How could he harbor such unrealistic fantasies? Moreover, the purpose of this recent kidnapping operation was peace negotiation. This demonstrated clearly that he understood the imperial court was completely helpless against the Senate. From these perspectives, Su Qi could find no motive for Wang Yao's obsession with the anti-Kun cause. He recalled an article titled Research on Liang Kunhu's Ideological Transformation that the Political Security Bureau had distributed not long ago. It analyzed how Liang Kunhu had gradually embarked on the anti-Kun path, because the Senate's existence posed a grave threat to the civilized order and ideological framework of the old world. In other words, such men might tolerate a change of dynasty, but they could not abide replacing Huaxia ways with barbarian customs. Just as when the Manchus breached the passes, initially sweeping through resistance like a knife through bamboo, their later decree mandating the shaving of hair and changing of garments ignited flames of resistance across the land. Compared to the Manchu policy of shaving hair and changing garments, the Senate's seemingly lenient rule concealed the ambition of rebuilding culture and introducing an entirely new civilizational system. This intention had already begun to dawn upon the scholar bureaucrats. Compared to Liang Kunhu, who relied entirely upon his own observation and experience, Wang Yahao, who had a suspected transmigrator capable of foreseeing the future at his side, could likely perceive this threat even more acutely. This Mr. Le had probably already revealed to him the historical trajectory of the late Ming and early Qing. Saving the nation from extinction, resisting the barbarians, preserving Huaxia orthodoxy, and simultaneously protecting his own family's interests under Ming rule. Only with these motivations did Wang Yahao's strenuous anti-Kun stance make sense. However, that he could also conceive of peace negotiation suggested far greater wisdom and philosophical insight than Liang Kunhu possessed. The latter was driven purely by moral integrity, with a flavor of doing what one knows cannot be done. In terms of means and methods, he was far less pragmatic than the Stone Elders faction. The two conversed at length. Seeing Liu Sha's weary expression and evident exhaustion, Su Qi said, "Rest well and tend to your health. We shall speak again tomorrow." Chapter 2756. The Capital, Part 112. Upon returning to his room, he immediately drafted a concise report based on the confession and transmitted it to Center by telegraph. The detailed confession record itself would be sent in its original form through the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's communication channels. In his report, he not only recommended making full use of Liu Sha, but also proposed relocating him secretly to a safer location, Tianjin, perhaps, where they could thoroughly interrogate him about the Stone Elder Group's operations. This individual possesses deep knowledge of the Stone Elder Group and served as the on-site organizer and commander of numerous anti-Kun operations. His intelligence value is considerable. After finishing, he inquired whether any of the surveillance teams had new information. The answer came back, nothing yet. At this point, it was undeniable that Yang Tianliang was one of the masterminds behind the kidnapping, a secondary mastermind, certainly, but guilty nonetheless of an unpardonable offense against the personal safety of a senator. That was one matter. The second was this. According to Liu Sha's confession, the conflict between Yang Tianliang and Leng Ningyun had clearly reached an irreconcilable state. Whatever utility Yang Tianliang once possessed had vanished entirely. Worse, this failed kidnapping operation might well drive him toward even more aggressive conspiracies. The most appropriate course of action was to eliminate him quietly. However, to quietly eliminate Yang Tianliang, he still needed to consult with both Leng Ningyun and Center. As for Stone Elder himself, whether to take action depended on subsequent developments. Both the Foreign Intelligence Bureau and the Political Security Bureau shared a consistent stance toward the Stone Elder Group. Cut the weeds and pull up the roots. Though Wang Yahao was the nominal leader, in Su Qi's estimation the man was insignificant. The key figure was Zhou Lezhai. Where exactly was he hiding now? Wang Zhai entered the study and whispered a few words in Zhou Lezhai's ear. Zhou Lezhai started with surprise. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." Wang Zhai kept his voice low. "Su Yang came to report in person. Send him in." Su Yang entered the room and stood silently to one side. "Tell me everything about Tangzhou. Leave nothing out." "Yes, sir," Su Yang responded. "This lowly one accompanied Uncle Liu to Tangzhou to investigate second Uncle Liu. Use proper names when reporting," Zhou Lezhai reminded him sharply. "Yes, sir. This lowly one accompanied Liu Zhao to Tangzhou to locate Liu Sha. We only managed to find his contact person." The contact didn't know his specific lodging either, only that they met daily at a tea house called Hu Garden. Liu Zhao and Su Yang had made inquiries throughout Tangzhou but turned up nothing. They learned only that Liu Sha's last appearance had been more than 10 days prior. It wasn't until they spoke with a familiar constable at the Tangzhou Yamen that they discovered something had happened to Liu Sha. The constable said Liu Sha had taken a woman from a musician household, Yuehu, in Tangzhou as his concubine and purchased a residence for her. A few days ago, the procuress from the musician household reported to the authorities that her daughter Rui Jai hadn't returned home in some time. When she went to knock on the door, she found it unlocked, with a foul stench drifting out from within. The constables went inside to investigate and discovered a male corpse in the mansion. Bloodstains on the walls and floor indicated signs of a struggle. Liu Sha, Rui Jai, and an elderly couple who served as gatekeepers have all vanished. The male corpse, it wasn't Liu Sha, Zhou Lezhai asked, visibly shaken. No, sir, Su Yang said. Fortunately, the case remains open, and the body was placed in a coffin and temporarily stored at the charitable estate Yizhuang. Liu Zhao took this lowly one there to open the coffin and examine the remains. The dead man was Wang Liang. Now Zhou Lezhai was truly shocked. Wang Liang, like Liu Sha, had also been missing for many days, but no one had imagined these two were connected. According to the Stone Elder Group's protocols, the attendants who ran errands for Master Wang and the personnel bearing the Stone designation maintained no lateral contact with each other. Except for those living within the Wang mansion itself, none knew the other's lodgings. As one of Wang Yehao's trusted aides, Wang Liang certainly knew all the important figures in the Stone Elder Group, yet he had never violated this rule. How then had he come to die in Liu Sha's outside residence? 100,000 questions flashed through Zhou Lezhai's mind, but not a single one could he answer. He had to ask, how did he die? Stabbed to death. The constable said the method was brutal, not the work of an ordinary person. Do you know who did it? Liu Zhao investigated in Tangzhou for several days without finding any leads. However, Su Yang hesitated. Liu Zhao mentioned that quite a few suspicious outsiders have appeared in Tangzhou recently. This lowly one estimates that 9 times out of 10 it was the work of Kun agents. Very well, you may go, Zhou Lezhai said. Don't meet with Liu Zhao again for the time being. If there's anything to communicate, use the dead drop, and don't come here either. After sending Su Yang away, Zhou Lezhai gave Wang Zhai a single instruction: move house. If the Kun had personnel stationed in Tangzhou, then Su Yang and Liu Zhao's inquiries about Liu Sha certainly couldn't have gone unnoticed. When the Kun followed the trail, he would find himself captured without hope of resistance. This time, he resolved to sever all direct human contact with the Stone Elder Group. From now on, all communication would go through dead drops. How Wang Liang had come to die in Liu Sha's outside residence remained a mystery, but Liu Sha's disappearance pointed to one possibility. He had fallen into the hands of the Kun. The Kun had ample means of prying open Liu Sha's mouth. Once he talked, many of the Stone Elder Group's secrets would be exposed to daylight. The name Zhou Lezhai would inevitably become the Kun's most wanted target. This kind of honor was terrifying. Zhou Lezhai understood all too well what price the Kun were willing to pay to eliminate their enemies. Direct confrontation was impossible. The only option was to hide. No matter how brazen the Kun became, they couldn't openly conduct searches and arrests in the capital. The capital had the highest concentration of officials anywhere, and networks of informants woven densely throughout. As long as his hiding place remained secret, concealment was the safest strategy. This time, he relocated to a courtyard near the Wamping County Yamen, close to the imperial city wall, and settled in quietly. Not long after establishing himself there, Zhou Lezhai composed a letter and dispatched Wang Zhai to deliver it to the dead drop. If Liu Sha had been captured, the entire Stone Elder Group was in danger. Wang Yehao was a high official of the imperial court, so the Kun might still exercise some restraint where he was concerned. but anyone in the Stone Elder group known to Liu Sha would likely fear for their lives. Zhou Lezhai had to warn them all to take individual precautions. For the next month or two, it would be best to avoid any contact whatsoever. His second directive was to activate every connection within the imperial court, agents in the Jinyue, the Eastern Depot, the 5 cities' warden's office, and the various yamen of Shunshan, Daxing, and Wamping. They needed to mount strict patrols and inspections throughout the capital, applying pressure on the Kun to force them to curtail their activities or withdraw from the city entirely. If they couldn't even guarantee their personal safety in the capital, they might as well disband immediately. Having addressed these matters, Zhou Lezhai sat by the window in silent reflection, reviewing the failure of the kidnapping operation. He traced the entire process back and forth, pondering which link had gone wrong. In this operation, he had truly exhausted every stratagem and anticipated everything before and after. Detention and ransom collection had been handled by 2 separate groups, with considerable effort devoted to misdirection. Yet the Kun had still found a breakthrough and snatched the captive from the West Garden without warning. To act so swiftly, so precisely, so ruthlessly, they must have had an intelligence source. But where? Zhou Lezhai couldn't help but suspect Liu Sha. Both logic and intuition pointed to him as the most likely culprit. Moreover, Zhou Lezhai knew that Liu Sha's request to Master Wang the previous year had been rejected. He likely harbored resentment. And now it had come to light that he had secretly taken a woman in Tangzhou. Zhou Lezhai understood very well what keeping a woman cost, and Liu Sha had concealed this from everyone in the Stone Elder group. Clearly, he had already developed outside ambitions by then. However, at this point, whether the traitor was Liu Sha no longer mattered. The critical task now was to reverse the court situation as quickly as possible and bring the peace negotiations to fruition. Originally, he and Master Wang had operated in the shadows, and with Wen Tyrn at least, they had secured a kind of tacit approval for the peace talks. Master Wang had also secretly reached out to the Propis faction through his connections. But not long ago, Zhou Lezhai had discovered a massive variable. The Restoration Society, Fu Shi. Zhang Pu, head of the Restoration Society, was currently working behind the scenes to bring about Zhou Yanru's return to power. According to Zhou Lezhai's prophecy, Zhou Yanru's return wasn't supposed to happen for another 4 years. What caught him completely off guard was that Zhang Pu advocated suppressing the Kun. Not only the 2 Zhangs of Laodong within the society, but many of its members shared this view, believing the Kun had become a festering wound in the heart of the imperial court that had to be excised immediately. Now Zhou Lezhai found himself at a loss. The Heavenly Book had mentioned Zhou Yanru's return and the Restoration Society's role in facilitating it, but nothing about their stance toward the Kun. According to the intelligence they had gathered, several prominent figures in the Restoration Society actually maintained connections with the Kun. The Merchants Navigation Company on the Tianjin route was jointly operated by Shen Tingyang and the real Kun operative Zhao Yingong in Hangzhou. Even Zhang Pu himself had engaged in contact and dealings with the Kun. Originally, Zhou Lezhai had assumed that even if the gentlemen of the Restoration Society might be reluctant to support peace negotiations with the Kun, they wouldn't be eager to suppress them either. The current situation had exceeded all his expectations. Given the Restoration Society's profound antipathy toward the Kun, how could he possibly persuade the 2 Zhangs of Laodong? Though Zhou Yanru wouldn't enter the Grand Secretariat for another 4 years, once Wen Tyrn left office, even his remaining partisans in the Grand Secretariat would have to proceed with caution. With the Restoration Society's current momentum, Grand Secretaries Liu Yuliang, Zhu Guoguan, and the others might not dare oppose the prevailing court opinion. If that happened, all his careful groundwork for peace negotiations within the imperial court would come to nothing. He had few options remaining: either persuade the Restoration Society to abandon their anti-Kun stance, or fully support Wen Tyrn in weathering the immediate crisis and preserving his position as senior grand secretary. As for persuading Zhang Pu, that master of heaven, Tongshan Jiaaju, Zhou Lezhai admitted he lacked the ability, and even if he somehow succeeded, he might still fail to convince the broader membership of the Restoration Society. As for protecting Wen Taiern, the heavenly book had given him some knowledge of how the man's downfall would begin and end. It was still early in the year. If he could persuade Wen Taiern to let Qian Qianyi go and refrain from making an issue of the Zhang Hanru affair, avoiding dismissal might still be possible. The problem was that Wen Taiern had always been insidious and cunning. Gaining his trust would prove difficult. Furthermore, although Wen Taiern's dismissal stemmed from Emperor Changzhen's suspicion that he harbored factional loyalties due to his insistence on framing Qian Qianyi, the emperor had already grown dissatisfied with Wen Taiern. This affair was merely the trigger. Even if Wen Taiern dodged the blow on the 1st of the month, he might not escape the one on the 15th. It seemed that despite possessing the heavenly book and having received his master's teachings, he remained a complete novice when it came to the art of being an official. This matter would still require Master Wang's judgment. Chapter 2757, The Capital, Part 113. The heavenly book truly says so, Wang Yao said, his brow furrowed. Indeed. That complicates matters. Wang Yao's frown deepened. Yuan Qiao is a man who harbors grudges over the slightest offense. When Shuzhai blocked him and Zhou Yanru from entering the Grand Secretariat, a blood feud was forged. Although Shuzhai was eventually forced from office and sent home in disgrace, Yuan Qiao refused to let the matter rest. Over the years, he has been quietly amassing evidence of Shuzhai's failings, waiting for the moment to deliver a killing blow. If, as you say, a great opportunity presents itself this year, how could he possibly let it slip through his fingers? This student shares precisely that concern, which is why I came to seek Master's counsel. Inadvisable, utterly inadvisable. Wang Yao shook his head emphatically. Yuan Qiao has occupied the Grand Secretariat for 7 years and has thoroughly won the emperor's favor. Everything goes smoothly for him. Every endeavor succeeds. Who in the entire court does not depend on his goodwill? Though he styles himself Lone Destiny, the truth is that his partisans have infiltrated every corner of the court and opposition alike. Even the ministers of the Grand Secretariat dare not defy his will. The court and opposition whisper that the emperor has encountered plague, a play on the name Wen. Even if we attempted to persuade him, he would never believe us, and we would only invite fire to burn ourselves. Master speaks wisely. Yet if the proposal to suppress the Kun succeeds, Zhou Lezhai's face betrayed deep anxiety. Your concern is well-founded. However, you need not worry excessively. Wang Yao paused thoughtfully. Fei Wang was summoned to the Palace of Heavenly Purity just days ago. He argued that to resist foreign aggression, one must first pacify internal threats, strongly advocating that the roving bandits be exterminated before turning attention to the eastern barbarians and the Kun. The emperor was deeply persuaded. This suggests that regarding peace negotiations with the Kun, the emperor has already reached a holy judgment in his heart. I fear that may prove unreliable. Though Zhou Lezhai had never served a day as an official, his understanding of the emperor rivaled that of the veteran bureaucrat before him. The emperor has always been opinionated yet irresolute. Once word of peace negotiations leaks, court debate will inevitably erupt into chaos. Given the emperor's temperament, he will turn his face and demand suppression once again. Guard your tongue, Wang Yao lowered his voice. Though we speak in a darkened room, we must never show disrespect toward the emperor, Zhou Lezhai responded with a faint smile. Of course. Nevertheless, your words carry weight. Wang Yao had spent too many years in officialdom not to recognize the emperor's nature. He pondered for a moment before continuing. We must absolutely refrain from advising Yuan Qiao. To do so would be to invite fire upon ourselves. This man's reputation, both within and beyond the court, is abysmal. We are not among his partisans, so there is no reason to embroil ourselves in such matters. If that is so, I fear this plan for peace may be. Zhou Lezhai's expression grew troubled. No matter, Wang Yehao considered carefully. Since the emperor intends to appoint Fei Wang to the Ministry of War, it demonstrates he still wishes to pacify the interior first. Peace negotiations will certainly never materialize, but this suppression is likely nothing more than going through the motions. He then spoke of Yang Sicheng's recommendation that Xing Wenken remain as Governor-General of Liangguang. If the emperor truly wished to mount a full suppression, there would be no reason whatsoever to let Xing Wenken continue while wearing his guilt. As for Fu Zonglong, the emperor has prepared only a governorship of southern Gan for him. Consider the precedent set by campaigns against the eastern barbarians and the roving bandits. For an undertaking like suppressing the Kun, which spans multiple provinces, the commander-in-chief must be a supervising minister or a prime minister, someone capable of coordinating and commanding from the center. How could a mere governor suffice? So the emperor is also merely going through the motions. Precisely. After all, court debate rages fiercely, and the emperor cannot simply ignore it, especially since the Kun have already captured 2 provinces. Though they may be remote borderlands, they have audaciously established administration commissioners there. Quite a few officials of Guangdong origin serve at court. Now that Guangdong has been lost for more than 2 years, the imperial court must offer some gesture to appease them. Wang Yehao concluded, in my estimation, suppressing the Kun is an arrow knocked on the bowstring, but this arrow is carved from wood. If it truly proves so, that would be a great fortune indeed. Zhou Lezhai breathed a sigh of relief. Fighting a losing battle, sacrificing a few thousand troops, squandering more than 100,000 taels of silver to no purpose. It was regrettable, certainly, but at least it would not break bones or sever tendons. The only one in true danger is Xing Zinkai, Wang Yehao whispered. Should this suppression of the Kun fail, he will be forced to shoulder the blame for the fall of Liangguang. What of Fu Zonglong? He is the man Fei Wang has prepared to use. He will inevitably emerge unscathed. If Fei Wang succeeds in pacifying the roving bandits and then moves to pacify the Kun as the next step, he will certainly employ him. Then this student is relieved. Indeed, at present the Restoration Society wields considerable power, and many scholars of Guangdong origin belong to it. If we insist blindly on peace, we risk offending the Restoration Society beyond all repair. Do not forget that we also have arrangements in Guangdong. Should we truly antagonize them, those arrangements will become useless. Master speaks truly. Zhou Lezhai could not help but express his admiration. The only viable strategy now, as I see it, is to cultivate friendship with the Restoration Society. Though Tianru may be idle at home at present, his reputation grows daily among the court and opposition. If the heavenly book is correct, he will help restore Zhou Yanru to the premiership. The influence of this man and the Restoration Society should not be underestimated. Moreover, they are opposed to the Kun. If we can befriend them, they will prove invaluable allies to the great cause of opposing the Kun in times to come. Zhou Lezhai could only offer his deep agreement. After all, he was unfamiliar with the machinations of court politics and relied entirely on Master Wang's guidance. In that case, regarding the matter of Zhang Hanru, Master might employ some small gestures to demonstrate goodwill toward Zhou Yanru. He offered the reminder. That goes without saying. Since the heavenly book declares that Yuan Kio has no chance of reversing his fortune, there is naturally no need for caution. Wang Yehao paused. It is only that you mentioned Yizhai will not hold the premiership for long. Whether Yizhai's tenure proves long or short depends on whether he can align with our intentions. Zhou Lezhai replied. That is all the heavenly book reveals. Wang Yehao nodded. You must exercise great care during this period. Many thanks, Master. You ask my opinion, Lang Ningyun laughed. Naturally, I am in favor. As he spoke, he sat in the secret room of DeLong, conversing with Su Qi, who had arrived in disguise. Theoretically, there was no need for Su Qi to come to the front lines personally, nor to meet with Leng Ningyun face to face. Yet he had decided to risk the journey to the capital regardless. His purpose was twofold: to discuss the future operations of the Beijing station with Leng Ningyun and to assess the situation in the capital firsthand. "I thought you would continue to swallow your humiliation and bear the burden in order to use him," Su Qi teased. "I am not so cheap as that. I was even invited by the god of wealth himself, nearly lost my little life in the process." Leng Ningyun smiled. "But then again, if he were still Yang Gonggong's beloved protege, I would genuinely have to reconsider. However, those two have gone from father and son to bitter enemies. Yang Tianliang's utility value has diminished considerably." "My thoughts exactly," Su Qi said. "This little eunuch Yang is not only insatiably greedy but recklessly bold. Keeping him will inevitably prove a liability. What do you intend to do?" "I have evidence in hand proving he plotted to kill Yang Gonggong. I will bring it to Yang Gonggong, and Yang Gonggong will dispose of him personally," Su Qi declared. Leng Ningyun shook his head. "Though Yang Tianliang has shown himself ruthless toward his adoptive father, and the two can be considered to have severed all bonds of kindness and loyalty, Yang Gonggong hesitates to act for fear of shattering the vase. Yang Tianliang is no ordinary eunuch now. This cannot be settled with a simple command to drag him out and beat him to death. He holds an official position and has cultivated a channel to Wang Jixin. How would Yang Gonggong dare touch him? Should he insist on making a move, Wang Jixin would seize the opportunity to extort him, and he would have to bleed heavily to smooth matters over. He would never dare. So essentially, only we can do it. Correct. After all, Yang Gonggong still holds utility value for us." Leng Ningyun laughed. "Just yesterday he returned the 10,000 taels of silver. Good heavens, these eunuchs truly have thick skin. There is no shame in making money." Leng Ningyun laughed again. "Speaking of which, he remains our only channel into the palace, so we must continue to humor Yang Gonggong. For my part, eliminating Yang Tianliang is a welcome development. Otherwise, having to manage both father and son simultaneously, with mutual suspicion poisoning the relationship between them, would prove exceedingly difficult." He took a sip of tea and continued. "Yang Tianliang is shrewd, capable, and extraordinarily greedy. He makes for a troublesome client. By comparison, Yang Gonggong is aging. Though he may be an old fox, he delights in flattering words. We can still extract considerable resources from him, and I do not speak merely of silver." "You mean connections within the palace?" "Precisely. Changzhen is, in truth, like most Ming emperors. He trusts his domestic servants above all others, especially the cohort of eunuchs he brought with him from the Prince of Xin's mansion. Though Yang Gonggong is not among his direct retainers, he has spent years ingratiating himself and now enjoys cordial relations with these powerful eunuchs. How else could he have brought me so many deposits?" Leng Ningyun continued. "That is merely one advantage. The benefits in intelligence go without saying. Eunuchs receive news faster and more accurately. But I believe we have been neglecting another avenue of work regarding the Ming senior officials." "What would that be?" "Influence. Lobbying." "Exactly." Leng Ningyun nodded vigorously. "Pay no attention to officials and eunuchs alike crying, 'This subject deserves death,' and your majesty is wise, giving the appearance of imperial autocracy. In reality, each has their own methods for shaping court affairs. The influence of eunuchs is actually no less than that of the Grand Secretariat. Take Wen Tian, who is destined for misfortune this year. Had Qian Qianyi not written an inscription for Wang and back in the day, and had Cao Huichun not spared him on account of that slender thread of sentiment, Qian Qianyi would likely have lost his head, and Wen Tian, the senior Grand Secretary, might have held his position for several more years." "What court affairs do you wish to influence through eunuchs?" Su Qi asked with a laugh. "Not necessarily through eunuchs alone," Leng Ningyun replied, growing animated. "There are cooperative prospects among the ministers as well. We can now begin cultivating agents." "Agents? We are going to overthrow the Great Ming." "Overthrowing the Great Ming is a matter for the future." Leng Ningyun laughed. Has the lesson of Lianguang taught us nothing? What does direct rule cost? If, and I mean if, the imperial court were willing to negotiate peace with us, perhaps sign a trade agreement of some kind. Another 5 ports open to trade. Do you not think such a model would be more cost-effective economically? It would also suit the current financial situation of the Senate, which teeters on the brink of bankruptcy. Keep dreaming. Would Changzhen ever agree? Patience, Su Qi said. After the Manchus entered the pass, various roving bandits largely became pillars of the imperial court. In the end, at the bitter end of the road, even the Empress Dowager of the Yangli Emperor considered seeking aid from the Portuguese. When circumstances grow desperate enough, any possibility exists. If we build a network of agents now, it will prove invaluable in the future. Su Qi reflected for a moment. What you say makes considerable sense, but it will not be simple. After all, most of the upper class still harbor preconceptions about us, believing we possess nothing more than strong ships and sharp cannons and a talent for commerce. Chapter 2758, The Capital, Part 114. So we must also focus on exporting culture. Yes, culture. Lang Ningyun grew more animated as he spoke. And scientific knowledge. The Senate's technology exports remain far too conservative. They send either purely theoretical foundations or completely obsolete material. The former is like Kangxi studying mathematics, merely a parlor trick for wealthy dilettantes to show off. The latter can turn a profit, certainly, but anyone with real expertise sees through its superficiality. This trip back has really broadened your thinking, Su Qi remarked with a hint of amusement. Hardly. I've spent years contemplating how to transform traditional society. We used to chat idly on the Senate forums without ever hitting the mark. The truth is, we Chinese are fundamentally pragmatic. Technology or culture, we judge everything by its output. Black cat or white cat, the one that catches mice is a good cat. If you want to spread technology and culture, you must first demonstrate that your methods are profitable. But won't that cause everyone to neglect the basic disciplines? Lang Ningyun paused, then burst into hearty laughter. This is the great Ming in 1637. Most common people cannot even fill their bellies. When they lie down at night, they have no certainty they'll survive until morning. Even officials, those with any clarity of mind who can read the times, are consumed with anxiety, desperately seeking ways to save the nation from collapse. Asking them to study fundamental science, you might as well demand the impossible. But if you want ideas to spread, you need people willing to spread them for you. That, naturally, must be won on the battlefield. Lang Ningyun leaned back. A few days ago I revisited the history of the late Qing. The patterns of a dynasty's final years are remarkably familiar. The Qing government's attitude toward foreign culture and technology evolved from the shock and rejection of the First Opium War, through the learning and adaptation following the Second Opium War, and finally into the self-strengthening movement. These things follow a process. So you're saying another war will push the Great Ming to launch its own kun-strengthening movement? Precisely. The court and the opposition both contain many people of insight. I've spent enough time in the capital to understand that the late Ming is far less rigid and conservative than the late Qing. Social thought here is considerably more dynamic. Yes, there are plenty of pedantic, hidebound, isolationist scholar bureaucrats, but there are also many with broad learning and open minds. Lang Ningyun continued, people like Li Luoyu have grown more numerous in recent years. Those with simpler ideas merely want to acquire kun firearms and kun artillery, hoping to master kun techniques in order to control the kun. Those with deeper insight have already begun to grasp our advantages in technology, institutions, and culture. Plenty of people recognize our advantages. Take Liang Kunhu, by all logic, he should understand best of all. Yet he's become the foremost anti-kun element, vigorously promoting anti-kun and restoring sentiment throughout Guangzhou City. Seeing clearly is not the same as accepting. Every system has its martyrs. Liang Kunhu simply clings to the notion of the great defense between Hua and Yi, Hua Yi Da Fang, and refuses to yield. If you study late Qing history, you'll find the Kingstream conservative faction opposing westernization never disappeared. Conservative versus progressive, this is an eternal struggle. All right, enough dialectics. Su Qi's interest was piqued. What are you actually planning to do? At present, nothing overt. Zhao Yingong's approach was too flamboyant, too conspicuous. His results were impressive, but he relied entirely on the special investigation team to back him and prevent disaster. Here in the capital, I dare not attempt anything so bold. Lang Ningyun shook his head. My view is that the Senate must eventually establish Tianjin as an open port. In recent years, we've developed north-south maritime transport, and Tianjin Wei has grown far more prosperous than before. It could serve as a crucial entry point for our new culture and new institutions in the future. Once the third anti-encirclement campaign ends in victory, you'll be able to stir things up in the capital. Stirring things up might be possible, but to operate like Zhao Yingong, I lack the nerve. Lang Ningyun laughed. Unless the senior grand secretary were Wang Liubin, the seal-holding eunuch of the Directorate of Ceremonial were Xia Ozishan, and the admiral of the Eastern Depot were Ma Qianju. The two erupted in laughter. As the mirth subsided, Lang Ningyun said, "It's not quite true that nothing can be done. If the third anti-encirclement campaign produces a situation highly favorable to us, I want to formally invest in running a newspaper." The capital already has various capital gazettes, dichao, and tabloids. Some are propaganda materials transported through Shanghai Five Routes channels. They circulate widely here, people in every tea house pass them around. But that's still not the same as a proper newspaper. Ambitious. You're planning to steal Dingding's livelihood. If he's willing to come to the capital and run a newspaper, I'd welcome him. Professional talent still depends on his system after all. Lang Ningyun smiled. Reform, modernization, revolution, none can succeed without the catalytic power of news media. At the very least, there's an enlightening effect. If we actually launch it, circulation won't be a problem. Dingding will owe me a silk banner. Su Qi appreciated his humorous, forthright manner. Since they had arrived at this topic, he took the opportunity to discuss the future positioning of the Beijing station. Before I came, Center and I discussed the Beijing station's positioning. After deliberation, we concluded that your previous balance of commerce and intelligence was actually somewhat risky. Your energy couldn't cover both adequately. So after further discussion, we decided you should concentrate your primary efforts on managing business and collecting open intelligence, drawing a clear line with clandestine operations. This applies not just to DeLong, but to all Shanghai Five Routes establishments. Lang Ningyun nodded. I agree, that's more appropriate. Exactly. Secret intelligence and covert operations belong to specialized intelligence agencies. The Shanghai Five Routes are geese that lay golden eggs. Risking them on dangerous ventures is simply not worth it. Su Qi continued. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau will establish a separate station in the capital. You'll have no lateral contact with them, only vertical reporting lines. Good. Lang Ningyun suddenly remembered something. What about He Lai and Sheng? They'll continue their traditional work, security operations. I discussed it with Jiang Shan as well. It's inappropriate to involve He Lai and Sheng in too many clandestine operations. First, it conflicts with the moral values of that group. Second, the people in the bodyguard agency are too mixed. Yang Tianliang had been unable to think of food or drink for days, not even bothering to appear at his place of employment. His official position was manager of the sutra factory, Jingqing Jiangxi, a respectable achievement within the eunuch hierarchy. But this position fell far short of satisfying his ambitions. As its name suggested, the sutra factory was where books were carved and printed within the royal grate within. It primarily produced classics, histories, philosophical works, literary collections, and Buddhist and Taoist scriptures. Though administratively it fell under the Directorate of Ceremonial, the most prominent of the 24 yamen, serving as a managing eunuch there conferred no real power. Naturally, there were customary fees and established earnings, but these were fixed amounts that could not increase. As for making extra money, options were limited to reselling inventory books and printing plates. Yang Tianliang disdained such labor-intensive petty gains. Yet his adoptive father's influence extended no further than this. When the 9,000 years held power, they had barely managed to keep even this position. Had Yang Gonggong not reacted swiftly and bribed the eunuch party members generously, father and son would likely have been swept out long ago. After the current emperor assumed the throne, Yang Gonggong finally secured the position of seal-holding eunuch of the bell and drum division through old connections. But for Yang Tianliang, to advance any further seemed as difficult as ascending to heaven. He had maneuvered through various channels and finally secured Wang Jixin's promise. A bright path had opened before him at last. However, 20,000 taels of silver now stood as an obstacle. He had assumed his adoptive father would generously open his purse for the sake of his future. Instead, he received only a harsh reprimand, told to abandon these delusions, and that honest work is the proper path. Resentment festered in Yang Tianliang's heart. The rift between father and son had widened over several years. From the initial matter of the Gao family silver to the recent series of incidents where his adoptive father had forbidden him from dealing with DeLong, their bond had gradually eroded. He had believed that in a matter so crucial to his future, his adoptive father would assist him just this once. He never expected such decisive rejection, and so he thought of Liu Sha, hoping to ask whether there might be opportunities to make money. During their conversation, he mentioned that Yang Gonggong had deposited 10,000 taels with DeLong. Liu Sha expressed keen interest. His adoptive father's refusal to give him money was unkind. DeLong's shopkeeper Leng refusing to lend was unjust. The wealth of such unkind and unjust people deserved to be taken via the way. Yang Tianliang and Liu Sha found themselves in instant agreement and set about plotting kidnapping and extortion. This was not their first time engaging in the dirty business of inviting the god of wealth. But since it involved Yang Gonggong, and Leng Ningyun was a figure of some standing in the capital, even someone as bold as Yang Tianliang had to weigh the risks. Liu Sha, however, patted his chest and told him not to worry. When the sky falls, there's someone tall enough to hold it up. Yang Tianliang didn't know who this tall person was. But seeing Liu Sha's confidence, he naturally believed him. After plotting in secret, the two recruited several accomplices and prepared Ningyu Temple in the West Garden as a place to hide their hostage. Their scheming proceeded smoothly. Leng Ningyun was successfully invited, and all that remained was waiting for the silver. 10,000 taels was certainly a brazen demand, but DeLong's coffers held exactly that amount. During those days, Yang Tianliang walked with a spring in his step. In his mind, he calculated repeatedly. Once the silver was in hand, Yang Gonggong would conveniently die of sudden illness. He would formally enter the Directorate of Imperial Horses to serve, and his adoptive father's decades of savings would also fall to him. He didn't know the exact sum, but it had to be at least 70 or 80,000 taels. Yet all his careful calculations came to nothing. Not only was Ningyu Temple raided and Leng Ningyun rescued, but Liu Sha had vanished entirely. He sent a junior eunuch to Tangzhou to contact Liu Sha, but days of waiting at Hu Garden yielded no meeting. Could Liu Sha have sold me out? Yang Tianliang grew alarmed. But upon reflection, it seemed illogical. What would Liu Sha gain by betraying him? What worried him most was Yang Gonggong's reaction. If his adoptive father discovered the plot against him, his influence within the palace could easily cost Yang Tianliang his position and make his life miserable. And seeing that he couldn't produce the money, Wang Jixin would cast him aside like rubbish. Just as he drifted through his days in uneasy confusion, a junior eunuch suddenly arrived with a message. Yang Gonggong had summoned him. Chapter 2759, The Capital, Part 115. Yang Tianliang had been plagued by a guilty conscience these past few days and dared not set foot near Yang Gonggong's residence. He had even skipped the customary morning and evening greetings, claiming only that he had fallen seriously ill. Strangely, Yang Gonggong made no inquiries. He merely sent someone to express concern, nurse your illness well, and asked nothing further. This attitude left Yang Tianliang both worried and relieved. Anxiety gnawed at him daily, a constant tangle of gains and losses, leaving him uncertain of what to do. Sometimes, after a bout of heart palpitations, he would consider retrieving that pre-order ticket and fleeing. Yet whenever he thought of all he would face after running away, hesitation crept back in. If he truly fled, this position would be lost, and he would no longer be a mouth in the palace, someone whose status alone could compel officials and gentry to offer silver in tribute. Moreover, he had entered the palace as a teenager, and no family remained outside its walls. There was no one he could trust beyond the Forbidden City. After so many years within these walls, his voice and manner had been branded with distinctive marks. Without the protection of being a eunuch, he feared misfortune would surely follow. Fortunately, nothing unusual had occurred in the palace outside or with his adoptive father these past days. Apart from Liu Sha vanishing as if he had evaporated from the world, everything proceeded as usual. This more or less reassured him, and his thoughts of escape gradually faded. Then his adoptive father suddenly summoned him. Yang Tianliang's heart grew uneasy. He hurriedly arranged a sickly appearance and called the messenger eunuch into his bedroom to question him. "Adoptive father calls for me. I wonder what instructions he has." He leaned against the bed and spoke feebly. Replying to Dad, the young eunuch bowed. "Old ancestor said he heard you have been ill these days and was very worried. He specially sent this humble one over." If Dad's illness has lightened, old ancestor invites Dad to the residence for a chat. There are some important matters to discuss. If the body is still unwell, resting a few more days does not matter. Your honor should rest and nurse his health at ease. Please go and tell adoptive father that my illness has improved greatly these past few days, and I will come to pay respects tomorrow. After speaking, he put on a look of concern and asked, "Is adoptive father's health peaceful these days?" "Old ancestor's health is peaceful. Originally, when shopkeeper Leng of Delong was kidnapped, he worried greatly. Now that he has heard shopkeeper Leng has returned, his spirits have lifted. Yesterday he even invited several eunuchs and summoned a troupe to the residence to sing opera and drink in amusement." "That is good." Yang Tianliang felt slightly relieved. On second thought, no one except Liu Sha knew of his conspiracy, and there was no connection between Liu Sha and Yang Gonggong, so Yang Gonggong should have no way of knowing. Thinking of this, his previously sickly complexion instantly brightened. He instructed his subordinate to give a reward to the young eunuch, then began pondering how to deal with his adoptive father tomorrow. This adoptive father, whom he had originally cast aside like a worn shoe, he now had to consider repairing the father-son relationship. Silver would probably be unobtainable for a while. The arrangement with Wang Jixin would need to be reconsidered, but as long as he could maintain his status as an adopted son, Yang Gonggong's wealth would still be his in the future. As for when to cast him off again, that was another matter entirely. Early the next morning, Yang Tianliang had breakfast and hurried to Yang Gonggong's residence to pay his respects. Yang Gonggong's complexion was quite good. Seeing him come to bow, he raised his hand with a smile. "You and I are father and son. Why stand on such ceremony? The thought is what counts." He scrutinized him again. "Has the illness fully left your body?" "Yes," Yang Tianliang responded respectfully. "I have been sick for so long and have not come to pay respects for many days. I feel guilty in my heart. Today my body is much better. Many thanks for father's concern. It is good that your body is well. You are in your 40s now, no longer a young man. Take care of yourself." Yang Gonggong appeared quite concerned. "Although we are halfway father and son, we have supported each other for more than 20 years after all." "Yes. Father's grace of upbringing and cultivation, I dare not forget." "You need not be so polite," Yang Gonggong said with evident emotion. "Back when 9,000 years first took power, we father and son lost our positions in the palace. We were driven about with nowhere to live. We struggled desperately to maneuver before barely finding our footing again within these walls. At that time, no matter how hard or poor our circumstances, we worked together with one heart and never spoke a word of estrangement. Instead, these years of smooth sailing have made us somewhat distant from each other. Speaking of it, it is all nothing more than the word money. Yang Tianliang did not know why his adoptive father had suddenly raised these old matters, but the words that followed spoke directly to his heart. He opened his mouth as if to defend himself, but Yang Gonggong signaled him not to speak. With just a slight pout, the young eunuch beside him immediately brought forth a lacquer tray bearing an envelope. Inside are DeLong notes, 20,000 taels. Take it to secure your future. Yang Gonggong paused here, his voice laden with emotion. After you go to the Directorate of Imperial Horses, there will surely be many expenses to consider. You will have to rely on yourself for this money. Yang Tianliang had never dreamed that Yang Gonggong would speak such heartfelt words to him, much less produce 20,000 taels of silver on the spot. One had to remember that when he had tried to borrow this very sum from his adoptive father, the two had nearly turned against each other over it. Why this sudden change of heart? Father, what, do you think it is too little? No, I would not dare. Yang Tianliang waved his hands hastily. I had originally intended to raise this silver myself, unexpectedly. You need not say more, Yang Gonggong sighed. I have thought it through now. I am a man past 60. How many days can I have left in this world? All these belongings will be yours eventually. Why draw such clear lines between us? You wish to serve in the Directorate of Imperial Horses, and I will not stop you. After all, your days are still long. These words were sincere, and Yang Tianliang found himself genuinely moved for a moment. He hurriedly knelt to receive the envelope, his gratitude bringing tears to his eyes. Father's grace of cultivation, I shall never forget it as long as I live. It is enough that you have this heart. Yang Gonggong appeared very kind at this moment. To speak truthfully, I have my own selfish thoughts as well. I feared that once you flew to a higher branch, you would no longer acknowledge me as your adoptive father. I also feared you might become such a popular figure in the palace, busy every day, with no leisure to care for me in my old age. As people grow old, they become more and more prone to selfish worries. You must forgive me. I would not dare think otherwise. Yang Tianliang hastily pointed to heaven and swore an oath, saying that if he ever harbored any thought of being unfilial to his adoptive father, he deserved to die a wretched death. It is enough that you understand. Why swear such oaths? Yang Gonggong sighed. We men do not need such things. Yes, yes. Yang Gonggong coughed lightly and continued. As for DeLong, their vitality is temporarily hurt. Shopkeeper Ling came to beg me as well, so I have decided to keep the 10,000 taels of silver deposited by the various eunuchs in the palace with them. All depends on father's decision. Shopkeeper Ling is prudent in his affairs and very reliable. In the future, he may well become a support for you and me both. You must not treat him as you would an ordinary merchant. I understand. Yang Gonggong rambled on about many future arrangements, and Yang Tianliang agreed to each one. The father and son chatted harmoniously and happily, presenting a picture of kind father and filial son. At the end, Yang Gonggong seemed to mention casually, I heard you went to Tianjin Wei several times recently. Yang Tianliang stiffened. While plotting his great scheme, he had indeed visited Tianjin Wei specifically to prepare for flight should the matter be exposed, purchasing a pre-order ticket at the Merchants Bureau boat agency. He had not sent a young eunuch to handle this task. He had gone in person. And the servant he had taken to Tianjin Wei was not a palace eunuch. It should have been completely secret. How did Yang Gonggong know? On second thought, his trips to Tianjin Wei had not been covert infiltrations, so it was not strange for his adoptive father to have heard of them. He considered briefly and said, Yes, I went to Tianjin Wei a few times to handle some matters. Oh, what matters were those? Tianjin Wei now has many fresh novelties, especially many Nanyang goods. I heard there are several medicines among them that are said to be miraculous, so I went there specifically to see if they were truly so effective. If they truly worked, I intended to purchase some to honor father. Yang Gonggong's face showed curiosity. What medicine? It is a type of medicinal wine, with effects for strengthening yang and tonifying the kidney. What Yang Tianliang said was not entirely fabricated. In Tianjin Wei, there were indeed pharmacies selling this aphrodisiac wine said to have flowed out from the kun, and its effects were reportedly remarkable. It works. It works. Yang Tianliang nodded with great certainty, affecting a slight shyness. I also sampled it myself. It is indeed potent. Eunuchs using aphrodisiacs was not an unusual story. Eunuchs abusing such drugs and developing addictions to consuming various animal penises had been occasionally recorded in historical materials and novels depicting eunuch life during the Ming and Qing dynasties. Yang Gonggong and his son were both eunuchs, yet still kept many concubines, and their appetite in this regard was considerable. Such a wonder exists. Yang Gonggong's expression turned covetous. Such a fine kun product. Why did Lang Ningyun never mention it? Probably because it involves medicine, and he fears complications. Yang Tianliang said, he is a merchant after all, naturally unwilling to invite trouble. After I let him hold so much of our money, he does not show even a little filial piety. Yang Gonggong scolded, then immediately pressed for more about the medicinal wine. How many bottles did you buy? This medicinal wine arrives sporadically, and the quantity each time is very limited. It is much sought after, Yang Tianliang explained. I went several times before managing to buy 3 bottles. 1 bottle I have already used to test its effects. The remaining 2 I will send to honor father tomorrow. Good, good, worthy of being my obedient son. Yang Gonggong clapped his hands and laughed. The kun truly do have fine wares. He sighed as he spoke. I hear there is a merchant's boat agency in Tianjin Wei. Yang Tianliang started and said apprehensively, there is. They run sea routes and also routes along the canal. I have heard people say that the merchant's boat agency ships can travel to Lingao. Father is old now, otherwise I would truly wish to visit Lingao and see it for myself. Yang Gonggong sighed. Yang Tianliang laughed drily a few times and said, you old man are joking. Not to mention the rough passage of the sea route, now that the 2 nations are at war, how could one possibly go, father? You are right, I am merely speaking idly. The kun are truly formidable, fighting a war on one side while conducting business on the other. If the sour scholars at court all possessed their abilities, that would be something. Yang Gonggong laughed. I am tired, you may withdraw. Chapter 2760. The Capital, Part 116. Yang Tianliang emerged from Yang Gonggong's residence with trembling legs, yet a weight had lifted from his shoulders. He touched the envelope nestled against his chest, confirming he was not dreaming. Against all expectations, his adoptive father had not only failed to detect his conspiracy, but had proven remarkably generous. But of course, the old man surely knew his days were numbered and had no choice but to rely on his adopted son. Should have been like this from the start. Yang Tianliang thought bitterly. Why make me go through all this trouble? Still, 20,000 taels of silver in one payment. The old man was generous indeed. No matter. Once he secured his position at the Directorate of Imperial Horses, he would ingratiate himself with Wang Jixin. After that, if the old man passed away peacefully, so be it. If he stubbornly clung to life, sending him to the western heaven could wait until then. In the meantime, he might as well humor the old fellow a bit longer. He did have several bottles of Nanyang aphrodisiac wine in his possession, all obtained from Liu Sha, reputedly quite potent. He had tried one himself and found it remarkably effective. Presenting it to Yang Gonggong outright made him somewhat reluctant. However, the old man's request for the medicinal wine presented an opportunity. He could use it to finish him off in the future. After all, a bottle was just a bottle. What went inside was entirely his decision. Thoughts of the medicinal wine brought Liu Sha to mind. The man's unknown whereabouts remained a lurking danger. Yang Tianliang felt a vague unease stirring in his chest, but he reassured himself that few people knew of his connection to Liu Sha. As long as he did not fall into Australian hands, nothing would come of it. Lost in these ruminations inside his sedan chair, he suddenly felt the conveyance pause and stop. Startled, Yang Tianliang lifted the curtain and called out, "What happened?" No one answered. The young eunuch who had accompanied him was nowhere to be seen. Peering outside, he realized they were not on any street but in some unfamiliar factory, a Chang. There were many such facilities inside and outside the capital, all places where various ministries stored materials. The Red Silk Factory, the War Chariot Factory, the Wood Factory, the Manure Factory, and more. These compounds sprawled across large areas, guarded by only a handful of men. Few people came on ordinary days. They were among the most desolate places within the city. Yang Tianliang had lived in the capital since childhood and served in the palace for years. He had visited many such places, but this one was utterly unfamiliar. Terror seized him as he realized he had been tricked. He made to bolt, but his body was caught fast. Two sedan bearers wrenched his arms to either side, twisting until the pain reached his bones. An anguished scream tore from his throat, and his whole body went rigid, unable to move. Someone kicked him hard in the back of the knees. Yang Tianliang collapsed involuntarily, falling to his knees in the muddy snow. Panic gripped him. Good fellows, no need for violence." The four sedan bearers ignored his pleas, silently searching him from head to toe. When they found and confiscated the envelope from his chest, Yang Tianliang felt a secret pang of loss, but also relief. If they had come for wealth, his life might yet be spared. Then the leader spoke. "Are you the manager of the sutra factory, Yang Tianliang?" Yes, that is precisely myself." There was no point denying it to men who had come so well prepared. Yang Tianliang remembered Liu Sha's advice. When caught in such situations, never look up at their faces, only bow your head and beg. "The silver, you have already taken it. I beg the good fellows to show mercy. Keep the silver for yourself. You will need it for the journey." The leader's voice was unhurried. "We are plain-spoken men. We bear you no grievance or grudge. Sending you on your way today is merely a commission. When you arrive at the underworld, do not hold it against us." Only then did Yang Tianliang understand that these were no common robbers. They had come to take his life. His legs gave way completely, and he collapsed to the ground, wailing, "Please don't. I have silver. However much they paid, I will double it. Add another 10,000 taels. No, 20,000. Is 20,000 enough? I can scrape together even more. Have mercy, have mercy. Spare my life." Even as he begged, his body shook like a sieve. He wanted to fight back, but they had pinned his joints so expertly he could not move. The four paid him no attention whatsoever. They dragged and hauled him into an empty room where a rope already hung from the beam, a long bench positioned beneath it. A clay fire basin sat nearby. The leader drew out his words in a ceremonial shout. "Come, let us attend eunuch Yang on his journey. May he ascend to ultimate bliss." The other three answered in unison, "Yes." With clumsy efficiency, they hoisted Yang Tianliang onto the long bench and fitted the noose around his neck. His face went ashen as he thrashed desperately, but escape was impossible. The rope cinched tight around his throat, and the bench was kicked away. Yang Tianliang's body dangled in midair, twitching and convulsing. The four watched in silence until the body ceased to move. One of them checked for a pulse, then announced loudly, "Eunuch Yang has become an immortal." The others immediately lit a fire in the basin, burning a set of paper effigies figures, a sedan chair, and horses, along with a string of tin ingots. The leader tore open the envelope and extracted its contents. What he found was no Delong banknote. It was netherworld currency, printed with Fengdu currency and treasure note, 20,000 ingots. He tossed the envelope and spirit money into the flames together. The dancing fire slowly consumed the paper. News of Yang Tianliang's suicide by hanging caused little stir in the palace. Tens of thousands of eunuchs served within these walls. Many died each year, and suicides were not uncommon. The death of one person created less of a ripple than the passing of some master's cat or dog. Nevertheless, Yang Tianliang had been the manager of the sutra factory and the adopted son of the seal-holding eunuch of the bell and drum division. His funeral was therefore conducted with considerable grandeur. Every eunuch in the bell and drum division, from highest to lowest, was obligated to contribute funeral gifts. For those seeking to curry favor, it was an excellent opportunity. Other senior eunuchs, out of respect for Yang Gonggong, offered at least token contributions. After all expenses were deducted, the funeral netted approximately 1,000 taels. While the funeral arrangements proceeded, Yang Gonggong summoned a personal attendant to oversee the aftermath. Go with some men and take over his lodgings, both inside and outside the palace. Do not rush to examine the contents. Seal everything for later inspection. Yes, old ancestor. Give the maid who was paired with him 50 taels of silver. If she wishes to return home, report her as a sudden death and let her leave the palace. If she prefers to stay, she may continue serving. Yang Gonggong lay reclined on a Nanyang rattan couch, speaking in measured tones. If you fancy any of the women in his mansion, keep them for yourself. Old ancestor jests, how could this slave afford to maintain them? The eunuch was full of trepidation. What is your monthly stipend too meager? I would never presume, the eunuch said hastily. I say you can afford it, so you can afford it. Yang Gonggong's lip curled in a sneer. Why trouble yourself with such worries? Yes, all thanks to old ancestor's patronage. How many years have you served under me? Since the 5th year of Tianqi. Shortly after this small one entered the palace, I was assigned to old ancestor's household. So, quite a few years indeed. Yang Gonggong nodded and studied the kneeling figure with care, then chuckled. A young monkey, how old are you? This slave is 28 years old. Truly young. Yang Gonggong let out a sound somewhere between a sigh and a laugh. You have followed me all these years. Though the tasks you performed were not significant, they were always handled properly. This slave thanks old ancestor for his praise. All is merely my duty. I do not praise without reason. Yang Gonggong laughed. Listen well, I am promoting you. Thank you, old ancestor. Thank you, old ancestor. The eunuch kowtowed repeatedly. Do not rush. Yang Gonggong raised a hand. Your elder brother Yang is gone. I have already arranged with Eunuch Cao of the Directorate of Ceremonial regarding his position. I give you 10 days. Go to the Sutra factory and obtain a copy of the Little Infinite Life Sutra for me. Once you succeed, you may take up this new post. Yes, thank you, old ancestor. This slave will absolutely not fail old ancestor's grace. The eunuch was overjoyed and kowtowed several more times. Going to the sutra factory to fetch scriptures might seem like a mere errand, but in truth, it served as a test for eunuchs seeking promotion. Successfully obtaining the scripture demonstrated that one's skills and connections were sufficient to handle more demanding assignments. Of course, such opportunities were not given lightly. Yang Gonggong had observed this particular attendant for a long time and considered him thoroughly reliable. From today forward, you shall be known as Yang Tianbian. Yes, this slave thanks old ancestor for bestowing the name. Though he granted the name, Yang Gonggong was in no hurry to formally adopt him. First, Yang Tianliang's bones were not yet cold. Second, he was afraid of raising another white-eyed wolf. Yang Tianliang had shared tribulations with him and still proven unreliable. How much less could he trust a newcomer who had served him for barely 10 years? He had secretly observed this backup candidate, Yang Tianbian, for many years and believed him capable and reasonably loyal. But he had deliberately withheld favor from the man. First, if his adopted son had discovered a potential rival, he might have seized an opportunity to eliminate him. Second, Yang Gonggong wanted to observe the man's temperament. Now it seemed this person could endure obscurity. He had accomplished much and received little reward, yet never complained about Yang Gonggong or his adopted son. He was an exceedingly cautious man. With Yang Tianliang dead, someone had to continue handling those important errands. Though Yang Tianbian's years of service were somewhat short, there was little room for choice now. Yang Gonggong was a man past 60, and his remaining years of service in the palace were few. Another few years of muddling through, and he would inevitably have to retire. Yang Tianliang's death was a significant loss, but he truly could not fathom what that treacherous adopted son might have done had he lived. Now that the man had committed suicide, At least one troublesome matter had been lifted from his heart. Seeing Yang Tianbian still kneeling before him, Yang Gonggong suddenly remembered something. Tomorrow, go to Delong Bank and meet with shopkeeper Leng. Yang Tianbian's heart leapt with joy. This was the second piece of wonderful news today. He knew that shopkeeper Leng of Delong was one of Yang Gonggong's primary financiers. The relationship between them was extremely close. Before Yang Tianliang's death, excepting the past half-year or so, he had always been responsible for liaising and passing messages between them. Being summoned to meet the shopkeeper now could only mean that this duty had fallen to him as well. Yes. Yang Tianbian asked, when this slave goes, should I convey any message to him? Simply tell him that the past is past. Ask shopkeeper Leng not to be too particular about old grievances. Whatever assistance he rendered me, I naturally remember. Chapter 2761, The Capital, Part 117, Yang Tianliang is dead. When Liu Sha heard the news, he displayed no surprise whatsoever, as if he had foreseen this outcome long ago. He repeated the words with utter indifference. Yes, Yang Gonggong has been holding a grand funeral for him these past few days, Su Qi said. That old castrated wretch knows what he's doing, Liu Sha sneered. Another opportunity for him to accumulate wealth. Liu Sha's contempt for eunuchs was plain to see. With Yang Tianliang dead, Yang Gonggong has essentially lost a son in his old age. Though he's adopted another, whether this new son proves reliable remains to be seen. Liu Sha laughed. As long as he has silver in hand and his wits about him, what difficulty could there be in finding someone to care for him in his twilight years? The problem is his insatiable greed. Give him 10,000 and he wants 20,000, like Han Xin counting soldiers, the more the merrier. Why else does shopkeeper Leng fawn over him so shamelessly? And it's not just Leng Ningyun. The proprietors of every money shop in the capital treat eunuchs like gods of wealth. In this city, the richest men, the emperor excepted, are probably them. He launched into a detailed account of the fortunes held by various eunuchs in the capital. Su Qi made no move to interrupt. His original purpose for today's conversation had been anti-Senate intelligence from Guangdong, particularly regarding Liang Kunhu. But this information proved equally valuable. When the day came for eunuchs to make their joyful donations, every word would serve as evidence. More importantly, Su Qi wanted to preserve this atmosphere. After days of interrogation, he had deliberately cultivated a relaxed conversational environment. Without mental pressure, the other party wouldn't try to conceal things too carefully. Important revelations often slipped out inadvertently. In intelligence work, no information is useless. Given how limited their current collection efforts in the capital remained, Liu Sha's knowledge was of considerable interest. Throughout their exchange, a tape recorder spun slowly in the background. Eunuchs do vary in their accumulations, but I'd wager the aristocratic families are hardly impoverished either. When Liu Sha finished one topic, Su Qi guided the conversation forward. You dealt with Liang Kunhu quite extensively. Tell us about his family's affairs. Liu Sha chuckled. I knew you were most interested in his household. Speaking of which, he's your great benefactor. The remark carried a hint of provocation. Su Qi refused to take the bait and merely smiled. A great benefactor indeed. Without him, the Senate's path might not have been so smooth. Unfortunately, he looked down on the overflowing prosperity the Senate offered and insisted on walking one path into darkness. Since we couldn't be brothers, we could only be enemies. If only such overflowing wealth would fall into my lap, Liu Sha said. Su Qi recognized the probe for what it was, but this man's crimes were immense. He neither dared nor had the authority to promise a pardon, so he declined to follow that thread and continued. He looked down on this wealth. Fine. If only he had been content to live quietly as a rich man. Instead, he chose to commit acts that offend heaven and violate all reason. Liu Sha replied lazily, as the saying goes, those who achieve great things don't fret over trifles. I've also heard that the Senate has a famous motto, victors are not judged. Presumably, it conducts itself accordingly. Su Qi hadn't expected Liu Sha to throw the accusation back in his face so directly. The Senate had indeed done its share of unsavory things over the years. As a member of the clandestine front, Su Qi was well aware of many such matters. Fortunately, he had long since developed a thick skin. He smiled faintly. While we don't judge heroes by success or failure alone, the grand momentum of the world follows a simple principle: those who submit prosper, and those who resist perish. He, as head of an aristocratic family, should have understood this much. The grand momentum of the world, how can anyone see it clearly? Liu Sha sighed. When I served in the Jinyue and was seconded to the Eastern Depot, the 9,000 years held power over both court and countryside. All officials trembled and obeyed his orders. Was that not the grand momentum? Yet within a few years that momentum had completely reversed. Su Qi laughed. What you describe wasn't the grand momentum of anything, merely a few waves on the surface. If you had read a few history books, you would know that powerful eunuchs seizing control and bringing disaster upon the nation has occurred in every dynasty. Without looking too far back, your own great Ming had Wang Zhen, Liu Jin, and Wang Zhai. Wei Zhongxian was called the 9,000 years, but Liu Jin was known as the standing emperor. And what became of them all? Court politics shift, some rise while others fall. Whether loyal minister or treacherous one, all are passing clouds. The true grand momentum of the world lies elsewhere. Liu Sha seemed unconcerned. Then where does it lie? The grand momentum of the world lies solely in whether the people's hearts support or oppose you. Su Qi's voice rose with conviction. Liang Kunhu never understood this from beginning to end. He remained forever entangled in distinctions between Hua and Yi, constantly invoking the teaching of names Mingjiao at every turn. He never grasped that common folk are drowning in a sea of suffering. When would they have time to listen to his sermons? He glanced at Liu Sha. Consider yourself, for instance. You worked for Master Wang, to put it plainly, for silver. Surely it wasn't for the sake of the Zhu family's dynasty. These arguments were quite novel to Liu Sha. He took a moment to digest them before responding. By that logic, wouldn't everyone in the world become a profit-seeking disciple? And what's wrong with seeking profit? Would you rather everyone become hypocrites? Su Qi laughed. Acknowledge that people pursue their interests, guide them accordingly, and great things can be achieved. Even the most loyal minister, if forced to serve the public on an empty stomach day after day, will eventually starve to death, assuming he doesn't complain first. Forget it, I can't argue philosophy with you. Liu Sha waved his hand dismissively. You have too many ways of twisting words, Dao Dao. Then let's set philosophy aside. Su Qi laughed. Continue telling us about Liang Kunhu. There's no need for me to explain Liang Kunhu's family background. Presumably you already know it better than I do. As for his affairs, there are thousands of threads to untangle. Which ones interest you? Start with how you first connected with the Liang family. Su Qi said. The Wang family and the Liang family are separated by several thousand li and never served in court together. What brought you onto the common road of the great cause of anti-kun? This novel metaphor left Liu Sha momentarily confused. He considered for a while before answering. That matter, as it happens, has some connection to me personally. During his service in the Jinyue and Eastern Depot, Liu Sha's duties, monitoring the 100 officials, had kept him stationed in Guangdong for an extended period. Not only had he learned to speak passable Guangzhou vernacular, but he had also cultivated relationships with all manner of local characters from the 3 teachings and 9 streams. Those flower kidnappers, Pai Hua, you mentioned in the witchcraft case, I knew them from that time. Why would you associate with such people? Su Qi was genuinely puzzled. Since ancient times there's been a saying, even thieves have their way. That particular trade has always been despised. Even those in the Jianghu are reluctant to associate with them. Isn't this exactly what you just said yourself, that people pursue profit? Liu Sha's smile was sardonic. Despised they may be, but they have money. Real money. We servants of the throne appear mighty and fearsome to all, but we brothers tasked with inspecting the 100 officials couldn't easily reveal our identities. We couldn't swagger about like other brothers investigating cases, arresting officials and commoners alike for harsh interrogation on a whim. Naturally, acquiring silver wasn't particularly convenient for us. So you accepted their silver, Suki said. Indeed. Those in that trade have committed grave crimes. Officials in the Yamen don't dare accept their offerings lightly. So naturally, they could only come pay respects to someone like me, someone who had no such scruples. Liu Sha laughed at himself. Falling into your hands now, I suppose that's karmic retribution. But what does this have to do with the Liang family? Su Qi pressed. Surely the Liangs aren't mixed up with such people. The Liang family could never have any direct connection with them. This relationship requires a longer explanation. Through these associations, Liu Sha had come to know many local musician households, Yuehu, in the flower streets and willow lanes. In the trade of prostitution, apart from hereditary pariahs of musician households who had no choice in the matter, most women were sold by human traffickers. These traffickers sourced their stock through various channels, some purchased from common families, others obtained from flower kidnappers. Particularly since Pipa girls Pipa Zai needed to be cultivated from childhood, many were abducted young. So you came to know Han Kaioji through Fu Wen's connections. People like Fu Wen are despised by gods and ghosts alike. Even prostitutes would absolutely refuse to deal with him. Actually, the connection was made through the manpower of the Guandi temple. Su Qi thought, this fits. As soon as the Mao family inn was exposed, Gao Tianqi had immediately attempted to silence witnesses. The relationship between the two was obvious. How did Fu Wen come to know you in the first place? Even if you were a Jinyue officer back then, he wouldn't have given you silver for no reason. Back then he was operating on the West River when local Yamen constables captured him. Through intermediaries, he eventually reached me and promised 500 taels of silver. I fished him out. You could say I saved his life. No wonder Fu Wen was willing to do such things for you. Heh, if only it were that simple. Men who mutilate the living are the most heartless and faithless of all. I saved his life, spared him from death by 1,000 cuts, yet the wretch felt pain over his silver. Seeking his own destruction, he actually attempted to murder this poor Taoist by the riverbank at midnight. Su Qi couldn't help but be taken aback. He knew something of the Jianghu world of the 17th century. Fu Wen's behavior would be despised beneath any mountain's banner of righteousness. Fortunately, this poor Taoist possesses deep magical power and captured him on the spot. Since he had delivered himself to my doorstep, I saw no need for courtesy. I extracted one of his souls and one of his Hun Po, binding him to serve this poor Taoist for the rest of his life. Wait. Su Qi couldn't help interrupting. What did you just say? I extracted one of his souls and one of his Po, Liu Sha replied with leisurely self-satisfaction. Taoist Liu, I'm aware you're well-versed in Taoist arts, but we've reached this point. There's no need to continue playing at gods and ghosts. Just speak plainly, won't you? Liu Sha laughed. I know you don't believe it. You Australians never believe such things. Then again, if you did believe, you wouldn't have been so easily deceived. Believe or don't believe, it makes no difference. The point is that he believed. I see, Su Qi thought. This fellow really does have some tricks. According to the interrogation records, that witch Taoist had also believed his soul and Po had been extracted, which was why he submitted to Liu Sha's commands. Otherwise, why would he have been willing to go to Guangzhou for such a dangerous undertaking? Liu Sha was quite proud of himself. Of course, the prospect of substantial profit was another factor. Though the case of the Mao family inn had been solved, many mysteries remained. What the mastermind before him was now revealing constituted the most precious first-hand testimony. Chapter 2762, The Capital, Part 118. Be that as it may, today's main topic was the Liang family. The witchcraft case would have to wait. Judging by Liu Sha's current state, he had seen through the vanity of the world and fully resigned himself to his fate, no longer caring what he said. Su Qi could even sense in him a desire to unburden himself completely. Those who held too many secrets probably all felt this way. Once the constraints were lifted, spilling everything out brought genuine relief. And so Liu Sha had gradually become acquainted with the Guandi Temple Group through the production and sales channels, subsequently connecting with Sister Kaio Han. Speaking of which, this poor Taoist never imagined back then that I would become entangled in such a major affair. My association with them was merely for petty benefits. Heroes of the Jianghu stressed having friends everywhere. One more friend meant one more path forward. For a Jinyue officer like Liu Sha who wore the official skin, they were naturally willing to spend modest sums to cultivate his favor. No wonder when we were investigating the case, we felt that this Taoist wood stone had the ability to reach the heavens. So you had already built this network of relationships long ago. Suki seized the opportunity to flatter him, truly a meticulous mind. You flatter me, Liu Sha showed a look of self-satisfaction. If one doesn't have a diamond drill, how would one dare take on porcelain work? I heard that Liang Kunhu combed Yue Wan's hair. Did you come to know Liang through that connection? Not at all, Liu Sha shook his head. What kind of figure am I? Even when Lord 9000 held power over the court, and the Eastern Depot and Jinyue were at their most glorious, the noble families and gentry still looked down on people like us, let alone making acquaintances at a pleasure house. Liang Kunhu was a son of a noble family. Although combing the hair of a famous courtesan was not shameful, a person of his standing would never speak pleasantly to the servants around him. If Liu Sha had met Liang Kunhu through Yue Wan's relationship, his status in the other party's eyes would have been merely that of a servant. However, according to gathered intelligence, Liang Kunhu held Taoist woodstone in high regard. So you still relied on Master Wang's relationship. Without Master Wang's introduction, I was just an entertaining clean guest. With his introduction, I was a respected clean guest. Not much difference. What truly made him regard this poor Taoist with new eyes was that I recommended capable people to him. Oh, what kind of figure could make young Master Liang hold you in such high regard? Liu Sha showed slight hesitation, but Suki had already roughly guessed it. I imagine it was young Master Liang's martial entourage. Liu Sha was somewhat surprised. Evidently he had not realized the Senate had already grasped this intelligence. He was also present at the Taiyang Temple meeting, the one called Yun Ting. I see, you planted spies at that meeting, Liu Sha said. Mr. Zhou was right that when it comes to espionage and spies, no one in the world is more formidable than you. You flatter me, Suki said, that Mr. Zhou of yours is quite capable himself. Indeed, it is this person. Intelligence regarding Yun Ting had long sat on the Political Security Bureau's desk. However, the Senate knew very little about him. They only roughly understood that he was Liang Kunhu's military leader and commanded a considerable force. Tell me about this Yun Ting, Suki said. We are quite interested in him. Yun Ting is merely an alias. He keeps his original name secret. However, I have heard that his surname is Wu and he hails from Chaoshin. He was once a relay station courier. In his youth, he became addicted to gambling and squandered his family fortune, eventually reduced to begging. He wandered everywhere, his footprints covering Guangdong, Fujian, Jiangsu, and Zhejiang. This person is powerfully built, tall, and burly. In the Jianghu, he is known as the Iron Beggar. Iron Beggar. Suki felt the name was vaguely familiar, but he couldn't quite place it. He continued listening. Although he is not a local and was a beggar, he has read books and possesses considerable strategic acumen. Despite being an outsider and alone, he rose to become second boss of the Flower Mountain Bandits. The Flower Mountain Bandits were a group entrenched in the mountainous area bordering the northern parts of Panyu and Nanhai counties. This location lay north of the provincial capital and had been a choke point for north-south traffic since ancient times. To the north rose precipitous mountains. To the south stretched a flat plain. One could reach Guangzhou Prefecture City in less than a day's journey. Standing atop the mountains, hundreds of zhang high, one could clearly observe the carriages, horses, and ships traveling between the prefectural city and Qingyuan and Congyua. Since it was a vital communication line, bandits were inevitably entrenched there, collecting road toll money. Since the Yuan dynasty, mountain bandits had relied on the treacherous terrain to raid and plunder. Starting from the early Wanli reign when Yang Yanming established himself here as a bandit, their looting and robbing reached as far as Zhengcheng. By the end of the Ming Dynasty, this place became even more chaotic. In the second year of the Changzhen reign, the mountain bandit Zhang Guorang looted 5 counties. Government troops suppressed them repeatedly, but they rose again as soon as they were crushed. They could never be completely exterminated. Shortly after the mainland campaign began, the First Fleet occupied Guangzhou. This bandit nest, less than a day's journey from the prefectural city, naturally received the focused attention of the First Fleet and was soon subjected to a heavy siege. Bai Wei, commander of the Guangdong Region Security and captain of the National Army Guangdong Regional Detachment, personally commanded a force of over 6,000 men. Centered on the National Army Guangdong Detachment's 1st Mobile Corps, the Korean Company, and the Reconnaissance Bureau's Special Reconnaissance Platoon, along with 5 other National Army companies mobilized for the purpose, they encircled and suppressed the area. After eliminating the bandits in Timian, Bai Wei and Liu Xiang consulted and decided that, although conditions were not yet ripe to establish a Huaxian county administration according to Qing dynasty regulations, stationing troops was essential. After all, this was Guangzhou's northern gate, less than a day's journey away. It served not only as a vital passage for traveling merchants, but also as an important transport route for joint logistics to supply materials to Lianyang. Therefore, following established rules, a company of the National Army was stationed in each of 3 locations, Shuixi, Sudong, and Bain, to maintain a suppressive posture over the local area. Su Qi naturally knew all these circumstances, so when he heard that Yun Ting had become second boss of the Flower Mountain Bandits, he was quite puzzled. Flower Mountain Bandits, weren't they already wiped out by the First Fleet? Liu Xia let out a scornful laugh. Just because you say wiped out, they are wiped out. The great Ming wiped out the Flower Mountain Bandits countless times, yet didn't they rise again each time? Do you imagine the Flower Mountain Bandits all gathered in one mountain stronghold? Su Qi nodded. That's right, they are mostly bandit households in the mountainous areas. Exactly, Liu Xia said. Whether it is the great Ming or you people, would you really kill all the local commoners? Even if you were that ruthless, from Huizhou, Qingyuan, Conghua, and other places, there would still be a steady stream of people willing to become bandits in that area. As long as the area remains a vital communication line. Liu Xia laughed. Places the great Ming couldn't govern, you people can't govern either with your Australian guns and cannons. Lord Hongwu, Emperor Chengzu, how many capable sages, able ministers, and fine generals has the great Ming had across past dynasties? Yet they still couldn't govern the Flower Mountain Bandits, and neither will you. Whether we can govern it or not, time will tell. Su Qi smiled faintly. But let us move on. He became second boss. How did you come to know him? I met him when he was begging in Zhejiang. You could say we appreciated each other. Liu Xia sighed. I do not praise people easily, but although this Yun Ting comes from humble origins, he possesses great talent and bold strategy. Given the opportunity of wind and clouds meeting, becoming a general or minister would not be beyond him. This praise made Su Qi take notice. Throughout their conversation, Liu Xia had rarely offered words of praise for the people involved. This remark was unexpected, and combined with what he had said earlier, Liang Kun, who also valued this person highly. With the insight of both Liu and Liang, this second boss Yun was definitely no ordinary person. How many people do the Flower Mountain Bandits have now? As for the exact number, this poor Taoist does not know either. However, second boss Yun said it would be no fewer than 3,000. 3,000 people, what a claim. Su Qi found it hard to believe. How much in provisions and pay would that require? Government troops fighting wars need provisions and pay. The Flower Mountain Bandits are bandits. What provisions and pay do they need? Liu Xia sneered. Heading south, they simply loot as they go. Su Qi thought to himself, if they really take advantage of the situation to rise up, 3 companies of the National Army might not be enough to suppress a force of 3,000. Moreover, Huaxian was practically within a stone's throw of Guangzhou City. There were not many main forces around Guangzhou either. The First Fleet was entirely at the front lines, and the National Army's main force was busy with mopping up operations in various counties. The few garrison troops were all National Army units recently reorganized from surrendered Ming soldiers, and their combat effectiveness was questionable. The only reliable armed forces were the naval units at Huangpu Port and the Hong Kong base. According to the intelligence they possessed, this Taoist Woodstone before him had also recruited many religious sects and secret societies in the counties surrounding Guangzhou. Once the Flower Mountain bandits descended from the mountains, these sects would inevitably rise in response. The consequences were easy to imagine. In the early stages of the mainland campaign, Su Qi still vividly remembered the tragic state, beacon fires everywhere, caused by Qing Wencan letting soldiers turn into bandits. If this happened again, though the bandits might not necessarily capture Guangzhou City, such a disturbance would be enough to shatter the surrounding areas, destroying the social order that had just been established and killing many activists and cadres of the northbound detachment. Liang Kunhu would accept such a plan where jade and stone burned together. That seems strange. And this iron beggar of yours, does he truly think he can conquer Guangzhou with 3,000 Flower Mountain bandits and get the great Ming to grant him an official title and nobility? Young Master Liang has long put life and death aside. As for Yun Ting, he never planned to conquer Guangzhou. However, looting along the way would likely yield a rich harvest. When the time comes, they will simply retreat back into the mountains. Liu Sha said, he told me, if they set up a battle formation to fight, whether government troops or Flower Mountain bandits, they would be bound to lose. But if they avoid your sharp edge and simply burn, kill, and loot, it is enough to wound the Australians to the bone. As long as the surroundings of Guangzhou cannot be pacified over time, the Australian thieves naturally won't be able to stay. Liu Sha continued, on this point he actually shares Mr. Zhou's view. What they want is simply one word: chaos. I didn't expect Liang Kunhu to be so vicious, devising such a ruthless plan to cut off our foundation. If not so, how could they hope to shake you? A sense of urgency suddenly arose in Su Qi's heart. The investigation into Liang Kunhu's forces in Guangzhou had made no effective progress, and judging from what Liu Sha had revealed so far, the scale of this riot was large and its goal was clear. Once launched, it was bound to cause serious destruction throughout the Pearl River Delta region. Fortunately, this key figure, Liu Sha, had already fallen into their hands. Setting aside other matters as a witness to testify against Liang Kunhu alone, his utility was enormous. Where is this Yun Ting now? He and this poor Taoist also maintained single-line contact through a person named Kaio Yan. End of this chapter. Chapter 2763, The Capital, Part 119. Su Qi did not recognize this person. Evidently, the name was absent from the Political Security Bureau's surveillance lists. He pressed further, does he have an alias? Perhaps this is his alias. You have recruited many religious sects and secret societies throughout Guangzhou Prefecture. What purpose do they serve? As far as I know, most of these disciples and followers are ignorant commoners who know nothing beyond burning incense and worshipping gods, people easily deceived. Apart from the few dozen individuals surrounding the sect leaders, most have no combat capability whatsoever. If it came to an actual fight, they would scatter in chaos. Are they merely there to bolster your numbers? Liu Sha smiled. Even a blade of grass or a splinter of wood has its use, let alone living men. If you say they harbor ulterior motives and possess no fighting strength, this poor Taoist will not dispute it, but to call them useless would be a grave error. Allow me to pose a question, Chief. How many sect members reside in the religious sects of Guangzhou Prefecture? That, I confess, I do not know precisely. No fewer than 30 or 40,000. Liu Sha permitted himself a trace of smugness. If those 30 or 40,000 were to surge forward en masse, even if they were unarmed and stretched out their necks for slaughter, how long would it take you to kill them all? So these living souls are merely sacrifices, offerings to delay the Senate's counterattack. Precisely, Liu Sha nodded. Forgive my bluntness, but when it comes to the breadth of vision required for planning great affairs, the Senate remains somewhat narrow-minded, falling far short of Master Liang's cloud-reaching heroic spirit. Cloud-reaching heroic spirit indeed, Su Qi laughed. He certainly possesses the grandeur of one who thinks, I scheme for all under heaven, how can I spare mere commoners? However, the Taoist priest is himself but a common man. In Master Liang's eyes, you are probably no different from those sect disciples sent to blunt our blades. Is it not absurd to applaud him so enthusiastically? Liu Sha was taken aback. He wanted to refute the point but found no foothold from which to begin. When he thought about it, wasn't he merely a chess piece to Master Wang? Why else would he have had his change of heart? Seeing the embarrassment on the man's face, Su Qi refrained from pressing the wound further. Instead, he said, since Master Liang has a martial staff, he must also have a civilian staff. What do you know of them? Liu Sha gave a peculiar smile. Had I possessed a few more children, this would have been worthwhile, as things stand now. Now you feel you've gotten the worse end of the bargain, don't you? Su Qi rose and added hot water to his teacup, smiling. Liu Sha chuckled a few times in tacit acknowledgement, then said, truthfully, I know little about this civilian staff. Liang Kun, whose mind is meticulous, no less so than Master Wang's. He paused. It is said that a considerable number of local noble families and gentry in Guangdong are involved. This we have more or less surmised. Su Qi nodded. They are loath to relinquish their paradise. However, such people cannot be counted as a proper civilian staff. You are correct. In fact, his civilian staff, though I do not know their specific identities, I have reason to believe they were originally members of the Yuyuan Society. The name of the Yuyuan Society had appeared repeatedly in Liang's case file. Some of its members had already been arrested or turned, allowing them to piece together 70 or 80% of the membership roster. However, these individuals held low positions within the society and possessed limited knowledge. The organization itself had been founded by a group of Guangdong scholars with keen interest in Australian studies, though their motivations varied widely. Some were driven by pure curiosity, others sought to master Australian knowledge. Still others viewed membership merely as a ladder for social advancement, since Liang Kunhu was known to favor those versed in Australian studies. Because their goals diverged so completely, their understanding of the society's inner workings differed accordingly. Members who had joined purely out of intellectual interest or careerism were naturally relegated to the organization's periphery. Even those who had studied Australian knowledge in considerable depth found that Liang Kunhu would only sit and discuss the Tao with them. He entrusted none of them with confidential matters. This poor Taoist knows little of the details myself. I know only that he collected many of your books, newspapers, and periodicals, concealing them within his residence. He permitted scholars within the society to study and draw upon these materials. Meanwhile, he and his most trusted members secretly compiled a book based on these collected works, entitled Record of Broad Hearing of Heavenly Matters, Tianqing Guangwenlu. They had heard various rumors about Liang Kunhu secretly compiling such a book. Where is this book hidden? Most likely in his mansion. Liu Sha said. He invested enormous effort in this work. Naturally, he treasures it, intending to present it to the imperial court in due time. Set the book aside for now. Who were his most trusted people within the Yuyuan Society? One was Lin Zengxiu. However, he is now nothing but a spent force, lingering on his last breath in Guangzhou City. Even Master Liang has probably severed all connections with him by now. But if we speak of the deepest roots, it would be none other than him. Who else? 3 or 4 others, but I have only glimpsed their faces and do not know their names. Judging by their appearance, they are not from wealthy families, probably all of poor scholar stock. However, there is one person you likely already know. I heard young Master Liang mention that he came from Lingao. Surnamed Huang. Precisely, Liu Sha laughed. So you do know. Where is this person now? I cannot say. Liu Sha shook his head. Before the witchcraft case, he stopped showing his face. Either he departed for elsewhere or young Master Liang hid him away. The Political Security Bureau was aware that Huang Bingkun had sought refuge with Liang Kunhu in Guangzhou, yet his presence was conspicuously absent from the various cases they had investigated. Eventually, they had lost track of his whereabouts entirely. Young Master Liang values him highly, does he not? Indeed. After all, the man came directly from Lingao. His first-hand observations carry considerable weight. He is bold and decisive, with a stubborn nature. Young Master Liang prizes him greatly. This confirmed that Huang was a key figure in Liang's inner circle. As for his current location, Su Qi estimated there was a 9 in 10 chance he had already left Guangzhou. Regrettably, even Liu Sha did not know the man's whereabouts. He would likely prove a thorn in their side in the future. His next question addressed what the people from the Senate's finance and economics sector most urgently wanted to know. Where did the counterfeit currency you used for your operations in Guangdong originate? Was it young Master Liang's idea or Master Wang's? That requires some explaining. Liu Sha said, originally, it was Mr. Le who suggested the scheme to Master Wang. He argued that since you Australians do not mint coins and rely exclusively on printed paper notes, such currency could be forged. This would allow them to fraudulently obtain materials while turning a profit. And then, counterfeit banknotes proved far from easy to produce. Liu Sha continued, Mr. Le personally oversaw the effort, but it failed repeatedly. Master Wang drew upon his connections and hired many skilled craftsmen, spending considerable silver, yet the results were difficult to describe. The forgeries could only deceive country folk. They were unusable in the cities. And even the country people were not foolish. Regardless of whether the notes were genuine or fake, they simply refused to accept paper currency. Su Qi knew that before they had used the abolished grain circulation coupons as a template for counterfeiting, all paper counterfeit currency on the market had been identifiable as fake at a glance. Mr. Le lost face and came to consult this poor Taoist for a solution. Liu Sha grew rather pleased with himself as he recounted this part. It was then that this poor Taoist conceived the idea of counterfeiting silver coins instead. You, sir, are truly a man of remarkable talents, Su Qi said, his tone hovering between mockery and genuine admiration. You flatter me, you flatter me. Liu Sha could not conceal his smugness. This Mr. Le, his learning is naturally impressive, but when it comes to the ways of the Jianghu, he is really quite green. And in your estimation, paper currency appears cheap and simple, but in reality, Australian paper notes contain secret techniques that make them extraordinarily difficult to imitate. Silver dollars, by contrast, offer an easier target. So the counterfeit silver dollars were your conception, Su Qi said. The Zhuti silver must be your handiwork as well, correct? The Zhuti silver was refined by Taoist Wu. Alchemy is his particular specialty. You have certainly accumulated acquaintances among the strange and outlandish figures of the Jianghu. What exactly is this man's background? He was originally a shaman from the mountains of Guizhou, not a practitioner of the Tao at all. He learned many forms of witchcraft and forbidden arts deep in the southwestern mountains. Later, through some twist of fate, he took a Taoist as his master and studied the arts of talismans and elixirs, eventually blending these traditions into a set of methods uniquely his own. Not only is he versed in various magical arts, but he is also proficient in the cursing techniques practiced by Western Fan monks. Wait, Su Qi frowned. He was originally a shaman, then joined a Taoist sect, so how did he end up practicing esoteric Buddhism? There is something you do not know, sir. What Wu Zhiki practices is a hybrid of esoteric Buddhism and the Bon religion of the Western Fan, most mysterious of all. According to his claims, its power is immense. At its lowest level, it can curse and claim lives. At its highest, it can construct arrays capable of ruining a nation's destiny. Very effective, he says. And you believe this? This poor Taoist remains half skeptical. However, I have witnessed him curse a man to death with my own eyes. Most formidable. Su Qi subconsciously touched his chin, finding it difficult to believe. Yet Liu Sha spoke with such solemn conviction that he did not seem to be lying. Thinking back on the things Fu Wen had done, it appeared that Taoist Qi's speculation from before had been remarkably accurate. That portly Qi really did have a way with feudal superstition. How could such a powerful figure be made to serve your purposes? Su Qi found himself genuinely curious. He himself is a master of casting spells. Could he really be fooled by your soul extraction trick? How can you call it fooling? If I lacked genuine skill, could a master of his caliber be manipulated and directed by this poor Taoist? Liu Sha said with evident pride. Whose idea was this scheme? Taoist Wu's, of course. I lack such capability. Liu Sha hastened to distance himself from the matter. It was simply that he required too many human lives, so I recommended Fu Wen to him. I never expected those two to act so recklessly, Su Qi thought, so you know well enough to clear yourself of this matter. He continued his questioning. What was Mr. Le's view of all this? He was naturally opposed, saying that since ancient times, he had never heard of heresy and deviant paths achieving great things. Master Wang said much the same, in fact. Then why did they proceed regardless? Even a cornered rabbit will bite, Liu Sha sighed. Wu Zhiki swore so solemnly that we felt we had no choice but to believe him, so we thought we might as well make the attempt. A dog will jump over a wall when desperate, Su Qi criticized inwardly. For the sake of this attempt, how many innocent commoners had lost their lives? Setting aside Master Wang and the others, if this Zhou Lejai truly was a transmigrator, this crime alone would warrant death by 1,000 cuts. He said calmly, this attempt exacted quite a cost. Fu Wen later confessed that the silver given to Gao Tianqi alone amounted to 10,000 taels. That is no small sum. Liu Sha smiled without speaking. Su Qi understood immediately. This was all Zhuti silver. Correct, all refined by old Taoist Wu, Liu Sha said. It is a secret art he learned in the Miao frontier. Furthermore, you also possess the stamp of Sanjiang Mao. That item was originally an old piece from years past, but with it in hand, the Zhuti silver became all the more effective. End of this chapter. Chapter 2764. The Capital, Part 120. The stamp of a dumping house served as a guarantee of credit, not something to be used casually. Liu Sha's stamp was almost certainly obtained through illegitimate means. According to the National Police investigation, the Sanjiang Mao case remained unsolved since the Wanli era. Given Liu Sha's age, he could not possibly have been involved. Where did this stamp come from? You people really do like getting to the bottom of things, Liu Sha laughed. It couldn't have been me who did it. I know that, Su Qi nodded, but I'm still curious. I obtained this stamp from a man named Zhen Gaijin, Liu Sha said. You've probably heard of him, a famous philanthropist in Guangzhou. As for how he acquired it, I have no idea. Zhen Gaijin, the name rang familiar. Su Qi racked his memory for some time before recalling that this man served as a director of the Guangzhou Puji Hall, one of its actual controllers, in fact. Throughout the Guangzhou region, he was known as a philanthropist. After Liu San took office, he had assumed control of various local charitable facilities for rectification. Zhen Gaijin's embezzlement and siphoning of charity funds under the guise of doing good deeds came to light during this process. More than a year ago, he had already faced prosecution, and his vast family fortune was completely confiscated. Originally, Su Qi had assumed the man was merely a charity stick, a fraudulent philanthropist. It now seemed this philanthropist had not only embezzled charity funds, but might also have been secretly involved in capital crimes, if not him personally, then his forebears. How much drug silver did this Taoist Wu refine, and where is it now? Approximately 50,000 taels. Apart from the 10,000 given to Gao Tianqi, the rest was handed over to the counterfeit currency operation in Guangzhou. The drug silver given to Gao Tianqi would be discovered eventually, if not when the Planning Commission accepted the confiscated materials, then certainly when they were transferred to the Central Reserve Bank. There was little cause for concern there, but the remaining 40,000 taels had become a ticking time bomb. According to intelligence exchanged at the weekly internal security meetings, the Central Reserve Bank had already detected a quantity of exceptionally refined counterfeit currency circulating in the market. Cast from arsenic white copper, Pactong, the fakes achieved 70% similarity to genuine coins overall. Only the milled edges were obviously counterfeit at a glance, but after specialized aging treatments, they had reached a quality sufficient to pass in ordinary transactions. The National Police had been attempting to determine exactly how many fake silver coins were in circulation, hoping to assess the damage to the financial system. Liu Sha's confession now solved this puzzle. 40,000 taels. Though Su Qi was no expert in finance, he knew the Central Reserve Bank had allocated only 200,000 yuan in silver coins to the Guangdong branch. If all 40,000 taels of counterfeits entered circulation, it would be equivalent to instantly inflating the money supply by 1/5. The resulting inflation rate would be devastating. Su Qi was aware that since the currency reform, the issuance of paper currency had expanded repeatedly to fund rising military expenses, administrative costs, and infrastructure investments. Paper currency in circulation had already exceeded the original plan of 1 million. Add the corrosive effect of these counterfeits, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Who is in charge of this counterfeiting operation now? I only know his name is Li Fugui. Beyond that, nothing, Liu Sha shrugged. The people minting the counterfeit currency in Guangzhou are one group, the ones spending it are another, and the ones refining the drug silver are yet another. Good grief, you were in Guangzhou and even you don't know. Precisely, Liu Sha nodded. This was Mr. Li's design. Each line operates independently. This Mr. Zhou is no simple character. Su Qi spoke slowly. But since Wu Zhiki has been caught, how can they continue refining drug silver? He has an apprentice named Wu Hai, originally in the same trade as Fu Wen. He got along well with Wu Zhiki and became his disciple. The drug silver refining operation was originally based in Guangzhou. After Wu Zhiki's arrest, they relocated it to an outer county. Where? How would I know? Liu Sha smiled. The specific location is probably known only to Li Fugui. He's the one managing the counterfeit currency operation. Do you know Li Fugui? I've met him once. What sort of person is he? A middle-aged man, dressed like an ordinary merchant, speaking Cantonese, very refined in his speech. However, he's quite familiar with the techniques of various crafts. His family most likely came from artisan stock. Su Qi thought since this man speaks Cantonese, he's almost certainly a Guangzhou native, or at most from one of the subordinate prefectures or counties. If you're relying solely on that to catch him, it's not as though there isn't a chance, Liu Sha said leisurely. Su Qi's mind worked quickly. He immediately grasped what the man was driving at and asked with a smile, "What's this? You want to propose conditions? Just tell me whether you want to catch this person or not. It's not about whether I want to, I genuinely don't have the authority to agree." Liu Sha cut him off. "You haven't even heard what I have to say. How do you know you lack the authority? Then let's hear it." "It concerns my daughter," Liu Sha said. "I've already agreed to that matter. It's just that the journey is long, so it probably won't happen quickly." "I trust you on that," Liu Sha nodded. "But after the mother and daughter are rescued, can the child study in Guangzhou? Attend our schools?" Su Qi was genuinely astonished. Setting aside Feng Qiadi and Lingao, even for the new-style schools established in Guangzhou, forget about officials and gentry, even middle-class citizens showed little enthusiasm for enrollment. Only a minority with foresight or those harboring certain ulterior purposes would send their children to study at new-style schools. Yet this Liu Sha had thought of this. Could it be true, as later generations said, the one who understands you best is your enemy? Had Liu Sha recognized their superiority? The thought stirred a flicker of pride in Su Qi. What could proclaim their side's correctness more convincingly than this? He considered for a moment, then said, "This matter requires the Senate's approval. However, though your own crimes are severe, the Senate never practices guilt by association. If your daughter wishes to study, there should be no problem. I can agree to this on your behalf." "Many thanks." Liu Sha cupped his fists. "I entrust her future to your care." "Easily done," Su Qi nodded. "Rest assured, Mr. La's operations in Guangzhou, though separated into independent lines that never interact directly, employ a liaison in the middle to maintain contact. This person has encountered many of the key figures. If he can be captured, apprehending the counterfeiters at minimum should pose no difficulty." "Oh, such a crucial figure. What is his name? Speaking of which, he's also an old acquaintance of yours." Liu Sha's eyes narrowed. "Gu Zunli." The name struck like thunder. Even Su Qi, who had long trained himself to remain composed amid upheaval, was visibly moved. Him, Gu Zunli and his son, ever since their escape from Gu family village, possessed a history as long as the Senate's own. Originally assumed to be mere footnotes in the grand narrative of the Senate's rise, they had gradually transformed into recurring adversaries. Though this particular adversary was not especially formidable, he proved remarkably tenacious, never ceasing his opposition to the Senate for even a moment. The crucial point was his ubiquity, always lurking at the edges, a persistent reminder of the past. Among the Senate's various enemies from those early days, the powerful, the cunning, the ferocious, gradually the dead had died and the fled had fled. Only this father and son pair endured. Traces of their activities surfaced from time to time. With the passage of years, their experience in resisting the Senate had grown ever richer. They had become true experts in the great cause of opposing the Australians. This made them increasingly dangerous. Consequently, the Political Security Bureau's pursuit of the Gu father and son had escalated from the initial somewhat sardonic 30 wen reward to the maximum bounty of 1,000 yuan. Even Lai Zio, whose whereabouts remained completely unknown, carried a reward as high as 100 yuan. Alive, they wanted the person. Dead, they wanted the corpse. Hearing news of the Gu father and son, Su Qi was naturally intensely interested. He asked immediately, "How do you know of him?" Speaking of which, it was I who found his son, Gu Chengxuan. Liu Sha recounted the details of his chance encounter with Gu Chengxuan in Guangzhou. Though this Gu Chengxuan possesses no remarkable abilities, his hatred for the Australians burns fiercely, Liu Sha said with a laugh. He shared many stories from his time in Lingao and spoke of Senate affairs in considerable detail. It was precisely after encountering Gu Chengxuan that Master Wang conceived the idea of recruiting Gu Zunli. "Oh, how did you locate him?" "Li Xia." "So it was her," Su Qi started. They had failed to uncover any intelligence suggesting contact between the two. "It seems Miss Li is also an old acquaintance of the Senate." Liu Sha perceived this keenly. "If she falls into our hands, we'll have to entertain her properly." Su Qi smiled. "Where is this woman now?" Since the liberation of Guangzhou, there had been no news of Li Xia. Ordinarily, she would spend more than half the year at sea, but she had always remained active in Macau and Guangdong for at least 4 or 5 months. Yet after the Lotus departed from Macau this time, she had vanished completely. Though guards remained posted at her Macau residence, no one knew the owner's whereabouts. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau had attempted to trace her in Macau on several occasions, all without success. Even Li Huame, an asset Li Xia had personally cultivated, had no idea where she had gone. "The Senate certainly values this ghost girl highly," Liu Sha smiled faintly. "Not long after you seized Guangzhou, Li Xia set sail and departed. Word has it she returned to the land of the Franks. She went back to Portugal." Su Qi was shocked once again. Since the Senate wishes to entertain her, how could she dare remain in Macau? The Franks cannot guarantee her safety. Quick to flee, I'll give her that, Suki said with evident frustration. Then he remembered the crucial matter at hand. What about Gu Zunli? Gu Zunli has been under her protection all these years. I heard he attempted to stir up quite a few schemes, all of which failed. Li Xia and I are old acquaintances. I learned his whereabouts simply by asking her. Since she was preparing to leave, she handed these old contacts over to Master Wang. No wonder Wang Yao, a wandering official from elsewhere, had managed to construct such an extensive covert network locally after only 3 years in Guangdong. He had been reaping the harvest of others' labor. So the reunion of the Gu father and son was also your doing. I wouldn't call it a contribution, but this father and son pair have indeed proven quite useful. From Su Qi's tone and expression, Liu Sha could tell that the Gu's claims about the Australians desperately wanting them dead were no exaggeration. End of this chapter. Chapter 2765. The Capital, Part 121. Where are this father and son now? The last time I saw them was in Guangzhou. After that I lost track of their whereabouts. Liu Sha paused. This Gu Zunli has since donned monk's robes and taken the Dharma name Haixiang. However, ever since you required monks and Taoists to register, he probably doesn't dare operate under that identity anymore. But I'm certain he's still in Guangdong. You seem quite sure of that. He's completely useless in the capital, so naturally he'd stay in Guangdong. He's deeply entangled in the affairs of the religious sects. What about Gu Chengshuan? That person's whereabouts are unknown to this poor Taoist as well. Liu Sha spread his hands. He vanished after Master Wang left his post in Guangdong. Whether he remained there or went elsewhere, I cannot say. Does this monk Haixiang have an ordination certificate? Where in the great Ming do monks have ordination certificates? Liu Sha sneered. It would be strange if they did. He did burn ordination scars into his scalp, though. In the early Ming, the management of Buddhist and Taoist clergy had been extremely strict, with cumbersome procedures for taking monastic vows. Such stringent control ironically resulted in most monks and Taoists lacking ordination certificates by the middle of the dynasty. The exact number of monastics became impossible to account for. This intelligence from Liu Sha, apart from confirming that the Gu father and son were still active, held little practical significance. Moreover, based on his description, both men's appearances had changed drastically compared to the simulation portraits in the archives. Taoist priest, your news is quite valuable. The Senate has long wished to eliminate the Gu father and son. Su Qi's voice carried a note of disappointment. It's just that these two now look vastly different from before. I'm afraid even if one of them stood before me now, I wouldn't recognize him. I do have another piece of information that might help you capture this Gu Zunli. Oh, though this poor Taoist is uncertain of his exact location in Guangdong, the last place he traveled to was Xiangshan County. It seems they're preparing some kind of operation there. This was crucial intelligence. Su Qi leaned forward with interest. Is the uprising planned by Master Liang waiting for the imperial court's grand army before launching? That this poor Taoist is also unclear about. Liu Sha shook his head. Mr. Le strongly disapproved of Master Liang's uprising. He said it would accomplish nothing except sending many loyal and brave men to their deaths in vain. What about Master Wang? He was indifferent. Liu Sha shrugged. After all, the losses would be Liang Kunhu's men and horses, not his. So Old Stone has no intention of involving himself in this matter. Precisely. Liu Sha nodded. Old Stone doesn't have many people and can't afford to waste them on such ventures. Mr. Le's strategy was for the various forces in Guangdong to go into hiding. Keep the teams small, he said, and absolutely avoid establishing fixed strongholds. Gather only when striking, then scatter again. Deal the Australian thieves cold, unexpected blows. Assassinate a few fake Australians, set fire to Australian properties, kidnap merchants collaborating with the Australians, ambush cargo ships en route. Harassment. Su Qi recognized the approach immediately. This Zhou Lezhai was truly cunning, He was planning to wage guerrilla warfare. This Mr. Le of yours is a rare talent indeed. Who would disagree? This poor Taoist admires him greatly as well. I'd very much like to catch this Mr. Le. Do you have any suggestions? Su Qi smiled. As this poor Taoist has said, he operates alone. I don't know his whereabouts either. The capital is only so large. Surely he doesn't wander everywhere at random. There must be places he frequents. Liu Sha hesitated before answering. There is a residence where Mr. Le once lived that this poor Taoist has visited. However, Mr. Le hasn't been there for quite some time. Where is it? At Wanggong Factory. Wanggong Factory. The name was thunderous in the ears of all senators. After all, the Tianqi explosion had long been classified as an inconceivable event, and they had heard about it until their ears were calloused. Wasn't that place destroyed in the blast? After it was destroyed, people naturally returned to live there. Land in the capital is worth its weight in gold. How could any plot remain vacant? The markets simply haven't recovered to their former glory yet. Where specifically? Liu Sha didn't withhold the information, describing the residence's location and appearance in detail. Is anyone still living there? Mr. Zhou's 2 concubines and 2 children. Children? He has children. Su Qi felt as though he'd stumbled upon major news. What are their names? The elder is a girl called Zhou Julie. The younger is a boy named Zhou Niudun. These 2 names were given with extreme audacity, Curie and Newton. Needless to say, Zhou Lezhai was definitely a man of science and engineering, and he'd married 2 wives besides. Impressive, truly impressive. Having family dependents makes things much easier to handle. Su Qi laughed. Liu Sha regarded him with a strange expression, and Su Qi realized his thinking had veered in the wrong direction. Does this disciple not visit his mistresses? Mr. Le said it's safer not to visit them. With Master Wang looking after the household, they won't suffer any grievances. Are there any letters, notes, or similar materials remaining in the residence? None. Mr. Le took everything away, a full 3 carts of belongings. Where were they transported? Probably to Master Wang's residence. This poor Taoist doesn't know the specific location. Although Liu Sha spoke with certainty and had no reason to deceive him, Zhou Lezhai might very well have hidden important documents inside that residence. Just as Liu Sha had concealed correspondence in his own study, a lonely visitor from another spacetime inevitably harbored a strong desire to confide. 9 times out of 10, such a person wouldn't be content to let their extraordinary experience vanish without a trace. It was entirely possible he had secretly left written materials behind. As for his wives and children, caution dictated they should be brought under control as well. The children were young, but the wives were adults. There was no telling what Zhou Lezhai might have revealed to them, or what they themselves had observed. So this Mr. Zhou had quite a few belongings in the residence at that time. More than quite a few, several rooms were packed full. What kind of things? Su Qi's interest sharpened immediately. Mostly Australian goods. Liu Sha explained that whether Zhou Lezhai was accompanying Wang Yehao to his post in Guangdong or remaining in the capital, he would send people to secretly purchase all manner of Australian merchandise and books. These goods were mostly unpopular Australian scientific instruments and experimental equipment. He had a dedicated study where he'd commissioned custom tables and cabinets, all filled with these Australian artisan tools. Every few days he would shut himself inside, fiddling and tinkering for hours. He also instructed Wang Zhai and his apprentice to scour everywhere for strange and peculiar gadgets. Sometimes they'd return with dirt caked on their faces from the search. At this, Liu Sha couldn't suppress a laugh, probably recalling some amusing scene from those days. Did he ever build any devices? He did. He drew many blueprints and crafted small models by hand. When he commissioned craftsmen to produce them, the results were exquisite pieces, though they leaned heavily toward clever contrivances and excessive ingenuity. He loved discussing weaponry, speaking with great logic and conviction, and drew countless fearsome weapons on paper. But when it came to actual production, it was always "this won't work," or "that component is missing." When Wang Yehao asked him to replicate the Nanyang rifle's cartridges, he pushed the task away claiming ignorance. Asked to cast cannons, he said foundry work wasn't his specialty. He did manage to build a water wheel on the Dingyang farm estate, claiming it would blow air into a small blast furnace to produce steel. In the end, no steel was ever made. That water wheel proved quite useful for hulling rice and grinding flour, though. Liu Sha's face was full of mockery as he spoke. Su Qi, however, felt a wave of desolation wash over him. Putting himself in the other man's position, he could imagine what it was like, being utterly alone among people who couldn't begin to understand you, commanding substantial resources, yet unable to transform the ideas in your head into reality. Even with a background in science and engineering, knowing astronomy and geography, memorizing formulas for gunpowder, glass, and soap, when you actually set out to make something, only then did you discover how many prerequisites and process details were missing. There wasn't a single person at your side who could truly help you, who might understand what you were trying to say. That terrible sense of loneliness and helplessness, Su Qi thought, thank heavens for the Senate. Were there books as well? Many, all Australian publications. I don't know who you expect to sell these printed materials to. Probably 99 out of 100 people couldn't make sense of them. Did he write any books or notes himself, apart from the heavenly book? According to Wang Zhai, he wrote every night. After writing, he would teach his apprentice, lecturing deep into the night. Though Liu Sha didn't know what was contained in those manuscripts, Su Qi could roughly guess. They were most likely various texts on technology and military matters, perhaps content similar to illustrated treatise on the maritime kingdoms. Essentially not much different from the various books the Senate itself had published. The interrogation of Liu Sha yielded a wealth of valuable information, essentially mapping out the hidden cards of the Old Stone group. The intelligence on Mr. Le in particular could be called a breakthrough. The most valuable revelation was clarifying the mastermind and network behind the series of incidents that had plagued Guangzhou since its liberation. Overall, Liang Kunhu hadn't been deeply involved in the witchcraft case, and even the counterfeit currency case had little connection to him. But judging from the intelligence Liu Sha provided, he was dead set on doing something significant. Should he succeed, the consequences would be unimaginable. At present, the remnants scattered throughout the region appeared to have gradually coalesced after several years of turmoil, forming a network that was loose yet tightly interconnected. However, their consolidation might not necessarily be a disadvantage. Su Qi mused, at least it gives the Senate a chance to catch them all in one net. This was especially true of Liang Kunhu, who had always endured in silence and resigned himself to adversity, leaving the Political Security Bureau unable to find any leverage against him. Without hard evidence to punish him by law, any action would inevitably invite accusations of burning the bridge after crossing the river. This was precisely why the Bureau had only maintained surveillance over the years without taking action. As for those gentry and nobles flying like moths toward the flame, they presented a perfect opportunity for a thorough cleansing. The remaining gentry and prominent households, though not necessarily loyal to the Senate, would at least no longer pose potential threats of rebellion. After this sweep of blood and fire, the situation in Guangdong would be completely stabilized. By comparison, learning that Old Stone was in fact Wang Yehao was not nearly as urgent a matter. After all, Lord Wang didn't possess much capital of his own. He relied entirely on Mr. Le, whose origins remained mysterious. As long as Mr. Le was eliminated, the Old Stone group would crumble on its own. The primary task ahead was to apprehend this Zhou Lezhai. Whether he was a transmigrator, had taken over another's body, or was merely a disciple, capturing him would make everything clear. End of this chapter. Chapter 2766, The Capital, Part 122, with the key points established. Zhou Lezhai's arrest rose swiftly to the top of the agenda. Su Qi reported the relevant intelligence to the center and soon received an authorizing telegram. Act at your discretion. This meant that if the arrest failed, on-the-spot execution was permitted. A subsequent telegram also instructed him to ensure proper material recovery, and if conditions did not allow, then comprehensive disinfection, meaning destruction. As for Liu Sha, all his requests were approved. At the same time, orders came through that once the arrest operation concluded, Liu Sha was to be transported to Guangzhou by sea. A telegram issued in the name of the Security Affairs Joint Conference also granted him command authority over North Zhili and Shandong, allowing him to mobilize all Senate resources in both regions at any time. The Reconnaissance Bureau would additionally deploy a detachment. Reading the telegram, Su Qi did not dare grow complacent. The scope of authorization made clear just how seriously the Senate regarded this matter. He immediately summoned the heads of the various teams. Su Qi currently had 3 surveillance teams deployed, targeting Wang Yao, Eunuch Yang, and shopkeeper Shen of the Ziaji Shanxi house respectively. Now he made adjustments. Eunuch Yang had no connection to the kidnapping case. Little Eunuch Yang had been nothing more than an accidental interlude in the affair. There was no longer any need to expend energy on him, so all surveillance was withdrawn. As for shopkeeper Shen of the Shanxi house, Su Qi's analysis was that while he had clearly played an important role in the whole case, he had no contact with the core figures. He was merely a thug and ally. Monitoring him held little significance. Surveillance on him was also withdrawn. He redistributed all surveillance forces to concentrate on the Wang Yao group, Wang himself, Jin Wenchai, and Wang's other trusted aides. Liu Sha provided a detailed account of these individuals and their frequent haunts. Judging from Liu Sha's confession, Mr. Le was active in the capital most of the time. After all, he was an important aide to Wang Yao, who had many major affairs requiring his counsel. According to Liu Sha's account, Mr. Le very likely also held interpretive authority over the heavenly book. This meant that unless a major matter required him to handle it personally, this man could neither leave the capital nor go long without contacting Wang Yao. Communication between the two was quite frequent. As long as they remained in frequent contact, following the vine would lead to the melon, Zhou Lejai's hiding place. Su Qi did not believe that with Zhou Lejai's half-baked knowledge of secret work, mostly armchair strategy, he could defend against the Foreign Intelligence Bureau's surveillance. All their personnel were professionally trained with rich practical experience. Secondly, there was the old Zhou residence at Wanggong Factory. Though Liu Sha said only Zhou Lejai's concubines and children remained there, with no important people or items, Su Qi believed that since it was Zhou Lejai's old home, and the current Mr. Le was a disciple, some connection might still exist between them. This was a possible breakthrough point. Other directions naturally held some possibility of finding an entry point, but Su Qi judged their manpower too limited. It was more advantageous to simply abandon the clues with smaller possibilities. This person is a key arrest target of the Senate, he told the team leaders with great solemnity. Using great Ming terminology, he is an imperial criminal. We must discover his specific whereabouts. Everyone nodded in understanding. Min Zhanlian asked, "Can we continue using personnel from He Lion Sheng as support? Our manpower is limited, and they often use the blossoming method to evade tracking." The so-called blossoming meant creating false patterns, carrying out multiple sedan chairs from the mansion simultaneously, or sending a large number of people out at the same time, leaving surveillance personnel unable to cover everything. The method was ancient but extremely effective. Especially in the capital, a place teeming with government eyes and ears, where surveillance personnel's own movements were greatly restricted. They could not act recklessly. Moreover, most of our people are not locals. As soon as they open their mouths, people notice they're from out of town. Although the capital has the most outsiders, it's still inconvenient. Su Qi pondered for a moment. The people of He Lion Sheng are a complex lot. They can only handle relatively peripheral work. If you wanted them to monitor Wang's residence, wouldn't it scare the wits out of them? At least we could use a portion of them. Min Jianlian persisted. Deployed in the right places, they're more useful than transferring people from Guangzhou. Good, I approve your suggestion. Su Qi thought briefly and replied, however, armed escorts won't do, they look too conspicuous. And deep down they're all good citizens. They can't do this kind of dirty work. Fortunately, they have some other people we can use. If they're Jianghu figures, that would be best. Those who can make their way in the capital all have some capability and know the local terrain. I will arrange the personnel. You just set up the relevant contact points. Wang Zhai, Zhou Lezhai called out suddenly. What is it, Master Le? Wang Zhai had been reading the smiling, proud wanderer on the porch. Just reaching an exciting part, he heard the call, hurriedly set down the book and came inside. This new year has passed in utter chaos. Zhou Lezhai spoke while flipping through a ledger on the table. I didn't even visit Wanggong Factory. At the mention of Wanggong Factory, a slightly nervous expression crossed Wang Zhai's face. He lowered his voice. The master ordered last time that you should try not to go there. Neither of those two women is easy to deal with. Once you appear, they'll ask about the master. How will you answer them? How can I answer? Naturally, whereabouts unknown. Zhou Lezhai smiled bitterly. I truly do not know where the master is. You know that, but they don't. When they start crying and making scenes, how will you handle it? Wang Zhai said. And there are the two children. Have you forgotten last time when they held the children and knelt begging you? Adults crying, children wailing, disturbing all the neighbors. Sigh, sigh, sigh. Zhou Lezhai felt compassion well up as Wang Zhai recalled past events. The master has the grace of having remade me. Now his whereabouts are unknown. By all rights, I should take good care of the two mistresses and the children. At the very least, during New Year's and festivals, I should pay my respects. Whether you look after them or not doesn't matter much. Wang Zhai was a servant of the Wang residence assigned to Zhou Lezhai's service, so naturally he didn't hold excessive reverence for him. With Master Wang taking care of them, they won't lack anything. I can't say the mother and children are living in luxury with brocade garments and jade meals, but at least they're a well-off family with no worries about food or warmth. If you go see them, it will only provoke their sadness. Why bother? Besides, if you visit, they won't gain a piece of meat. If you don't, they won't lose a piece. What's the point of fulfilling this empty courtesy? This speech left Zhou Lezhai at a loss for words. He had to smile bitterly and say, who can talk as well as you? Since the master's intention is for me to go less often, I will go less. Just help me buy a few practical New Year's goods, not the kind of gift goods that look impressive but are useless, and send someone to deliver them to Wanggong Factory. Easy enough. Seeing he didn't insist, Wang Zhai also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. How much silver? 12 taels. Zhou Lezhai said, then suddenly seemed to remember something and asked in a low voice, last time I heard you wrong was quite restless. This somewhat gossipy question immediately piqued Wang Zhai's interest. He also lowered his voice. Yes, I heard Taoist Woodstone say that you wrong kicked up a fuss several times, wanting to see Master Wang and asking him to find the master. I knew that much. Zhou Lezhai frowned. That's not what I was asking about. That, this lowly one isn't clear about. However, his hesitant manner indicated he knew more than he was letting on. She is different from Jai Yi, though. A woman from a musician household, raised in places of wind and moon since childhood. Now that the master has been missing for years, it's natural for her to have certain thoughts. Zhou Lezhai understood his meaning. After hesitating a moment, he said, actually, it might be better to let her do as she pleases. Her staying at Wanggong Factory might cause trouble sooner or later. Master Le, you needn't worry about this. Yu Rong's parents are both in Master Wang's hands. She dares not make trouble. Besides, she still has Joe Newton, though not her own flesh and blood. She raised him single-handedly, didn't she? He will always be something to rely on in the future. If the master could return, everything would be easy to resolve. Zhou Lezhai smiled bitterly. A single log cannot support a building, and with Taoist Liu also gone, I'm truly afraid. At this point, his expression darkened. Liu Sha had been missing for quite a few days. Although Master Wang had secretly sent people to Tangzhou and elsewhere to investigate, so far, whether through official channels or privately, the situation remained no person alive, no corpse dead. Not even a scrap of relevant news had surfaced. Zhou Lezhai was deeply worried, for various signs indicated that Liu Sha had either fled far away or been captured by the Australian thieves. He was mentally prepared for the possibility of Liu Sha running away. Many clues exposed after the operation's failure showed that Liu Sha's hands and feet were not clean. He had engaged in numerous petty schemes privately. Yang Tianliang's suicide was also indistinctly connected to this. Ideally, Master Wang should have investigated the matter thoroughly, but Zhou Lezhai knew in his heart that Liu Sha's problems were an ironclad fact. After the operation failed, paper could not wrap fire. Naturally, Liu Sha would want to flee. If that were the case, Zhou Lezhai would actually feel more at ease. What he feared most was that Liu Sha had already been captured by the Australian thieves. If so, not only himself but even Master Wang would face grave danger, because Liu Sha truly knew too much. Zhou Lezhai understood the conduct of the Australian thieves all too well. The master had once warned him never to harbor even half a bit of illusion about them. They acted decisively and struck with extreme cruelty, and they were utterly unscrupulous. Once they learned that Master Wang was old stone, he might still be safe in the capital, but if he left, he would likely face the calamity of extermination in an instant. As for himself, it went without saying, 10 deaths and no life. Yet these past days had been continuously calm and tranquil. No suspicious individuals had appeared around him. As for Master Wang's side, with the support of counter-reconnaissance techniques, no flaws had emerged either. According to the intelligence they had gathered, the Australian thieves seemed to have directed their main efforts toward Eunuch Yang and the Shanxi house. End of this chapter. Chapter 2767. The Capital, Part 123, yet his master's words echoed in his mind. The calmer the waters, the more likely a tempest brews beneath. This uncanny stillness carried an unsettling strangeness. Should he flee the capital to escape whatever was coming? Zhou Lezhai deliberated at length. It was not as though he lacked options. He returned to the Wang family estate in Jinhua every year, and the property now flourished under capable management. The Wangs were established local gentry, their tenant farmers filling the surrounding countryside. The estate maintained several dozen house guards, all personally trained by his master in years past, later equipped with Nanyang rifles and pistols purchased specifically for their use. By any measure, it was a reasonably secure refuge, but the journey from here to Jinhua stretched over 1,000 miles, and the thieves would have ample opportunity to intercept him along the way. The capital, after all, lay at the foot of the emperor himself, with the claws and fangs of various government offices reaching everywhere. No matter how formidable the thieves might be, they could not act with impunity in the imperial city. As long as he remained careful and vigilant, major problems should not arise. He chose not to increase his guards. Apart from Wang Zhai and Su Yang, he had no one else at his side. Liu Zhao had suggested adding more bodyguards, particularly hiring a few heroes of the rivers and lakes retained by the prince's estate, but he declined. Too large an entourage would draw attention and ill-fit his identity as a divine physician. Now, with Liu Sha's whereabouts unknown, he had abandoned even that identity. His public persona was simply that of a scholar traveling the capital for study. Such figures were countless here, far less likely to attract notice. At present, he had no other choice but to lurk in the shadows and await the next opportunity. Since Zhou Lezhai's visit, Qian Taichung had pushed the emperor's summons to the back of his mind, devoting himself entirely to planning the sugar factory. Sugar production offered substantial profit margins and high returns, an excellent path to quick wealth. Though cooperation with the thieves was unavoidable, it remained a necessity born of circumstance. As for the thieves being a generational enemy, he could not afford such concerns now. Fortunately, the people surrounding Mu All looked to him as their leader, so resistance would likely be minimal. Another thought had begun to take shape in his mind. Once sugar was produced, it would most likely need to be sold to thief merchants, with the bulk of the profits slipping through his fingers. But if he could bypass the thieves entirely and ship directly out of Fujian for sale elsewhere, would that not bring him a fortune? Especially given the success of his activities in the capital, if he could ship sugar directly here. But upon further reflection, transporting bulk goods from Amping left no option but sea transport. In the end, he still could not circumvent the thieves. If the thieves forbade Zheng's ships from sailing, no matter how much sugar he produced, he could only sell it to their merchants. The thieves had implemented a comprehensive blockade of Zhangzhou Bay. Only vessels flying their command flag could enter or exit. Anyone could apply for such a flag, anyone except members of the original Zheng group. This strangled the Zheng family's trade routes. The various factions that had splintered from the Zheng group, desperate to avoid being completely choked out, had resorted to changing their banners, selling the ships under their names to agents who then applied for the flags themselves. Though this skin-changing trick could deceive the thieves, the command flags came at no small price. The thieves had also implemented a merchant ship home port registration system. If a ship registered a Zhangzhou Bay port as its home port, the registration fee carried a 20% surcharge. To avoid this premium, home ports were registered elsewhere one after another. Over time, the various bosses of the original Zheng group came to a grim realization. They had lost direct control over their subordinate vessels. Maritime merchants typically raised adopted sons as agents for overseas trade. Now the thieves' policies had made these adopted sons the legal owners of ships and command flags under the Maritime Order of the Senate. In peaceful times this mattered little, but should storms or accidents arise, these ships would instantly have nothing to do with their former masters. Though they recognized this reality, they could not change it. Qian Taichung, observing from outside, saw the situation with perfect clarity. After much deliberation, he concluded that when the time came, he could only grit his teeth and employ the agent method himself. Fortunately, men like Tong Taileng were reliable enough to be entrusted with such matters. As long as ships could sail, they could earn money. How that money was earned was a separate concern. For now, Qian Taichung's priority was ensuring the entire group survived. Whether it was Matos's black mercenaries or Tong Taileng's Japanese samurai, they could not be sustained by loyalty alone. If the Zheng family could be revived, enduring temporary humiliation would be worthwhile. The question remained, even if his side was willing to humble itself, how could they acquire the thieves' sugar factory equipment? He had been enemies with the thieves for years and could count himself among the rare no-thief personages, yet he had never paid attention to such things as sugar factories. Mr. Le had mentioned that the thieves periodically auctioned equipment, but one had to travel to Guangzhou to participate. While his mind wandered through these possibilities, the guild hall manager suddenly appeared to report, "There are guests outside seeking an audience." The visitors proved to be the same Imperial Guard officers who had taken him away not long before. This time, however, their manner was far more courteous. They not only bowed but addressed him as master before inviting him into a small sedan chair. The chair was lifted, and the bearers moved swift as wind. In the dim darkness, he lost track of how far they traveled. When he emerged from the sedan, he found himself in a narrow passageway flanked by flying eaves and vermilion walls, unmistakably within palace grounds. Qian Taichung dared not speak and waited beside the sedan. Moments later, 2 eunuchs arrived and led him to a palace hall where he knelt to await his audience. He knew the person meeting him must be the emperor. The previous instruction to remain in the guild hall and not leave the capital had clearly indicated another summons would follow. At this moment, his heart was caught between fear and elation. During the last audience, the emperor's interest had focused primarily on the thieves. with little expression of sentiment regarding the Zheng family. Yet since the emperor harbored such keen interest in the thieves, leveraging this broader momentum of anti-thief sentiment to secure imperial support for Zheng Sen remained the most viable strategy. He recalled Mr. Le's words and rehearsed his calculations silently before hearing footsteps outside. Quickly, he composed a respectful demeanor and awaited the emperor's arrival. The tap-tap of boots echoed as someone passed by. At that moment, a young eunuch prompted softly, "Audience time." Caiyan Taichung hastily rose, announced his name, entered the hall and performed the ritual prostrations. Since Emperor Changzhen had summoned Yang Sicheng, he had accepted in his heart the counsel that, to resist foreign aggression, one must first pacify the interior. He adopted defensive postures on both northern and southern fronts, concentrating all efforts inward to exterminate the roving bandits. On the eastern barbarian front, the outstanding recent performance of Sun Yuanhua and the Dengzhou army had gradually stabilized the situation. The Manchus had invaded Korea the previous year, delivering a tremendous shock to the Korean court and public, at one point forcing them to the desperate measure of abandoning Hanseong. Yet the invasion ultimately failed due to the active operations of the Dengzhou army under Sun Yuanhua's command. They had first saved Ganghwa Island, then Namhansanseong, and fought 3 engagements at the Yalu River. Korea remained a vassal of the Great Ming. Unable to secure Korea, the Manchus' eastern flank remained unstable. The imperial court's defense line in the Ningjin area functioned without major disruption. As for the thieves in the south, though they had seized Guangdong and Guangxi, they had halted at the 5 ridges and advanced no further. With no major battles currently raging on either front, it was an ideal moment to exterminate the roving bandits. Yet on the southern front lurked a considerable hidden danger. The thieves' combat prowess was extraordinary. They frequently triumphed against superior numbers in fierce engagements. Government troops were mostly no match for them. Without massing heavy forces, they could not be suppressed. Unfortunately, following the fall of Guangdong and Guangxi, the imperial court's heavy troop formations in the south had been exhausted. Jiangxi, Guizhou, Yunnan, and Fujian were either stripped of soldiers or internally unstable themselves, unable to field any respectable army for defense. Though Fu Zonglong was a capable official with military expertise, commanding several battalions as governor of southern Gan, his forces seemed inadequate against the lengthy battle line and the thieves' fearsome reputation. Should the thieves mount an offensive, the so-called defense line would prove no more than a sheet of thin paper. If the court wished to build a new heavy troop formation comparable to the Guanning army on the Ningjin line, the treasury would surely be bankrupted. Thus, how to accomplish more with less expenditure became the paramount question before the emperor and the grand secretaries. Recruitment and amnesty, pacification, was obviously the cheapest and most realistic option. Of course, the emperor harbored considerable hesitation regarding pacification. After all, both the Manchus and the thieves were giant bandits who had split the earth and established titles. Regardless of the specific terms, the imperial court and he himself would lose face. This was particularly difficult for Changzhen, who had always diligently aspired to be a sage monarch, to accept psychologically. Moreover, many ministers both in court and throughout the realm opposed pacification. Once rumors of such negotiations leaked, the emperor could not predict how many would rise in violent opposition. Though he was a sage monarch exercising sole discretion, and though no amount of ministerial opposition could shake his administrative will, this young emperor valued his reputation among court officials more than his ancestors had. He often hesitated before major decisions. Regarding this pacification, he was proceeding one cautious step at a time. He had revealed hints of his thinking to the ministers of the Grand Secretariat. Judging from their ambiguous responses during audiences, either they had not fully grasped his meaning or they were deliberately feigning ignorance. These pedants, Not one is willing to share the sovereign father's infamy, the emperor seethed inwardly. Setting others aside, since when Tyron had entered the Grand Secretariat, he could be called adept at understanding the emperor's will. Yet on this matter, he showed little initiative. Naturally, once word of peace negotiations leaked, another storm would inevitably sweep through the court. And when Tyron's attitude diminished the emperor's trust in him by several degrees. This was merely a problem of the court. Though the emperor was young, he understood the fundamental principles. Even if he rejected all opposing views and forced through a court decision for peace talks, this remained a matter requiring mutual consent. Without applying pressure on the thieves, they might have no inclination to negotiate. The grand spectacle of collecting thief surcharges, Kun surcharge, and appointing Fu Zonglong as governor of southern Gan to train troops, these measures were all intended to exert pressure on the thieves, to make them understand that the imperial court still possessed the capability to concentrate all its strength for a decisive confrontation. Beyond Fu Zonglong, cultivating a side force to check the thieves offered another method. The emperor had conceived this idea when he first summoned Qian Taichang. The emperor had witnessed the rise and fall of the Zheng Zhilong group. Though the giant channel of the Southeast Sea existed no more, this Qian Taichang was not only intimately familiar with thief affairs, but also possessed a burning drive to carve out a legacy. Zheng Sen, too, bore the blood hatred of his father's murder against the thieves. With modest support, they could become a side force capable of constraining the thieves. The crucial advantage: it would cost the imperial court very little. Chapter 2768, The Capital, Part 124. At this moment, studying the scholar before him, the emperor harbored doubts. Could this man truly bear such a weighty responsibility? He cleared his throat lightly and asked, "You have always been familiar with the situation regarding the thieves. Given that, I ask you, considering the current trend of the world, how should we deal with the Kun?" This was an inevitable question, one Qian Taichang had rehearsed in his mind countless times. In the past, he would have invariably counseled severe suppression, a merciless campaign of extermination. But after his days spent navigating the capital and his conversations with Mr. La, his thinking had shifted. The imperial court possessed neither the strength nor the will to severely suppress the Kun. A single coin could stump even a hero. This was true in Jiangsu Bay, and it was equally true here in the capital. Moreover, even if the court desired severe suppression, what could the Zheng family contribute? Their meager family fortune could scarcely leave Jiangsu Bay. As for their relatives, it would be fortunate enough if those kinsmen didn't accept the Kun's silver to turn against them. He spoke without hesitation. The Kun occupy Guangdong and Guangxi, and their power is steadily consolidating. To suppress them decisively in a single stroke, the court would need to dispatch senior ministers and mobilize substantial forces. Yet at present, our troops are exhausted, provisions are lacking, and raising funds quickly proves impossible. At this, he raised his eyelids slightly to gauge the emperor's expression. Seeing Changzhen's countenance remain unchanged, he knew his assessment was correct and emboldened himself to continue. The only viable path is to proceed gradually. "Oh, and how would one proceed gradually?" the emperor inquired. Qian Taichang immediately presented the strategy he had refined over many days. The first several points, training troops, purging traitors, implementing the Baojia system, were familiar platitudes with nothing novel to offer. Only when he turned to raising provisions did something distinctive emerge. Training troops ultimately comes down to a single word: provisions, pay, and rations. The realm is beset by troubles, and raising provisions proves difficult for the court. Yet the Kun occupy merely 2 provinces, and still their provisions are sufficient, their troops elite. When we investigate the root cause, we find it lies in the profits of industry and commerce. Changzhen had heard scattered reports about why the Kun were so formidable and wealthy, and knew they valued industry and commerce, while slighting agriculture. but precisely what substantial profits industry and commerce generated remained unclear to him. Hearing Qian Taichung broach the subject, he could not help but grow interested. Though Changzhen was not as avaricious as his grandfather, his desire for money was no less acute than his ancestors. There were simply expenditures everywhere demanding attention. No matter how many methods they devised to increase revenue and reduce spending, even as complaints filled the roads from court to countryside, the gleaming silver never seemed to grow appreciably, while expenditures mounted daily. Because the Ministry of Revenue's costs had swelled dramatically, the treasury was stripped bare, funds were short on every front, and the position of minister had become something everyone dreaded. During every imperial audience, the moment money was mentioned, a deathly silence would descend. "Tell me, how exactly do the Kun obtain these profits from industry and commerce?" Qian Taichung proceeded to report everything he had witnessed and learned over the years. In truth, according to his understanding, the source of the Kun's wealth was their thriving overseas trade, which brought in vast quantities of silver from foreign lands each year. That overseas trade could generate wealth was something everyone in the great Ming understood. Yet the imperial court had derived little direct benefit from it. The fundamental reason was that tax administration remained hopelessly backward. Though customs duties existed, the actual tax rates were negligible, and collection methods were crude. Despite annual overseas trade worth millions of taels, the tax revenue extracted was paltry. Macau, that window of trade between East and West, earned Portuguese merchants hundreds of thousands in silver revenue every year, yet all the great Ming received was a few hundred taels of ground rent. Qian Taichung continued, explaining that the Kun had developed comprehensive and precise methods for overseas trade. Maritime merchants adjusted tariff quotas in real time according to market demand for imports and exports. From customs alone, they collected substantial tax revenue each year. Furthermore, through these maritime merchants, they continuously purchased scarce materials from overseas. When the Kun first occupied Guangdong and Guangxi, food was scarce. They immediately purchased cloth from India and rice from Siam to supply the market and stabilize prices. Thus the people of both regions were won over by them. Yet earning vast quantities of silver alone could not fully explain their wealth. The true reason was something he only grasped after Mr. Le came to visit him. The key was this: the enormous silver the Kun obtained from overseas trade was not hoarded in warehouse cellars like the Zheng family or other maritime merchants did. Instead, it was reinvested, spent again to purchase various goods from overseas. Silver itself was not wealth. This concept had taken Qian Taichung several days of contemplation to understand. Gold and silver are not wealth in themselves. They are merely mediums of exchange. True wealth consists of rice, grain, cloth, iron, and all manner of goods that sustain the people's livelihood. If the imperial court can open ports widely and reform customs duties, not only can it collect immense silver annually while sitting idle, but it can also purchase military weapons and grain from overseas. Even in years of poor harvests and scarcity, importing a few tenths of what is needed can make up the shortfall for official use, without requiring additional levies and taxes, allowing the common people to catch their breath. Against the roving bandits, this also serves as a strategy of drawing fuel from beneath the cauldron. Importing rice grain from overseas, Changzhen was visibly startled. Since ancient times, he had never heard of purchasing grain from abroad to compensate for a bad harvest. He shook his head. There are millions of people within the seas. How much rice grain can a mere Siam produce? How much silver can the imperial court spare? Your Majesty may not be aware, Qian Taichung replied. When rice is sold in Siam, Luzon, and similar places, it fetches only 1 or 2 mace of silver per pickle. Including water transport fees, it costs only 3 or 4 mace by the time it reaches Guangzhou. The Kun ship anywhere from 2,000 to 10,000 pickles per vessel, transporting day and night in an unending stream. The Siamese and Nanyang rice they import annually amounts to no less than 1 million pickles. Cai Taichung did not know precisely how much rice the Kun imported from overseas. The specific figure had come from Mr. Le. Truthfully, he too found it fantastical, but Mr. Le had assured him this number was an underestimate, certainly no exaggeration. Since he wished the emperor to embrace his offered strategy, a touch of embellishment was hardly unacceptable. Sure enough, surprise and delight flickered across the emperor's face. He murmured to himself, "Maritime trade is one benefit. Then what is the second?" "Maritime trade is commerce. The second is industry," Cai Taichung replied. The Kun repeatedly triumphed despite being outnumbered, relying on nothing more than sturdy ships and sharp cannons. The various Australian goods are likewise ordinary items, yet with a little processing, they sell at premiums of 10 or even 100 times their cost. This humble official observes that many Australian goods circulate in the capital. A single box of Australian matches costs 20 or 30 yuan. That same item sells for only 10 yuan in Guangzhou. Workshops sell them in bulk for merely 2 or 3 yuan per box. With such alchemy, turning stone to gold, how could they not grow rich? The thickest profits lie in industry and commerce. Emperor Changzhen nodded. The words of the ancients are truly reliable. Yet everything you describe, sir, are the skills of the Kun. Cai Taichung spoke quickly. This humble official ventures to offer a strategy and begs the emperor's forgiveness for any presumption. What transgression could you have committed? Speak freely. Learn the Kun's skills to expel the Kun. Cai Taichung had been laying the groundwork for this moment, and now the words finally emerged. As he spoke them, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He had heard men of insight, both at court and among the public, express this sentiment and similar ideas more than once. He had discussed comparable notions with the principal leaders of the Zhang Sen faction, but this remained merely their private consensus. Whether it was Liang Kunhu, Cai Taichung, or the others, all of them understood clearly the resistance they would encounter at court. The Kun's skills do indeed have their strengths. The emperor nodded, recalling the Nanyang goods throughout the palace, and asked, "But how does one learn them?" Cai Taichung, seeing the emperor's interest, immediately drew upon his recent education, reframing what Mr. Le had told him. The Kun value profit above righteousness. So long as sufficient profit is offered, they will naturally be willing to teach. These past days, Cai Taichung had been pondering Mr. Le's words, synthesizing them with the conversations he had shared over the years with no-thief personages like Liang Kunhu, as well as the content he had absorbed from the Kun's newspapers and books. Suddenly, an entirely new strategy crystallized in his mind. This strategy was no longer a matter of simple technology introduction like establishing a sugar factory. It aimed to fundamentally transform the Zhang family's situation. If he wanted the emperor to support the Zhang family, he had to make them useful again. Merely remaining in Jiangsu Bay to operate a sugar factory might improve the economic circumstances of the Zhang Sen faction, but it could not alter their predicament of sitting besieged. Remaining in Jiangsu Bay, Zhang Sen would have no future. Even if the imperial court proved willing to support the Zhang family, under the Kun's strict blockade and containment, they could never gain real momentum, and would sooner or later be abandoned by the emperor. The only viable course was to leap beyond Jiangsu Bay and seek development elsewhere. Though the old saying held that a man away from home is worth less, in present-day Jiangsu Bay, the original branches of the Zhang faction watched the young lord like tigers, scheming ceaselessly to seize his property. To stay would only make him a target for all. Only by breaking free could new opportunities arise. Originally, when Zhang Zhilong was alive, he had focused his efforts on developing Taiwan. But since the Battle of Jinmen, the Zhang family's holdings in Taiwan had fallen to the Kun, making that island unsuitable for development. Your subject requests that the emperor open Shanghai as a trading port, following the precedent of Guangzhou in former times, Cai Taichung petitioned. Open Shanghai as a port, Changzhen started. Yes, now that Guangdong and Guangxi have fallen, Guangzhou is in the Kun's hands. All maritime trade revenue flows directly into their pockets. If a new port is established at Shanghai, restoring the supervisorate of merchant shipping to manage foreign vessel trade and collect customs duties, the imperial court can obtain more than 200,000 taels of tax silver annually. 200,000 taels. The number made the emperor's eyebrows twitch slightly. Even for the imperial court, 200,000 taels was no trivial sum. In the first year of Tianqi, Zhejiang and southern Zhili, the wealthiest among the 18 provinces, had transported only 3.25 million taels of silver to the capital's great granary. In the seventh year of Tianqi, when 370,000 taels of treasury silver were transferred from Guangdong to Beijing, the provincial treasury had been emptied. Could a single Shanghai port truly earn 200,000 taels in silver simply by taxing foreign merchants? Yet when Zhang Zhilong was alive, rumor held that the shopkeepers, stewards, and assistant generals beneath him already possessed fortunes of hundreds of thousands or even millions. After the Battle of Amping, the secret police had covertly investigated in Fujian and reported that the Kun plundered more than 3 million taels of silver from Amping and surrounding areas in a single sweep. Viewed in that light, an annual tariff revenue of 200,000 taels was hardly outlandish. Seeing the emperor was moved, Qian Taichung elaborated further on the advantages of establishing a port at Shanghai. Shanghai was backed by the wealthy and prosperous lands of Jiangnan, abundant in products. Whether raw silk, silk fabrics, cotton cloth, utensils, or dried and fresh fruits, all were hot goods beloved by foreign merchants. There was also the convenience of Yangtze River shipping. Products from along the river could flow downstream and be transported to Shanghai for export. Chapter 2769, The Capital, Part 125. Yet the emperor hesitated. In truth, this matter lay beyond the boundaries of his understanding. The great Ming's overseas trade was a complicated subject in itself. Like so many things in the empire, no dedicated agency existed to manage it, nor could one speak of unified standards governing its conduct. Changzhen had ascended the throne in his youth without receiving the complete imperial education and training that should have prepared him during his boyhood. Consequently, he knew precious little about the systems of the imperial court. Though Qian Taichung's proposal seemed attractive on its surface, to the emperor it bristled with uncertain risks. The term supervisorate of merchant shipping was borrowed from old precedent, yet the novelty of maritime trade still stirred an instinctive wariness within him. Seeing the emperor waver in indecision, Qian Taichung understood that such a momentous matter could not be resolved by his words alone. It would inevitably require court deliberation. Fortunately, Mr. La had assured him that considerable support for engaging in Kun affairs existed among the powerful figures both within the court and beyond. He spoke again without delay. This humble official has compiled this matter into a detailed summary. I beg the emperor to review it. As he spoke, he produced a thick folded memorial from his bosom and presented it respectfully. The attendant eunuch hurried forward to receive the document and placed it upon the imperial desk. Qian Taichung continued, Should the emperor grant your subjects' request, I wish to lead the Zhang clan, together with their subordinate officers, soldiers, ships, and assets, to relocate to Shanghai. There we would serve the imperial court in the manner of the original 36 Hongs of Guangzhou. The 36 Hongs had been the consortium of brokerage merchants, who served as intermediaries for foreign trade in Guangzhou in years past. Serving as maritime trade brokers certainly yielded rich profits, wealth enough to rival a nation. Yet the broker merchants themselves required abundant capital and extensive trade connections to perform such duties capably. Given the resources at Zhang Sen's disposal, serving as maritime trade brokers would present no great difficulty. Once they obtained a brokerage license from the Ministry of Revenue, they would become, imperial merchants blessed with the court's official sanction. Moreover, Zhang Sen himself was a genuine hereditary military officer. With both advantages combined, would Shanghai not become the Zhang family's domain? The emperor nodded slightly. Considering the Zhang family's history, this arrangement would indeed allow them to exercise their particular strengths. Remaining in Jiangsu and Quanzhou rendered them nearly useless. Shen Yulong had reported in his memorial that the various factions of the former Zhang family scattered around Jiangsu Bay were at each other's throats, completely incapable of restraining the Kun. Indeed, they competed among themselves to trade with the enemy. Since the Zhang were willing to relocate, Changjin reasoned, it could only benefit the court. Regardless of whether the supervisorate of merchant shipping in Shanghai ultimately came to fruition, once Zhang Sen's group arrived in Shanghai, they would fall entirely under the imperial court's control. Gone would be the situation in distant Fujian, where the sky stretched high and the emperor remained far away, where men obeyed transfer orders but ignored summons. Though the Zhang family was but a shadow of its former self, they still possessed a sizable fleet and thousands of troops that the imperial court lacked, forces the court need not even pay to maintain. Using them simply to guard Jiangnan would prove worthwhile. He spoke at once. "Beloved minister, your earnest heart is commendable. Regarding the memorial to establish a maritime trade supervisorate in Shanghai, the imperial court will make its own determination in due course. Should the Zhang clan wish to relocate to Shanghai, the imperial court welcomes this arrangement wholeheartedly. When the time comes, I shall issue a decree to the local authorities, and proper provisions will naturally be made." "Thank you, Emperor." Unable to contain his excitement, Kaiyan Taichung quickly knelt and pressed his forehead to the floor. Though the establishment of the supervisorate of merchant shipping had not been approved, permission for the Zhang family to move north to Shanghai demonstrated that the emperor placed considerable importance upon them. Shanghai was merely a county under Songjiang Prefecture, yet it lay in the heartland of southern Zhili, quite close to Nanjing. Without complete trust, the emperor would never permit a semi-independent maritime merchant group like the Zhang family to establish themselves in such a strategic location. For Kaiyan Taichung, earning the emperor's trust was the key to advancing his career. This was especially true for the Zhang family, where the lord is young and the state suspicious. Without the imperial court's shelter and support, and lacking talents comparable to Zhu Liang's, any hope of reviving the Zhang clan would be like nurturing a tree without roots. Now the emperor had fully demonstrated his trust in the Zhang family, in him personally. Whether the Zhang family proved loyal or treacherous, the emperor could not yet know. That judgment would rest entirely upon Kaiyan Taichung's words and deeds. As this realization crystallized in his mind, tears of gratitude streamed down his face even as his spirit soared with elation. "As for you personally, your loyalty to the state is most commendable," the emperor declared. "I intend to promote you. Your current position is inspector of the Jiangsu Maritime Defense Subprefecture Office. Henceforth, you are temporarily appointed as registrar of the Maritime Defense Subprefecture Office, with special assignment to amping maritime defense matters. I thank the emperor for his boundless grace." Though the inspector of a subprefecture office was technically an official, he was unranked, without formal grade. A registrar, however, held a proper position of the 9th rank. Furthermore, the special assignment to amping maritime defense legitimized his activities there. Though he had rarely attended the Jiangsu Maritime Defense Office in the past, spending most of his time active in amping and its surroundings, this new title would grant official justification to his presence. "You should remain in the capital for the time being," the emperor continued. "Your humble subject understands." Wild joy surged through Kaiyan Taichung's chest. This meant there would be further summons to come. Judging from the 2 previous audiences, the emperor seemed quite satisfied with him. If subsequent summons proceeded favorably, and the matter of the supervisorate of merchant shipping could be handled smoothly, he would be noted in the emperor's heart. His future prospects would become boundless. Though he was merely a student of the National University by donation, the urgency of national affairs meant the imperial court had grown increasingly flexible in its employment of talent. Sun Yuanhua was only a provincial graduate, and after barely a dozen years in service, he had risen to become governor of Dengzhou and Leizhou, holding the rank of vice minister of war. Qian Taichang believed his own abilities no less than Sun Yuanhua's. The man had simply enjoyed the advantage of a well-connected father-in-law and had leveraged certain dealings with the Kun to climb rapidly through the ranks. Though Qian Taichang lacked such advantageous family connections, his experience with the Kun far exceeded Sun Yuanhua's. If the imperial court truly began formal engagement with Kun affairs, he would rank among the most capable candidates. Perhaps in less than 10 years, he too might become a high regional official. Burning with such ambitions, Qian Taichang was escorted back to his guild hall lodgings from the palace by members of the imperial guard. That very evening, Mr. Li drifted in once more. Upon arrival, he repeated congratulations several times over. Surprise flickered through Qian Taichang's mind. He could not fathom what background this Mr. Li possessed. Whatever had transpired in his audience with the emperor that day, this man somehow knew it all by nightfall. Mr. Li first congratulated him on his promotion, then praised his proposal to open Shanghai as a port. He further pledged to exert his utmost efforts on the matter, striving to guide it through imperial court approval. To speak truthfully, this student harbors concerns about this very matter, Qian Taichang replied. He was no naive child, nor was he new to the ways of officialdom. He understood the maladies of the imperial court all too well. Whenever a major policy arose, deliberations often dragged on for months, endlessly debating without reaching decisions. With the emperor already inclined toward hesitation, numerous officials would oppose and obstruct such measures in every conceivable way, each pursuing their own purposes. Your concern is well-founded, Mr. Liu agreed with a nod. This matter will indeed prove difficult to advance. However, many men of insight exist both within the court and among the public. My master is quietly contacting them to shape opinion at court. With such groundwork laid, success should come with far less effort. Your master, Qian Taichang could not suppress his curiosity. Who might that be, Mr. Li offered only an enigmatic smile and made no reply. Qian Taichang recognized he had overstepped. Let us set that aside for now, Mr. Li said. Tell me, do you know something of the situation in Shanghai? I know a little. Having served as the de facto prime minister of Zhang Sen's household these past years, managing everything from great matters to small, Qian Taichang had naturally acquired some knowledge of Shanghai's circumstances. I have heard that the local gentry in Shanghai jointly organized a large shipping firm called the Merchants Bureau. It specializes in routes through the Northern Ocean, and business has been exceedingly prosperous. Do you know who the shareholders of this Merchants Bureau are? There is no need to ask. The Kun must certainly be among them. Correct. Mr. Li clapped his hands together. And besides the Kun, I have heard Shen Tingyang of Changming is involved. I know something of this man. His family originally led the sand boat gang in Shanghai, controlling hundreds of sand boats and specializing in the North-South Ocean trade. There are more than just him. Jiangnan gentry, many probably hold shares. That would hardly be surprising. You perceive only the surface, not the depths. Mr. Li shook his head. These words, Jiangnan gentry, cannot be dismissed so casually as hardly surprising. This remark piqued Qian Taichang's interest. Which other prominent figures are involved? To speak plainly, the third largest share in the Merchants Bureau belongs largely to the gentlemen of the Restoration Society. The Restoration Society? Qian Taichang was stunned. Though he had spent recent years active in the Jiangsu and Quanzhou region, he certainly knew of that organization called the Restoration Society. The name of Zhang Pu in particular was famous throughout the realm. How could they possibly engage with the Kun? Alarm rose within Qian Taichang. If the Kun enjoyed the backing of the Restoration Society in Jiangnan, then even should a supervisorate of merchant shipping be established in Shanghai, there would likely be no trade to conduct. The promised tax revenue of 200,000 taels annually would remain a fantasy. What? What is to be done then? Do not panic. Mr. Le first calmed his agitation. Tianru's cooperation with the Kun was originally nothing more than a pragmatic arrangement, maintaining civil relations out of necessity. Now that the Kun's wolfish ambitions have been fully exposed, Tianru himself wishes to see them eliminated. It is merely that this matter of cross-sea commerce, he trailed off, regarding Caiyan Taichung with a knowing half-smile. Yes, absolutely. Understanding dawned, and Caiyan Taichung agreed at once. Should the imperial court grant permission to open Shanghai as a port, this student will naturally devote his full efforts. It is only that I do not know whether the court will actually approve this matter. You need not worry over much about that, Mr. Li assured him. Many powerful figures in both court and society share the view of learning the Kun's skills to expel the Kun. Moreover, Tianru himself holds this position. With his assistance, success will come far more easily. Yes, yes, I rely entirely upon your esteemed father's guidance, Caiyan Taichung hastened to flatter. Mr. Li's expression grew solemn. Sir, you praise too generously. Any man of insight in the realm understands that China's true enemy is neither the roving bandits nor the eastern barbarians, but the Kun themselves. How could the gentlemen of court and country fail to recognize this critical truth? Yet the Kun possess sturdy ships and devastating cannons, and these are turbulent times. We can only proceed with careful, patient planning. Yes, yes, this student is filled with admiration. Mr. Le studied Caiyan Taichung appraisingly. Sir, you are thoroughly familiar with matters concerning the Kun. In the future, you will surely prove a capable official in handling Kun affairs. Your prospects are truly limitless. This student is unworthy of such praise. Mr. Le smiled once more and lowered his voice to a whisper. There is one additional matter I wish to discuss with you. Whether you choose to act upon it is entirely your decision. What matter might that be? Tianru is working to restore Yizhai to the premiership. This endeavor has encountered certain difficulties. Should you assist Tianru at this crucial juncture, he would surely appreciate it, and Yizhai himself would doubtless feel gratitude toward the Zheng family. I do not quite understand where the difficulty lies, Caiyan Taichung began, but before he finished speaking, sudden comprehension struck him. He cursed himself silently for his slowness. This is a small matter. It is only that this student has never met Tianru. Here is my visiting card, take it with you to Suzhou. Mr. Le drew a card from his sleeve and extended it. He is generally aware of your affairs. Present this card and he will certainly receive you. Chapter 2770, The Capital, Part 126, But the Emperor. Caiyan Taichung recalled His Majesty's instructions. The Grand Canal remains frozen. When spring arrives and flowers bloom, there will surely be a definitive resolution on the matter of opening the port. At the second drum of the night, somewhere between 9 and 11 in the evening, Changjin finished reviewing the memorials before him and turned to the reports newly delivered by the Office of Transmission. More than 10 memorials citing disaster reports awaited his attention, but a quick scan revealed no urgent military or national emergencies. He allowed himself a quiet breath of relief. Whether his day and night prayers to the ancestral spirits had finally taken effect, or whether fortune had simply turned in his favor, he could not say. But the three great worries, inscribed on the screen of the Palace of Heavenly Purity, the Eastern barbarians, the Kun, and the roving bandits, had all fallen silent of late, bringing no fresh calamities to his door. Tonight he would retire early. His body was too weary for company. The emperor summoned no concubines to attend his sleep and withdrew directly to the warm pavilion. In the night, a dream came to him. Beneath a cliff, a monkey wept, its cries drawing a crowd of its fellows to inquire after its distress. The weeping monkey pointed upward at the sun and moon hanging in the sky, beating its chest in fury. The assembled monkeys yearned to climb into the heavens and touch those celestial bodies, but the sky remained beyond their reach. Then they glimpsed the sun and moon reflected in the water below. Seizing upon this, the monkeys boarded a boat to fish for the moon. Just as they busied themselves with their impossible task, another troop of monkeys arrived with the same intention. The first group refused to share, and soon three factions were locked in a chaotic melee, tearing at each other without resolution. Watching this absurdity unfold, the dreaming emperor laughed aloud, only to draw the monkeys' collective wrath upon himself. They pounced as one. He cried out for his guards to protect the emperor, but no answer came. Helpless, he found himself cornered beneath an ancient locust tree. Then, across the lake's surface, a raft appeared bearing yet another band of monkeys come to fish for the moon. The three groups screeched and brawled when suddenly a monkey king leaped from the raft, tall and imposing, wielding the legendary golden-hooped rod. He thrashed the other two factions until they squealed and scattered. Then this monkey king turned on Changzhen with a thunderous shout. "I am Sun Wukong. How dare a mere mortal mock me?" "Taste old Sun's rod." Changzhen jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, heart pounding. Only a dream. He forced his breathing to steady and began to interpret what he had seen. The sun and moon in the dreamscape surely represented the great Ming, the very characters that formed the dynasty's name. Monkeys boarding boats to fish for them must signify thieves seeking to steal his empire's rivers and mountains. How ridiculous! The sun and moon traversed the heavens themselves. What hope had these monkeys of ever laying their paws upon them? They were merely exhausting themselves in futile effort. This reasoning calmed his nerves somewhat. After the morning meal, an imperial attendant eunuch presented Nanyang fruits. Upon a jadeite dish lay rings of golden-orange fruit flesh, their bright color striking against the gray and gloomy winter light that filled the hall. They called them Nanyang fruits, but everyone knew they were purchased from the Kun. These exotic rarities, unfamiliar to most, arrived packed in expensive glass bottles filled with sweet juice. Transported thousands of miles from the south to the capital, the fruit maintained its fresh sweetness and crisp texture even after opening. A bite of such delicacy on a cold winter day was truly among life's supreme pleasures. The price, naturally, was beyond what ordinary people could bear. This small dish of fruit, a mere 3 or 4 slices, cost nearly 10 taels of silver. The emperor had long considered such indulgence excessively extravagant and had intended to forego it. Thus the Nanyang fruits he now enjoyed were all offerings from Consort Tian's family, whose household possessed the most abundant supply of Nanyang goods. The sight of these fruits turned his thoughts to the Kun, yet at this moment his hatred for them had considerably lessened. For one thing, the Kun possessed too many useful commodities. Setting aside the Nanyang fruits before him, governors across the realm had been petitioning the imperial court for permission to purchase Nanyang guns and cannons. Armed with these weapons, the Dengzhou army and Guangning army had repeatedly frustrated the eastern barbarians' assaults. Though they achieved no inspiring, great victories, at least the constant stream of defeats had ceased, and they could even claim 10 or 20 genuine Manchu heads. If peace negotiations with the Kun truly succeeded, not only would pressure on the southeast ease, but perhaps more guns, cannons, and ammunition could be obtained from them. According to officials who understood the Kun, they cared nothing for right or wrong, friend or foe. They would sell to anyone who paid. After finishing the fruit, the emperor summoned the grand secretaries of the Grand Secretariat to the Wenhua Hall to discuss affairs of state. The Grand Secretariat in the 10th year of Changzhen was led by Wen Taiern as senior Grand Secretary. Cabinet ministers such as Zhu Guoguan, Liu Yuliang, and Zhang Zhifa were largely his partisans. This was, in effect, the Wen cabinet. Wen Taiern bore an exceedingly poor reputation in historical accounts, known for his tireless efforts to pander to the emperor's wishes while ruthlessly excluding dissidents. Yet he possessed formidable administrative ability, particularly in practical matters like criminal justice and fiscal affairs. Many cabinet ministers could only pontificate abstractly about the Tao, or else stare in tongue-tied bewilderment, uncertain what to say. Wen Tian, by contrast, could explain matters systematically, step by step. He was an incorruptible official. Even his political enemies could find no leverage against him on that front. His capacity to manage the endless tedium of administrative affairs amid turmoil and crisis, both internal and external, demonstrated his genuine competence. Thus, although the Changjian reign was notorious for cycling through more than 50 prime ministers, Wen Tian remained in office the longest and enjoyed the emperor's deepest trust. This trust also stemmed from another quality the current emperor prized highly: Shen Du, cautiousness when alone, the discipline of self-watchfulness even in private. Throughout his time in power, Wen Tian consistently maintained the emperor's belief that he did not form cliques. Nothing provoked the emperor's displeasure more than factional strife. Any official suspected of forming a clique would inevitably incur imperial disgust or even dismissal. The Donglan party's fall from grace, from the proud declaration of many upright men in court in the early Changjian years to exclusion from the core of power in just a few years, owed much to this imperial mindset. Yet in the court politics of the late Ming, a cabinet minister without a faction could not even secure his seat. Wen Tian not only had partisans but had brought the entire Grand Secretariat under his control, all while the emperor remained utterly oblivious, still believing him loyal in isolation. At noon, sunlight rarely penetrated the Wenhua Hall. Today it fell upon the coiling dragon pillars, making the golden-winged dragons carved upon them appear poised to spread their wings and take flight. Winter summons were not held in the cavernous main hall but in the East Warm Pavilion. Wen Tian was the last of the cabinet ministers to arrive. His late appearance was not meant to flaunt his status as senior Grand Secretary, but rather to demonstrate his Shen Du, his refusal to engage in private discussions with colleagues. Typically 6 or 7 cabinet ministers held office, though not all attended every summons. However, since the Jiajing reign, the senior Grand Secretary had wielded the heaviest authority, and the power of Pionai, drafting imperial rescripts, rested almost entirely in his hands. So long as the senior Grand Secretary was present, government affairs could proceed. Upon reaching the warm pavilion, he exchanged formal greetings with his cabinet colleagues, then seated himself upright and closed his eyes in silence. Though the eunuchs stood duty outside, the emperor knew every move made within the warm pavilion. Even the words spoken there reached his ears. Therefore, Wen Tian simply kept his mouth shut. First, to demonstrate he shared no private friendship with his cabinet colleagues. Second, to avoid the disaster that careless words might bring, he himself had once seized upon an unguarded remark by Zhou Yanru to drive that man from the Grand Secretariat. Third, to review in his mind the matters likely to arise in today's summons. What the emperor would specifically discuss when summoning cabinet ministers was never fixed, though it usually concerned recent important affairs. Some matters, though accumulated over years, would show signs of being raised again beforehand. Drafts had to be prepared in advance. Once the emperor inquired, there had to be a ready plan, one that conformed to His Majesty's inclinations. This required the delicate skill of discerning the imperial mind. Speaking of the important affairs of recent years, they amounted to little more than the 3 great bandits that tormented the emperor and the endless natural disasters. But these were not what occupied Wen Tian's thoughts. Though such matters were grave, precedents from previous years provided guidance. Following established procedures to draft rescripts would not lead to error. How subordinates actually handled implementation was another matter entirely. What concerned him most at this moment was neither military nor national affairs, but the Restoration Society. The Donglan Party and the Restoration Society were Wen Tian's mortal enemies. Especially after he had framed Qian Longxi and ousted both Qian Qiani and Zhou Yanru, the enmity between them had become irreconcilable. Since the previous year, he had received intelligence that the Restoration Society was secretly maneuvering to bring Zhou Yanru out of retirement and back into the Grand Secretariat. Zhou Yanru had once been his ally. Together, they had conspired to bring down Qian Qiani. Only later, fighting over the position of Senior Grand Secretary, had they turned on each other and become enemies. Now Zhou Yanru sought to return with the backing of Donglin and Restoration Society forces, and this represented Wen Tairen's gravest crisis. Should this man return to court and enter the Grand Secretariat, a powerful anti-Wen coalition would rapidly coalesce. Wen Tairen knew all too well how many enemies he had made over the years. With someone to rally behind, officials would swarm to attack him. Moreover, standing behind Zhou Yanru were the two mightiest political forces in the realm. Zhou Yanru was not himself a member of the Donglin party, yet his connections to them ran deep. He had been a student of Yi Xiangao, the Donglin leader. Though he had offended the Donglin over the Qian Qiani affair, once he entered the Grand Secretariat to lead the government, he blocked Changzhen from employing Wang Zhichen and others implicated in the Eunuch Party rebellion case. He had used his position presiding over the metropolitan examination to vigorously promote members of both the Donglin Party and the Restoration Society, including Zhang Pu, the hierarch that reaches heaven among the two Zhangs of Laodong. Though Zhou Yanru had seemingly retreated to a secluded life among hills and streams after losing power, he had in fact drawn even closer to the Donglin Party and the Restoration Society. This was precisely why these factions so ardently championed his return. Though Zhou Yanru was not Donglin, he served their purposes better than any true member. Moreover, the fact that he had once impeached the prominent Donglin figures Qian Qiani and Qian Longxi made him all the more useful. His history was deceptive, more likely to earn Changzhen's trust. This hierarch that reaches heaven truly commands formidable means. Wen Tairen reflected. In truth, the Donglin party itself concerned him less. After several major incidents in the early Changzhen years, the Yuan Changhuan affair especially, the emperor had grown deeply suspicious of faction forming and remained vigilant against Donglin members, consciously barring them from the inner circles of power. However, the Restoration Society, known as the Little Donglin, had gradually risen to prominence through Zhou Yanru's deliberate cultivation during his years in office. Now it had become a formidable force in its own right. Though they lacked a spokesman at the center of power, their influence had spread throughout both the capital and the provinces. Zhang Pu's scheme to orchestrate Zhou Yanru's return betrayed obvious ambition. With Zhang Pu threading the needle, even Qian Qiani, whom Zhou Yanru had once wronged, had now joined this plan for a political resurrection. Such support did not come without a price. Zhou Yanru had very likely already promised that upon his return, he would help Qian Qiani regain his position at court, perhaps even secure him a second entry into the Grand Secretariat. Compared to the somewhat notorious Zhou Yanru, Qian Qiani posed the far greater threat. His reputation stood far higher. He was both a master of the literary world and one of the Donglin leaders. Should he return, he would inevitably unite with Zhou Yanru against their common enemy. After all, Wen Tairen had once attempted to have him executed. End of chapter. Chapter 2771, The Capital, Part 127. If that man returned, Wen Tairen would be the first one he dealt with. To be precise, before Zhou Yanru could return, the Donglin Restoration Society faction would first have to eradicate Wen Tairen himself. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Wen Tairen felt thorns piercing his back. This matter had to be resolved as quickly as possible. But how? Zhou Yanru's reputation was abysmal, his misdeeds during his time at court too numerous to count. Back in his hometown, people had even wanted to dig up his ancestral grave. Yet relying on these alone would not be enough to destroy the emperor's impression of him. After all, such things were considered minor details. Wen Tairen had served as an official for many years and understood deeply that sacred favor was exceedingly fickle. The senior Grand Secretary stood at the very cusp of wind and waves. The slightest carelessness could make him a target of universal condemnation. He needed to eliminate the threat as soon as possible. In that instant, killing intent had already taken root in his heart. Before he could continue thinking, the emperor arrived. Today, the emperor's complexion looked somewhat better than in previous days, no longer dull and lusterless. The cabinet ministers understood that the situation had been stable recently, and His Majesty's mood was probably much improved. After the sovereign and ministers exchanged greetings, the emperor took his seat on the throne. Although he had experienced a strange dream the night before, he had slept very soundly afterward. Rising this morning, he felt his spirit was much better than it had been in some time. Ever since Consort Tian had begun offering Nanyang fruits each night, he noticed he felt more energetic than before, though he could not say for certain whether the fruit was responsible. Regarding the efficacy of this fruit, the imperial physicians had engaged in considerable controversy. Having never encountered it before, they could not say anything definitive. Whether it caused internal heat or dispelled heat was debated endlessly. Changjin grew thoroughly annoyed and simply dismissed the imperial physician's opinions entirely. Seeing that the emperor had no specific agenda, when Tyron selected several of the more urgent matters from recent reports to present, the emperor had already read the Tai Huang, the yellow slip summaries, for most reports and did not need to examine them in detail. These could be directly drafted by the Grand Secretariat and handed to the Directorate of Ceremonial for the red batch of final approval. Only a few important military and national affairs required the Grand Secretariat's advice. In form, it was still the sage's sole discretion. Changjin had ascended the throne at a young age and had never received complete imperial education and training. The handling of specific government affairs actually relied mainly on the suggestions of the cabinet ministers. When Tyron excelled at discerning the emperor's intentions and proved adept at practical affairs, so his responses often aligned with the emperor's own thinking. As for the other cabinet ministers, most were Wen Tyron's partisans and rarely offered contrary opinions. Thus, the court's political affairs were largely decided by his hand alone. Wen Tyron dominated cabinet affairs single-handedly, treating his colleagues as wooden puppets while controlling the power to draft rescripts. The emperor did not find this strange. Rather, he felt Wen was loyal in isolation. Therefore, people of that time said the emperor had caught the plague, a pun on Wen's surname. When the discussion of government affairs reached a natural pause, the emperor spoke slowly. The Kun thieves have been rampant for a long time and have already captured the lands of 2 provinces. Yet the imperial court can do nothing about them. Do you gentlemen have any strategies to cure this trouble? Since the Kun had raided Guangzhou, the Kun thieves had ascended to the agenda of the imperial court's military and national affairs, frequently mentioned in both major and minor court assemblies. Speaking of the momentum of the Kun, it actually far exceeded that of the Eastern barbarians or the roving bandits. To date, the Eastern barbarians had only taken the Liaodong Regional Military Commission and the old lands of Guangning. Not to mention seizing an inch of land inside the pass. Even strategic strongholds outside the pass like Jinzhou remained under imperial court control. The roving bandits spread like wildfire, but were suppressed as quickly as they rose, scurrying from place to place. Although they had once captured the central capital of Fengyang and wrought great destruction, they had never managed to hold prefectures and counties for long. Only the Kun in just 2 years had seized the lands of 2 entire provinces, Guangdong and Guangxi. Since the founding of the Great Ming, except for abandoning Annam, there had never been such a catastrophic loss of territory. Over these years, court deliberations on punishing the Kun had occurred more than once, yet they never reached any conclusion. Too many places demanded troops and money. Compared to Guangdong and Guangxi on the distant southern frontier, thousands of miles from the capital, The eastern barbarians who had breached the pass several times and the roving bandits charging left and right through the Central Plains heartland seemed far more imminent threats. Therefore, from the emperor down to the officials, except for some officials of Guangdong origin, most paid little attention to the matter of conquering the Kun. Moreover, the strong mysterious aura surrounding the Kun made it impossible for officials to offer meaningful suggestions. When the imperial court had solicited strategies for suppression from the officials, memorials of all kinds poured in, and among them were quite a few that were absurd to the point of being laughable. Some proposed that since the Kun's cannons were sharp and used for siege, spirit tablets of the Zhao Song ancestors should be hung on city gates. After all, the Kun claimed to be descendants of Zhao Song. Presumably, they would not be such a rulerless and fatherless generation as to fire upon the spirit tablets of their own ancestors. Others suggested sending agents to the Song Emperor's tombs to destroy the Feng Shui and scatter the kingly qi. Still others noted that while the Kun claimed descent from the Great Song, their official documents and notices never bore the seal of the Great Song. Word had it they were rebellious subjects of the Australian Song, so an envoy could be dispatched to locate this Australian Song and petition their emperor to send troops for a joint extermination of the Kun. This matter dragged on amidst indecision. In Jiangxi, Guizhou, Fujian, and other places, either by imperial court decree or by the governor's own initiative, some anti-Kun preparations had been undertaken, building camps, casting new cannons, replenishing troop quotas. But compared to the Guanning army massing at Shanhai Pass, these preparations amounted to a single hair from 9 oxen. Now the Kun were considered quiet. Why had the emperor suddenly raised this question? The group of ministers were yes-men to a fault. Before the emperor set the tone, none dared speak recklessly. When Tyron, however, understood the emperor's mind. Previously, the emperor had hinted many times in his words about pacification. As for whether to negotiate peace with the Kun, when Tyron personally felt indifferent either way. If the emperor wished for peace, he would absolutely not oppose it. But he knew the emperor's temperament deeply, and he understood the direction of court opinion. The two words peace talk were tantamount to selling the country for glory. The emperor refused to bear the reputation of advocating peace talks and wanted the cabinet ministers to make the suggestion first. In truth, the cabinet ministers all understood this bit of imperial thinking, but none was willing to speak up. The emperor cherished his reputation extremely. Should the peace talks fail or the news leak out, the emperor would not take the blame for them. Seeing everyone remain silent, Changzhen asked directly, "Mr. Liu." Liu Yuliang was the second-ranked person among the cabinet ministers. Hearing Changzhen's question, he responded carefully at once. The Kun claim to be descendants of Zhao Song and overseas loyalists, yet they wear their hair short and their clothes short, practicing the way of changing the Xia with the Yi. Nominally loyalists, they are in truth barbarians. These Kun mostly hail from the south and are unaccustomed to northern climate and water and soil. Although they are a pressing concern, they are not a great calamity. This humble official believes the current plan should prioritize suppressing the roving bandits. These words could be called watertight. He spoke neither of suppression nor of pacification, only saying, suppress the roving bandits first, which aligned perfectly with the pacify the interior policy the emperor had proposed not long ago. Even if the emperor were inclined to find fault, he could discover none here. Sure enough, Changzhen showed dissatisfaction upon hearing this but said nothing further. He turned his gaze to Zhu Guoguan. This man Zhu Guoguan was sinister and harsh, unlearned and lacking literary talent, and had never possessed any consistent stance to speak of. During the Tianqi reign, he had served as a supervising secretary of the Office of Scrutiny for Revenue, attaching himself to Wei Zhongxian and impeaching Donglin officials. In the early Changzhen reign, he had impeached remnants of Wei Zhongxian's party, drawing criticism from court opinion, and forcing him to resign under the pretext of caring for his parents to avoid the limelight. He was only reinstated in the third year of Changzhen. His entry into the Grand Secretariat relied entirely on Wen Taiern's recommendation. He was one of Wen's partisans through and through. Seeing the emperor turn to him, he had already formulated a response. He said, "Since the Kun claim descent from the great Song, regardless of whether this is true or false, their heart of yearning for China is evident. Although they do not submit to the kingly transformation now, we have never heard of them usurping titles or proclaiming rival systems. Regarding officials of the imperial court who fell to them, they mostly sent them out of the border with courtesy. The captured imperial clansmen were also generally treated well. Presumably, they are not arrogant and rude people." Speaking thus far, he quietly observed the emperor's expression. Seeing that his majesty showed no displeasure, he emboldened himself to continue. "The Kun know shame. Presumably, they differ from the eastern barbarians and roving bandits. If we can enlighten them with loyalty, faith, benevolence, and righteousness, they are not stubborn stones." These words went a step further than Liu Yuliang's, but the window paper still was not pierced. The statements that followed from others were largely identical with only minor variations, going around in circles, all implying pacification, while refusing to utter the word itself. The emperor felt a growing impatience and turned his gaze back to Wen Taiern. Wen Taiern said, "The matter of the Kun should only be planned slowly, not rushed. Your subject believes we should instruct the new governor of southern Gan, ordering him to train troops and prepare for war, and to dispatch more spies to gather intelligence, all in preparation for the imperial court's future suppression campaign." Everyone else had been speaking moderate words, but he alone sang a different tune, stunning the assembly. Then they heard him continue. "Since the Kun raised their troops, rumors claim they are invincible, inevitably breeding arrogance from top to bottom. If we do not blunt their sharp edge and display the might of our celestial dynasty, I fear it will be difficult for them to appreciate what loyalty and righteousness truly are." When Taiern's words seemed somewhat baffling on the surface, but the emperor understood his meaning perfectly. For astute men, discerning the emperor's wishes was not difficult, but discerning the emperor's specific intended method depended on each person's cultivation. Changzhen nodded slightly. Although he had not received an explicit suggestion for pacification, at least the cabinet ministers had reached a consensus. And what Wen Taiern had just said suited his mind very well. As for the specific handling, he did not want the cabinet ministers to know everything. After all, this was not a glorious affair. Recently, a minister reported that since Guangzhou has fallen and Moon Port has been abandoned, maritime trade is cut off. He requested opening Shanghai and the southern Zhili as a port, permitting Chinese and foreign merchants to trade there, re-establishing the supervisorate of merchant shipping, and measuring ships to collect taxes. The estimate is 200,000 taels of silver annually to supplement provisions. What do you gentlemen think? Strictly speaking, 17th century China possessed only two foreign trade ports, Guangzhou and Moon Port. Guangzhou followed the old precedent, and since the Portuguese served as trade middlemen, it meant little to Chinese maritime merchants. Most maritime merchants sailed to countries in the East and West Oceans through Moon Port instead. The management models and trade forms of the two ports differed substantially, hence the distinction between the Guangzhou case and the Moon Port case as separate precedents. However, whichever case applied, the taxes collected had a strong local character. It was not until the Wanli Emperor dispatched eunuchs everywhere to serve as tax supervisors that maritime trade revenue became part of the emperor's inner palace income. Yet both precedents imposed many restrictions on maritime merchants, so Moon Port trade gradually declined by the end of the Tianqi reign. Trade shifted to Amping under Zhang Zhilong's control. As a result, both the central court and local government lost the maritime trade tax revenue of the Fujian port. End of chapter. Chapter 2772. The capital, Part 128, Amping had been reduced to a ruined port after the Battle of Jinmen, and Guangzhou, the only remaining alternative, had fallen when the Kun invaded. The imperial court could no longer collect a single silver coin from maritime trade. The court ministers did not consider the loss of overseas trade ports particularly troubling. For most of the Great Ming's history, the ocean had brought only threats, not income. Defending against Japanese pirates and ocean bandits from the eastern and western seas required heavy expenditures on coastal fortifications. The opening of the seas in the Longking Reign, Longking Kaihai, is written about with special significance in history books. In truth, if one examined the policy's content and the circumstances of its passage, the so-called opening of the seas was more a desperate measure of banning through taxation. Since the government could not prohibit private overseas trade, they opened a narrow crack, transforming a portion of the underground economy into legitimate commerce so they could extract taxes from it. This did not mean the Great Ming had recognized the importance of maritime merchant trade, nor that the dynasty had fundamentally changed its attitude toward commerce. The choice of Moon Port, Yuegang, as the designated port revealed the opening's expedient nature. The mountainous terrain surrounding Moon Port created a relatively closed, independent space. The land was scarce and barren, transportation inconvenient. The agriculture that the Great Ming encouraged could hardly develop here. The locals had no choice but to rely on the sea for their livelihoods, engaging in smuggling trade. In other words, this was a policy born of necessity. Moon Port's geographical conditions made it fundamentally unsuitable as an open port. This half-hearted opening policy meant the imperial court paid no attention to developing maritime trade, and even intentionally restricted it. Even in the most prosperous year of 1594, Moonport's total tax revenue amounted to less than 30,000 taels, a mere drop in the bucket for the Great Ming's finances. When Tyern hailed from Huzhou in Zhejiang, so he had personal experience with the lucrative nature of maritime trade. A large volume of silk fabrics exported overseas originated from his region. As a local member of the gentry, his annual income from selling raw silk and cocoons alone constituted a substantial sum. The other ministers, however, lacked such first-hand knowledge. Liu Yuliang spoke up. "Your Majesty, when this dynasty opened its port following Moon Port's precedent, the annual introduction tax, water tax, land tax, and added tax totaled no more than 20,000 taels. The claim that we can now obtain 200,000 taels of silver is pure fantasy." The other cabinet ministers voiced their doubts in turn. 20,000 taels was no trifling sum. The commercial tax of a county in many regions amounted to only a few taels for an entire year. Although Shanghai County was wealthy, it surely could not conjure gold from stone. When Tyern, however, knew these figures were no fantasy. He had heard of the enormous profits in maritime trade. In recent years especially, the Merchants Bureau Shipping Company, Jiasheng Boat Firm, had used Shanghai as its base to conduct quiet business with Japan and Korea. The Jiangnan gentry who held shares had filled their coffers to overflowing. Although the Wen family had not directly purchased shares, his household served as one of the major raw silk suppliers for the Merchants Bureau Shipping Company. Raw silk sales alone netted them thousands of taels annually. If the imperial court opened a port in Shanghai and issued ship permits according to the Moon Port system of 110 permits for the eastern and western oceans annually, then calculated based on Zheng Zhilong's collection of a license tax of 2,000 taels per ship in Amping, 200,000 taels would be easily achieved. Who submitted this memorial? Wen Tyern wondered with secret surprise. He had read the summaries of all memorials sent by the Office of Transmission and was generally familiar with their contents. For over a year now, no one had submitted a memorial discussing opening a port and establishing customs. The emperor had dwelt deep within the palace for so long that he had never even left the capital. Obviously, he had not conceived this idea himself. So who had submitted the memorial? Wen Taiern immediately thought of the eunuchs. The greed of eunuchs was extraordinary, and there was precedent. During the Wanli reign, eunuchs had been dispatched to various tax barriers to serve as tax supervisors. Could the emperor have recalled this practice under the eunuch's influence? But the current maritime trade interests in Jiangnan lay mostly in the hands of the Jiangnan scholar gentry. If the imperial court opened a port and established customs in Shanghai, encroaching on their interests, it would be tantamount to snatching meat from a tiger's jaws. Although Wen Taiern intended to punish the Restoration Society, Fush, and establishing customs in Shanghai could indeed cut off their financial resources, he was unwilling to make enemies of the Jiangnan gentry. Moreover, the eunuchs had planned this matter without consulting him. He did not oppose them using this opportunity to amass wealth, but he had no interest in handing them a benefit for nothing. He coughed lightly and said, "Opening a port can certainly increase the state's revenue. However, Shanghai County is not an appropriate choice." He elaborated. Shanghai is a major county in southern Zhili, only a few hundred li from Nanjing. A fast horse can travel between them from morning to evening. It also commands the main route where the Yangtze River meets the sea and serves as a critical defensive stronghold for coastal protection. The ports along river and sea are numerous while our naval vessels are few. Defense would be exceedingly difficult. Therefore, it is unsuitable for trade. The very advantages that made Shanghai ideal for maritime commerce were, in the eyes of 17th-century officials, its greatest liabilities. When Wen Taiern finished speaking, the cabinet ministers voiced their approval one after another. Wen Taiern's arguments were well-reasoned and supported by evidence, and the emperor found himself unable to refute them. After all, this was merely a suggestion from an obscure figure like Qian Taichang. Seeing that the matter would proceed no further, Wen Taiern spoke again. "Although Shanghai is inappropriate, Your Majesty's suggestion of opening a port would indeed greatly benefit national affairs. This subject proposes that we select another location in the coastal provinces, one less strategically critical, to open a port and establish customs." These words were perfectly calibrated and preserved the emperor's dignity. Changzhen felt quite satisfied. In truth, whether it was Moon Port, Guangzhou, or Shanghai, he held no particular preference. What had moved him was the prospect of 200,000 taels in revenue. As long as he could collect money, he cared little where the port was located. He promptly praised, "Minister Wen's words are indeed those of an experienced and prudent statesman. Thank you, long live." Wen Taiern seized the opportunity to add that since this matter involved foreign barbarians and carried great importance, it might be wise to issue a clear decree ordering the 9 ministers of the 6 ministries and the administration commissioners of the various coastal provinces to deliberate and submit their recommendations. What Minister Wen says is most sensible. This matter requires careful handling. The emperor nodded. "Proceed as you suggest and issue a clear decree." Wen Taiern returned to his residence, reflecting on the day's audience. The summons itself had held nothing remarkable. The strangest element was this mysterious memorial that had appeared from nowhere. Although he had speculated that the eunuchs were behind it, upon further reflection after returning home, the matter seemed less straightforward. Though Wen Taiern did not collude with eunuchs, he maintained considerable connections within the palace to stay abreast of developments in the inner court. If someone truly intended to seek the position of customs supervisor, there would not be complete silence on the matter. Could it be not the eunuchs, but someone else secretly memorializing? Pondering this, Wen Taiern summoned a trusted long-time attendant, whispered a few instructions, and dispatched him to meet with a eunuch immediately to gather intelligence. However, this was not his most pressing concern. Wen Taiern's political instincts were extraordinarily sharp. Since entering the Grand Secretariat, he had made many enemies. These political adversaries were now consolidating, plotting to drive him from the Grand Secretariat, and the emperor had begun to reveal hints of dissatisfaction with him. Once sacred favor waned, not only would his official career be imperiled, but his very life might hang in the balance. Ever since Wen Tairan learned that the Donglin and Restoration Society were scheming to restore Zhou Yanru to power, he had foreseen the ground beneath his feet beginning to shift. If he wished to eliminate Zhou Yanru, his only recourse was to orchestrate a major case, just as he had once framed Bachelor Zheng Man to oust Wen Zhenmeng. But although Zhou Yanru's misdeeds were numerous, there were no fatal vulnerabilities to exploit, and he had already resigned and returned home. Unless Wen Tairan framed him for treason, and a treason case would inevitably involve the Eastern Depot and the Imperial Guard, Jinyue, he could not be certain of bending Cao Huachun and Wu Mengaming to his will. What course remained? After much deliberation, he concluded that since the Donglin and Restoration Society were the driving forces behind Zhou Yanru's potential return, clipping their wings was also a viable strategy. Under his machinations over the years, the Donglin's power at court had been greatly diminished. The one truly capable of stirring trouble was the rising force, the Restoration Society. The Restoration Society was known as the Little Donglin. It shared many political positions and members with the Donglin Party, yet significant differences existed between them. First, the Restoration Society focused more on controlling the examination system to promote its disciples, while the Donglin concerned itself only with struggles within the imperial court and showed no interest in the examination field. Second, the Restoration Society emphasized controlling local areas, while the Donglin concentrated its efforts at the center. Because the Restoration Society spared no effort in advancing its disciples, it had come to dominate the examination field, creating a phenomenon where those who passed the exams were invariably Restoration Society members. The mere existence of such an organization, even if it did nothing, was enough to make a powerful official like Wen Tairan feel thorns pricking his back. And this group was his enemy. Because of its Donglin connections, Wen Tairan had long been at daggers drawn with the Restoration Society. In June of the 6th year of Changzhen, shortly after Wen Tairan became senior Grand Secretary, his younger brother Wen Yuan instigated Wu Bing of Yixing to write a play called The Legend of the Green Peony, satirizing the Restoration Society's various scandals. Wen Yuan then ordered the book adapted into a stage script and performed throughout the region. This affair caused enormous controversy, alerting Zhang Pu and Zhang Kai. The two Zhangs traveled specially to Zhejiang and met with Education Commissioner Li Yuanqin. Li Yuanqin immediately ordered the book banned and destroyed, then pursued the author's responsibility by arresting and imprisoning members of Wen Yuan's household. After this incident, Wen Tairan recognized Zhang Pu's power for the first time. Though Zhang Pu no longer held office, he could still manipulate court politics from afar. So Wen Tairan resolved to eradicate the Restoration Society. In the autumn of that year, Taikang suffered a poor harvest. The two Zhangs wrote an article titled Theory on Military Provisions, expressing opinions on disaster relief policies. Zhou Zhikui, the prefectural judge of Suzhou, accused the two Zhangs of violating ancestral systems and disrupting water transport regulations. Zhou Zhikui hailed from Fuzhou and had also joined the Restoration Society. He was friendly with Qian Qiani and Xisi of the Donglin Party and had served as head lecturer of Luce Academy. Because he was conceited about his high reputation, he was not accepted by other Restoration Society members, and he eventually developed a grudge against Zhang Pu. However, his impeachment produced no effect. By July of the 8th year of Changzhen, Zhou Zhikui was dismissed. Convinced that his downfall was the Restoration Society's doing, Zhou Zhikui grew furious. He wrote an article titled Questions on the Restoration Society, accusing the society and the two Zhangs. In May of the 9th year, Lu Wensheng of Taikang accused the two Zhangs of founding the Restoration Society to bring chaos to the realm. Wen Tairan seized the opportunity to forward the accusations of Zhou Zhikui and Lu Wensheng to the relevant departments for deliberation, hoping to instigate a major prison case. But Wen Tairan had obviously underestimated the power of the hierarch that reaches heaven. Education Censor Nai Yuangong, Maritime Defense Vice Commissioner Feng Yuanyang, and Taikang Prefecture Magistrate Zhou Zhonglian all refused to execute the order, accepting demotion rather than act against the two Zhangs. Wen Tairan's scheme suffered a setback. This incident gave him a thorough understanding of the Restoration Society's formidable reach, and thereby hardened his determination to destroy it. End of chapter. Chapter 2773. The Capital, Part 129. In recent years, when Tairan had been secretly gathering damaging evidence against the Restoration Society, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. He knew that what the emperor abhorred most was the formation of factions. When Changzhen first ascended the throne, he had employed men outside the Donglin party to help purge the eunuch party, only to later distance himself from the Donglin as well. The reason was simple. He despised ministers forming factions of any kind, not merely the eunuch party. After eradicating Wei Zhongxian's clique, the problem of the Donglin party gradually became prominent, drawing the emperor's attention. His gaze turned to those solitary ministers who lacked partisan backgrounds, and he began systematically excluding Donglin members from the cabinet's inner circle. Having pushed out the Donglin party, the emperor showed no inclination to reinstate former members of the eunuch party either. In selecting cabinet members, he preferred ministers without obvious factional affiliations. Zhou Yanru and Wen Tairan had secured their positions in the cabinet largely because the emperor perceived them as partyless. Whether they truly lacked factional ties, of course, only heaven knew. Zhou Yanru's scheme to leverage the influence of the Donglin and Restoration Society for his return to the cabinet had to be prevented at all costs. This was not merely a matter of power distribution. Once Zhou Yanru regained his cabinet seat, the Donglin would inevitably seek to settle old scores over his past attacks on Caiyan Longxi and Yuan Changhuan. As for the discussions of conquering the Kun and opening the port, raised during today's imperial summons, these matters barely registered in his thoughts. His most pressing concern was mounting a counterattack against the Donglin and the Restoration Society. Wen Tairan possessed a formidable talent for destroying political enemies. Unlike other political figures, he never engaged in public opinion offensives where impeachment memorials fell like snow. Such tactics might prove effective with some emperors, but for Changzhen, who detested factionalism, an excessive concentration of impeachments against a single target would only arouse suspicion. After all, how could so many officials rise up in coordinated attack unless they had formed a faction? A crucial reason for Wen Tairan's enduring position was that the Donglin party's methods failed to account for the emperor's way of thinking. Wen Tairan did precisely the opposite. To eliminate someone, he would wait patiently for the opportune moment. When his target made a mistake, he would strike, throwing stones down the well. He never acted unless certain of success, but once he moved, he typically destroyed his opponent utterly. Ever since his successful attacks on Yuan Changhuan and Caiyan Longxi, he had rarely missed when moving against adversaries. This was the art of plotting according to circumstance, letting events unfold naturally, so the sovereign suspects nothing. Sometimes he would affect magnanimity, speaking favorable words about a person while subtly connecting them to matters the emperor found distasteful, thereby inflaming imperial anger and intensifying punishment. This was openly saving while secretly destroying. When he wished to recommend someone, he would secretly instruct another to propose the candidate, then voice his own agreement afterward. In all his machinations, he operated from the shadows, never revealing his hand directly. His strategy for dealing with the Restoration Society followed this same pattern. Though he had not yet acted openly, he had long instructed his younger brother to watch for potential anti-Restoration Society figures. The previous year, attacks by Lu Wensheng and Zhou Zhikui against the Restoration Society had presented Wen Tairan with an excellent opportunity. If Zhou Zhikui opposed the Restoration Society due to divergent political views and his subsequent loss of office, Lu Wensheng's attack contained elements of local gentry competing for power and profit. Lu Wensheng was also a native of Taikang. Though he held no degree, he came from a gentry background. In his youth, while staying at his maternal grandfather Zhou Wenqian's house, Zhang Kai had been his classmate. In the 9th year of Changzhen, the two had fallen out over a trivial matter, and Lu Wensheng harbored the grudge ever since. Seeking an opportunity for revenge against Zhang Kai, he conceived the idea of traveling to the capital to file a lawsuit against the Restoration Society. Naturally, undertaking such a momentous action targeting the Restoration Society, whose reputation blazed like the noonday sun, a white-body commoner like Lu Wensheng would not dare proceed without authorization. Behind the scenes, a big shot was backing him. This powerful patron was not Wen Taiern, but Wang Shimin, scion of a prominent Taikang family. Master Wang descended from Wang Ziju, who had served as senior grand secretary during the Wanli reign. He enjoyed a friendship spanning 2 generations with Wen Taiern and was heavily relied upon, receiving favor and courtesy exceeding that shown to other trusted aides. At that time, the prominent families in Taikang were the Wang Shizhen family, who had produced a minister of justice during Wanli, and the Wang Ziju family, who had produced the senior grand secretary. After Zhang Pu founded the Restoration Society, his school flourished, and many sons of prominent families studied under his tutelage. Wang Shimin consequently harbored resentment against the society. Lu Wensheng recognized this precisely, and so he presented himself at Wang's door to reveal his intention of traveling to the capital. Wang Shimin told him, "The minister dislikes the Restoration Society. Impeaching them is perfectly timed, but the minister is strict and does not receive visitors lightly. The one who handles such matters is only Deking. You should discuss it with him." Following these instructions, Lu Wensheng visited Kai Yichen in the capital and presented his draft memorial. When Wen Taiern read the draft memorial forwarded by Kai Yichen, he judged Zhang Kai too insignificant a target. He instructed Lu Wensheng to redirect his attack toward Zhang Pu instead, framing the assault around, using the pretext of raising provisions to enumerate acts of treachery and abuses. Yet this opportunity was neutralized by the Restoration Society's influence. Education censor Nai Yuangong, who was responsible for investigating the case, along with his successors Qi Wei and Zhang Feng, either protected the society or deliberately delayed proceedings. During this period, the Restoration Society leveraged its members' connections to have Lu Wensheng transferred to a clerical position in Yangzhou Prefecture, Hunan, using the enticement of a good position vacancy. Kai Yichen's intention to lure him into submitting another memorial collapsed entirely. Wen Taiern was not discouraged, for he still held another card, Zhou Zhiqui, the first to publicly oppose the Restoration Society. To this end, he had dispatched his partisan Kai Yichen to Fuzhou to persuade Zhou to submit another memorial. According to the latest letter, Zhou Zhiqui was already en route to the capital and would arrive within days. This was his first move. The second was to deal with Kaiyan Kaiani, eliminate this figurehead of the Donglan. With both measures applied simultaneously, he could exploit the natural connections between them. Kaiyan and Zhang stood as heads of the Donglan and Restoration Society respectively. Inevitably, numerous interactions had passed between them, which must have included discussions of the imperial court and various political operations. Moreover, according to intelligence he had obtained, Zhou Yanru intended to rise again, and Kaiyan Kaiani was among those orchestrating his return. If he could link these 3 men together, the charge of forming a clique to disorder government would fit perfectly. Once a major prison case was instigated, even if they escaped with their lives, their political futures would be finished. Wen Taiern's calculation was exceedingly shrewd, and from beginning to end, he himself remained entirely uninvolved. The emperor would never suspect the machinations behind this case. Wen Taiern will definitely be dismissed in June of this year, Wang Yao asked in a low voice. So it is written in the book from heaven, Zhou Lezhai said. Master confirmed it as well. Looking at his demeanor, the emperor still trusts him completely. Though the book from heaven had successfully predicted many major events regarding such a significant court development, Wang Yao remained somewhat apprehensive. The predictions concerning court situations and world events in this book from heaven had gradually grown less accurate in recent years. Zhou Lezhai naturally could not explain this problem. He could only read the book from heaven. As for his master, the old man would merely mutter incomprehensible phrases like butterfly, Caribbean, and typhoon, and Master Wang had long since stopped asking for clarification. Today's meeting between Wang Yao and Zhou Lezhai was conducted in strict secrecy. Zhou Lezhai had warned him that many eyes belonging to the Kun likely watched the Wang residence. Their meeting had to remain absolutely confidential. Otherwise, Zhou Lezhai's life would be forfeit. If Zhou Lezhai died, the book from heaven would become nothing but a stack of waste paper. Thus Wang Yao, despite his dignified titles of Minister of War and Vice Minister of War, had to accommodate these precautions. Today, Master Wang had disguised himself and slipped out among the merchants entering and leaving the residence, changing his attire once along the way. Only then had he arrived at this secret location to speak with Zhou Lezhai face to face. Regarding the court situation, Zhou Lezhai's judgment was naturally inferior to Wang Yao's, so he offered no opinion. Never mind, this matter has nothing to do with us. We are content to sit and watch, Wang Yao said. However, today's court discussion seems to imply war. In the emperor's heart, presumably, the idea remains to seek peace through war. War or no war matters little. Just don't let the imperial court exhaust its strength. Zhou Lezhai sighed. If this battle is fought, I fear Zhuo Kunshan will suffer heavy losses. Zhonglan doesn't have many soldiers under his command. If he wants to conquer the Kun, 9 times out of 10, he will issue orders to transfer Zhu Xue's troops. Heh, Wang Yao laughed coldly. Zhonglan holds only the title of governor of southern Gan. How can he command that pack of arrogant soldiers and fierce generals in the central plains? Zhuo Kunshan has always been proud and self-indulgent. With Zhonglan in command this time, merely avoiding an ugly defeat would count as an excellent outcome. Seeing Zhou Lezhai looking somewhat distracted, he continued, Sir need not be overly concerned. Rather, regarding the matter of opening the port you mentioned. He then recounted the words exchanged during today's cabinet summons. Wu Cheng spoke not without reason. Shanghai is a crucial coastal town in southern Jili. Proposing to open it as a port was indeed reckless, Zhou Lezhai pondered for a moment. No matter how many merchant ships the gentry operate, that remains a private matter and cannot be brought into the open. To make it official through proper channels will prove difficult. Alas, regarding Cayenne Taichung, it doesn't matter, Zhou Lezhai said. If Shanghai won't work, we can turn to Ningbo instead. Ningbo. Wang Yao was quite familiar with the city, not only because he hailed from Zhejiang, but because his research into the matter of opening ports had led him through many old records. Ningbo's port geography was superior to Moon Port, and it boasted the prosperous Jiangnan region as its hinterland. In terms of transportation, though it lacked the Yangtze River water routes that Shanghai could utilize, the Yang River provided direct access to Hangzhou and connection to the Grand Canal. By water, it could equally enjoy the advantage of reaching in all directions. I fear this matter will also prove difficult. Wang Yao shook his head. Since the opening of the seas in the Longqing Reign, Zhejiang officials have petitioned 3 times to open the Zhejiang Sea, and the imperial court rejected them all. That was then. This is now, Zhou Lezhai said. During the Jiajing and Wanli reigns, the realm was at peace. Opening a port to collect taxes was nothing more than icing on the cake for the imperial court.